The weather in June is capricious. Just moments ago, the sky was a canvas of azure, but in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a shroud of ominous clouds, saturating the air. With a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, the distant rumble of thunder heralded the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour that a young boy, no older than 7 or 8, caked in mud, momentarily disregarded his fallen younger brother and, grasping the hand of a beautiful girl clad in a white princess dress, sprinted away, shouting, "Run, run, it's gonna rain." Though the girl was merely 5 or 6, she was the focal point of many boys' affections. The reason was simple. Her ethereal beauty captivated even those young souls who knew little of such matters, igniting in them an instinct to protect her. The nature of children is easy to comprehend. They yearn to possess that which is delightful and enchanting. Because of this girl, the boys on the street often found themselves embroiled in scuffles. This girl, named Shui Mengyao, did not hail from a wealthy family, yet she was far from destitute. With a lingering glance at the boy, sprawled on the ground, a flicker of guilt crossed her eyes before she dashed away with the other boy. The day's events were entirely instigated by her. Shui Mengyao had implored Guo Ming to take her along to the woods, but soon after, Guo Ming's older brother, Guo caught sight of them, leading to the ensuing chaos. The boy on the ground, about 6 or 7 years old, grimaced in pain, clutching his abdomen as he writhed on the ground. His brother had struck him mercilessly, particularly in the final blows that nearly forced his bile out. As a deafening clap of thunder echoed, the heavens opened, unleashing a torrential downpour. Guo Ming managed a wry smile. The pain had subsided, and he slowly rose to his feet, making his way home. The rain mingled with his tears as it streamed down his cheeks. After all, he was just a child, perplexed by the cruelty of his peers. Was it merely because he was the youngest? Clenching his tiny fists, he resolved, "One day, I will give my brother a taste of his own medicine. He is far too wicked." Upon arriving home, caked in mud, Guo Ming found a middle-aged man anxiously pacing at the door. Recognizing his son through the rain, Guo Zhengzi rushed out. Upon seeing Guo Ming's filthy appearance, he exploded in anger. "How did you get yourself into this mess again? Who have you been fighting with?" "It wasn't me. It was my brother who hit me," Guo Ming quickly retorted. "Your brother?" Guo Zhengzi's expression shifted, and he drew his son inside, speaking softly. "Minger, our family has a rule. Children must not involve adults in their quarrels, so I cannot defend you. From now on, be more cautious and try to avoid provoking him." "Why?" Guo Ming asked, bewildered, Guo Zhengzi aside, lamenting the fact that his older son was not the most reasonable of characters, and his daughter-in-law was fiercely protective of her own. "Do not worry when I'm not strong enough. I will steer clear of my brother. One day, I will certainly teach him a lesson," Guo Ming muttered. Guo Zhengzi patted his son's head and gazed into the distance. Perhaps swayed by the influence of his older brother, Guo Ming subsequently became a fervent fighter, yet he did not engage with the boys in his neighborhood, but rather with those from other streets. Though his methods lacked finesse, over time he acquired some fighting skills through experience. 8 years later, Guo Ming cracked his knuckles, chuckling to himself, and set off. Meanwhile, his older brother, grimacing in pain, stared in disbelief at Guo Ming's retreating figure. Though he had trained in formal combat, he could not fathom why he was bested by what he considered a mere street urchin. Little did he know that while formal training enhanced a fighter's abilities, it could not substitute for the extensive practical experience Guo Ming had accumulated over the years. At T15, Guo Ming was not particularly handsome. He was the type of boy who could easily blend into a crowd unnoticed to others. He might appear as a delinquent, but in the eyes of his parents, he was a well-behaved son. Clad in a pristine school uniform, he took great pride in his cleanliness, a trait that set him apart from his peers. Upon returning home, he cheerfully inquired, "Mom, what delicious meal have you prepared today?" His mother glanced at him, her face devoid of smile, and instructed, "Come to the living room with me." A jolt of anxiety coursed through Guo Ming as his mind raced. Had his altercation with his brother come to light? No, it seemed his brother's speed had not matched his own. What could be so serious that it warranted a discussion? Upon entering the living room, Guo Ming felt another surge of alarm. Where had his father appeared from? He hadn't seen him moments before. The atmosphere was tense. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Guo Ming quickly interjected, "Mom, Dad, I know what you want to discuss. Don't worry. He'll study hard and strive to get into a prestigious high school. His parents exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's helplessness. This boy had preemptively admitted fault. How could they now scold him? Guo Zheng's aside. Minger, time is of the essence. You have only 3 months left before the entrance exams. I did not expect you to gain admission to a top-tier high school, but you should at least aim for the second high school in our county. Guo Ming felt a wave of urgency wash over him. He had always believed he could succeed, thinking time was on his side. But now, confronted by his parents, he realized the dwindling time left. 3 months if he focused. Perhaps he could make it into the second high school, but deep down, he felt uncertain. Dreams are alluring, yet reality is harsh. He frequently skipped classes to fight, leaving little room for academic pursuits. The thought of mastering 3 years' worth of material in merely 3 months was akin to chasing a mirage. The county boasted several high schools, with the most prestigious being the first high school, which accepted only 500 students from a competitive selection. The remaining slots were filled by top students from other counties. Guo Zhengzi and his wife had never dared to dream their son could gain admission to the first high school. They merely hoped he could secure a place in the second. Guo Ming's mother nodded. The requirements for the first high school are excessively stringent. Your brother, despite being among the top 5 in his class, missed the cutoff by 3 points. We do not wish to burden you with immense pressure. Simply getting into the second high school will suffice. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Guo Ming felt a pang of discomfort as he watched his parents grow older. Their greatest wish was for him to thrive, yet he pondered what he had truly given back to them. Gazing into their hopeful eyes, he longed to declare, "Mom, Dad, don't worry. I promise to get into the second high school." Yet, those words remained unvoiced, for perhaps due to countless battles he had fought, he had matured faster than his peers. He could deceive others, but he could not bring himself to deceive his parents. Give them hope only to let them down was a cruelty he could not bear. The reason is quite simple. He lacks the requisite strength unless a miracle occurs. In his earlier years, he prepared for a full 8 years to compete with his elder brother. Learning is a cumulative process. It cannot be achieved instantaneously. Unless one possesses an extraordinary memory and exceptional intelligence, all efforts are in vain. Shui Mengyao is in the same grade as you, and I've heard about her. With her grades, she is guaranteed admission to the top school, Guo Zhengzi said, his tone brimming with envy. Guo Ming could not help but recall Shui Mengyao, his classmate. Over the span of 8 years, she had transformed from a naive girl into a celebrated figure of the entire junior high school. According to Guo Ming's assessment, she might well fit the archetype of a beauty with disastrous consequences. There were no fewer than 800 boys vying for her attention, often clashing over her. Yet, Shui Mengyao remained focused solely on her studies, indifferent to the commotion around her. Although they lived next door to each other, one often skipped classes while the other immersed herself in her studies, leaving them with little time together. To be honest, Guo Ming did not truly know her well. His father claimed that Shui Mengyao would undoubtedly gain admission to the top school, but Guo Ming believed it was more than just that. He paid scant attention to his own studies, yet he occasionally noted that Shui Mengyao consistently ranked among the top 3 in the school. Gaining admission to the top school seemed a foregone conclusion. She would surely secure a position among the county's top 10. Why not let Mengyao tutor Ming? Guo Ming's mother suddenly suggested with a smile. Guo Ming exclaimed in surprise. Guo Zhengzi pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. If you all agree, I disagree. Guo Ming resolutely shook his head in refusal. Why not? Guo Zhengzi questioned in confusion. For no particular reason, I simply don't want her to tutor me, as I don't need it. Just wait and see, Mom and Dad. I will strive to gain admission to the second school, Guo Ming asserted firmly. The mere thought of Shui Mengyao tutoring had made him uneasy. If he did not intervene, it was likely to materialize, for he trusted his family's influence. Shui Mengyao's father had rapidly ascended the political ladder in recent years, now firmly positioned as the deputy county chief. As for his own father, he was vigorously developing his enterprise, making him a prominent figure in the county. Their families had been neighbors for over a decade. Such trivial matters would surely be readily accepted. Shui Mengyao was among the top achievers in their class, and the idea of her tutoring him filled Guo Ming with embarrassment. He felt it was an imposition, primarily because he had too much to learn subconsciously. He wished to avoid humiliation in front of her. Perhaps this was merely a manifestation of his masculinity. Observing their son's expression, Guo and his wife reluctantly acquiesced. After dinner, Guo Ming returned to his room, which was immaculate, with every item meticulously arranged. The decor was elegant and aesthetically pleasing, creating an immediate sense of delight upon entry. His room had never been entered by anyone other than his parents, not even by relatives. He despised others tampering with his belongings. As night fell, Guo Ming turned on his desk lamp and picked up the periodic table. Yet, within minutes, an inexplicable agitation surged within him. He set the book aside and approached the window, gazing up at the sky. A golden full moon hung high above, casting its silvery light upon the world, unperturbed by external joys or sorrows. The moon waxed and waned, appearing at night and retreating at dawn, untouched by the woes and troubles of humanity. Turning back, his gaze fell upon the timeline he had just written, marking the final countdown. 100 days remained until he faced the high school entrance examination, the first pivotal moment of his life. A twinge of regret welled up his heart. Time was truly running short. The following day, Guo Ming rose early, refreshed and groomed, gazing into the mirror at his seemingly handsome visage. A smile graced his lips momentarily before he composed himself, brushing his fingers against the faint stubble at the corner of his mouth, whispering to himself, "Guo Ming, you are no longer a child. It is time to repay your parents." Taking a deep breath, he returned to his room, opened the window, and inhaled the fresh air from the outside. The sight of nature awakening filled him with nostalgia. Watching the dawn break softly, he realized how many beautiful scenes he had overlooked in the past. He resolved never to indulge in slumber again, recalling an adage, "Why linger in sleep while alive, when eternal rest awaits in death?" Yet, this was not the moment for reflections. His early rising was not for admiring the scenery, but rather for studying. He sat down and began to memorize vocabulary. His English proficiency had always been his weakest point. He used to think, why learn English as a Chinese person? While there was some merit to this belief, the current educational system in China emphasized examination results. Without good scores, prestigious schools were out of reach, and obtaining a degree necessitated passing the CET for English exam. Suddenly, an exquisite figure, more graceful than a swan, appeared before him. Guo Ming's eyes sparkled momentarily before he lowered his gaze, silently reciting his vocabulary. Shui Mengyao stood poised by the window, stretching lazily, revealing expanses of skin that Guo Ming had just glimpsed. At 16, Shui Mengyao had developed impressively, though still somewhat innocent. She exhibited significant potential. Abruptly, she spotted Guo Ming reading on the balcony, and a smile crept across her face, something she had not witnessed from him in many years. It was indeed peculiar. She waved at Guo Ming. Although they were not particularly close, they had been neighbors for over a decade, and a friendly greeting seemed appropriate. Guo Ming's heart raced uncontrollably, warmth flooding his cheeks as an inner voice berated him. How embarrassing. You've been caught. Overwhelmed, he dared not lift his head, hoping desperately that she would leave quickly. Seeing Guo Ming's indifference, Shui Mengyao chuckled and turned away. He exhaled in relief and stood to leave. However, the 100 large characters on the wall provoked him fiercely. With a determined resolve, he muttered to himself, "Why fear her? She can study as she pleases. I shall focus on my own work. I have lost enough face over these years." With that thought, Guo Ming resolutely returned to his seat and resumed his vocabulary practice. 10 minutes later, Shui Mengyao returned, glanced at Guo Ming, and picked up her own book to read. An hour later, Guo Ming reflected on the words he had just memorized, elated to discover that his concentrated effort had enabled him to remember quite a few. It seemed imperative that he apply himself diligently in the future. Knowledge, indeed, is built through accumulation. Guo Ming realized through his recent study that he was not foolish. He simply had not dedicated himself previously. He tore off a sheet of paper, revealing the large characters that signified his final push. Guo, his father, cheerily remarked, "Eat well tomorrow. Indeed, strengthen your mind with good nourishment. Your mother will prepare chicken soup for you at noon." Guo Ming's mother bore a long-awaited smile. He felt a bit disoriented, but quickly surmised that his early morning study had caught his parents' attention. Their happiness naturally brought him joy as well. Coming from a decent family background, his parents had established a business in the 1980s. Though they had not amassed millions, they were comfortably well off. After breakfast, Guo Ming mounted his somewhat worn bicycle and pedaled towards school. Although Guo Zheng was affluent, he maintained strict discipline over his son, never allowing him to squander money. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang behind him. He turned to see Shui Mengyao, clad in faded jeans and a white t-shirt emblazoned with a large heart. He couldn't help but admit that this attire suited her exquisitely. Momentarily distracted, Guo Ming chuckled. "Hey, beautiful. Up so early?" "Haha, I always go this early." Shui Mengyao replied sweetly. "I was just curious about you, rising so early today. Has the sun risen from the west?" Her playful remark caused Guo Ming's face to flush as he stammered. I went to bed early last night, so I woke up a bit earlier today." "Oh, I thought you were truly determined to study hard." Shui Mengyao laughed softly. "Come on, let's walk together." Guo Ming smiled and nodded. On the way, Shui Mengyao seemed lost in thought, nearly colliding with a passerby, but Guo Ming quickly alerted her. "What in Dapo's s wrong? You don in Dapo's. T seem quite yourself," he inquired with genuine concern. "It's nothing. I was just wondering if I could surpass Chen Ziyu from the experimental class and Zhang Zihan from the review class in the upcoming monthly exam. Honestly, I'm quite uncertain," Shui Mengyao replied, her tone subdued. Guo Ming was somewhat familiar with these two individuals. The school had been nurturing top students since their first year, conducting annual eliminations. Shui Mengyao had always been among the elite until she fell ill in her second year, causing her to miss the exam. And she only joined the regular class in her third year. The two girls had always been rivals, their achievements consistently neck and neck. Zhang Zihan from the review class was a renowned heartthrob with exceptional grades. The top 3 students in every examination were always guaranteed to include the 3 of them, with the 4th place trailing significantly behind. Guo Ming nodded, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He sensed an air of superiority in her voice. Indeed, she had her aspirations. Her social circle, had it not been for their long-standing neighborly connection, she might not have even acknowledged him. With only 6 o'clock at hand, the school was nearly deserted. The gates ajar. Shui Mengyao sweetly addressed the old gatekeeper, "Grandpa Zhang, please let us in." The elderly gatekeeper, over 70 years old, opened his eyes slightly at her words. Upon seeing Shui Mengyao, he beamed. "Just a moment, my dear. I'll open it for you." For Grandpa Zhang, respectful young people like Shui Mengyao were rare. As long as they weren't shouting, he considered it a good interaction. He was also aware that her father was the deputy county mayor, so he was particularly pleased to see such a remarkable granddaughter. After a moment's delay, he slowly stood up and opened the school gate. Guo Ming knew that Grandpa Zhang still worked as a gatekeeper due to his connection with the principal. Otherwise, he would have been replaced long ago. Suddenly, Grandpa Zhang noticed Guo Ming standing alongside Shui Mengyao. His expression shifted slightly, and he pointed at Guo Ming, saying, "Mengyao, why are you with him? He's not a good person." After saying this, Grandpa Zhang regretted his words, realizing he had undermined someone in front of a beautiful girl. Enraged, Guo Ming felt a surge of indignation. Yet, raised with exemplary manners, he restrained his anger. He thought bitterly, "Why must you speak of me like that?" Although he was aware of his reputation for fighting, he wished to clarify, "Have I ever bullied the innocent or extorted anyone?" Such remarks are utterly disgraceful. Frustrated, he pushed his bicycle away. Shui Mengyao shook her head slightly and said, "Grandpa, Guo Ming is a good person. Let me tell you, this kid is known for his fighting prowess. Truly, he's rumored to be quite bad. You'd best keep your distance from him. With your beauty, who knows what ill intentions he might harbor?" Grandpa Zhang whispered. Just then, as Guo Ming reached the corner and turned, he caught a glimpse of Shui Mengyao nodding. A pang of sorrow struck his heart, and he let out a sigh. "It seems that my notorious reputation has spread far and wide. Whether Shui Mengyao is merely being perfunctory towards old Zhang or genuinely wishes to distance herself from me, it undeniably reflects that I am certainly not regarded as a good person in the eyes of others." Although Guo Ming was not particularly concerned about the opinions of others, his teachers regarded him as a little rascal to be kept at arm's length, viewing him as a good-for-nothing slacker, utterly hopeless in their eyes. However, he did care about Shui Mengyao's perception of him. At the age of 16, Guo Ming had begun to grasp the complexities of relationships between boys and girls. He had once harbored fantasies about the ethereal Shui Mengyao, but understood that he had no chance of winning her affection, which is why he never joined the ranks of her pursuers. Today, a mere nod from Shui Mengyao pierced his heart with pain. Was he truly such a failure? Shaking his head, Guo Ming strode toward his classroom. All the students were abuzz with curiosity, astonished that Guo Ming, who usually preferred to doze off during class, was actually paying attention. Most of his classmates merely assumed it was a fleeting whim. Mr. Wang, the mathematics teacher, was a man in his 50s or 60s. He taught math and felt his dignity greatly challenged when Guo Ming dared to sleep in his class. Yet, Guo Ming was not the type to be intimidated by an old man. Thus, Mr. Wang had always regarded Guo Ming with disdain. Today, however, something peculiar transpired. Squinting at Guo Ming, Mr. Wang was convinced he was genuinely engaged in the lesson, yet he seemed lost in thought after a moment of contemplation. Once the lesson concluded, it was time for practice. Mr. Wang wrote a problem on the board and called out, "Guo Ming, come solve this." A tremor ran through Guo Ming. Although he barely understood the examples in the textbook, the problem on the board was beyond him. After a quick glance, he was certain he had no idea how to approach it. In the past, he might have ignored the teacher's summons. But Guo Ming had resolved to become a diligent student, and he would not openly defy his teacher again. Frowning, he made his way to the front of the class. As he took the chalk, he noticed a flicker of triumph in Mr. Wang's eyes, which ignited a surge of anger within him. It seemed that Mr. Wang sought to humiliate him publicly. Casting a cold glare at Mr. Wang, Guo Ming turned his attention to the math problem. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. Guo Ming sensed the murmurs of his classmates growing louder, mockery echoing around him. With the first jeer, others quickly joined in the chorus of ridicule. Huh, turns out he knows nothing. What? Didn't you see him actually reading today? He is trying hard. Oofed. Clearly he is just hiding his talents. Indeed, Guo Ming was a bit of a rogue, but he had never bullied anyone in his class. Even when others offended him, he could endure, as long as it didn't severely wound his pride. Yet, there was a limit to his tolerance. Guo Ming dropped the chalk and turned to glare at those who were laughing at him. Their voices fell silent as they met his furious, bloodshot eyes, instinctively shrinking back in surprise. They were reminded of who Guo Ming truly was. While they ceased their verbal attacks, the disdain in their glances remained palpable. Shui Mengyao looked at Guo Ming with pity. She wanted to defend him, but this was not the right moment. "Mr. Wang, I can't do it," Guo Ming admitted, his voice thick with embarrassment. "Haha, I didn't expect you would be able to," Mr. Wang chuckled derisively. Guo Ming felt a bitter taste in his mouth as he slowly trudged back to his seat, laying his head down. He realized he was ultimately an outcast in this class. No one here respected him. If he continued to study, it would only invite further scorn from his peers. Shui Mengyao watched Guo Ming with concern, sensing he had been deeply hurt. As the bell rang, Mr. Wang announced the end of class, and the room erupted into lively chatter. After a moment of hesitation, Shui Mengyao approached Guo Ming and, to the astonishment of their classmates, gently tapped him on the shoulder, whispering, "Guo Ming, come outside with me." Guo Ming felt his heart race as he gazed at Shui Mengyao, who appeared as enchanting as a celestial being. He felt unworthy of her presence. Her invitation was unexpected, and he could hardly refuse. Yet, a sudden realization struck him, and he shook his head. Rising first, he walked out. Being pitted by a girl was not what Guo Ming desired. He sought independence and strength. "Are you all right, Guo Ming?" Shui Mengyao inquired anxiously. Fearing he might act rashly, Guo Ming paused momentarily before quickening his pace outside. This sparked a flurry of speculation among his classmates. Why would the pure and lovely girl show concern for a class rogue? This ignited fervent discussions. Beauty always captures attention, and some began to focus on Guo Ming, the little rascal. It was just past 9 o'clock when Guo Ming rode his bicycle to the park in the county. Perhaps due to the gloomy weather, the fishing lake was deserted except for an elderly man in his 70s or 80s casting his line. Guo Ming set down his bicycle and approached the old man. As a self-proclaimed rascal, he believed fishing could refine his character. With time to spare, he decided to join the old man. However, as he neared the elderly fisherman, an unusual feeling welled up within him, an unexpected sense of respect. He obediently watched the bobber floating on the lake. Time slipped by, an hour, then 2, when suddenly, a thunderous clap of thunder erupted from the sky. The accumulated clouds finally unleashed a torrential downpour, drenching both men. Guo Ming jolted awake. What had just happened? He felt as if he had slipped into a state of detachment, devoid of desires, anxieties, or joys. Only a tranquil acceptance of the world remained. Before long, Guo Ming was soaked to the skin, yet he noticed that the old man remained still, eyes fixed on the seemingly unyielding bobber. Guo Ming stood up and gently asked, "Grandpa, it's pouring heavily. Why don't you leave?" The old man appeared not to hear him, continuing his previous actions. Seeing the old man in thin clothing, Guo Ming instinctively took off his own jacket to shield him from the rain. Unsure why he felt compelled to do so, it was a reflexive act. Perhaps this was a jest from the goddess of fate. Had Guo Ming not acted today, he might never have had the opportunity to achieve greatness. Life's encounters are often so simple. Within it, countless opportunities abound, waiting for one to seize them for success. After half an hour, Guo Ming felt his arms nearly give out. He was thoroughly soaked, his hair resembling a drenched mop atop his head. The cold fabric sent shivers through him, and goosebumps erupted all over his body. He could no longer endure the discomfort in his arms and withdrew his hands. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, and Guo Ming grimaced at the unpleasant sensation. The old man smiled gently and rose to his feet. Guo Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed an astonishing sight. The rain seemed to defy gravity, curving away to either side. What was happening? Growing up beneath the red flag, Guo Ming found himself questioning science for the first time. Could it be that this old man was a master of martial arts? That was the only explanation he could fathom. Just as he prepared to kneel and pay his respects, an unexpected force struck him, a tumult in his chest, followed by a searing pain that engulfed his mind. Then, he felt himself plunging into the water. What was going on? Hadn't he offended the old man? Had he? This was Guo Ming's final thought. However, he was deprived of the opportunity to inquire once more about the old man's motives, as he succumbed to a deep coma. The old man discarded his fishing rod, murmuring, "Why must you be so kind to me? Am I right or wrong in my actions?" After uttering these words, he turned away, abandoning Guo Ming, who had already sunk to the lake's depths. It seemed an eternity had passed when Guo Ming faintly heard his mother's weeping. Forcing his eyes open, he beheld his mother, her face glistening like pear blossoms in the rain, and his father beside her, deeply furrowed brow betraying his concern. The surroundings were adorned with pristine white walls, faintly scented with medicinal aromas. Where am I? This was Guo Ming's first thought. "Minger, you are awake." His mother exclaimed joyfully. "Mother, how did I end up in the hospital?" Guo Ming questioned, touching the bandage on his head in confusion. Guo Zheng hurried to his son's side, anxiously asking, "Minger, what on earth happened? How did you fall into the lake?" "I fell into the lake." Guo Ming swiftly activated his mind, replaying the recent events in his memory. Strangely, the recollections returned without the slightest deviation, as vividly as a three-dimensional film. Yet, instead of dwelling on it, Guo Ming sank into contemplation. He realized that if he were to share this with his parents, they would undoubtedly be incredulous, a notion he had no intention of pursuing. He sensed that this moment marked a significant turning point in his life. "You," Guo Ming's mother scolded, lightly striking Guo Zheng. "Mingo has just awakened. We should wait until he has fully recovered before questioning him." "Haha, my apologies," Guo Zheng quickly replied, understanding the gravity of their son's swift recovery. A moment of great joy for him. He had come to terms with certain matters. Reflecting on the day's events, he acknowledged his own shortcomings in educating his son. It was now too late for him to strive for excellence. However, he consoled himself with the thought that his son's character was not irredeemable. If worse came to worst, he could later groom him to take over his responsibilities. Looking at his son, Guo Zheng said earnestly, "Minger, rest well. Rest assured. Your father and I will no longer pressure you to study." Guo Ming's mother paused, casting a puzzled glance at Guo Zheng. Noticing a flicker of understanding in his eyes, she lowered her head and said, "Minger, you are still very weak. Please take good care of yourself." Indeed, Guo Ming felt exhausted. Upon hearing her words, he closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. Outside, Guo Ming's mother wore a troubled expression, frowning as she remarked, "Are you truly giving up on Minger? It is not that I wish to abandon him, but rather that Minger has lost his chance, has he not? With only 90 days remaining. Do you believe he can create a miracle?" Guo Zheng shook his head with a sigh. "Rather than that, it would be wiser to let things unfold naturally. At worst, he will attend a mediocre high school, and I can seek connections to see if we can secure him a place in college." "It seems that is all we can do," Guo Ming's mother agreed after a moment of thought. Suddenly remembering something, she exclaimed, "Oh, I must go buy some ribs to make soup for Ming. Please watch over him while I'm gone." "I understand. Please be careful on your way," Guo Zheng replied softly. Perhaps neither of them anticipated that this moment would mark a turning point for Guo Ming. Their previous disappointment would ultimately transform into an unimaginable joy. Guo Ming felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if every bone were being shattered one by one. The searing agony compelled him to emit a harrowing scream. Guo Zheng, observing his son, was startled as he witnessed Guo Ming's face contort in distress, crimson blood streaming from his orifices. Alarmed, he shouted for help. Doctors and nurses arrived promptly, and an elderly physician, perplexed, inquired, "What has happened here?" "I do not know. He suddenly became like this," Guo replied hastily. "Doctor, you must do something. He is my only son. I would sacrifice everything for him." The doctor pondered for a moment, but could not deduce a reason. As he approached Guo Ming, he caught a whiff of a foul odor. Years of medical experience had taught him that this was not a typical bodily excretion. As he contemplated the peculiar scent, he shook his head, dismissing the notion that such occurrences were possible. Yet, upon bending down to sniff again, his expression shifted slightly. Gently, he opened Guo Ming's shirt, revealing a thick, pitch-black substance on his once smooth skin. As Guo Ming's clothing was removed, an unbearable stench wafted through the air, nearly overwhelming everyone present. Guo staggered back, instinctively covering his nose. Realizing the source of the foul odor, he exclaimed, "Dr. Li, what on earth is happening?" Dr. Li, a highly skilled physician in his 60s, was the best in the county. It was said that many prestigious hospitals and provincial cities had offered him lucrative positions. Yet he remained in this county out of nostalgia. Could it be the legendary cleansing of the marrow? Dr. Li mused, but he quickly dismissed that notion as fanciful. Placing his hand on Guo Ming's pulse, he said after a moment, "There are numerous toxins in the body, and for reasons unknown. Your son has expelled years of accumulated impurities. However, do not worry. His internal organs are functioning well. Now, we must simply observe his condition." Fortunately, it was this seasoned physician attending to Guo Ming. Had it been anyone else, they would have interrupted the natural expulsion process. The elderly man was essentially honing Guo Ming, allowing him to purge these toxins entirely. Henceforth, Guo Ming would embrace a brand new life. In truth, a newborn's body is the purest. As they grow, toxins accumulate within. Furthermore, infants possess an extraordinary aptitude for learning, often absorbing knowledge at tenfold the rate of adults, easily mastering several languages. 3 days later, Guo Ming was discharged from the hospital and returned home. Once inside, he isolated himself in his room, seeking solace to contemplate the changes within him. He was no fool. After careful reflection over the past few days, he arrived at a striking conclusion. He had encountered a stroke of extraordinary luck, guided by a remarkable individual. His vision, previously a mere 4.8, now astonishingly surpassed the pinnacle of 5.3. This was a revelation of profound significance. Additionally, he perceived a noticeable enhancement in his physical condition. His skin, once somewhat dark, now glowed with a smoothness akin to jade. Yet, the most crucial transformation lay in his memory, which had reached an astonishing level. While he could not claim to possess photographic memory, he was certain that his retention had improved tenfold at the very least. Opening an English dictionary, Guo Ming began to study in earnest. 3 hours later, his mother gently knocked on the door, saying, "Minger, it's time for dinner." Guo Ming remained silent, prompting his mother to enter, whereupon she found him deep in thought, a smile of encouragement gracing her lips. Although Guo had entertained thoughts of giving up on their son, she had never wavered in her belief. Since her son was diligently studying, Guo Ming's mother chose not to disrupt him and quietly exited the room. She settled down to watch television while waiting for her son. However, as an hour passed without any sign of him, and upon checking the time, she realized it was already 1 o'clock. Had Ming truly been engrossed in thought for 5 continuous hours? A glimmer of hope sparkled in her eyes. Her son's newfound passion for learning was wonderful news. Who wouldn't desire their child to excel academically? Previously, she had felt embarrassed discussing her son with neighbors, merely echoing their praises of their own children. Perhaps from this day forth, her son would surprise her in ways she had never imagined. Stealthily peering in, Guo's mother returned to the sofa with a smile, softly saying, "Today, I shall see how long you can remain utterly still while studying." As time slowly passed, Yuxia's eyes began to show signs of fatigue, and she could not help but doze off on the sofa. Suddenly jolted awake by a chill, she rubbed her bleary eyes and glanced at the wall clock, realizing it was already 5 o'clock. During these days of Guo Ming's injury, Yuxia had been deeply concerned for her son, hardly getting any sleep, and today, she had managed to rest for 4 hours. A thought struck her, and she hurried towards her son's room. Gently opening the door a crack, she saw her son writing furiously, seemingly engrossed in some calculations. Ultimately, unable to resist, she opened the door wider and stepped inside, patting Guo Ming on the shoulder, softly saying, "Ming, take a break." Guo Ming paused, looking up at his mother, suddenly recalling that he had been sitting there for quite some time. Glancing at the clock on the desk, His pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? I've been studying here for 9 hours." Hung. Learning is not achieved in a single leap. Come, let's go to the living room. I'll warm up some food for you. Guo Ming stretched lazily and chuckled, "Mom, could you warm up the dishes first? I'll come out in a bit." "All right." Yu Xiao laughed and turned to leave. Guo Ming propped his chin on his hand, a smile gracing his lips. After 9 hours of study, he was confident of the transformation he had undergone. His memory had reached a formidable height. Guo Ming believed that 3 months would be sufficient, and by that time, he would surprise everyone. The next day, Guo Ming rode his bicycle to school, not to attend classes, but to collect books. The school was quite progressive, nearing graduation. Students were allowed to study at home if they felt they could not continue at school, provided they had parental consent. No one mourned Guo Ming's departure. Apart from Shui Mengyao's fleeting glance, no one paid him any mind. This nearly invisible figure. Guo Ming observed everything keenly. He vowed that one day, he would prove the folly of their past judgments with his abilities. Guo Ming left, and in fact, with the upcoming midterm exams, the teachers had ceased to teach new material, focusing solely on test preparation. Each morning was filled with exams, followed by grading sessions in the afternoon. Guo Ming realized he would learn little here, so he decided to return home, a place devoid of anyone who cared for him, just as he felt no attachment to it. It was merely a transit point in his life. The mission was complete, and he departed without sentiment. Guo Ming brought all his books home, startling Yu Xiao, who quickly asked, "Ming what is going on?" "Mom, trust me. I will bring the acceptance letter from the top school to you. Don't concern yourself with anything else. I have my plans," Guo Ming asserted seriously. Observing her son's resolute gaze, Yu Xiao nodded with a smile, softly saying, "Son, you've grown up. All right, I won't pry into your affairs anymore. Is there anything you need my help with now?" "Yes, Mom. Please go to the bookstore and buy all the past midterm exam papers. The more, the better," Guo Ming replied with a grin. Guo Zheng was quite strict with Guo Ming's allowance, but never imposed restrictions on his studies. Yu Xiao was even more perceptive. She noticed her son had changed since that incident in the water, seemingly transformed into a better version of himself. She purchased every version of the exam papers available, making several trips, acquiring over 100 books. For an ordinary person, this would be daunting, but Guo Ming merely smiled faintly, saying, "Mom, from now on, keep an eye on the latest exam papers. Everything else is up to me." Indeed, Guo Ming was about to embark on his first rigorous study retreat. He began by diligently studying the textbooks, thoroughly grasping the knowledge within before tackling example problems. By the time he completed the previous examples, over half a month had passed, and his first significant exam, the monthly test, was approaching, a mandatory assessment each month. Guo Ming set aside his work, cycling to school, as the exam was the following day, and he needed to collect his examination certificate. Upon entering the classroom, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. His arrival caused some students to exchange uneasy glances. What had transpired? Guo Ming was puzzled, but chose not to inquire. He took his seat at the back, retrieving the midterm preparation paper from his bag, and began reviewing. Shui Mengyao observed a classmate who had been beaten, and a surge of anger welled within her. The boy was bruised and trembling, clearly having just endured a severe beating. The reason was simple. He had stepped in to defend her when 2 thugs harassed her, and the outcome was predictable. Students who spent years buried in their studies were no match for those ruffians. Naturally, he suffered a brutal thrashing, and threats of further punishment loomed after school. These days, the nature of young thugs was well understood by the students. Reporting to teachers or the police was futile. The boy, who only knew how to study, would likely have fled home if he didn't wish to maintain a semblance of masculinity. As the hour drew closer, regret washed over him, knowing he would soon face another beating. What to do? What to do? He racked his brain, but could find no solution. He had a few friends, but none were willing to stand up for him when he shared his plight. Shui Mengyao felt anxious for him. When Guo Ming arrived, her eyes lit up, and she rushed to his side, saying urgently, "Guo Ming, I need your help with something." Guo Ming closed his paper, pulled a stool beside him, and gestured for her to sit. Shui Mengyao hesitated, sensing a shift in him, but her urgency overrode her curiosity. "Tang Feng has been beaten, and someone plans to attack him again tonight. You need to help him." Guo Ming chuckled lightly, twirling his pen, and replied, "Tang Feng? Isn't he the one who has mocked me the most?" Shui Mengyao was momentarily speechless but quickly responded, "But he was beaten because he tried to help me. Just this once, for my sake, please help him. I know you might know those people." Seeing the hint of tears in Shui Mengyao's eyes stirred something within Guo Ming. Her charm was akin to a dream for many young men, and Guo Ming was no exception. Rising, he stepped closer to her, whispering, "I will help. But you must promise me one thing." "What is it?" "If it's within my power, I will agree," Shui Mengyao replied, sensing a shift in Guo Ming's demeanor. Looking at the exquisite beauty before him, Guo Ming instinctively said, "Be my girlfriend." "Ah," Shui Mengyao exclaimed, her face flushing with embarrassment as she turned to leave. Anger surged within her. She had never anticipated Guo Ming would make such a request. Though she viewed him as a bit of a rascal, she had always believed he maintained decorum around her. Every girl harbors dreams of a Prince Charming, and Shui Mengyao was no different. However, Guo Ming was far from her ideal. Someone else, Zhang Zihan from the review class, held that esteemed position in her heart, a renowned talent recognized throughout the school. Not only is he handsome and dashing, but his academic performance is also remarkably outstanding. In school, only Shui Mengyao and the prodigious Chen Ziyu from the experimental class can rival him. However, Shui Mengyao has never surpassed Zhang Zihan, even once. She had secretly observed him and was immediately captivated by his noble demeanor, but her impeccable upbringing forbade her from indulging in early romance. A flicker of disappointment crossed Guo Ming's face, but he quickly masked it, shaking his head and forcing a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, the other party is a celestial beauty. And who is he? Merely a little rascal in her eyes. How could he ever hope to be her boyfriend? Such aspirations were nothing more than the fantasies of a dreamer. His first confession had met with an abrupt demise. If only they could turn back time. Neither of them could foresee how their lives would have diverged had Shui Mengyao accepted Guo Ming's heartfelt declaration. Perhaps it was fate that played a cruel trick on Tang Feng, as their homeroom teacher had an unexpected engagement, leaving the class monitor to distribute the test certificates. Upon receiving his, Guo Ming buried himself in the exam paper while most of his classmates exited the room. Tang Feng's heart raced with increasing anxiety. Half an hour had passed since school let out, leaving only 7 or 8 students behind, including the restless Shui Mengyao. Eventually, it seemed Shui Mengyao made a decisive choice. Approaching Guo Ming with a serious expression and asking, "Guo Ming, will you help me or not?" Observing the frost of determination on Shui Mengyao's face, Guo Ming realized that declining her request might jeopardize their friendship. He quickly rose to his feet and chuckled, "How could I not heed your words?" "I agree." Shui Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief. She had resolved that if Guo Ming refused, she would accept his offer to be his girlfriend, albeit hastily. After all, even if she agreed, it would merely be a temporary arrangement. "Let us go." She smiled brightly, and Guo Ming felt as though the long frozen earth had suddenly been enveloped in the breath of spring, rendering everything around him beautifully vibrant. He instinctively exclaimed, "Mengyao, how wonderful it would be if you could smile at me every day." Realizing the ambiguity of his words, he hurriedly clarified, "I meant no other intentions. I simply find your smile enchanting. As long as you comply, I shall fulfill this small request." Initially taken aback, Shui Mengyao soon jested, "Do you think I am infatuated?" Guo Ming immediately grasped the implication, his face flushing crimson, yet he boldly retorted, "Really? Am I not beautiful in your eyes?" A gentle smile danced in Shui Mengyao's eyes, and 2 adorable dimples appeared on her rosy cheeks, enhancing her allure. Guo Ming felt a rush of heat surge through him, followed by a sudden realization as blood streamed from his nose. He quickly covered it, but despite his efforts, blood continued to seep through his fingers. The classmates in the room were utterly stunned. Was this the ever-pure and sacred beauty of their class? Today, her actions were undeniably provocative. Who could resist such temptation? Guo Ming, covering his nose, bolted out of the classroom, mortified. How embarrassing. He had always found the notion of nosebleeds caused by beautiful girls amusing. Yet today he experienced it firsthand. What should have been a joyous moment turned dire as he realized how much blood he was losing. By the poolside, Guo Ming washed his face, panicking as he realized it was blood, not just water, and that the more he washed, the more it flowed. Frightened, he lay down on a bench at the roadside, allowing the blood to recede. After a few minutes, he touched his nose, feeling the remnants of dried blood, shaking his head with a bitter smile. What had transpired today? Just a smile from her had ensnared him so completely. He shuddered at the thought of what might occur if she were to undress. He dared not dwell further on such thoughts, fearing they might lead to his demise. Yet, as he recalled Shui Mengyao's radiant smile, he fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Shui Mengyao waited in the classroom for several minutes without seeing Guo Ming return, wondering, could he have run away? In a hurry, she dashed to the poolside, soon spotting him. Upon seeing his state, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Guo Ming had drool streaming from the corner of his mouth, his face adorned with an incredibly foolish grin. Even the pure-hearted Shui Mengyao realized the unsavory thoughts occupying his mind, and she playfully slapped him. Guo Ming awoke from his daydream, ready to unleash a torrent of complaints. But upon seeing her, he quickly changed his tone. Mengyao, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Wipe your drool, Shui Mengyao remarked, feeling slightly nauseous. What? Guo Ming exclaimed, suddenly aware of the glistening drool trailing from his mouth. Mortified, he turned away from Shui Mengyao and sprinted to the poolside to wash his face vigorously. Moments later, he returned to Shui Mengyao, glancing up at her before quickly lowering his head, too embarrassed to speak. Shui Mengyao, who had initially been concerned about Guo Ming's discomfort, now found the situation amusing, watching him behave like a chastised child. She playfully tapped his head and said with a mischievous smile, next time you dare think of anything inappropriate, beware of my wrath. Guo Ming could only chuckle awkwardly, not daring to retort. In truth, he feared she would bring up the incident, which would leave him utterly humiliated. On their way home after school, Tang Feng anxiously inquired, Brother Ming, do you truly know those people? They are not mere ruffians. Guo Ming's willingness to assist him prompted Tang Feng to drop the formality and address him as Brother Ming. Guo Ming saw no issue with this and allowed it. I've dealt with all the local thugs. Don't worry, just follow me. He laughed. Yes, Tang Feng, do not fret. Guo Ming is formidable, Shui Mengyao chimed in softly. No, why would I worry? I was merely asking, Tang Feng hastily denied. In truth, he had long harbored feelings for Shui Mengyao but sensed her lofty pride, which drove him to study diligently in hopes of one day winning her affection. His academic performance was indeed commendable, consistently ranking second in the class and being one of Shui Mengyao's few friends, albeit limited to academic discussions. Even so, it sparked envy among many. Who would have thought Brother Ming would involve himself in this matter? What should we do, brothers? An ominous voice interjected. From the shadows of the street emerged three figures, led by a cold-faced youth flanked by two nonconformist ruffians. Guo Ming frowned. He recognized this individual as his rival, known for his formidable strength. Their bouts had ended in a stalemate for years before he had been imprisoned for theft, only to resurface soon after, rumored to have joined a gang. The mere mention of gang affiliation made Guo Ming reluctant to provoke him. Ah, it's how Guo. This is my classmate, and today he inadvertently offended your brother. I hope you can overlook it for the sake of a junior, Guo Ming said, gesturing toward Tang Feng with a smile. The young man known as Hao glanced at Shui Mengyao, equally captivated by her stunning beauty. However, he quickly recalled something and shook his head, looking at Guo Ming with a sigh of surprise as he pointed at Shui Mengyao. Your classmate is exceptionally talented. Someone has already set their sights on her. I'll let her off today out of respect for you, but others may not be so accommodating. Who is it? Guo Ming's expression changed. It's a gang. I cannot divulge their name. Even if I did, it would serve little purpose, wouldn't it? You're merely a student, far removed from the darker side of society. After saying this, Zhou Hao turned to leave. Please inform them that my classmate's father is the executive deputy county chief, Guo Ming called out loudly. Zhou Hao paused, then replied, Rest assured, I will convey your message. Guo Ming's implication was clear. While the underworld may wield considerable power, nothing could truly rival the might of the state apparatus. The mere mention of the executive deputy county chief would deter most criminal elements. To target the daughter of a county chief would be tantamount to professional suicide. Your father is the county chief? Tang Feng exclaimed, shocked. How was I unaware of this? If you knew everything, what would be the point of attending school? Guo Ming replied, feeling a twinge of frustration. Mengyao, let us go. Startled, Shui Mengyao hopped onto her bicycle, bid farewell to Tang Feng, swallowed hard, and asked, they wouldn't actually come after me, would they? Seeing her innocent expression, Guo Ming chuckled. Given your father's stature, who would dare? Only someone truly reckless would consider it. Huh, true, Shui Mengyao sighed in relief, but then suddenly remembered something. How about I accompany you to school from now on? Guo Ming slammed on the brakes, nearly losing his balance. The request utterly astonished him. To walk alongside a beauty. He had pondered for ages, searching for a suitable reason, yet here she was, proposing it herself. What more was there to say? Naturally, he wholeheartedly agreed. Although he recognized that Shui Mengyao intended to use him as a bodyguard, for such a beautiful girl, it was worth it. What's wrong? Shui Mengyao asked, startled. Nothing. Just a grand jest from the goddess of fate, Guo Ming chuckled. What jest? Shui Mengyao inquired, amused. She bestowed upon me the opportunity to walk with a beauty. Yet I declined, Guo Ming replied with a grin. Shui Mengyao was taken aback, unable to comprehend. She never imagined that Guo Ming, whom she deemed rather awkward, would turn down such an offer. It wasn't until much later that she understood his reason for refusal. He needed ample time to study, and school was hardly an ideal environment for him. Guo Ming entered exam room 76, holding his examination certificate. The school had a total of 100 exam rooms, all arranged according to scores. His placement indicated his academic standing. Observing the cacophony of chatter, Guo Ming shook his head. Once he found his seat and settled in, he overheard a conversation. Hey, how did the Chinese test go? Don't mention it. It was dismal. I felt like smashing my head against the wall. What should we do? Let fate decide. Guo Ming had grown numb to such dialogues. They were all too common. Students at the tail end of their studies yearned for high scores to impress their parents, even though they knew cheating was futile, an exercise in self-deception. I'm not worried about Chinese. It's math that concerns me, another student lamented. At this, a few nearby classmates gathered around, their faces alight with excitement, as if they had discovered a new continent. Hey, could you lend a hand? Nothing more to say. I'll be counting on you. Guo Ming listened quietly, a faint smile on his lips. He had once been part of this crowd, but now their aspirations seemed naive. All of them sought to ascend quickly through dubious means, unaware that they were all in the same boat, struggling academically. Even if they were to cheat, how high could they really score? To Guo Ming's dismay, the proctor was none other than Mr. Wang, a teacher he genuinely wished to avoid. Mr. Wang had caught him cheating twice before, his gaze sharp and all-seeing, akin to radar. Cheating under his watchful eye was a surefire way to disaster. A few cries of despair erupted nearby. Evidently, others had also felt the sting of Mr. Wang's vigilance. Mr. Wang surveyed the students below, a sly smile creeping across his face. I trust you've all heard my nickname? That's right, I'm known as Eagle Eye, so I suggest you put away your little tricks. The exam is about to commence. His gaze lingered on Guo Ming, a clear target. Guo Ming smirked, thinking to himself. Infamous indeed. At once, two young teachers began to distribute the exam papers. Upon receiving his, Guo Ming felt a rush of excitement. This was no longer practice. This was the real battleground. After carefully reviewing the paper, a subtle smile graced his face. After writing his name, he began answering the questions. Mr. Wang leaned over to one of the young teachers and whispered, Do you see that student? Sit next to him and keep a close watch. The young teacher nodded and feigned casualness, but when he reached Guo Ming, he pulled up a chair and sat beside him. Guo Ming frowned, glancing at the teacher. The teacher chuckled softly, No need to ask, just focus on your exam. Guo Ming understood that the teacher was monitoring him for cheating. He smiled wryly. It seemed Mr. Wang still didn't trust him. However, he had no intention of cheating, so having someone nearby made little difference. Nodding, he began to write furiously, swiftly answering the questions. As time passed, about an hour into the exam, a stir arose among the students. Indeed, at this point, most had completed what they could. Only the essay section likely remained unfinished. True to his nickname, Mr. Wang soon caught 3 students attempting to cheat. The young teacher, observing Guo Ming's progress, was astonished. As a language teacher, he noted Guo Ming's speed was impressive, especially with his essay, which could easily score above 50 out of 65. How could a student of such caliber end up in room 76? Though Guo Ming's responses were occasionally illogical, the teacher conservatively estimated that his Chinese score would exceed 120. Achieving such results in Chinese and English would be commendable, although still a distance from the top tier. After reviewing his work and glancing at the clock, Guo Ming saw that he had taken an hour and 10 minutes to complete the exam. He stood up with a smile and said, Excuse me, teacher. I'd like to submit my paper. Certainly, the teacher replied, rising to accompany Guo Ming to the podium. All eyes in the classroom turned towards Guo Ming. Having fought alongside them for 3 years, they knew his reputation well. He would never submit his paper until the very last moment. His mantra had always been that even if only one person remained, there was still a chance to copy. Yet today, Guo Ming had astonishingly been the first to submit. Curiosity surged among his classmates. They wanted to rush over and ask, How did you manage to cheat? The presence of the teacher beside you allows you to cheat. How impressive. After Guo Ming left, Old Wang quietly inquired, Did he engage in any underhanded tactics? Absolutely not. I watched him answer the questions. However, I do have some doubts, the young teacher replied, puzzled. Speak up. Old Wang gestured grandly. Guo Ming's results are exceptional. How could he end up in exam room 76? The young teacher questioned. Moreover, his pen glided swiftly. I estimate his Chinese score must at least reach 120. What? Old Wang exclaimed in shock. That's impossible. The highest he ever scored in Chinese was 90. 120 is utterly inconceivable. Why would I deceive you? Next up is the math exam. Perhaps you should supervise the entire process, the young teacher chuckled. Old Wang nodded, saying, you make a valid point. I refuse to believe that in just over 20 days, his performance could improve so dramatically. Guo Ming walked directly across the playground, exhaling softly. For him, today was a momentous occasion. From this day forward, he could wash away all past humiliations. His efforts were finally rewarded on the Chinese exam paper. He was aware that he hadn't performed exceptionally well, but Guo Ming was confident that he would gain admission to the top high school. With 2 months left, that was ample time. Achieving this level in just over 20 days was something to take pride in. On the playground stood a boy and a girl. Guo Ming merely glanced at them before becoming transfixed. While he couldn't clearly see the girl's features, her distinctive aura immediately identified her. Who else could it be but Chen Ziyu from the elite class? Guo Ming had always made a conscious effort to avoid this girl. The reason was simple. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from her, a perception honed from years of brawling. Initially unaware, Guo Ming had, after undergoing a transformative experience, recognized the source of this aura. Chen Ziyu was a martial artist. Although he could not match her strength, he was an unrefined gem. And once he began his martial training, he would unleash terrifying potential. The martial aura surrounding the girl was palpable, and Guo Ming furrowed his brow, contemplating. Perhaps this is what is commonly referred to as true energy. Observing her cold demeanor as she stared into the distance, Guo Ming instinctively wanted to depart. She radiated an aggressive energy, reminiscent of an ancient war deity. He could easily guess the identity of the boy beside her, Zhang Zihan from the review class. His study habits had always been a mystery, but Guo Ming had a vague understanding. Clearly, Chen Ziyu was the reason for his dedication. For the sake of his beloved goddess, he willingly sacrificed a year of his time to wait. From this, it was evident that Zhang Zihan was enamored with Chen Ziyu. A long-haired girl approached from a distance, clad in denim and a short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with a large red heart, signaling her identity. Her eyes bore an unmistakable sorrow, as if she could never shed it, akin to autumn leaves falling, evoking profound pain and sympathy. Her arrival naturally drew attention. A gentle breeze swept by, causing a strand of hair to fall across Shui Mengyao's slightly parted lips. She felt as though something within her had shattered. She had always believed herself to be the most exceptional, and that Zhang Zihan was her prince. Had it not been for Chen Ziyu's emergence, perhaps everything could have been different. Yet, the universe is just. In a vast world, extraordinary women are not limited to just one. Shui Mengyao had hinted to Zhang Zihan several times, yet the responses were always vague. Today, as they stood together on the playground, it seemed to clarify everything. Zhang Zihan was not in love with her, but rather with the equally remarkable Chen Ziyu. Like a beautiful dream crumbling, Shui Mengyao felt her world collapse in an instant. She did not wish to lose face before her rival, yet sorrowful tears could not be contained. Why? Shui Mengyao whispered, seemingly asking him why he did not choose her, while also introspectively questioning, am I truly inferior to Chen Ziyu? But did any of it truly matter? No. The outcome was clear. Zhang Zihan's heart belonged not to her, and that was sufficient. At Shui Mengyao's age, love was held in the highest regard, representing the purest form of affection, free from any impurities. Like shattered porcelain, once broken, it remains irreparable. Even if glued back together, the cracks remain glaring, constantly reminding both parties of their divide. A gentle spring breeze caressed Shui Mengyao's face, lifting her hair, revealing a girl who had regained her smile. Yet, the tear streaks at the corners of her eyes betrayed her true feelings. I'm sorry, Zhang Zihan murmured. Shui Mengyao softly chuckled, pointing at Chen Ziyu. It's because of her, I sent it. Don't worry, I will surpass her. No, don't be foolish. I have liked Ziyu since childhood. I don't like you. Please don't be naive, Zhang Zihan replied with difficulty. Although he understood that his words would wound Shui Mengyao's heart, feelings cannot be carelessly promised. Like promises shattered into a million pieces, how many can we truly gather again? In matters of the heart, sometimes, it is best to cut through the confusion decisively. Zhang Zihan did have feelings for Shui Mengyao, but his steadfast commitment was to fulfill his childhood dream. Shui Mengyao was taken aback. She had not anticipated such resolute words from him. This effectively sealed any possibility between them. Guo Ming did not approach. He felt a twinge of discomfort, a sense of unease. He had entertained fantasies about such a beautiful girl as Shui Mengyao. Previously, he thought it impossible. But after experiencing a significant transformation, Guo Ming no longer hesitated. He intended to reveal his strength step by step before Shui Mengyao. However, today's events dealt a heavy blow to him. It turned out that Shui Mengyao already had someone she liked, leaving Guo Ming feeling like a third party intruding on their relationship. This feeling was always somewhat awkward. Contemplating this, Guo Ming turned to leave. The three individuals present bore no connection to him. Thus, remaining there held no significance. Stop! Chen Ziyu's icy voice rang out. Her unexpected interjection startled both Zhang Zihan and Shui Mengyao, who quickly turned to look at Guo Ming, the seemingly unremarkable boy in their eyes. It was known that Chen Ziyu was an exceedingly proud person, only acknowledging those of comparable status or achievements. Guo Ming turned, his gaze calm. What is it? Why were you eavesdropping on our conversation? Chen Ziyu questioned coldly. Guo Ming stared at the frost-like visage of Chen Ziyu, a flicker of anger igniting within him. He turned and walked away. Humph. Chen Ziyu fumed, never having encountered any boy who dared to treat her this way. It was the utmost disrespect toward this celestial beauty. She retrieved a coin from her pocket and flicked it at Guo Ming. Suddenly, Guo Ming felt an intense sense of danger. Human beings possess an innate ability to sense impending threats. Albeit mysterious, it is indeed real. But who was Chen Ziyu? With his mediocre skills, Guo Ming stood no chance against her. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Chen Ziyu's swift action unseen by anyone. Guo Ming felt as if his insides were being torn apart as he struggled to rise, turning to glare at Chen Ziyu. She met his gaze with unwavering disdain, her eyes clearly showing her contempt. In her eyes, she respected only the strong. Everything else was inconsequential. Shui Mengyao hurried over to Guo Ming's side, supporting him and comforting him. What happened just now? Are you all right? Guo Ming, noticing Shui Mengyao's anxious expression, felt warmth in his heart, regardless of everything. She still regarded him as an ordinary friend. Shaking his head, Guo Ming suddenly felt disheartened, realizing that it was hardly worth engaging in a battle of wits with a girl like Chen Ziyu. Though she appeared to be a member of a prestigious family, such individuals often harbored unspoken troubles unknown to outsiders. Their genuine friends were scarce, predominantly consisting of arrogant individuals, leading to a psychological imbalance. Furthermore, the ideologies instilled by their familial elders from a young age left them devoid of freedom and choice, compelled to follow the paths dictated by their predecessors. They resembled marionettes, garnering applause from the outside world while suffering in silence, tragically bereft of liberty. Losing one's freedom was akin to a bird losing its wings. What meaning remained in such an existence? Guo Ming's gaze towards Chen Ziyu shifted peculiarly, a faint smile gracing his lips as if the preceding events had never transpired. He gently addressed Shui Mengyao beside him. Mengyao, perhaps you never truly liked Zhang Zihan. It was merely blind admiration, a fanciful vision of a fairy tale romance. However, do remember this. Fairy tales are but figments of imagination, existing solely in Andersen's fantasies, whereas we reside in the realm of reality. Well, the exam is approaching. I must take my leave. With that, Guo Ming brushed aside Shui Mengyao's hand and walked away. Shui Mengyao stood there, staring blankly in the direction Guo Ming had departed, astonished by his perceptive understanding of her feelings. Guo Ming was partially correct. She was indeed engaged in a comparison with Chen Ziyu. There was an inexplicable change in Guo Ming that left Shui Mengyao feeling disoriented. The boy who once focused solely on brawls after class and skipping lectures had transformed into someone even he could not fathom. Chen Ziyu, too, was taken aback. She had not anticipated Guo Ming to endure in silence and depart with such nonchalance. Once around the corner, Guo Ming quickly crouched down, muttering to himself, "What a ruthless person." It was only after 5 or 6 minutes that he stood up, the pain in his back becoming less pronounced. Now, he truly comprehended the chasm that lay between him and Chen Ziyu. Indeed, the offspring of martial aristocracies were not someone of his ordinary stature could provoke. It seemed he would have to visit the park once more, Guo Ming pondered, hoping to encounter the enigmatic elder from before, even if it meant being thrown into the river again. In the final moments before the examination, Guo Ming entered the examination hall, prompting numerous curious gazes directed towards him. The astonishing feat he had just accomplished left many in doubt. Maintaining a tranquil countenance, he disregarded the expressions of those around him and returned to his seat, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a male student behind him attempted to tap him on the shoulder to inquire about some recent exam questions. However, the elderly instructor, Mr. Wang, unexpectedly arrived early, his gaze fixed intently on Guo Ming, causing the student to hastily retract his hand and sit up straight, not wishing to incur Guo Ming's misfortune. Mr. Wang approached Guo Ming's side, his tone unfriendly as he declared, "Guo Ming, I will be monitoring you closely during the mathematics exam. Let us see how you intend to cheat this time." Guo Ming looked up and shook his head, replying, "That is acceptable, but please do not stand too close, as it may disrupt my concentration." Mr. Wang was infuriated. He perceived this as the utmost disrespect. He could not fathom how Guo Ming could possibly achieve such high marks. And, blinded by preconceived notions, he failed to consider that with constant supervision from a young teacher, there was no one for Guo Ming to copy from. Even if he managed to deceive everyone, who in that classroom could rival his academic prowess? However, 30 minutes later, Mr. Wang's expression transformed into one of shock. The young teacher had initially maintained some distance, but now Mr. Wang was seated right beside him, observing as Guo Ming answered question after question. An hour later, Guo Ming stood, double-checking his name, and calmly stated, "Mr. Wang, please move aside. I am ready to submit my paper." Mr. Wang stood there, stunned, gazing at Guo Ming with disbelief. Had he merely been concealing his abilities, or had he genuinely put in the effort? Having taught mathematics for decades, Mr. Wang quickly calculated that Guo Ming would score 125. Such a score was not merely impressive, it was exceptional. It was clear to him that Guo Ming had not cheated, and his speed in solving problems was astonishing. Mr. Wang was convinced that if nurtured properly, Guo Ming would undoubtedly secure admission to a prestigious school. Yet, he had heard rumors about Guo Ming studying diligently at home. Initially dismissive, today's events made it evident that Guo Ming had indeed matured and worked hard. The former delinquent seemed to have vanished entirely. For reasons unknown, Mr. Wang felt a profound belief that Guo Ming's recent achievements were the fruits of a month of hard work. After all, he had once gone to great lengths to cheat, motivated solely by the fear of disappointing his parents. It was then that Guo Ming grasped his true purpose. Mr. Wang smiled with satisfaction, regardless of the outcome. His student's success was undoubtedly a source of pride. After completing the comprehensive exam, Guo Ming exhaled deeply. The 2-day assessment had finally concluded, and he could finally rest. The relentless study over the past 20 days had taken a toll, even on Guo Ming's resilient constitution. Upon returning to his neighborhood, Aunt Peng immediately inquired, "How did you do, Xiaoming?" "Not too bad," Guo Ming replied with a smile. Aunt Peng was taken aback. In the past, Guo Ming had always been evasive, often resorting to vague excuses when pressed for answers. What had changed today? She had initially intended to ridicule Guo Ming, contrasting his performance with her son's superiority. Hearing Guo Ming's words, she retorted sarcastically, "I hope you don't end up getting a beating from your father. That would be quite embarrassing." "Don't worry about that. You should be more concerned about your son, Jiahao. By my estimation, even his admission to the second-best school is at risk." Guo Ming shot back, turning to enter his home without looking back. Aunt Peng trembled with anger. It was not without reason. Among the children on the street, only Guo Ming and her son Jiahao struggled academically. Consequently, when discussing children's grades, she often used Guo Ming as a benchmark. This is a common human flaw, akin to the mentality of the character Ah Q. "Xiaoming, you're back. How did you fare?" Yuxia emerged from the kitchen, eager to know. "Not too bad," Guo Ming replied nonchalantly. Observing the lack of exuberance on her son's face, Yuxia's heart sank. Perhaps her expectations had been too high. After all, it had only been a few days. Despite his intelligence, how much progress could he have made without adequate preparation? With a sigh, she said, "Wash your hands and come to dinner." "No, Mom, I'd like to go out for a bit. I'll come back for dinner later," Guo Ming replied, setting down his books. "All right, just remember to return early," Yuxia agreed, believing her son needed to clear his mind after what she presumed was a disappointing exam. Returning to the lakeside, Guo Ming walked around for a while, yet he could not find the mysterious elder. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, he reminded himself that the extraordinary memory he had been granted was already an immense blessing. To seek further extraordinary encounters would be akin to grasping at straws. Coming to this realization, he called out to the lake, "Grandfather, I am profoundly grateful for your immense kindness." After uttering these words, Guo Ming mounted his bicycle and rode home. Shortly after he departed, an elder emerged from the shadows. Gazing in the direction Guo Ming had gone, he murmured, "I have already purified your essence. The rest is up to you. This is all I can do for you. If one day you reach the 7 stars, perhaps we may meet again." Yet, was that truly possible? The elder shook his head. The significance of the 7 stars was likely understood only by the martial families. It represented the near impossible. With a self-deprecating smile, the elder looked at the setting sun, coughing violently before murmuring, "Tian-yi, have you also reached the end like this fading sunlight?" No one understood the reason for the elder's laughter, which was filled with a sense of weariness and resignation. Perhaps, as he claimed, he had indeed reached the twilight of his life. Now he merely existed in a state of humble survival. The next day, Guo Ming slept until noon, stretching lazily. Yu Xiao chuckled, finally awake. "By the way, Mengyao came looking for you." "Mengyao?" Guo Ming felt a flicker of curiosity. What could she want? "I'm not sure. When I told her you were sleeping, she left," Yu Xiao responded. Guo Ming nodded and headed to the Shui household. Upon seeing the impressive entrance, he was momentarily taken aback. It had been quite some time since he last visited. In fact, it had been several years. Even during the new year, he had only engaged in revelry with friends, never stopping by to pay his respects. The changing times made him feel somewhat alienated, realizing he had missed out on too many beautiful moments. Shui Mengyao opened the door, momentarily stunned upon seeing Guo Ming before quickly recovering. "Oh, it's you. Come in." The sunlight bathed Shui Mengyao's face, and Guo Ming found himself captivated. The girl before him seemed to don a mystical veil. Her hazel eyes radiated an astonishing allure, while her porcelain-like features exuded breathtaking beauty. Even though Guo Ming was accustomed to her charm, he couldn't help but be entranced. Dressed casually at home, Shui Mengyao wore a low-cut tank top, revealing much of her fair legs. Guo Ming quickly turned his head, fearing an embarrassing reaction. Despite the allure, such matters were best avoided in someone else's home. Shui Mengyao seemed to sense the situation as well, hastily fleeing back into her room, leaving Guo Ming in an awkward position. Fortunately, she soon returned, her cheeks flushed as she softly said, "Come in." Guo Ming nodded lightly, glancing around as he inquired, "Where are uncle and aunt?" "Oh, they are both at work. I'm the only one at home," Shui Mengyao replied softly. She poured a glass of water for Guo Ming and took a seat opposite him. Guo Ming's heart stirred at once, with her parents absent. They were alone in the same room. Naturally, he recalled the implications of a man and a woman being together, and while he was not averse to the idea of something happening, he couldn't help but notice the disdain in Shui Mengyao's gaze. He quickly suppressed his thoughts and frowned, asking, "So, Mengyao, what do you need from me?" Seeing him retract his inappropriate expression, Shui Mengyao silently breathed a sigh of relief. Moments ago, her heart had raced. Guo Ming didn't appear to be a good person, especially recalling Grandpa Zhang's words about the dangers of being alone with someone like him. I want to go to the deep mountains. Can you accompany me?" Shui Mengyao said, immediately regretting her request. This was clearly playing with fire. She was placing her safety entirely in Guo Ming's hands. Although she understood that he wouldn't dare to harm her given their family's relationship. What if he sought to take advantage of her? Such matters surely wouldn't remain unspoken. In truth, Shui Mengyao felt somewhat helpless. She vividly remembered her father's violent coughing fit a few nights ago. She discreetly asked the doctor for any effective home remedies. And the old Chinese physician ultimately mentioned a specific herb, banksia. Banksia is a precious traditional Chinese medicine, both rare and toxic, yet it possesses remarkable cough relief properties. It could be considered a case of using poison to counteract poison. However, banksia was unavailable in pharmacies. It could only be found in the deep mountains. Initially, Shui Mengyao intended to invite other friends, but her circle was limited, and inviting a female companion in such a situation felt inappropriate, leaving her with no choice but to ask a male friend. She had heard there were wild beasts in the mountains, and Guo Ming was known for his fighting prowess, making her feel safer with him around. After much contemplation, Shui Mengyao made her decision. Once she expressed her purpose, Guo Ming fell silent for a moment before stating earnestly, "Describe the characteristics of banksia to me. I can go alone. It's dangerous for a girl like you to venture there." The banksia the old physician referred to was not ordinary. It had to be wild and over 20 years old, a true rarity. In that instant, Shui Mengyao felt a stir within her as she gazed into Guo Ming's steadfast eyes, which shimmered with calmness and purity. Reminiscent of the sacred snow lotus upon the holy peaks, inspiring admiration. After some consideration, she ultimately shook her head, softly replying, "Thank you, but I must go myself." This matter pertained to her family. She was deeply grateful for Guo Ming's willingness to accompany her, but she could not impose the risk of adventure solely upon him. Guo Ming was not someone she could call upon for such matters. She neither had the right nor the reason to request such a sacrifice from him. Guo Ming observed the determination in her brown eyes and nodded slowly, asking, "When shall we set off?" "The sooner, the better," Shui Mengyao responded. Her underlying message clear, "Preferably right now." Guo Ming understood, yet he was not impulsive. He recognized that Shui Mengyao was an idealist, often assuming that good fortune would fall into her lap. Having experienced countless fights, Guo Ming knew that success only favored those who were prepared. First, they needed to choose a location, which was simple enough. There was a primeval forest in their county. Next was timing. It was midday. And even if they rushed to the forest, they would arrive no earlier than 4 or 5 in the afternoon, by which time night would have fallen. Who searches for medicinal herbs in the dead of night? Their county's primeval forest was a protected area, home to ferocious beasts, and they had to consider how to defend against such threats. Then there was the question of where to stay at night. They would certainly need to purchase a tent for outdoor camping, and the mosquitoes in the primeval forest were notoriously fierce. Essential mosquito repellent sprays, along with food, water, a compass, and many other supplies, needed to be prepared. There was simply so much to consider. "I found a bus leaving at 5 tomorrow morning. We can go then," Guo Ming suggested after a moment of thought. Shui Mengyao felt reluctant but eventually nodded, though her expression clearly conveyed her displeasure. Guo Ming smiled, unfazed, and exchanged a few words before departing. As she watched Guo Ming's retreating figure, a hint of disappointment flickered in Shui Mengyao's eyes. It appeared he did not regard her with much importance. Every girl wishes to be the center of attention, and even if she didn't harbor feelings for Guo Ming, she held her pride, hoping he would look to her above all else. However, today she clearly sensed his reluctance, and it felt as though her dignity had been bruised. Upon returning home, Guo Ming immediately retrieved his bank card and informed Yu Xia before heading out. Coming from a wealthy family, his New Year's money amounted to quite a sum, and he seldom spent it. After all these years, it had accumulated to nearly 30,000. He went to the best outdoor supplies store in the county, where a 17 or 18-year-old girl attended the counter. Dressed in camouflage, she exuded a striking presence that caught Guo Ming's eye, and he couldn't help but think how she embodied the allure of her uniform. The girl noticed Guo Ming and cheerfully asked, "What can I help you with, handsome?" Guo Ming looked around, realizing he was alone, and chuckled, "Are you talking about me?" "Of course. Do you think you're not handsome? I can see your charm from a mile away. Come here, let me take a good look at you," she said. Stepping closer, to Guo Ming's astonishment, she pinched his cheek playfully and laughed. "Indeed, you are charming." Witnesses in the store exchanged incredulous glances. How could this be? Some were regular customers accustomed to the girl's usually frosty demeanor, yet today she was acting completely out of character. The two stood very close. Guo Ming, nearing 1.70 meters, could see the fine hairs on her face and the gleeful curve of her lips, causing his heart to race. The girl exuded a captivating aura. Had it been any other girl, such an action would have left him blushing with embarrassment, but her natural charm made it feel as though destiny had brought them together. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, with only the sounds of distant chatter and honking cars fading away, leaving just their breaths intertwined. Guo Ming felt himself slipping into a daze. It was an enchanting sensation, as if his thoughts transcended time and space, soaring into the boundless universe. The mysterious starry river and the radiant Milky Way were all so wondrous. He could not articulate the feelings of this moment to anyone, only sensing that he was wholly absorbed, forgetting everything, his identity, even Shui Mengyao's request. The girl's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic purple hue, and moments later, a fine sheen of perspiration appeared on her forehead. Meanwhile, in a thatched cottage, an elderly man who had once treated Guo Ming suddenly opened his eyes. After a moment of calculation, his expression shifted, and he murmured, "I said I wouldn't care, yet why can I not let go? It seems I truly cannot release my burdens. When shall I truly be free of all this? Alas, let me impart the way of water to him." After speaking, the elder traced a circle in the void, and a beam of purple light shot towards Guo Ming. He then gazed into the distance and spoke softly, "This truly is my last assistance to you. The path ahead, you must traverse on your own. Guo Ming felt himself ascending higher and higher. Losing all awareness of life's myriad joys and sorrows, the tumult of emotion fading away. In that moment, he reveled in a profound sense of freedom. He closed his eyes, wishing he could remain forever lost in this endless void. Jiu Feng, feeling a hint of urgency, realized she had already spent a minute attempting to fully unlock the boy's spiritual world. From the moment Guo Ming arrived, she sensed something unusual about him, an overwhelming aura emanating from his being. Her intention was to absorb the hidden spiritual energy within him to enhance her own cultivation. However, she had not anticipated the formidable strength of his mental prowess, which surpassed that of ordinary individuals. A minute had elapsed, yet she still could not breach all his defenses. Those around them began to notice the anomaly. At that moment, Guo Ming suddenly felt a powerful force pulling him down from the infinite void, the speed of which left him unable to resist. In an instant, his spirit returned to his body, and he opened his eyes to find the girl blushing. Realizing he had unknowingly grasped her hand, ruffling his hair, he chuckled awkwardly. "My apologies. What would you like to purchase?" Jiu Feng smiled gently. Having sensed a trace of danger moments ago, she understood that the boy was surrounded by powerful protectors and dared not entertain any nefarious thoughts. "Please get me a complete set of outdoor gear," Guo Ming said hurriedly, eager to escape the situation. Jiu Feng quickly retrieved the equipment for him. Strapping on the backpack, Guo Ming assessed its weight and inquired, "How much do I owe you?" "Consider it a gift from me, dear brother. Just promise to visit me often." Jiu Feng replied with a cheerful smile. Guo Ming was momentarily taken aback, but nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you very much." He then turned and walked away amid the astonished gazes of onlookers. "Goodness, this lad truly lacks social graces. Can't he recognize a polite gesture?" remarked a customer nearby. Jiu Feng, too, felt a twinge of surprise, an ominous premonition washing over her heart. Guo Ming hailed a taxi, his expression grim as he instructed, "Drive straight ahead." He glanced into the distance, unease creeping over him. Just moments ago, he had gained new insights, including the elder's telepathic communication. How could he remain oblivious to what had transpired? The girl was undeniably a martial artist, and a malevolent one at that. Had it not been for the elder's formidable powers, he might have faced dire consequences. Now aware of the many mysteries surrounding him, Guo Ming was drenched in cold sweat. He vowed never to be arrogant again. Had it not been for years of combat training that bolstered his mental resilience, the outcome could have been catastrophic. All he desired now was a place to hide, to diligently cultivate the gifts bestowed upon him by the elder before re-emerging. Curse it, I've never encountered such formidable beings until now. My luck truly has turned sour. Yet, he recognized the futility of seeking a secluded spot for training. Deep mountains and forests were fraught with dangers, and the safer option lay within the confines of school. For the time being, he resolved to adopt a low profile, no more ostentation, lest he invite calamity. Regret washed over Guo Ming for accompanying Shui Mengyao into the mountains. But he would never relinquish the opportunity to win the favor of a beautiful girl. Thoughts of Shui Mengyao conjured an image of Jiu Feng in his mind, prompting him to shake his head vigorously, banishing her visage. Play with her? What a jest! That's a game of life and death. After purchasing the remaining items, Guo Ming returned home. Upon seeing his son's troubled expression, Yu Xia inquired, "Minger, what is troubling you?" "Nothing, Mom. Tomorrow, my classmates and I are going to explore the eastern forest," he replied, fabricating a small lie, knowing his mother would worry if he mentioned he was going alone with Shui Mengyao. "How many of you are going?" Yu Xia asked, her concern palpable. "Don't worry. We're a group of over 10, Guo Ming assured her. Upon hearing that a large group was involved, Yu Xia nodded. "Just be cautious. I've heard there have been sightings of wolves lately." "Don't worry. We'll take turns keeping watch," Guo Ming chuckled reassuringly. "That's good. Put your things down and tidy up. We're heading to the Jinli Hotel soon," Yu Xia instructed. "The Jinli Hotel? What for?" Guo Ming asked, puzzled. "Who's treating?" "Your uncle is treating. Haven't you all passed your exams?" "It's a family gathering," Yu Xia replied, her expression slightly strained. Although it was termed a gathering, it was more about showcasing achievements. And Guo Ming felt a wave of dread wash over him. He had always been the subject of ridicule at such events, and he anticipated nothing less this time. The Jinli Hotel was the finest three-star establishment in the county. As Guo Ming entered with his mother, he spotted his anxious uncle Guo Zhengzi waiting at the entrance. "What took you so long?" Guo Zhengzi frowned, having waited a considerable time. "A few matters delayed us," Xia smiled, omitting the details about Guo Ming. Come on in. Aya, both Yer and Layer performed admirably on their exams. Minger, keep your comments to a minimum, understood? Guo Jing's tone was stern. The mention of this matter darkened his expression, leaving him unable to retort. The truth was that Guo Ming's past academic performance had been a source of mockery. Lowering his head, Guo Ming followed his parents into the family meeting he had once detested. He had always wished to avoid such gatherings, where he had been the target of scorn from his eldest sister and second brother, memories that haunted him with shame. In his recollections, familial bonds among siblings were scarce, and his uncles had been nothing but cruel, leaving him devoid of trust in them. Yet today was different. He had taken the first step. He was no longer a target for their derision. Guo Ming had opened the long-sealed doors of his memory, and with time, he would surely rise to a level that demanded their respect, dispelling any lingering condescension. A slight smile graced Guo Ming's face as he lifted his head, confidently greeting, "Hello, uncles and aunts. What brings you here so late?" His uncle's tone was unwelcoming. "A few things held me up on the road," Guo Ming interjected. "It seems you've all been waiting for quite a while. Let the dishes be served." "Wait a moment," Guo Jinghui interjected angrily, pointing at Guo Ming. "You've certainly become more insolent in just a month. Is this how you were raised, third brother?" Guo Ming's words had already left the gathering in shock. The Guo family was known for its strict upbringing, and Guo Ming's behavior had undoubtedly transgressed their unspoken rules. Seeing his eldest brother's disapproving gaze, Guo Jingzi was also taken aback and quickly said, "Minger, what is the matter? Apologize to your uncle. What wrong have I done?" Guo Ming replied softly. He pulled out a stool, sitting down with a look of disdain in his eyes as he regarded his uncle. If his previous actions could be deemed an accident, his current stance was nothing short of open defiance. You, Guo Jinghui was filled with rage as he strode over, intent on reprimanding Guo Ming. However, Yu Xia stood her ground, blocking Guo Jinghui's path, her voice icy. "Elder brother, what are you planning to do?" Guo Jinghui halted in his tracks. He could chastise Guo Ming since they were brothers, yet he could not lay a hand on Yu Xia. Politely, she was his sister-in-law. But should she refuse to acknowledge him as her elder brother, he would be nothing in her eyes. "Sister-in-law, this child is simply too unruly. As the elder brother, I must educate him properly." Guo Jinghui's expression shifted, his tone softening. "In the past, I would have remained uninvolved, but now that he is 16, aside from myself and Zhengzi, no one else has the right to discipline him. Otherwise, do not blame me for severing ties." Yu Xia, too, was incensed, recalling the numerous incidents from Guo Ming's childhood. Regardless of whether Guo Ming was at fault, he was always the one blamed in the end. "Do you truly think I am so easy to bully?" "Ah, third sister, you are mistaken. After all, Jinghui is Minger's uncle. How can he lack the right?" Guo Jinghui's wife laughed as she stood, her tone clearly inciting further discord. Witnessing her husband's humiliation, Elshio naturally sided with him. "Indeed, I have only this one precious son, and I cannot bear to lose him." She emphasized the word son with particular weight. Elshio's expression darkened as she glared at Yu Xia, who met her gaze defiantly. The subject of her son had always been a source of pain for Elshio. After giving birth to Yer, she encountered health issues that rendered her unable to conceive again. The continuation of their lineage was vital to their traditional family. An unspoken anguish that Yu Xia had just publicly voiced, igniting within her an impulse to tear Yu Xia apart. "Everyone, please sit down. Today we are celebrating Yer and Layer's achievements. This bickering is most unbecoming," Guo Zhengho interjected, attempting to mediate. Elshio suddenly recalled something, her face brightening. Indeed. Although Yer is a girl, she is exceptionally talented. She should be able to place in the top 20 of her class, right? That is quite an accomplishment for a first-rate school, far better than some aimless children. "This is my family," Guo Ming sighed softly. He had once thought little of his uncle, but now he recognized that his second uncle had his merits as well. Was this mediation? It was clearly adding fuel to the fire, further escalating the conflict. How fortunate he was to have such relatives. Even a fool could discern Elshio's veiled implications. And Yu Xia found herself at a loss for words. Guo Ming stood, pulled out a chair for his mother, then calmly took a seat, gazing at his aunt. "Aunt, may I inquire about the purpose of this family meeting today?" "Naturally, it is to celebrate Yer and Layer," Elshio replied without hesitation. "And what about me?" Guo Ming poured himself a glass of water and took a sip, asking, "You?" Elshio chuckled. Guo Ye and Guo Kuan erupted into laughter, finding his question utterly amusing. Only Guo Jinghui and Guo Zhengho refrained from laughter, their expressions shifting to shock as they regarded their nephew. With their years of business experience, they possessed some ability to read people. At just 16, Guo Ming's calm demeanor was unsettling, uncharacteristic for a youth of his age, who typically wore their emotions on their sleeves. Guo Ming maintained a faint smile, unaware of the reason behind his tranquility. Little did he know, the mysterious elder's teachings on the way of water had subtly influenced his disposition. The way of water was an enigmatic doctrine, one that he still needed to explore. Once he reached the pinnacle of this path, he would attain a state of unity with all things, at which point his heart would be as unyielding as rock, impervious to external influences. Even the most joyous of things can fade, akin to a joke that may elicit laughter for a minute or 10, but cannot sustain it for an entire day. Their mockery eventually subsided, replaced by a foreboding silence. They began to sense that Guo Ming was different. He had changed. Guo Ming rose, hands in his pockets, and spoke softly. Is ridiculing me truly so entertaining? Do you know who I am? I am Guo Ming, your nephew, the younger brother of your and Layer. If you find satisfaction in indulging your twisted desires, then carry on. However, I must state that I hold no affection for you. That has been true since childhood and will remain so. From this day forth, regardless of distance, I no longer require your pity, nor your derision. I shall sever all ties with you. His words left the room in stunned silence. After speaking, Guo Ming merely smiled faintly, then calmly exited. Yuxia looked at her son, pride gleaming in her eyes. Casting a glance around, she scoffed and strode out. Guo Zhengzi also stood, taken aback by the turn of events. He felt no reason to reproach his son for his behavior today. Instead, he harbored a quiet expectation. This is my son. Guo Zhengzi. Zhengzi, look, Guo Jinghui said awkwardly. Not to worry, children may speak out of anger. Perhaps he has suppressed his feelings for too long. You all continue your celebration. I need to return home. Guo Zhengzi suddenly found the atmosphere suffocating. Even the meticulously prepared feast felt devoid of warmth. He preferred a simple meal of noodles with his wife and child, filled with genuine affection and warmth. Guo Jinghui, no fool, recognized the dissatisfaction in Guo Zhengzi's tone. He hurriedly left his seat, grasping Guo Zhengzi's arm. Elder brother, I truly meant no offense. You know my nature, I tend to boast a bit. I never anticipated today's events. Guo Zhengzi felt a shift within himself. He understood that his elder brother was a man who valued face. To suggest that he had ill intentions would be something he could not believe. In times of crisis, it was his elder brother who had withheld wages from workers to support him, nearly costing him his business. What parent does not wish for their children to excel? When mingling with others, boasting is inevitable. Guo Ming's inability to measure up had made him a target of ridicule, a habit that had become ingrained over time. With his elder brother publicly humbled, Guo Zhengzi felt it inappropriate to leave. In the taxi, Guo Ming turned to his mother, Yuxia, and whispered, "Mother, I am sorry." Gently stroking his head, Yuxia replied, "You are my son. There is no need for apologies. It is I who should make amends. I only hope you can grow into your true potential. Only with strength will you command respect from others. Do you understand?" Guo Ming nodded, feeling an urge to share his extraordinary experiences with his mother, but he quickly dismissed the thought. His mother was an ordinary person, and she was currently content. It was best to keep the unknown to himself. Perhaps every mother wishes for her son to be a genius, and based on his current abilities, he could certainly achieve that. For now, it was better to remain a mystery in her eyes. Some truths are better left unspoken. As night fell, the streets were bustling with traffic. Guo Ming gazed at the vibrant world outside, reflecting on the allure of wealth and luxury, knowing that these were not yet within his grasp. Wealth is not the sole pursuit. Power holds equal significance. For Guo Ming, these concerns are trivial. He has come to understand that behind this facade of prosperity lies a far more enigmatic realm, and he possesses the key to unlock it. His current focus is to strive towards pushing open that door. Life is fraught with inevitabilities, despite our desires to evade them. We ultimately discover that many matters in this world are not so easily cast aside. Upon his return, Guo Zhang realized that Guo Ming had already succumbed to slumber, compelling him to temporarily abandon his plans for instruction. Little did he know that Guo Ming was not truly asleep. He was acutely aware of the underlying dynamics. Regardless of their circumstances, they share the same lineage, and the bond of blood cannot be severed. Guo Ming's actions today stemmed from a desire to live with dignity, rather than a complete severance from them. He believes that by the time of their next gathering, past humiliations will dissipate, as his life has already diverged from their anticipated path, heading towards an unknown future. The eventual outcome remains a mystery. Shui Mengyao, on the other hand, found sleep impossible. She had never ventured into the primeval forest, a national nature reserve rumored to be inhabited by wolves, tigers, and leopards, not to mention the white rabbits and elk. The thought of embarking on an adventure filled her with exhilaration. Every young girl harbors a rebellious spirit, and those from refined backgrounds often exhibit this defiance more intensely, as their lives are typically constrained. Had her parents not been away, Shui Mengyao would not have had this opportunity. Surely, she would encounter charming elk. In the wild. Beautiful mushrooms. Life is indeed splendid. Lost in her daydreams, she remained blissfully unaware of the dangers that lurked ahead. Setting her alarm for 4 o'clock, Shui Mengyao turned over, her exquisite eyes gently closing as she drifted into slumber. Moments later, her face broke into a smile, revealing 2 deep dimples. Perhaps she was dreaming of something delightful? Guo Ming secured the door, settled into a cross-legged position, and closed his eyes. The true energy of the water path flowed effortlessly within him, growing stronger with each cycle. This gradual enhancement filled him with elation. He mused that the old man had truly been astute. He himself knew little about meridians, yet now, without effort, the energy of the water path operated within him, albeit at a sluggish pace. Only when he consciously directed the energy did its speed increase tenfold. Guo Ming understood he was playing with fire. Practicing without knowledge of meridians was undeniably perilous. He resolved to study the theory of meridians thoroughly upon his return from the forest. Just because it was unnecessary now did not imply it would remain so in the future. Preparation was never a folly. At 4 o'clock, the alarm chimed, prompting Guo Ming to conclude his practice and exhale slowly, feeling invigorated. A smile graced his face as he realized he was at least twice as powerful as before. He wondered where this method of cultivation might ultimately lead him. Unknown to him, his rapid progress was a result of his initial practice. Akin to the effects of a spiritual elixir, the first dosage yields remarkable results, yet subsequent attempts may diminish in efficacy. As he opened the window, the world outside sparkled with stars, and a few early risers selling breakfast were scattered along the streets. In essence, few people were awake at this hour, unless compelled by extraordinary circumstances or sheer folly. Guo Ming clearly belonged to the former group. The lamp across the room flickered to life, and Guo Ming called out, "Little lazy pig, time to rise." Shui Mengyao, clad in slippers, yawned and opened the window, playfully shaking her small fist at Guo Ming while scolding. "Are you looking for trouble?" "Only if you're willing," Guo Ming teased in return. A flush crept over Shui Mengyao's cheeks as she turned away. "Hurry up. If we miss the first bus, we'll be waiting for hours." To Guo Ming's delight, she wasn't upset. He had felt a twinge of anxiety earlier. Yet her lack of anger suggested she regarded him at least as a good friend, a sign of progress. He watched her retreating figure, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. Girls like Shui Mengyao were exceptional, far beyond what he once thought attainable, yet circumstances had changed. He had developed a certain strength that now allowed him to pursue her. Noticing Guo Ming with a large backpack, Shui Mengyao inquired, "What are you carrying?" "Don't ask. You'll find out soon enough," Guo Ming chuckled. Neither pressed the matter further as they walked together toward the bus station. Guo Ming glanced at Shui Mengyao, shaking his head inwardly at her obliviousness. She carried only a small bag, likely containing a few bottles of water and some compressed biscuits, not exactly supplies for a medicinal expedition, but rather a casual outing. "Hey, you shook your head at me 3 times just now. What is bothering you?" Shui Mengyao halted and said, clearing his throat. Guo Ming considered it necessary to provide her with a lesson on safety. The primeval forest is no ordinary place. Whether one can exit is a serious question. You should acquire a GPS device. Compasses are outdated and can only offer a vague sense of direction among the trees. If you get lost, relying on a compass would be akin to gambling. He continued, "There are said to be venomous snakes there, while they are rare in the north. What if you encountered one? Who would come to your aid then? You'll need essential medications as well." Guo Ming shook his head, lamenting the fearlessness of the ignorant. His words caused Shui Mengyao to lower her gaze. She now realized her lack of experience in the world. It dawned on her that his reluctance to accompany her yesterday stemmed from these concerns. Glancing at the bulky bag on his back, she understood he had prepared these items with her safety in mind. Yet, she soon thought of something else and playfully pinched Guo Ming. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, hastily dodging. "What was that for?" "Humph. I'm a girl. I shouldn't have to think about these things, Shui Mengyao replied with a playful smile, teasing him for his earlier earnestness. Guo Ming wanted to protest that his manhood was not for her to judge, but recognizing the futility of arguing with a girl, he chose silence. Truth is often in the hands of the few, and in society, it invariably rests with women. Guo Ming opted against needless resistance, as the outcome would only leave him with more bruises. Although the thought of Shui Mengyao taking advantage of him seemed thrilling, he ultimately decided it was not worth the trouble. Time was ample, and by the time they reached the bus station, only a handful of passengers occupied the bus. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, glanced at Guo Ming's backpack, his expression shifting slightly as he cautiously inquired, "You two aren't heading to the primeval forest, are you?" Noticing the driver's apprehension, Guo Ming felt a stir of concern, while Shui Mengyao nodded affirmatively. "Did you not see the news a few days ago?" The driver urged, his tone anxious. "What happened?" Shui Mengyao asked, intrigued. "A week ago, 3 boys around your age ventured into the primeval forest and were brutally murdered. When the police discovered their bodies, even they were compelled to vomit. The scene was horrific. Their chests were ripped open, and their intestines lay strewn about." Shui Mengyao suppressed the urge to vomit and hurriedly interjected, "Uncle, please stop." Guo Ming also felt a wave of nausea, but he managed to hold it back and continued to inquire. "And then?" The driver smiled apologetically and replied, "It is said that a large number of armed police were dispatched to search for them. Initially, it was thought to be a wild beast. But that suspicion was soon dismissed, as there were no traces of any animals in the vicinity. The Criminal Investigation Department was involved, yet they ultimately found no fingerprints of any individuals. This unusual case was reported to the provincial office, and the outcome remains uncertain. Therefore, I advise you both not to go." The two exchanged glances, falling into silence. Guo Ming's mind raced. In the past, he might have felt compelled to go without hesitation. But now, aware of the unknown lurking ahead, he realized that his courage was waning. Regarding this peculiar case, he suspected it might not be human-related. It was highly likely the work of forest spirits, and with his current capabilities, it would be tantamount to courting death. Shui Mengyao stole a glance at Guo Ming, noticing the fluctuations of his expression, which stirred a sense of unease within her. She had always been timid, and if Guo Ming backed out, she would certainly not dare to proceed. It was no wonder that when she mentioned this matter to Zhang Zihan, his tone changed immediately, and he refused so swiftly. He had evidently known about it all along, but refrained from stating it outright, fearing Shui Mengyao would look down upon him. "Guo Ming, I wish to know your decision," Shui Mengyao stated earnestly, fixing her gaze upon him. Under normal circumstances, Guo Ming would have unhesitatingly declined, but upon meeting Shui Mengyao's hopeful gaze, he felt his resolve soften. Seeing his expression, Shui Mengyao smiled faintly, confident that he would not refuse her. After all, what could she rely on? Merely her appearance. This was Shui Mengyao's confidence. Yet today, she was gravely mistaken. Guo Ming was indeed that kind of person, but if there were any danger to life, he would wisely choose to retreat. Just as he was about to agree, Guo Ming suddenly felt a tremor in his mind, his expression changing drastically. He quickly shook his head and said, "Mengyao, since your uncle mentioned the danger, we should not go. I have no objections, but if you were to get hurt, I could not bear the responsibility." Just moments ago, Guo Ming's intuition had alerted him. This was a fundamental human instinct. Having cultivated the way of water, his instinct was now heightened. Shui Mengyao's smile froze in an instant. Disbelief etched across her face as she stared at Guo Ming, seemingly trying to discern his true thoughts. However, she soon realized her mistake. Guo Ming and Appo's eyes were calm as water, devoid of any ripples. It dawned on her that she had been projecting her own feelings all along. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not fathom the sorrow concealed within Guo Ming's depths. He did not wish to see her sad or unhappy. Yet he felt utterly powerless regarding this matter. "Do you not understand? I am not going for leisure. I merely wish to honor my parents," Shui Mengyao murmured softly. This was tantamount to a veiled plea. Guo Ming pondered for a moment before replying quietly, "I have a foreboding that there is immense peril there. If we go, we may not return." "You wouldn't be referring to your sixth sense, would you?" Shui Mengyao scoffed, unable to believe such mystical notions. Students raised under the red flag rarely put stock in such things. Guo Ming sighed. Some matters defied explanation, and he had no intention of revealing his supernatural abilities to Shui Mengyao. When Tian Yi left a decree within him, he had also left behind a strand of true essence, something he had used to save his life. After much contemplation, Guo Ming reluctantly said, "All right, let us go." Shui Mengyao observed Guo Ming's unwilling expression, a knot forming in her heart. She felt an urge to push him away and declare, "I do not require your pity. I can manage on my own." Yet, she was no longer a child. Guo Ming's earlier words had indeed frightened her, and if he truly refused to accompany her, this young lady would genuinely not dare to proceed. The driver, noticing their resolute decision, refrained from further persuasion, merely urging them to be cautious. Once back in the car, Guo Ming closed his eyes to meditate, while Shui Mengyao pouted, her eyes nearly sparking with indignation. She thought, "What a sour expression. Who are you trying to impress?" With that thought, she resolved that once this matter concluded, they would part ways, and she would not need such a friend. Little did she know that Guo Ming was secretly refining his abilities. What Guo Ming lacked at this moment was time. Given enough time, he believed he would fear no one. The primordial forest had already sounded the alarm, indicating unimaginable dangers lay ahead. Even the slightest increase in strength would bolster his chances of survival. 5 hours later, the pair arrived at the primordial forest. It was now late spring, and the entire forest burst with life. Towering trees reached heights of dozens of meters, while smaller saplings stood several meters tall. The ground was blanketed in lush grass, with sporadic mushrooms peeking out from the tree edges. The sounds of chirping birds and the calls of unknown creatures vividly illustrated the essence of the wilderness. Guo Ming. Shui Mengyao walked slowly into the forest, stepping on the thick grass. The air here was undeniably far superior to that of the town. Shui Mengyao spread her arms wide, inhaling deeply the fresh oxygen, and said softly, "This is the essence of nature. I beg to differ. I sense an eerie atmosphere here, as if something unclean lurks about." Guo Ming chuckled. "Be quiet." Shui Mengyao quickly retorted, "Do not frighten me like that." After Guo Ming's remark, Shui Mengyao suddenly felt an unsettling chill around her, as if unseen monsters were lurking, ready to pounce. She instinctively moved closer to Guo Ming, cautiously scanning the surroundings, fearful that a ghost might suddenly emerge. Guo Ming, however, did indeed perceive the sinister aura, and he detected the presence of spirits nearby. Previously, he had been unable to see them, but now, with his true essence enveloping him, even if it was but a meager strand, it was sufficient to detect these anomalies. The world of the living was always populated by wandering spirits. They could do nothing against those with strong life forces, yet they easily invaded the weak. Guo Ming had not anticipated encountering these wandering spirits here. And if this was merely the periphery, how powerful might the spirits deeper within the forest be? He felt an urge to weep, fearing that his first grand display of prowess might be thwarted before it even began. "What is wrong?" Shui Mengyao asked, noticing Guo Ming's changing complexion. Guo Ming scrutinized her for a moment before solemnly stating, "Mengyao, I must tell you something." "Go ahead, I am listening," Shui Mengyao replied, her heart tightening. "I am not an ordinary person. How should I put this? You can think of me as a Taoist. Just now, I used my spiritual sight and saw that there are many spirits nearby." Guo Ming decided to reveal the truth to Shui Mengyao, as it concerned their lives. Shui Mengyao's eyes widened in astonishment as she pointed at Guo Ming, exclaiming, "You are a spirit-slaying Taoist." Guo Ming puffed out his chest, pride radiating from his face. "Haha." Shui Mengyao erupted into laughter, bending over in amusement. She could hardly believe Guo Ming would make such a joke at this moment. Suddenly, Guo Ming sensed the chilling atmosphere intensifying around them, rendering his body rigid. A shadow darted toward them, transforming into a figure that struck Shui Mengyao before darting away. Shui Mengyao had just felt a cold shiver run through her body, and she was taken aback, her chest having been touched by an unseen hand. Thankfully, that icy sensation vanished in an instant. She stared incredulously at Guo Ming, who was gazing into the distance, and exclaimed in exasperation, "What did you do just now?" Guo Ming struggled to move his neck, his expression grim as he replied, "Mengyao, I regret it now. Do not divert the topic. Tell me what you just did to me." Shui Mengyao exclaimed in fury. Just moments ago, she had felt a disturbing sensation fluttering within her heart, an indescribable discomfort that left her utterly unsettled. Moreover, she felt as if she had been inexplicably wronged, which ignited her wrath to its peak. "What can I say?" Guo Ming lamented, having realized that the ghostly presence they encountered was nothing short of a lecher. "How dare it take advantage of my woman? Does it think me easy to provoke?" Guo Ming pointed at the spectral figure, cursing, "Are you seeking death? How dare you lay a hand on my girlfriend?" Shui Mengyao paused, momentarily taken aback, then scoffed, "You truly know how to act." Go on, I'm watching. My lady, do you think I have the leisure to jest with you? I have warned you that this place is fraught with danger. The chill you felt was merely the ghost's touch, a primal response from your body. The ghost was taken aback, shocked that Guo Ming could see through its concealment. It had merely assumed Guo Ming was a strong individual, but now it realized it had misjudged the situation. Shui Mengyao gritted her teeth in anger. How dare you, Guo Ming? Now you resort to supernatural tricks to frighten me? You truly possess talent, don't you? Guo Ming smiled wryly, my lady. Do you truly think I am like that? Indeed not. Guo Ming sighed in relief. Because you are inherently so, Shui Mengyao retorted furiously. As a woman of traditional values, she wished to offer everything to her first man. The sanctity of her being had been inexplicably violated by Guo Ming, and her fury was palpable. In a fit of rage, Shui Mengyao struck Guo Ming squarely on the nose. Guo Ming, still reeling from her provocation, could only react when he felt a sudden thud in his forehead, followed by darkness enveloping him. He touched his throbbing nose and felt warm blood trickling down. Upon inspection, he was infuriated to find it was a vibrant red, pure and untainted. The unfairness of it all left him feeling deeply frustrated. Had he been the one to gain from the situation, perhaps the punch would have been warranted, but he had done nothing to deserve this misfortune. Guo Ming had not intended to come here, and now he saw the flames of fury almost erupting from Shui Mengyao's eyes. After striking him, Shui Mengyao felt a pang of regret and wished to apologize, but upon seeing Guo Ming's expression, her anger reignited. You lecher! How dare you take advantage of me and then refuse to admit it? Come forth if you wish to take advantage again. Shui Mengyao shouted. No wonder Grandfather Zhang called you a scoundrel. A wave of sorrow washed over Guo Ming as he gazed into Shui Mengyao's eyes, filled with disappointment. In that moment, he felt that nothing held meaning anymore. Love, beauty, all were insignificant against the scorn of the world. Indeed, he had become a rogue. Was he destined to be one forever? The ancient proverb, pointed at by thousands, one dies without a cause, echoed in his mind, and he felt the truth of it resonate. The light in Guo Ming's eyes dimmed as he murmured, perhaps you are right. I am but a petty rogue. Now, this petty rogue is weary and wishes to return home. If you wish to continue this pursuit, I shall not accompany you. Unbeknownst to Shui Mengyao, her words had irrevocably widened the chasm between them. Watching Guo Ming walk away without a glance back, she stamped her foot in frustration and turned to ascend the mountain. Gambling on his return, she did not believe he would truly abandon her, yet she was gravely mistaken, a mistake so profound it nearly cost her life. Guo Ming returned home in a daze, locking the door behind him and sitting in contemplation. Shui Mengyao's words had struck him deeply, leaving him in turmoil. Reflecting on the ancient text, he pondered whether water, gentle and yielding, is misunderstood by the world, quietly contributing without recognition, or if it exists in solitude, its merits unacknowledged. After a thoughtful moment, Guo Ming rose and began to peruse ancient texts, immersing himself in understanding before embarking on his own cultivation. Meanwhile, Shui Mengyao trod upon the verdant grass, meticulously searching for medicinal herbs. However, after an extensive search, she found nothing. A nagging feeling crept over her, as if someone was following her, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. You still cannot let go of me? Very well, I forgive you this time. Hours passed, and as dusk fell, the once familiar forest took on an eerie demeanor, strange sounds echoing around her, sending shivers down her spine. She could no longer maintain her composure and turned to look, but Guo Ming was nowhere in sight. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and she called out, Guo Ming, come out. After a minute of silence, her face paled as she realized he did not respond. Panicking, she called again, Guo Ming, please come out. I forgive you. Don't scare me. 5 minutes later, Shui Mengyao felt a chill envelop her. It dawned on her that Guo Ming was absent. Who then? Was it that she had sensed? Cold sweat dripped down her pale face as piercing screams echoed through the forest. Agonizing cries that seemed to emanate from the depths of despair, mingled with the wails of children. In that moment, Shui Mengyao believed every word of the supernatural. In the depths of a primal forest, how could such unnatural sounds exist? Despair consumed her as she realized she had lost her way. Without distinctive markers or a strong sense of direction, one could easily become ensnared in such wilderness. Now gripped by fear and regret, she wondered if her slap had driven Guo Ming away. The driver had cautioned them against venturing here. It was her words that had led to Guo Ming's peril. And now, here she was, alone in this vast, primal forest. Shui Mengyao struggled to breathe. feeling as if shadows of countless spirits were seeking her fragile life. The atmosphere thickened, suffocating her, when suddenly, an unimaginable sight unfolded before her. The very space around her rippled, and from it emerged a figure exuding a chilling aura of death, a man with an eerie blue complexion and eyes glowing with a sinister red light, hovering in midair, cackling maniacally. In that instant, the last of Shui Mengyao's defenses crumbled, and she screamed, collapsing into unconsciousness. The lecherous ghost laughed heartily, savoring the prospect of such a beautiful woman, and slowly approached Shui Mengyao, reaching out with trembling fingers. Suddenly, time froze, and a look of terror crossed his face. Meanwhile, Guo Ming had not even considered checking his academic results, preferring the confines of his home. He spent his days studying and cultivating. Mr. Li, Guo Ming's homeroom teacher, examined the report card in his hands, his gaze lingering on one particular name, confirming that he was not dreaming. The once petty rogue had remarkably ascended to the top 15 in the class, a leap so astonishing that it left him speechless. Initially skeptical, he sought out Mr. Wang, the invigilator, who assured him that Guo Ming had not cheated. Thus, there was only one conclusion. He had truly improved, rising from the 50th to the 15th position. While such progress might have been plausible at the beginning of the academic year, now, on the cusp of graduation, such a leap was indeed worthy of contemplation. Mr. Li reflected on this mischievous student and ultimately determined that he had made significant strides during the 20 days spent at home. Could it be that he possesses a unique method of learning? Upon this thought, Teacher Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Guo Ming were to promote such a notion within the class, it would undoubtedly elevate his year-end bonus to unprecedented heights, perhaps even positioning him as a contender for the head of the grade. Today was the day the teacher would announce the results, and all the students, save for Guo Ming, were present. Shui Mengyao appeared somewhat unwell. Her mind was still in disarray. The events of the past few days haunted her, sending shivers down her spine, a nightmare she found hard to forget. She had never anticipated encountering such unfathomable occurrences, watching as her beliefs crumbled before reality. She was convinced that if anyone were to claim there were no ghosts in this world, she would insist on bringing them to witness the truth. Of course, this was merely her self-deprecating thought at that moment. Everything hinged on her ability to escape first. Suddenly, she felt a warmth emanating from the Buddha statue around her neck, followed by an unbearable shriek. In that moment, she witnessed an unforgettable scene. The lascivious spirit disintegrated into ashes, its fingers barely a foot away from her body. Shui Mengyao seemed to recall something, pulling the Buddha statue from around her neck. It was a gift from an elderly monk at Wutai Mountain, and she had worn it for 5 or 6 years. Upon closer inspection, a faint stream coursed through it, though she could not discern its nature. Feeling the jade Buddha's warmth, she was filled with joy, clutching it tightly and rushing towards the exit. Perhaps heaven was favoring her. Remarkably, she did not lose her way and found the path home. Only after she boarded a taxi did she feel a wave of dread wash over her. Had it not been for the jade Buddha, she might have faced dire consequences. Shui Mengyao resolved to express her gratitude to that enlightened monk once her midterm exams concluded. She also entertained the idea of learning some spells. In the past, she had dismissed such things, but now, having witnessed the supernatural and narrowly escaping, she yearned to master some unconventional knowledge. Yet, at night, the image of that lascivious specter haunted her, subjecting her to relentless nightmares and leaving her mentally exhausted. Turning around, she noticed the empty seat, a clear indication that Guo Ming had not arrived. Thinking of Guo Ming, Shui Mengyao felt a spark of curiosity. Considering his circumstances from that day, she began to suspect that perhaps he possessed some hidden knowledge. Otherwise, how could he perceive the spirit that was invisible to her? There was certainly something peculiar about him, but regrettably, she had not encountered him in the past few days. Determined, she decided to visit Guo Ming and Apos' home that evening to seek clarity. Teacher Li cleared his throat and announced, "Today, I will reveal the results." Instantly, everyone perked up. No one was indifferent to their scores, not even Shui Mengyao. First place, Shui Mengyao, 705 points, Teacher Li proclaimed joyfully. Shui Mengyao had always been his pride, and as he announced her score, his tone brimmed with pride. The entire class gasped, considering the total score was 750 points. Achieving 700 signified that Shui Mengyao had reached an exceptional standard. Wow, 705. Some classmates exclaimed in disbelief. Was such a score attainable by mere mortals? The students gazed at Shui Mengyao with a mix of envy and jealousy. Shui Mengyao herself was taken aback by her score. She had consistently hovered around the 690 mark and never imagined she would surpass to 705 today. This was a significant improvement for her, especially since reaching a certain level made further advancements exceedingly challenging. Her breakthrough past 700 could be likened to entering a new realm. Seeing her classmates look at her with admiration, Teacher Li solemnly remarked, "Mengyao, while I am thrilled with your achievement, you must not become complacent. You must strive to reach even greater heights. This time, your score placed you second in the entire school. I know you have been comparing yourself to Zhang Zihan and Chen Ziyu. Congratulations, you have surpassed Chen Ziyu, who scored 701, yet Zhang Zihan scored 709. So you cannot afford to slack off." "I understand," Shui Mengyao nodded. "Good," Teacher Li affirmed, then continued, "Zhang Kai, 680. The classmates realized the truth. Indeed, the three of them were in a league of their own, far exceeding the rest. Zhang Kai, the class monitor, could only smile wryly. Despite his commendable score, he felt like a mere clown compared to Shui Mengyao, utterly overshadowed. The subsequent scores elicited little reaction from the students, as the results were largely unchanged. In fact, any improvement was merely a matter of 2 or 3 places, a fluctuation well within the students' expectations. As Teacher Li scanned the next names, a smile crept onto his lips, confident that he would ignite a wave of excitement within the class. 15th place, Guo Ming, 610 points, he announced softly, then paused. The students were momentarily stunned. Guo Ming, this name sounded familiar. 15th place? What? The class fell into an eerie silence, their gazes fixed on their homeroom teacher with expressions of disbelief and confusion. Shui Mengyao was equally taken aback. How could his score have improved so dramatically? It seemed impossible. Teacher Li recognized that the students awaited an explanation. Clearing his throat, he stated, "I can assure you that Guo Ming did not cheat. This is entirely his own achievement. To rise from 50 to 15 in just over 20 days is a testament to his capabilities." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. You all know how Guo Ming performed previously. In 20 days, such rapid progress. If he can do it, why can't you? Silence enveloped the room. But Teacher Li perceived the spark of determination in their eyes. No one would openly admit to their shortcomings, yet he aimed to inspire their ambition. He believed that with 2 months remaining, if everyone dedicated themselves to their studies, even modest improvements could yield significant benefits for both themselves and him. He had already resolved to conduct a home visit the following day. He simply could not believe that Guo Ming had achieved such rapid advancement solely through his own efforts. He must possess some extraordinary method of learning that he needed to uncover. Teacher Li concluded, announcing the student scores with a sigh. "There are 2 months left for you to showcase your true potential. The estimated score for the first high school is 640, meaning the top 8 in our class have a chance to gain admission." Instantly, the class cast envious glances at the top 8, confident that barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would secure spots at the prestigious institution. The first high school was the dream of every child in Linzi County. Gaining admission was akin to stepping onto the threshold of university life. "Teacher, what about the second high school score?" a brave student inquired. "The score for the second high school is 580, Teacher Li candidly replied. "This means that the top 25 students in our class have a chance to be admitted to the second high school." He sought to motivate those ranked lower, assuring them that with effort, they too could reach the threshold of the second high school. The classroom erupted with murmurs, mainly among the average or below-average students, who were taken aback by the high admission standards of the second high school. Their hopes began to dim. Such is the harsh reality of education. In a class of 70 to 80 students, only a handful would gain admission to the first or second high school. Observing the disappointment etched on their faces, Teacher Li chuckled. "What is this? Are you discouraged? Have you considered Guo Ming? What position is he in now?" Several downcast students immediately lifted their heads. Indeed, he had once ranked 50, and in just over 20 days, he had reached a level that commanded attention. Was he truly superior to them? It is inconceivable. That little rascal is certainly no match for oneself. Some disheartened students were brimming with a vigorous fighting spirit. Teacher Li nodded in satisfaction and promptly announced the commencement of self-study. Shui Mengyao had been preoccupied with thoughts of Guo Ming, as if he had transformed entirely since the day of his misfortune. Sighing, she pondered whether he would be receptive to her if she sought him out. With such sentiments weighing on her heart, Shui Mengyao hesitated repeatedly before finally knocking on Guo Ming's door. Yu Xia opened the door and, upon seeing Shui Mengyao, expressed her confusion. Ah, it's Mengyao. What brings you here? It was no wonder she was puzzled. Although Shui Mengyao was her neighbor, she was typically a sheltered young lady who seldom ventured beyond her home. It was now past 9 in the evening, making her visit all the more surprising. Shui Mengyao soon realized she had no excuse for her presence and thought to herself, "Oh, the results were announced today. Why didn't Guo Ming come? How did he do? Has he made any progress?" Yu Xia inquired eagerly. The moment she heard this, her excitement surged. She had closely observed her son's efforts over the past few days, and if there were no signs of improvement, it would be a blow to him and to herself as well. What mother does not wish for her son to achieve great heights? She had once boldly declared that her son would undoubtedly be admitted to the second high school. If Guo Ming showed no progress, how could she hold her head high in front of her relatives? It's not just a little progress. Guo Ming scored 610 points. Ranking 15th in his class, Shui Mengyao replied with a smile. What? Yu Xia exclaimed in shock. She had anticipated some improvement, but never expected him to achieve such heights. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed towards Guo Ming's room, momentarily forgetting to acknowledge Shui Mengyao. Shui Mengyao shook her head and quickly followed. Yu Xia excitedly burst into the room, declaring, "Guo Ming, Mom has some good news for you." Guo Ming's expression darkened. He had been engrossed in his studies and sensed his mother rushing towards his room. Realizing something significant was occurring, he had even forgotten to lock the door, hastily gathering himself as Yu Xia entered. Noticing her son's displeasure, Yu Xia chuckled, "Apologies. I got a bit carried away today. Mom, I'm studying. Please don't just enter my room," Guo Ming replied. "Of course. I understand now the fruits of your hard work," Yu Xia responded, fully supportive of her son's endeavors. At that moment, Shui Mengyao entered and noticed Guo Ming's peculiar expression. Guo Ming, equally puzzled, asked, "What brings you here?" His tone was not harsh, but neither was it welcoming. Recalling her previous encounter on the mountain, Shui Mengyao felt a surge of sorrow and retorted, "Are you still angry with me? I admit I was wrong, but was it right for you to abandon me in the wilderness? Do you know what I faced after you left?" The mere thought of that ghostly figure brought her to tears. Yu Xia was taken aback, quickly piecing together the situation. First, her son had deceived her. He had not gone out with some boys as he claimed, but had accompanied Shui Mengyao. Next, it seemed there had been a misunderstanding between them in the forest, leading to Guo Ming's abrupt departure. Had they begun to develop feelings for one another? Yu Xia's gaze turned curious as she observed her son. Unlike some parents who were rigid and traditional, she believed that dating was acceptable, provided the girl was suitable and did not hinder their studies. If Shui Mengyao truly had feelings for Guo Ming, Yu Xia would wholeheartedly approve. Their family backgrounds were comparable, with her husband managing a company and Shui Mengyao's father serving as the deputy county mayor. They were well matched. Furthermore, she had watched Shui Mengyao grow up. She would be an exceptional daughter-in-law. Looking at her son, she seemed to convey, "You've done well." Guo Ming understood the implication in his mother's eyes, but regret washed over him. Indeed, Shui Mengyao had insulted him, yet was it right to abandon her? That place was filled with countless restless spirits. Leaving a young girl to confront such horrors alone was inexcusable. Overwhelmed with remorse, Guo Ming felt an urge to apologize but struggled to articulate it. Yu Xia glanced at her son, then blinked, moving closer to Shui Mengyao and enveloping her in a comforting embrace. "Mengyao, don't cry. Auntie will take charge. This boy was utterly wrong to leave you alone in such a place. Just wait. Auntie will seek justice for you." With that, she released Shui Mengyao and brandished a broom at Guo Ming, who stood frozen, oblivious to the unspoken warning in his mother's eyes. The broom came down with a loud thud on Guo Ming's back. Shui Mengyao felt the impact keenly and rushed to restrain Yu Xia, exclaiming, "Auntie, please don't." After striking Guo Ming, Yu Xia felt a pang of sympathy but soon relaxed when she saw him seemingly unaffected. "No, today Auntie must stand up for you. Let me go. I must give this little rascal a proper lesson." "Wait," Guo Ming cried out. As both paused, Guo Ming approached Shui Mengyao, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "Mengyao, I'm so sorry. The other day, I was in the wrong. I've reflected deeply over the past few days. It was a grave mistake to leave you behind. The reason I didn't go to school was that I couldn't bear to face you." Both Yu Xia and Shui Mengyao were taken aback, observing Guo Ming's profound sorrow. They were reminded of the saying that men seldom shed tears. Yet, Guo Ming's tears flowed freely, evoking deep sympathy. Shui Mengyao, with her tender heart, softly replied, "I was also at fault that day, I no longer hold it against you. Really? Guo Ming asked, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yes, Shui Mengyao affirmed with a nod. That is wonderful, Guo Ming exclaimed joyfully, his tears vanishing as quickly as they had appeared. In mere moments, he returned to his usual self, devoid of any trace of sorrow. Shui Mengyao and Yu Xia exchanged astonished glances. Guo Ming thought to himself, this method of manipulating the tears is indeed remarkable. Who would have thought it could be so easily controlled? Realizing Shui Mengyao was now aware of his deception, she felt a mix of anger and frustration. Ultimately choosing to turn away, Yu Xia exchanged a knowing glance with her son, who nodded and hurried after Shui Mengyao. Although she initially ignored him, her pace unconsciously slowed. Guo Ming smiled and walked alongside her toward a nearby park. Shui Mengyao stole a glance at him, though he was not conventionally handsome. He carried himself with an air of distinction. His expression was calm, as if nothing could disturb his composure. He had indeed changed significantly. Seeing Guo Ming's tranquil demeanor ignited a flicker of irritation within Shui Mengyao. She was certain that if she did not speak first, he would remain silent forever. Stopping in her tracks, she asked softly, "Do you know what rank you achieved this time?" "Rank? How many?" Guo Ming, too, halted, his eyes clear and untroubled. Shui Mengyao scrutinized the depths of his gaze and was shocked to find not a trace of curiosity. How could this be? Even though she was accustomed to being first, she still felt a surge of excitement whenever results were announced. Guo Ming's demeanor was decidedly abnormal, as if he had already known his score. Did someone inform him beforehand? That seemed unlikely. Otherwise, Yu Xia would not have reacted so excitedly upon learning of his results, indicating that Guo Ming had been unaware of his score until now. She developed a profound interest in Guo Ming's transformation for the first time. The fact that he could see the spectral presence just a couple of days prior indicated his extraordinary nature. Could it be that Guo Ming had encountered a legendary immortal? "You ranked 15th with a score of 610, Shui Mengyao softly remarked. Guo Ming responded with an "oh," a flicker of gratification briefly illuminating his eyes before it vanished. Shui Mengyao gazed towards the primordial forest, her tone heavy with inquiry. "Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? How were you able to see the spectral presence the other day?" Guo Ming retrieved a jade guanyin from around his neck and explained. "This was given to me by a sorcerer back in the day, claiming it could ward off evil. That day, for reasons unknown, I suddenly saw that spectral figure." Stepping closer, Shui Mengyao reached out to touch it, but Guo Ming hastily dodged, exclaiming, "You must not touch it, otherwise it will lose its protective function." "Why?" she asked, perplexed. "Do you not know that males are associated with yang and females with yin? This jade talisman has accumulated yang energy from being with me for so long. If you touch it, it could adversely affect its properties," Guo Ming explained with a smile. Shui Mengyao paused, nodding in comprehension as she recalled this notion. Once, she might have dismissed it with a laugh, but now, she believed it wholeheartedly. Gently brushing her fingers against the jade talisman at her neck, she thought that without it, she might have perished long ago. "Well, it's getting late. We should head back," Guo Ming stated, glancing at the sky. Shui Mengyao nodded, though she looked at him with words unspoken, eventually letting out a soft sigh without voicing her thoughts. She trusted that even if she did ask, Guo Ming would not provide a definitive answer. The next day, Teacher Li indeed visited, seeking guidance on study methods. Guo Ming said nothing and led the homeroom teacher to his room. Upon seeing the piles of papers, Teacher Li's understanding shifted in an instant, his gaze towards Guo Ming altering. Now everything was clear. Guo Ming was a genius, entirely self-taught. In just over 20 days, he had achieved such a level. If he continued for another 2 months, one could only imagine how far he would progress. Previously skeptical of the existence of geniuses, he now believed. For Guo Ming was indeed a miracle. In the blink of an eye, another 20 days passed. Guo Ming sat cross-legged on his bed, a wisp of white mist floating above his head. After 5 minutes, the mist was absorbed into his body, and he inhaled deeply, brilliant light radiating from his eyes. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he lightly lifted off the bed. "At last, I have completely absorbed my master's essence," Guo Ming mused. "I have reached the first level now, and it seems further cultivation alone will not suffice." His rapid advancement in mastering the path of water was largely due to the trace of essence left within him by the elder. Although he absorbed it directly, it still took him over 20 days, highlighting the gap between him and the elder. Stretching languidly, Guo Ming opened the sealed window. It was past 5 now, and the lamp across the street flickered on, where Shui Mengyao was diligently memorizing vocabulary. He chose not to disturb her, stepping outside to head downstairs. Yu Xia had become accustomed to her son's mysterious nature and cheerfully said, "Come, dinner is almost ready. You can take a stroll and return shortly." Guo Ming nodded. Observing that the streets were sparsely populated, with most pedestrians being elderly and the young few and far between, he leaped and began to run swiftly, quickly overtaking a girl clad in sportswear. The girl was a sophomore from the first high school, a member of the athletics team, and naturally irked to be surpassed by a boy. Immediately, she accelerated in pursuit. Unbeknownst to Guo Ming, he was reveling in his newfound strength. Feeling as if he possessed boundless energy, his speed continually escalating, especially since the sidewalk was nearly deserted. Chen Ziyu was taken aback. Was this truly human speed? In mere moments, that boy had left her far behind. Assessing the situation, she reached an astonishing conclusion. His speed was still increasing. Soon, she halted, gasping for breath, and gradually made her way to a bench by the roadside, taking a long while to calm her racing heart. If that person enrolled in the first high school, introducing him to her uncle, he would undoubtedly gain admission to Shanghai Sports University, which would surely delight her uncle. Resolute in her decision, Chen Ziyu waited for Guo Ming to return. Guo Ming ran for an extended period without a hint of fatigue, feeling elated. Approaching an intersection, he instinctively slowed down. Yet his speed was too great to stop abruptly, defying the laws of inertia. Suddenly, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably, a sense of foreboding washing over him. In the next moment, a deafening screech of tires echoed, and his body was propelled backward like a cannonball. Wang Jinfang was enveloped in frustration, shocked that her first mission had ended in failure, allowing a Western vampire to escape right under her nose. How embarrassing. She impulsively jumped into a sports car, revving its engine in her agitation. To her dismay, a reckless figure suddenly appeared ahead. Terrified, Wang Jinfang slammed on the brakes, but with such speed. Halting was no easy feat. The glass sustained a dent, yet it remained intact. With no time to appreciate the car's fine craftsmanship, she hastily exited and approached Guo Ming. Research indicates that individuals who are prepared for an impact suffer far less harm than those who are not. In other words, if you know someone is about to strike you, the injury will be minimal. Conversely, the unprepared endure severe damage. As danger loomed, Guo Ming's body reacted with terrifying swiftness, a faint energy membrane forming instantaneously to shield him. At the same time, a portion of that energy tightly enveloped his vital organs. Although Guo Ming was thrown aside, the damage to his body was not severe. The girl rushed to his side, her expression shifting slightly. If the organization learned she had caused a fatality, though she might not face severe punishment, some consequence would be inevitable. What to do? Wang Jinfang considered the possibility of erasing all evidence. A wave of shame washed over her. It was the leader who had rescued her from darkness. How could she entertain such thoughts? Yet, why did the very idea of such a taboo thrill her? After all, he would not survive. Who would know if she disposed of the body? Licking her enticing lips, Wang Jinfang chuckled, her eyes glimmering with a sinister light. She glanced around before striking out with her palm, a cloud of crimson mist enveloping Guo Ming's form. Lying on the ground, Guo Ming initially thought that if he stood up too soon, the driver would mistake him for a demon. Thus, he deemed it necessary to feign injury. However, he never anticipated that the other party would be so ruthless. Guo Ming instantly shifted several feet away, flipping onto his feet, glaring at her, and shouted, "What are you doing?" Looking down at the spot where he had lain, he saw that the once pristine asphalt had transformed into a vast crater, from which thick, crimson smoke now billowed. Realizing the true nature of his opponent, he understood she was a formidable and malicious martial artist. Wang Jinfang was taken aback. Guo Ming's reaction exceeded her expectations. "Ah, so you are also a martial artist. Since you've uncovered my intentions, perhaps I shall keep you around." Guo Ming, clearly bewildered by her words, remained unresponsive. As June approaches, Wang Jinfei, adorned in high heels and clutching a fashionable small bag, her lower half clad in alluring stockings, leaves Guo Ming utterly bewildered as he struggles to reconcile her with the persona of a cold-blooded assassin. Especially with the slight hint of indignation gracing Wang Jinfei and Appo's adorable visage, Guo Ming finds himself unable to take action. Such ruthless measures are beyond his capabilities. Yet, he does not entertain the thought of whether he possesses the strength to act so mercilessly. It is only when her palm strikes his face, bringing forth a stinging warmth, that Guo Ming reacts instinctively. unleashing a stream of water towards her. Wang Jinfei manifests a barrier of true essence. Her palms strike unwaveringly, aimed at Guo Ming's head. Finally, Guo Ming's expression shifts. The intensity of her assault compels him to resort to the only technique he has just mastered. With a thunderous shout, he spins in place, whirling like a top, as Wang Jinfei's hand descends with a resounding clash. His rotation accelerates to a point where he becomes a blur, prompting Wang Jinfei to take several steps back, her expression grave as she senses him preparing a formidable attack. Realizing she has been targeted, she gathers her entire essence to protect herself. Suddenly, Guo Ming transforms into a water dragon, his form evoking a serpent's body, lizard's legs, eagle's claws, snake's tail, deer antlers, fish scales, and a fish's tail. This astonishing spectacle momentarily stuns Wang Jinfei, who feels the faint aura of dragon power emanating from him. Though feeble, it poses a grave threat to her. Witnessing her shock, Guo Ming feels a surge of elation. She is afraid now, as he had been at the onset. A dragon is the totem of the descendants of Yin and Huang. If he were to perform a magnificent transformation, who would dare provoke him? He embodies the will of China. However, he keeps these thoughts to himself, having no intention of showcasing his abilities. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Guo Ming lunges forcefully into her, sending Wang Jinfei hurtling away, a trickle of blood staining her lips. Fearful, she gazes at him, her eyes reflecting a tempest of emotions. Guo Ming ascends once more, declaring, "Given your arduous path of cultivation, I shall spare you this day. Should we meet again and you persist in your malevolence, I will ensure your eternal demise." Trembling, Wang Jinfei responds, "Why yes, I shall not dare again." As a beast of the demonic realm, she holds a deep-seated fear of the dragon lineage. Guo Ming's singular strike has inflicted significant harm, quelling any rebellious spirit within her. She hastily departs in her carriage. Once she is far away, Guo Ming reverts to human form, collapsing onto the ground. After a brief moment, he struggles to rise, his chest stained with blood, his complexion pallid, and his eyes devoid of luster. He takes a deep breath, mustering just enough true essence to conceal his form as he makes his way home. He wishes to avoid alarming passers-by or causing his mother undue worry. After finishing her reading, Shui Mengyao steps outside, intending to take a stroll in the park. However, she soon stumbles upon a small stall by the roadside, where a crimson substance catches her attention. Rushing over, she crouches down, her face paling as she realizes it is fresh blood, still warm to the touch. Following the trail of blood, Shui Mengyao uncovers a peculiar occurrence. The blood appears to have materialized out of thin air, leading back to her home. Her expression shifts dramatically as she cries out, "There's a monster here." By now, many practitioners are present, drawn to her words, including several who recognize Shui Mengyao. An elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 60s or 70s, inquires, "Mengyao, what has happened?" "Grandpa, look at this blood," Shui Mengyao exclaims urgently. "What is it?" the old man asks, glancing at the blood before looking in the direction she indicated. The surrounding elderly quickly grasp the implication, and a few wielding swords rush to follow the last traces of blood, gathering a considerable crowd of well-intentioned onlookers. Guo Ming observes the throng of elderly folk with tears of frustration, especially at the sight of Shui Mengyao. He feels an overwhelming desire to unleash his wrath upon her. After sustaining such grievous injuries, why must he be further tormented? Now, surrounded on all sides, how could he possibly escape? He could once take to the skies, but in his weakened state, he teeters on the brink of unconsciousness. He is hardly capable of flight. "Make way," an elderly man commands. Recognizing him, someone announces, "Step aside." Old Su used to perform exorcisms. He possesses considerable abilities. The surrounding elders, seeing no reason to resist, comply. This generation has seen much, and while society may dismiss certain matters, they harbor an understanding of the inexplicable. Indeed, there are circumstances where conventional medicine fails, yet a plea to an exorcist yields miraculous results. An elderly man, clad in an archaic Taoist robe, approaches, calling out as he raises his fingers in a gesture directed at Guo Ming, proclaiming, "Stop." Guo Ming regards the elderly man with disdain, but soon finds his amusement extinguished as he realizes he is indeed immobilized. The old Taoist chuckles, "You demon, you possess quite the audacity to reveal yourself under the sun. Today, encountering me spells your misfortune. Stand aside. I shall eradicate this demon in the presence of the rising sun and the auspicious purple energy." Though the crowd harbors doubts, They maintain their distance. Shui Mengyao watches the disheveled Taoist with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with fascination. Could this be a true master? The blood at the center remains still, gathering in place, signifying that the demon has indeed been restrained. She muses that capturing the demon would grant her half the merit, and she resolves to ask for his tutelage. As the sun rises in the east, a ray of light breaks through the horizon, illuminating the Taoist's face. He chants an incantation, and for a moment, he resembles an otherworldly figure. Guo Ming and Apos, S. heart sinks. While he may have doubted the Taoist's prowess earlier, now that he finds himself bound, how can he deny it? Is this how fate has chosen to end him? Had he known, he would have revealed himself sooner. Bleeding openly, at worst, he would have faced the scorn of his neighbors for being a brawler. Yet, now he finds himself trapped. Purple energy approaches, extinguish the soul. The old Taoist shouts. A wisp of purple mist, invisible to ordinary eyes, envelopes Guo Ming, as ominous thunder echoes from the heavens. Guo Ming thinks, this is the end. Reluctantly, he closes his eyes. The purple radiance envelopes his form, a warm essence flooding into his being. The essence of purple energy is the purest of the day. Guo Ming feels his wounds healing rapidly, astonishment filling his gaze. To absorb the purple energy, one must reach the third level of mastery. Yet, could it truly be that this Taoist is a genuine expert? Wiping the sweat from his brow, the old Taoist declares, everyone may disperse. The demon has been vanquished. Upon hearing this, the crowd begins to disperse, though some still harbor skepticism. Once all have departed, Shui Mengyao approaches the old Taoist, respectfully inquiring, "May I take you as my master?" The old Taoist glanced at Shui Mengyao and immediately shook his head, saying no. After speaking, he turned to leave. Shui Mengyao, in a state of urgency, seized his arm, exclaiming, "I am willing to pay tuition. As long as it is not too much, I can manage." The old Taoist halted, falling into silence. Shui Mengyao's face brightened with hope, thinking to herself, there is a chance. In these times, performing divinations has become futile. Although my master instructed me to seek a successor to carry on the tradition, who would believe in such things? Furthermore, my own cultivation is far from perfect. I barely scrape by, and the sect has a rule against accepting female disciples. Yet if I do not take her in, how will I earn a living? The old Taoist began to contemplate. After a moment, he cleared his throat and said, "If you wish to study my techniques, it is possible. But the tuition for my sect is not low. Can you afford it?" Upon realizing there was a possibility, Shui Mengyao was elated, asking, "Master, how much do you require?" After a moment's thought, the old Taoist held up 5 fingers, reasoning, 500 should suffice. Business has dwindled. A single divination now earns only 10. He furtively observed Shui Mengyao's expression and noticed her discomfort. Perhaps it was too much. "For 100 then. Are you saying the amount is excessive?" The old Taoist frowned. "Well, 5,000 is indeed a lot. My savings only amount to a little over 4,000, Shui Mengyao replied softly. The old Taoist was taken aback, then suddenly overjoyed, exclaiming, "That will do." However, Shui Mengyao thought otherwise. If she offered too little, he surely would not impart the best techniques to her, rendering her studies futile. "No, that won't do. Master, grant me a few days. My mother returns the day after tomorrow. I will ask her for the money and bring it to you." She pleaded earnestly. "Ah, no need. The master said that 4,000 is sufficient." The old Taoist chuckled. "Really? Then I will go get the money now." "Please wait for me," Shui Mengyao exclaimed with joy. The old Taoist nodded, and she hurried home. After she left, the old Taoist became increasingly pleased with himself, until he could no longer contain his laughter. Suddenly, a chilling breeze brushed against his neck. Despite having practiced some Taoist arts, he immediately sensed something amiss and looked around, shouting, "How dare you attack your Taoist master? You seek death." Guo Ming, however, found it amusing. Initially, he believed the old Taoist to be a true master. But after regaining his powers, he realized that this was merely a novice practitioner, vastly inferior in skill. The ability to summon purple qi indicated some secret technique, which Guo Ming deemed essential. Suddenly, the old Taoist staggered, receiving a heavy punch that sent blood gushing from his nose. Terrified, he realized that the anomaly had not perished. On the contrary, it had grown stronger. "This is beyond what I can withstand," he thought, and without uttering another word, he fled with his nose covered. Guo Ming simply smiled and followed him invisibly. Shui Mengyao, clutching her bankbook, ran back excitedly, but the old Taoist had vanished without a trace. A wave of disappointment washed over her, and tears filled her beautiful eyes as she turned back. The old Taoist found refuge in a dilapidated garbage station. Swiftly entering his room, Guo Ming transformed into a wisp of air and slipped through a gap, surveying the surroundings. It was no wonder the old Taoist appeared so shabby. The room contained only a bed and a table, on which lay what appeared to be his master's memorial tablet. Aside from that, there was nothing of value, except for a dilapidated incense burner, which bore the marks of neglect. From the ash within, Guo Ming discerned that the old Taoist had not had a visitor in quite some time. The old Taoist furtively glanced around, ensuring he was alone, then cautiously retrieved a package from atop his bed. Unwrapping it layer by layer, Guo Ming noted the old man's reverence for the contents, only to reveal a tattered Taoist text. The old Taoist glared at it, cursing, "You deceitful ancestor! You promised that by practicing this, I could ascend to immortality. Yet here I am, being pursued by an anomaly, utterly humiliated. This is the treasure you left for me to cherish? To hell with it." With that, he hurled the book to the ground and collapsed, exhausted. Guo Ming crouched down, a foul odor wafting up, causing him to wrinkle his nose. The three large, archaic characters on the cover read, "Ascension Technique." Guo Ming's heart leaped with joy. The fact that such a lowly practitioner could summon purple chi indicated the exceptional nature of his sect. He quickly opened the book, only to be infuriated upon seeing that the first page was missing half its content. How could one possibly cultivate with such a deficiency? Everyone knows that the first page contains the essence of the technique, and without it, self-cultivation is impossible. As he continued to flip through the pages, his expression darkened. Aside from a few intact techniques, most pages were either incomplete or missing altogether. Guo Ming finally understood the old Taoist grievances toward his ancestor. Having a negligent master was indeed frustrating. Observing the old man, Guo Ming chuckled softly, seizing the book and transforming into a stream of energy, departing swiftly. A few hours later, Guo Ming returned with the techniques meticulously copied, along with 10,000 yuan and the tattered Taoist book. He had never been one to take advantage of others, and this sum served as fair compensation. With a sigh of relief, Guo Ming declared, "The Ascension Technique truly possesses unparalleled power. My cultivation speed has doubled. At this rate, I will reach the second level within a year." Under the tranquil night sky, dotted with stars, Guo Ming strolled through the campus, reflecting on how long it had been since his last visit. After nearly a month of study and cultivation, he had fully grasped the knowledge from junior high and deemed it unnecessary to revisit. Thus, he had purchased some high school textbooks that afternoon. Each year, the math curriculum included 1 or 2 challenging problems beyond the syllabus, designed for top students. Guo Ming was no longer the mischievous boy he once was. He now had aspirations, determined to study diligently and not disappoint his parents. Tonight, the seating arrangements for the examination would be announced, compelling Guo Ming to attend. In the bustling classroom, students excitedly conversed, aware that graduation was imminent. This was the graduation exam, and performing well could secure them a spot in the school, a privilege granted to only 20 students. However, they all knew that being offered this opportunity meant forfeiting the chance to take the high school entrance examination, thus losing the opportunity to shine countywide. Consequently, top students would forego this privilege. The word graduation made the students acutely aware of how swiftly time had passed. Previously oblivious, they now realized how much they had missed. Some students who had not yet confessed their feelings were growing anxious. Shui Mengyao's cheeks flushed as she had just turned down the 18th suitor from her class. She opened her book, pretending to study, but her thoughts were elsewhere, drifting far away. Tang Feng glanced at the 9 roses on his desk, casting a sidelong glance at Shui Mengyao, his eyes filled with longing. Most students were aware of Tang Feng's affection for her, but he had tactfully avoided addressing it. Now, however, time was of the essence. If he waited until high school, his chances would diminish significantly. He had worked hard, yet his last exam only earned him 3rd place, leaving him far behind Shui Mengyao. The first high school is indeed a place where exceptional talents abound, and one might easily feel overshadowed by the brilliance of its prodigies. Tang Feng believed that if he did not confess his feelings now, he would surely miss the opportunity forever. Rising from his seat, he withdrew 9 roses from the table, prompting an astonished gasp from the entire class. At this age, presenting roses as a declaration of affection is undoubtedly a rarity. No girl could possibly resist the charm of flowers, especially the ethereal beauty of roses. Shui Mengyao stood up in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Feng was one of her few male friends, and she never anticipated that he would publicly confess his feelings. While she could easily dismiss others with a smile, she felt unable to reject Tang Feng outright. Such a response would surely wound his heart. Noticing that Shui Mengyao did not immediately decline, Tang Feng's excitement surged. He spoke gently. "Mengyao, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I fell for you. I adore your smile, your sorrows, everything about you. Trust me, I will cherish and love you for a lifetime." As he finished, Tang Feng extended the roses toward Shui Mengyao, gazing at her with tender affection. The classroom erupted in a cacophony of cheers, with many encouraging her to accept the bouquet. This only deepened the blush on Shui Mengyao's cheeks, making her bow her head even lower. Tang Feng was the most handsome boy in class, excelling academically and consistently ranking among the top students. If they were to become a couple, they would undoubtedly be seen as a match made in heaven. Despite some feelings of disappointment among their classmates, the cheers grew louder. Guo Ming stood quietly at the doorway, gazing at the unfolding scene with a sense of desolation. He refrained from intervening. The words spoken by Shui Mengyao that day had pierced his pride deeply. Although Guo Ming appeared amiable on the surface, who could fathom the strength concealed within his heart? Despite Shui Mengyao's remarkable qualities, the sting of her past insult lingered, whether intentional or not, a mistake that had already been made. Shui Mengyao was indeed his first love, a cherished memory, but it was one devoid of any impurities, which explained why first loves seldom culminate in matrimony. The expectations we placed upon each other were simply too great. Guo Ming was no saint, incapable of reaching such lofty ideals. He was an ordinary individual who walked despondently into the classroom, making his way to his seat in the corner. His arrival drew the attention of several classmates. Yet the focus remained on Shui Mengyao and Tang Feng. Beads of sweat lined Shui Mengyao's palms as she kept her head down, refraining from uttering a single word. Tang Feng, mistaking her silence for shyness, observed the enthusiasm of their peers and was suddenly engulfed by a wave of pride. Setting down the roses, he reached for Shui Mengyao's hand, intent on sealing their relationship with a kiss before the assembled classmates. However, the moment their hands touched, he felt her retreat as if struck by lightning. Realizing what had transpired, Shui Mengyao whispered, "I'm sorry." In that fleeting instant, Tang Feng understood, hearing her say it aloud. A bittersweet ache rapidly spread through his heart, and he asked, "Can you tell me why? What is it about me that falls short?" The surrounding students fell silent, unable to believe that Shui Mengyao had publicly rejected him. Presenting 9 roses and uttering forbidden words of affection was enough to shatter the defenses of any infatuated girl. Guo Ming paused his writing, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I have someone I like," Shui Mengyao finally confessed, unable to meet Tang Feng's gaze. "Who is it?" Tang Feng growled, the fury of public rejection coupled with the reason behind it pushing him to the brink. Grasping her arm, he found it difficult to contain his emotions. Anger flickered in Shui Mengyao's eyes as she attempted to push him away, but his grip was far too strong for her to break. "Let go of me," she demanded. "No, you tell me who the hell he is," Tang Feng roared. The other students were taken aback, never anticipating that the situation would escalate to such a degree. Although Tang Feng was tall and imposing, having heard he was not particularly adept at fighting, the sight of his stature alone deterred anyone from intervening. Guo Ming stood up, his voice cold as he declared, "Release her." He could no longer bear such behavior. The tears welling in Shui Mengyao's eyes revealed the force with which Tang Feng held her. Such treatment of a girl was beneath contempt. Love should be mutual, devoid of coercion. "This is none of your business," Tang Feng retorted, consumed by rage. With a resounding thud, a hefty book struck Tang Feng on the head, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Shui Mengyao hastily vacated her seat and sought refuge beside Guo Ming. As Tang Feng regained his senses, he opened his mouth to curse, but the sternness in Guo Ming's gaze made him swallow his words. He realized that charging at Guo Ming would only invite defeat. For the title of Fighting King was not merely a title. "She is my sister. Do you dare provoke me?" Guo Ming's presence, though not towering, seemed to shift the dynamics. Leaving Tang Feng feeling like prey, Tang Feng averted his gaze, taking several steps back. Guo Ming glanced at the discarded roses on the desk, a cold smile forming as he picked them up and tossed them into the trash, scoffing, "I never expected you to possess a romantic side. If only you channeled such sentiments into your studies, you might achieve much more." Initially, Tang Feng would not have dared to retort, but upon hearing Guo Ming speak of academics, his patience evaporated. "What right do you have to lecture me?" Is your academic performance superior to mine? He shouted. Indeed. In my eyes, your grades are nothing but refuse, Guo Ming replied mercilessly. You, Tang Feng stammered, you're only ranked 15th. How arrogant of you. Don't forget, there are 14 others ahead of you. You may look down on me, but you cannot belittle everyone. This assertion drew hostile glares from the other students. For which high-achieving student does not harbor pride? Tang Feng and Apos' clever manipulation of Guo Ming and Apos' words transformed him into the class and Apos' common enemy. Although Guo Ming's grades were now comparable to Shui Mengyao's, he had no desire to become a target for the entire class. Pointing at Tang Feng, he proposed, "Shall we make a wager?" "Say it," Tang Feng remarked, sensing a newfound courage in Guo Ming's tone. "Let us compete in this upcoming examination. Should your score exceed mine, I shall ensure I never cross your path again, retreating whenever I see you," Guo Ming stated, his gaze piercing into Tang Feng's. Despite Tang Feng's confidence in his own abilities, an unsettling premonition washed over him. It seemed implausible that he would advance any further, for the higher one climbs, the more arduous the journey. "Fine. Let all present bear witness. I accept your challenge," Tang Feng proclaimed. "You seem rather hasty. Allow me to share my conditions first." Guo Ming chuckled. "What are your conditions?" Tang Feng inquired, suddenly recalling the terms of the wager. "It is quite simple. Do not appear before me carelessly in the future," Guo Ming replied with a smirk before turning to leave, confident that Tang Feng would acquiesce. Indeed, Tang Feng's voice echoed behind him. "Guo Ming, I will make you cry." In that moment, he had tacitly accepted Guo Ming's wager. Around them, students began to disperse, and Shui Mengyao shot a furious glance at Tang Feng before seizing a book from the desk, intent on departing. Yet, Tang Feng grasped her arm. Without hesitation, she spun around and struck him on the head with the book, exclaiming, "Get lost." While Shui Mengyao possessed a gentle demeanor, it did not imply she would tolerate repeated violations of her boundaries. The entire class was shocked to witness the transformation of a demure girl into a fierce woman. Shui Mengyao glared at the stunned Tang Feng and declared, "I never wish to see you again." Tang Feng, recognizing the anger in her eyes, realized that his actions had irrevocably damaged their relationship. He had merely grasped her hand to apologize, devoid of any ulterior motives, and now he stood in disbelief, murmuring, "I'm sorry, I only wanted to," scoffing. Shui Mengyao refused to meet his gaze, striding toward Guo Ming's position. Guo Ming sat in the corner, his notorious reputation ensuring he had no desk partner. Shui Mengyao approached him without a word and sat down beside him. Almost all the students observed the two, yet they were astonished by Guo Ming and Apos' complete lack of reaction as he continued to read, treating Shui Mengyao as if she were invisible. Tang Feng seethed with rage, his eyes fixed on Guo Ming, knowing that if not for Guo Ming's prowess, he would have lunged at him. In his mind, he had already envisioned Guo Ming as the White Knight in Shui Mengyao's eyes. Remembering the wager, Tang Feng clenched his fists, vowing, "Mengyao, I will win your heart. I will show you who truly loves you." Shui Mengyao, though engrossed in the book before her, discreetly cast glances at Guo Ming. As time slowly passed, she found herself somewhat dazed. While she may not have known the former Guo Ming in detail, she had a general understanding of him. Yet the current Guo Ming was entirely unfamiliar to her. Remarkably, with a beauty beside him, he remained calm and collected while reading. If he could maintain this facade for 10 minutes, it would be one thing. However, half an hour had already elapsed, indicating that he truly regarded her as inconsequential. Was this still the same boy she once knew? The innocent lad who would blush and even bleed from his nose due to a mere expression from her? For some reason, Shui Mengyao found herself reminiscing about that past Guo Ming. She understood that those days were irretrievable, and the present Guo Ming had transformed into a top student capable of challenging Tang Feng. Observing the subtle curve of his lips, she discerned an air of confidence, indeed, a formidable confidence. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open, and a cold voice pierced the atmosphere. "Where is Guo Ming? Come out." Guo Ming looked up, and the dim corridor lights illuminated the figure of the newcomer. His eyes brightened. The stunning visage of Chen Ziyu, one of the school's two renowned beauties, captivated his heart. She was a girl even more exceptional than Shui Mengyao, the darling of the school, known to all. It was said that the most handsome and talented boy, Zhang Zihan, was desperately pursuing her. In 3 days, her family would hold a coming-of-age ceremony for her. In the world of martial arts families, reaching the age of 16 signified adulthood. The thought of being showered with attention from peers made Chen Ziyu feel nauseous. According to her family's customs, they would likely choose a boyfriend for her, an unspoken rule. Despite her brilliance, she felt like merely a pawn of her family. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow as she clenched her fists. Was her fate to be dictated by her family? No, she would seize control of her own destiny, and rejecting marriage would be her first act of defiance. Yet, she lacked the courage for such a bold move. Thus, an idea emerged. She would seek a boyfriend to silence the murmurs of others. Zhang Zihan seemed a suitable choice, being a scion favored by her family. However, Chen Ziyu felt no spark with him. They had grown up together, and their familiarity bred a lack of mystery. Love, at times, requires distance that creates beauty. Due to her pride, her male friends were few, and her classmates in the experimental class were largely bookish, leaving little opportunity for genuine companionship. For reasons unknown, Chen Ziyu recalled Guo Ming, the boy who had quietly walked away after she had insulted him. At that moment, he left an indelible mark on her heart. As time passed, that mark grew into a ripple of interest. She lowered her guard and inquired about Guo Ming, only to feel a surge of anger upon learning he was a good-for-nothing. Yet, when she discovered that he had risen significantly in rank in just over 20 days, a flicker of excitement ignited within her. After much deliberation, Chen Ziyu decided to temporarily enlist Guo Ming as her boyfriend. Her delicate fingers intertwined, her porcelain-like arms exposed, her slightly parted lips, and her long hair flowing in the wind made her resemble an ethereal fairy. Chen Ziyu gazed quietly at Guo Ming in the corner, her long lashes fluttering, radiating an enchanting glow. The entire class turned their attention to Guo Ming, astonished that the boy they usually scorned had suddenly become a coveted figure, pursued by two of the school's most illustrious beauties. As Guo Ming stood up, Shui Mengyao felt a twinge of disappointment, but still parted her legs to let him pass. Watching him depart with Chen Ziyu, a bittersweet pang filled her heart, akin to a cherished toy being snatched away. Had it been an ordinary girl seeking Guo Ming, she might not have minded, but Chen Ziyu, who was not inferior to her, complicated matters, especially as the gazes of others seemed to label her a loser in this emotional competition. Was she really? She caressed her smooth, jade-like cheek and smiled with confidence. If she were to intervene, she believed Chen Ziyu would stand no chance. She simply chose not to act. Her recent achievements served as proof. She, Shui Mengyao, was not inferior to Chen Ziyu. On a quiet path, the two walked in silence until they reached a small lake, where Guo Ming paused and softly asked, "What is it you wish to discuss?" "I would like to ask for your help with something," Chen Ziyu replied, taking a deep breath, her cheeks flushing. Though she was a scion of a noble family, this matter was difficult to articulate. If they were friends, it would be simple, but they were not even that. Having some past grievances. "What is it? Speak," Guo Ming encouraged, noticing her embarrassment. Despite Chen Ziyu's previous hostility, Guo Ming bore her no ill will. After cultivating the water path, his demeanor had transformed, rendering past grievances insignificant. Chen Ziyu was taken aback. She hadn't expected Guo Ming to dismiss past events so easily, and she regarded him with newfound respect as she softly stated, "I would like to ask you to be my temporary boyfriend." Guo Ming was momentarily stunned, then gazed at her in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated such a cliché request. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" He replied softly. "Why not? You stand to lose nothing." Chen Ziyu argued, momentarily flummoxed. This was a no-risk proposition. Yet, she failed to delve deeper into the implications. Contemplating for a moment, Guo Ming replied seriously, "If I am not mistaken, you intend to use me to deter other suitors, correct? This involves numerous factors." He picked up a small stone and tossed it into the lake, creating ripples that spread beautifully. Chen Ziyu was filled with confusion as Guo Ming continued. "Nothing exists in isolation. I can assist you, but I must consider the potential consequences. Your skills are impressive. I am certainly not your match." Which indicates you hail from a martial arts family. While ordinary people may not recognize the power of such families, I am aware of their vast influence, government, business, and beyond. If I masquerade as your boyfriend, it may incite the ire of rival families. I am indifferent to personal attacks, but if my family becomes involved, the repercussions could be severe. Chen Ziyu gasped in surprise, realizing Guo Ming's insight. He lacked the backing of influential families, and the scenario he described was indeed plausible. That is the first point. The second is, if your family discovers I have disrupted their plans, what stance will they take against me? And how much sway do you have over their decisions? Guo Ming spoke gently. He recalled a report he had read long ago about a developer whose entire family was murdered over a piece of land, with the police unable to uncover the truth. Rumors revealed that the developer had offended a powerful family, illustrating the ruthless dominance of such clans. Ordinary forces could scarcely contend with them, having amassed power over centuries, rendering other families powerless in comparison. Guo Ming could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. The law is established for ordinary people, wherever there are individuals. There exist privileges. The presence of certain privileged vehicles elucidates a stark reality. The notion of equality among all is, after all, merely a jest. Chen Ziyu, in her naivety, had underestimated the complexities of the world. It was only after Guo Ming's analysis that she was jolted into realization. She had indeed been overly innocent. Unless one hails from a powerful family, who would dare to defy the world by engaging in such actions? Casting a regretful glance at Guo Ming, Chen Ziyu spoke in a subdued tone, "I apologize for my naivety." The confidence that once radiated from her vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound desolation, akin to the vibrant spring being suddenly enveloped by the harsh frost of winter. Her face bore the marks of disappointment, and having spoken, she turned to leave. As Guo Ming observed Chen Ziyu's retreating silhouette, a tremor stirred within his heart. At that moment, she had shed her proud facade, revealing her vulnerable side to him. She too needed a pillar of support. Regardless of her formidable exterior, she ultimately sought a sanctuary, a haven to shield her from life's tempests. Just as Chen Ziyu was about to slip out of his sight, Guo Ming called out to her. Startled, she turned, and he approached her with a warm smile, gazing intently into her amber-like, captivating eyes. With a gentle smile, he assured her, "I will be there when the time comes." With that, he departed gracefully. Moments later, Chen Ziyu began to process his words, her cheeks flushing with a faint hue. Nearby, in a small grove, Shui Mengyao observed Chen Ziyu under the moonlight, a hint of melancholy gracing her features as she realized the two had grown closer. Witnessing Chen Ziyu's shy gesture of caressing her own cheek, Shui Mengyao could not help but draw parallels to her own first encounter with Zhang Zihan. Upon returning to her seat, Guo Ming noticed Shui Mengyao was absent, momentarily taken aback before smiling and immersing himself in the book on the table. Shortly after, Shui Mengyao approached, casting a furtive glance at Guo Ming. Noticing he was engrossed in his reading, she released a quiet sigh of relief and seated herself beside him. Gently nudging him with her elbow, she whispered, "What did Ziyu want to discuss with you?" "A secret," Guo Ming replied with a playful grin. Shui Mengyao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing those two words. Her heart quivered as if pricked by a needle, struggling to suppress the urge to weep. With a scoff, she retorted, "Fine, I won't pry. Who cares about your affairs?" Guo Ming, adept in the ways of water, sensed a profound shift in her emotions. He stared at her in confusion, softly asking, "What troubles you?" Listening to his gentle inquiry, Shui Mengyao oscillated between coldness and warmth, unable to endure any longer as tears streamed down her cheeks. Guo Ming hastily retrieved a tissue, offering it to her with concern. "Mengyao, what's wrong? Has someone wronged you? Tell me, and I will certainly help." Shui Mengyao merely gazed at him, refusing the tissue, her tears continuing to flow unabated. In truth, she was at a loss as to why she wept. How could she possibly explain her feelings to Guo Ming? She vaguely recalled the moment he first captured her heart, his foolish fascination with her during a moment of embarrassment. Following that, his willingness to accompany her into the perilous depths of the primeval forest ignited a fervent curiosity about his ability to perceive the supernatural. And today, at her most vulnerable moment, it was Guo Ming who stepped forward to shield her from distress. Though their time together had been brief, each encounter was etched deeply into her memory. Instinctively, she had begun to regard him as a true friend, along with a nascent, almost imperceptible affection. However, upon learning that he was now involved with her rival, a sense of profound loss enveloped her heart, making her tears all the more understandable. Unwilling to accept the tissue, Guo Ming felt helpless as the attention of the entire classroom gravitated toward them. Sensing the students' astonishment, he grew increasingly flustered and quickly recited a calming mantra. Soon reclaiming his composure, with a tissue in hand, he gently touched her smooth, rosy cheek under the watchful eyes of their classmates. Shui Mengyao's tears ceased as she was taken aback by Guo Ming's elegant fingers brushing her face, his touch tenderly wiping away her tear stains. His hand was gentle, his gaze pure and serene. In that moment, Shui Mengyao wished time would freeze, for she finally felt the warmth of care. In her home, Where power and wealth overshadowed familial bonds, the love was thin. She craved emotional sustenance from elsewhere, and at her age, innocent affection blossomed. Recognizing Guo Ming's tenderness, she mused. He possessed a delicate side she had previously overlooked. Though Zhang Zihan was admirable, he could never truly love her. Choosing someone who genuinely cared for her was far simpler than the reverse. Moreover, she found herself no longer averse to Guo Ming. "All right, if you keep crying, you'll turn into a raccoon," Guo Ming remarked lightly, sensing her emotional shift. "You're the reason for this," Shui Mengyao replied, her smile breaking through the tears. "Me?" Guo Ming exclaimed, bewildered. "Who do you think you are?" "You're no match for Zhang Zihan," she retorted, unwilling to admit her feelings and grasping at a flimsy excuse. Guo Ming's smile faltered, and she felt a tightening in her chest, anxiously watching him. With classmates present, she could not dare voice her innermost thoughts. Even in solitude, a girl's modesty compelled her to remain silent. Perhaps, Guo Ming forced a smile, retracting his hand and placing the tissue into a drawer before turning back to his book. A glint of mischief flickered in Shui Mengyao's eyes as she glanced at the tissue hidden away. "Guo Ming, conceal your true self all you like. I will unveil your essence," she thought. Observant as she was, she noted the wastebasket behind him, recalling how he had previously discarded his used tissues without a second thought. Yet today, he chose to preserve the one stained with her tears, a revelation that suggested he held feelings for her, merely unexpressed. After school, students trickled out of the classroom in groups. Tang Feng, having waited for some time, cast a deep glance at Shui Mengyao before glaring at Guo Ming in frustration and departing. As he reached the classroom entrance, a sudden thought struck him. He turned with a cold smile and strode out. Shui Mengyao pretended to be engrossed in her book, her eyes discreetly following Guo Ming as he organized his belongings. Upon witnessing him cleverly tuck the tissue into his book, she exhaled softly. Her earlier suspicions were confirmed. He indeed harbored feelings for her. After finishing his tidying, Guo Ming turned to the young woman beside him, gently asking, "Mengyao, shall we walk together?" "Yes, of course," Shui Mengyao replied, rising to her feet. The campus had grown quiet, and the two figures strolled leisurely through the school grounds. Occasionally, passers-by would glance at Shui Mengyao in astonishment, wondering if the renowned beauty had succumbed to the charms of that boy. They instinctively began to follow the pair, with one acquaintance trailing merely a meter behind. Shui Mengyao felt her cheeks flush. She was certain that by tomorrow, rumors of their newfound closeness would spread throughout the school. Yet, she felt unbothered, anticipating how Chen Ziyu would react with great delight. The thought of Chen Ziyu's astonished expression filled Shui Mengyao with eager anticipation. Long ago, she had dreamed of the day when she could stroll through the campus with a beautiful girlfriend, wandering through the woods and along quaint streets, savoring the tranquility of the moment, not for the sake of ostentation, nor for the allure of luxury, but simply to hold the warmth between our hands and journey forth into the horizon. Guo Ming harbored no extravagant desires. He yearned for a life as tranquil as water. Alas, he understood that ever since he encountered that enigmatic elder, waves of tumult would surge through his existence, particularly after having ventured into the realm of the mysterious beings. Had it not been for his extraordinary abilities that day, he might have been reduced to a mere pool of blood. The indifference of the strong towards the lives of the weak enlightened Guo Ming to the harsh reality that without strength, one cannot safeguard oneself, let alone protect others. This sensation was indeed gratifying, though he wondered how many more opportunities lay ahead. Turning his gaze to Shui Mengyao, bathed in the golden moonlight, he noted the faint blush on her jade-like cheeks, a sight of exquisite beauty. If time could freeze, simply gazing at Shui Mengyao would be a delightful indulgence. Even for a millennium, he would harbor no regrets. Unfortunately, Guo Ming's mood swiftly waned as he observed the two punctured tires, lying flat against the ground, prompting an outburst of expletives. Which scoundrel did this? Shui Mengyao furrowed her brow, disliking the glimpse of a rogue demeanor in Guo Ming. She preferred the refined and delicate youth he typically embodied. Taking a step closer, she softly suggested, "Perhaps it was caused by a stone? That is absurd. Both tires are ruined. What are the odds of such a coincidence?" Guo Ming retorted angrily, scanning the vicinity. Shui Mengyao paused, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it appeared, yet she responded, "Although the likelihood is slim, coincidences do occur." Look at this," Guo Ming exclaimed, brandishing two tacks. "It's just a matter of deflating. How dare they puncture my tires? Should I catch the culprit, They will surely regret it. Shui Mengyao glanced at the tax, exhaling in disbelief at the audacity of such an act. Do you know who did this? Who else could it be? Guo Ming scoffed, realizing that this troublemaker had sought him out. Had he known, he would have refrained from assisting him last time. You mean Tang Feng? How could that be? Shui Mengyao gasped, surprised. Despite her recent negative impressions of him, she still subconsciously regarded him as a tall, handsome, and commendable student. Nothing is impossible. One may know a person's face, but not their heart, Guo Ming replied, retrieving his books from the bicycle basket. It seems I must borrow your bike. We shouldn't suspect others without evidence. What do you mean by that? Ride with me? Absolutely not. Shui Mengyao emphatically refused. She held traditional views, believing only her boyfriend should carry her. Although she felt a fondness for Guo Ming, it had yet to blossom into something deeper. I was merely jesting, Guo Ming laughed. Let us walk together, shall we? I'll push it. Shui Mengyao felt a twinge of embarrassment as she hesitantly suggested this. Is that appropriate? Such actions could invite gossip. I am indifferent to it. But you are a distinguished lady. It may not reflect well on you. He chuckled, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. If anything happens, give me a call. I must leave now. I hope there are still buses running. You. Shui Mengyao opened her mouth to call him back, but realized she had no justification to do so. To act otherwise would be a genuine insult to him. Oh, I never truly understood you before. Your pride is profoundly intense. As Guo Ming reached the school gate, he sighed softly, a faint veil of disappointment and despondency clouding his features. Am I truly such a failure? Mengyao, are you truly so unattainable? The moon hung low, its golden rays casting a glow across the world, yet they could not penetrate the depths of Guo Ming's heart. Thus passed a day. He inhaled deeply, setting down his pen and gazing outside, where the sun began its descent, a smile breaking across his face. The 2 days of examinations had passed with surprising ease. While many might endure such trials painfully, for Guo Ming, they were merely routine assessments. He had practiced extensively for such tests. It must be said that the strategy of rigorous practice bore fruit. Guo Ming was confident his results would place him among the elite. He held nothing back. He desired for all to look up to him and sought to vindicate himself. Most importantly, he wished to instill pride in his parents. Having submitted his paper early, Guo Ming proceeded to the playground, where he once again encountered Zhang Zihan and Chen Ziyu. The scene remained unchanged, yet would the outcome be the same? Guo Ming did not shy away but strode boldly toward them. Ziyu, tomorrow you come of age. Your family will undoubtedly introduce you to suitable suitors. I trust you are more aware of the nature of those from distinguished families than I. Allow me to assist you, Zhang Zihan urged anxiously. There's no need. I already have a boyfriend, Chen Ziyu replied firmly. Who is he? Zhang Zihan inquired, momentarily taken aback, unable to accept the answer. Why does it concern you who he is? Chen Ziyu nearly revealed Guo Ming's name, but swallowed her words, recalling his caution. I know you're deceiving me, Ziyu. At this point, you have no one else to turn to but me, Zhang Zihan asserted, a hint of determination in his voice. Chen Ziyu fell silent. She had lost all faith in Guo Ming. Over the past 2 days, he had not sought her out once. Was he timid or fearful? Though she harbored a tinge of disappointment, she bore him no grudges. It was the blindly arrogant who were truly despicable. Zhang Zihan stepped closer, speaking softly. Ziyu, do you not understand my feelings for you? I would forsake everything for you. I vow to protect you for a lifetime. His gentle demeanor exuded a subtle charm. And as Chen Ziyu gazed into his loving eyes, she averted her gaze in a fluster, stammering, Zihan, I would prefer you as my brother. We are far too familiar. And I truly do not harbor feelings for you. Please, do not press me. Zhang Zihan's expression fell, his voice heavy with despair. Why? Can you provide me with a reason? I have no feelings for you. Chen Ziyu murmured softly, as if fearful of hurting him, her voice barely audible. But their proximity rendered her words unmistakable. What could be more painful than this declaration? I have no feelings for you was a wound deeper than 1,000 rejections. Zhang Zihan felt as though his lifelong aspirations had crumbled in an instant. He opened his mouth. The air around him felt as if it had been siphoned away, leaving him breathless, suffocated by despair. A sudden, violent pain erupted from his chest, splattering blood onto Shui Mengyao's garment, as his body toppled backward. His face a mask of desolation. He gazed blankly at Shui Mengyao, as though wishing to imprint her image upon his heart. If she did not love him, what purpose did his existence serve? This was Zhang Zihan's final thought. Chen Ziyu was horrified, her mind flooded with the chilling phrase, gone mad with rage. A cardinal sin among martial artists. Such occurrences could lead to severe injury or even death. Of course, with timely protective measures, this calamity could be averted. Yet Zhang Zihan's prowess exceeded her own. How could she assist him? She stood frozen, and Guo Ming's expression shifted alarmingly. He rushed forward, catching Zhang Zihan as he began to collapse. Why aren't you seeking help from your family elders? Chen Ziyu jolted back to reality, dashing towards the classroom. She had left her phone behind. Guo Ming pressed his hand against Zhang Zihan's back, inhaling deeply as he activated the water path heart method, channeling a continuous flow of pure energy into Zhang Zihan's body. Guo Ming now understood that his practice was rooted in the way, akin to celestial arts. The energy that initially surged within him was pure essence, while martial artists generated true qi. The two were not even on the same starting point. Although Zhang Zihan's chaotic energy was formidable, Guo Ming's true essence was not only equal to his, but also of a significantly higher level. Most importantly, the true essence of the water path leaned towards healing. Within moments, Guo Ming subdued Zhang Zihan's turbulent energy, albeit at a considerable cost to himself. The color of his face had turned nearly the hue of gold leaf, and his body felt overwhelmingly weak, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. At that moment, Guo Ming heard a buzzing sound and, from a distance, spotted a military aircraft approaching the school. He glanced at the prostrate Zhang Zihan and shook his head, muttering, "Indeed. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Even a military aircraft can be summoned. It's simply incomparable." Guo Ming did not linger any longer and took his leave. Initially, he had no intention of entangling himself with these scions of noble families. But in order to assist Chen Ziyu, he had to reveal his capabilities. He could have temporarily suppressed his injuries by consuming some of his true essence, but instead, he chose to heal himself with his formidable energy, trusting that the Zhang family would make the right decision. Several high-ranking members of the Zhang family anxiously awaited in an opulent villa. By their status, they should not have appeared in such a small county. But due to a secret, the Zhang and Chun families had established branches here. Upon receiving a call from Shui Mengyao, Zhang Wenfeng immediately dispatched a helicopter for rescue. Pacing restlessly in the hall, "Brother, do you think Zihan will be all right?" Zhang Wenlei asked, his heart filled with unease. He could not help but worry. Zhang Zihan was being groomed as the next generation's heir. If something were to happen to him, the two of them would be held accountable, and the family head would undoubtedly not spare them. "I don't know. Let us hope the heavens protect Zihan," Zhang Wenfeng sighed. He had already resigned himself to the possibility of punishment from the family head. Had Zhang Zihan truly fallen into madness before his very eyes, he could have used his own strength to suppress him, but it was a case of too little, too late. In his estimation, Zhang Zihan was already irreparably damaged. The sound of commotion from outside drew Zhang Wenfeng and Zhang Wenlei's attention, and they exchanged a glance before rushing out. Several armed police officers, accompanied by Chen Ziyu, hurriedly carried Zhang Zihan towards them. "Quickly, take him inside," Zhang Wenfeng commanded. Once Zhang Zihan was brought indoors, Zhang Wenfeng instructed everyone to leave, opting to stay behind himself. Outside, Chen Ziyu paced anxiously like an ant on a hot pan, while Zhang Wenlei, whose temperament was somewhat volatile, demanded sharply, "What on earth happened? How could Zihan fall into madness?" I don't know, Chen Ziyu replied, her face pale as she cast a sorrowful glance at Zhang Wenlei. "You don't know?" Zhang Wenlei exclaimed, jumping to her side in a fit of rage. "The incident occurred while you were with him. How could you possibly not know?" Chen Ziyu sank to the ground, sobbing. At that moment, her only thought was that Zhang Zihan must not be harmed. Had she known such a thing would occur, she would never have rejected him. The moment Zhang Zihan fell into madness, she understood just how deeply he loved her. She desperately wished for him to awaken, vowing to fulfill any wish he had. But would there even be an opportunity for that? "Third brother, what are you doing?" Zhang Wenfeng stepped outside just in time to witness this scene and immediately reprimanded them. "I was asking her what happened. What's wrong?" Zhang Wenlei, ultimately reluctant to oppose his elder brother, spoke in a subdued tone. Zhang Wenfeng helped Chen Ziyu to her feet, gently saying, "Child, please tell me what transpired." Chen Ziyu recounted the events, and Zhang Wenfeng fell into deep thought, the hall falling silent save for the three of their breaths. Just as Zhang Wenlei was about to erupt in anger, Zhang Wenfeng cast a glance at Chen Ziyu and softly reassured her, "Child, do not blame yourself for this. It is not your fault. Zihan is already well." "What?" the two exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly rising to their feet. Chen Ziyu was eager to see Zhang Zihan. Zhang Wenfeng did not stop her, but did restrain Zhang Wenlei, who was also intent on entering. "Second brother, why are you stopping me?" Zhang Wenlei exclaimed, excitement causing his voice to tremble. "Zihan was not saved by me," Zhang Wenfeng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenlei's expression shifted dramatically. Although he had a fiery temperament, he was not a fool. He quickly deduced from his brother's words that Guo Ming was the one who had saved Zhang Zihan. Who else could it be? Zhang Wenfeng sighed, acknowledging the unexpected depth of talent hidden within this small county. "Our family's arrogance has truly blinded us. Second brother, there is no need for such humility. Our Zhang family has endured for hundreds of years since the Ming dynasty. While we may not be at the pinnacle, we are still a formidable force," Zhang Wenlei retorted, somewhat displeased. "You, third brother, it is not I who am scolding you. You are simply too arrogant. Do you truly believe that the entirety of Huaxia consists of just these forces? Guo Ming is clearly a hidden scion of a noble family. We pride ourselves on our extensive intelligence network across Huaxia. Yet do you know the origins of Guo Ming? Without discussing anything else, consider his ability to immediately subdue Zihan's injuries. Apart from the miraculous healing herb, the Qingling pill, I cannot fathom any other elixir that could accomplish this. Our family possesses only 2 of those herbs, and for Guo Ming to carry one with him signifies something remarkable." Zhang Wenfeng had wandered into a misconception, clearly not considering the depth of Guo Ming's capabilities. In truth, Guo Ming was merely a young talent, and despite the prodigious abilities of noble heirs, who could possibly match the strength of their elders at the tender age of 16 or 17? Zhang Wenfeng naturally did not entertain such thoughts, and in his assumptions, he had fabricated a narrative of Guo Ming's prowess that even Guo Ming himself had not conceived. Zhang Wenlei broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. The Zhang and Qin families had come to this small county in search of an ancient relic rumored to contain divine weapons. Now, another force, even more powerful than their own, had emerged. What implications could this have for their plans? How much did this other party know? All these considerations were crucial, and it was possible they might need to alter their strategy entirely. Zhang Wenlei could no longer afford to underestimate the situation and inquired, "What should we do now?" "Second brother, immediately inform the family head of Guo Ming's involvement. Furthermore, I believe we should meet this mysterious young man. I am curious to see just how much more exceptional he is than Zihan," Zhang Wenfeng declared proudly. Listening to his words, Zhang Wenlei could not help but smirk, thinking to himself, "You criticize me for being competitive, yet you seem even more so. Some matters are one thing to articulate, yet another to enact." While Zhang Wenfeng could chastise Zhang Wenlei for being arrogant, deep down, he too harbored a sense of submission to someone. In his eyes, Guo Ming was merely fortunate, unable to compare to Zhang Zihan. Chen Ziyu gazed at Zhang Zihan's gentle breaths, feeling a tremendous weight lift from her heart. As she checked his pulse, she noted its stability, akin to that of a normal martial artist, igniting a spark of doubt within her. This is impossible. What on earth is happening? Zhang Zihan had clearly fallen into madness, his life hanging by a thread. Yet now he appeared completely healed, which defied all logic. Was it Zhang Wenfeng who treated him? That seemed unlikely. Although he possessed the capability, she had brought Zhang Zihan in with a mindset of desperation. In her experience, aside from the Qingling pill, there was no other way for him to recover so swiftly. Even with the Qingling pill, Zhang Zihan should not have healed this quickly. Thus, there was only one explanation. Someone had treated Zhang Zihan after she had left. At that moment, the only person beside him had been one individual. Upon contemplating this, Chen Ziyu could not help but gasp in astonishment, her lips parting in disbelief. Despite her reluctance to accept it, every indication pointed towards Guo Ming. The fact that he vanished just as she rushed back only added to the perplexity of the situation. Could it be that he was a hidden scion of a noble family, or perhaps a master of the shadows? Chen Ziyu meticulously reflected on the earlier scene, growing increasingly suspicious. In her moment of panic, Guo Ming remained remarkably composed, advising her not to seek a doctor, but rather to consult the elders of her family. All signs suggested that something was amiss with Guo Ming. With this thought, a captivating smile blossomed on Chen Ziyu's lips, as Guo Ming's seemingly ordinary visage became ever more pronounced in her heart. When a woman becomes intrigued by a man, it often leads to either misfortune for him or the onset of his romantic fortunes. At the beverage shop, as June approached, the patrons indulging in cold drinks grew in number. Guo Ming submitted his exam paper early, and after assisting Zhang Zihan, he departed from the school, wandering down the street. He halted upon spotting a cold drink shop, choosing a seat by the window. He ordered a refreshing beverage, gazing quietly outside, a daily ritual for him. This practice allowed him to absorb the myriad facets of human existence, enhancing his mental state and accelerating his magical prowess. Tang Feng was genuinely exhilarated. As this examination had been crafted by an elite teacher from the first high school, the extensive and challenging nature of the questions left many students dejected. Much to his satisfaction, he felt a surge of confidence, believing he would surely tarnish Guo Ming's reputation. Scanning the room and finding no trace of Guo Ming, he mused that perhaps he was too ashamed to show his face after performing poorly. As the students gradually returned to the classroom, they awaited the arrival of their homeroom teacher, who had important announcements regarding the graduation examination. The students understood the significance of this test, knowing it could determine eligibility for direct admission into prestigious institutions. However, most were acutely aware that such honor would likely elude them. Their primary concern was the identity of the scholarship recipient. Seated quietly beside Guo Ming's desk, Shui Mengyao appeared serene, as if untouched by the recent examination. Observing her calm demeanor, her classmates surmised that she had likely performed exceptionally well. Otherwise, her composure would be inexplicable. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Shui Mengyao was on the verge of an emotional eruption. "Guo Ming, you scoundrel, where on earth have you gone?" She silently cursed. The moment the exam papers were distributed, she sensed impending doom. Had the questions been simpler, Guo Ming might have outperformed Tang Feng, but their complexity was such that Tang Feng would hardly make minor errors. For Guo Ming, however, such a challenge could prove catastrophic. Lacking the time to build up knowledge, he could not expect to achieve success overnight. Shui Mengyao contemplated bringing Guo Ming and Tang Feng together to reconcile, despite her aversion to facing Tang Feng again. She did not wish to put Guo Ming in an awkward position, yet now that the principal party was absent, it would be reckless to speak without his consent. As students gasped in surprise, Teacher Li cheerfully ascended the podium, gesturing for silence. Once the room fell quiet, he glanced towards the corner, noting only Shui Mengyao's presence. With Guo Ming conspicuously absent, a smile crept onto his face. As the invigilator for the comprehensive exam, he was astonished to see Guo Ming submit his paper after just an hour and a half, a feat that left the entire room astounded. He himself had been taken aback, hurriedly reviewing the submissions, and by the end, his expression was one of utter disbelief. He had never anticipated witnessing such brilliance in his lifetime. While Guo Ming's previous ascent from 53rd to 15th place over 20 days might have suggested mere cleverness, his latest achievement was nothing short of miraculous. Having taught for 2 decades and being familiar with the exam content, he knew the answers by heart. Guo Ming's score of 145 in the comprehensive exam was unprecedented, leaving all but Shui Mengyao in the dust. While a single score could not encapsulate a student's overall performance, it was inconceivable that Guo Ming would underperform in other subjects. Teacher Li, recalling the shockwaves caused by the revelation of the former troublemaker's academic prowess, felt a surge of anticipation. Surely, the students had some inkling of their scores by now. They would have a 2-day break, and on the evening of the day after tomorrow, they would reconvene for evening study, at which point he would announce the results and the coveted scholarship recipients. "Ah, students, it seems you are all quite fatigued. Take these 2 days to rest well, and then we shall strive for another month in preparation for the final examination." School is dismissed, Teacher Li concluded with a smile. The classroom erupted in jubilant cheers. For students nearing their final exams, nothing was more delightful than a holiday. Teacher Li wisely excused himself, aware that this was not his moment to linger. "Where shall we go tomorrow?" Class monitor Zhang Kai stood and inquired loudly. "Let us go to the Yellow River Ancient Road for barbecues." A classmate responded enthusiastically. "Why not go hiking instead?" A freckled girl interjected immediately. "We might as well go on an adventure. How about exploring the primeval forest?" Tang Feng declared loudly. Shui Mengyao's expression shifted, and she hurriedly stood up, exclaiming, "We cannot go there." Her voice resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, drawing the attention of her classmates, who were bewildered and confused. No one had anticipated Shui Mengyao would publicly express her dissent. Why not? Tang Feng felt a twinge of irritation, surprised by her open opposition. Because Shui Mengyao panicked, almost revealing too much. She quickly stifled her thoughts. Knowing she could not disclose that she had encountered malevolent spirits there, what mockery would she face? Feeling the weight of her classmate's gaze, she inhaled deeply and softly explained. Not long ago, Guo Ming and I ventured there and unexpectedly discovered bloodstains. Later, we learned there had been a homicide, and the perpetrator has yet to be apprehended. The classmates paid little heed to the murder case, considering it too distant from their lives. Instead, they were captivated by the revelation that Shui Mengyao had been to the primeval forest with Guo Ming. The dense foliage of that place was rife with possibilities for events transcending mere friendship, and their imaginations ran wild with various interpretations. In their youth, they had fantasized about galloping across the grasslands on spirited steeds and grasping the sun and moon in their hands, but all of that was mere illusion. The reality for Guo Ming was simply a cup of cold beverage or fragrant tea before him. Outside, people bustled about, filled with countless dreams for the future, children brimming with hopes, middle-aged individuals worn down by reality, and elders reflecting on the injustices of life. Yet, each was preoccupied with their immediate concerns. Guo Ming's state of mind was gradually elevating, unbeknownst to him, as he was enveloped in a haze of introspection akin to a moment of enlightenment in Buddhism. Shui Mengyao, on the other hand, felt increasingly unsettled. Faced with the bewildered expressions of her classmates, she felt her cheeks flush with heat. But could such a situation be explained? Frustrated, she returned to her seat in silence, her expression only reinforcing the notion among her peers that she and Guo Ming were involved. At that moment, a delicate voice pierced through the atmosphere. "Is Guo Ming here?" A young girl, no more than a teenager, timidly pushed open the door and inquired. With her exquisitely crafted features and porcelain doll-like appearance, she instantly captivated the attention of everyone, particularly the female students. Vice class leader Chen Ziyu stepped forward and gently inquired, "Little sister, Guo Ming is not here. Is there something you need?" The little girl blinked her large eyes and shyly replied, "He isn't here, sister. There's a senior outside looking for him, saying it's something important. Can you contact Guo Ming?" Chen Ziyu, known for her beauty, though not quite rivaling Shui Mengyao, was nevertheless admired for her sincerity and optimistic demeanor, making her well-liked among most students in the class. Upon hearing the girl's words, Chen Ziyu chuckled softly. "Which class are you in, little sister? I don't think I've seen you before." The girl replied bashfully, Sister, I just transferred here. My name is Chen Yuan." A faint blush appeared on her cheeks after just a few exchanges. Chen Ziyu playfully pinched her cheek and said, "You must be in the first year, right? Which class are you in? How about I take you out to play sometime?" Chen Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement as she responded affirmatively. However, she quickly remembered her purpose and tugged at Chen Ziyu's hand, saying, "Sister, that beautiful sister has been waiting over there." Chen Ziyu followed Chen Yuan outside and spotted the beautiful sister the girl referred to, standing quietly at the end of the corridor, eagerly gazing at the classroom door. The elegant figure was clad in a pale yellow fluffy skirt that accentuated her flawless form. Her clear, bright eyes and delicately arched brows, complemented by long eyelashes that fluttered gently, drew attention. Her fair skin glowed with a hint of rosy hue, and her lips, soft and thin, resembled delicate rose petals. Chen Ziyu instantly recognized the girl. It could only be Chen Ziyu from the school's experimental class, whose beauty was simply captivating. As news spread among curious onlookers, more students flocked to the entrance, eager to catch a glimpse of the rare sight. Typically, Chen Ziyu was driven to and from school, making such encounters uncommon. Today, she had evidently made a special effort to enhance her already striking appearance. Unable to resist her curiosity, Shui Mengyao approached the window to look outside at Chen Ziyu. Coincidentally, their eyes met, prompting Shui Mengyao to hastily avert her gaze. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she had to acknowledge that Chen Ziyu, at this moment, surpassed her in allure. Chen Ziyu, on her part, also averted her gaze, her attire carefully chosen to capture Guo Ming's attention. Hoping to extract information from him regarding the forces behind him, she was astute and had arrived at a conclusion akin to Zhang Wenfeng's, but with a decisive advantage. Regrettably, her plans were thwarted as Guo Ming was not present in the classroom, rendering her efforts futile and the topic of discussion for others. Chen Ziyu gently took Chen Yuan's hand and approached Chen Ziyu, smiling. "Ziyu, are you looking for Guo Ming? He isn't here today. He left right after the exam." "Oh, does anyone know his phone number? I have something important to discuss with him," Chen Ziyu recalled, realizing that her upcoming adulthood ceremony hinged on Guo Ming's presence. Chen Ziyu pondered for a moment before nodding. "Please wait a moment." She turned to look inside the classroom, and, upon seeing Shui Mengyao, waved her over. Mengyao, come here. Shui Mengyao hesitated, wanting to avoid the situation, but reluctantly approached, meeting Chen Qing's gaze. What is it? Hee. Ziyu is looking for Guo Ming regarding something important. Since Guo Ming is your neighbor, you must know his phone number, right? Chen Qing explained with a smile. Sensing the intense gaze from Chen Ziyu, Shui Mengyao felt a pang of jealousy and anxiety. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, she found herself lying for the first time in her life. Shaking her head with a forced smile, I'm not very close to Guo Ming, so I don't know. Chen Ziyu's expression dimmed, her hopes dwindling as she asked. Then how can I reach him? It's really urgent. What is so urgent, Ziyu? Chen Qing teased, intrigued by the usually aloof Chen Ziyu's apparent desperation. It's nothing much, Chen Ziyu replied awkwardly. However, Shui Mengyao's suspicion grew, and she felt a wave of bitterness wash over her as she prepared to leave. Ziyu, you're being silly. Why not just go to Guo Ming's house with Mengyao? He surely must return home at night, Chen Qing suggested with a twinkle in her eye. Chen Ziyu's eyes brightened, excitement coursing through her. The sun had begun to set, casting a warm glow upon Chen Ziyu's pristine face, revealing a soft blush and a hint of shyness. In contrast, Shui Mengyao's once vibrant eyes now appeared somewhat dimmed. The two girls made their way on bicycles towards Guo Ming's house, drawing the attention of passers-by who marveled at their beauty. As they rode along, Chen Ziyu recalled the earlier incident with Zhang Zihan that had left her breathless, only to be unexpectedly rescued by the mysterious Guo Ming, stirring her heart uncontrollably. Spotting an ice cream shop, Chen Ziyu turned to Shui Mengyao and suggested, Mengyao, let us grab a drink. Feeling parched, Shui Mengyao nodded in agreement. As they locked their bicycles and approached the shop, Shui Mengyao suddenly froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she spotted Guo Ming through the window. His demeanor was calm, exuding a gentle warmth, and the setting sun highlighted his chiseled features, giving him an almost celestial aura. Though not conventionally handsome, he radiated an irresistible charm at that moment. Shui Mengyao found it hard to reconcile this serene figure with the unruly boy she once knew, now resembling a wise scholar. A flutter of admiration stirred within her. Chen Ziyu, however, was taken aback, sensing a profound depth in Guo Ming's gaze, reminiscent of a skilled martial artist. But her astonishment quickly faded as she noticed a trickle of drool at the corner of his mouth, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Finding humor in the situation, amused yet slightly annoyed, she thought, how pretentious, almost fooled me. Meanwhile, Shui Mengyao, observing the drool, felt her previous admiration vanish, and she playfully clenched her fist in mock anger. Guo Ming, grinning, hastily grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth. The two girls exchanged glances before entering the ice cream shop. Chen Ziyu boldly seated herself and exclaimed, Why haven't you contacted me? Do you have any idea how hard I've been looking for you? Guo Ming, however, paid her no mind, focusing instead on the still-standing Shui Mengyao, softly saying, Sit down. Today is my treat. Chen Ziyu seethed with anger, ready to confront him, but Guo Ming casually remarked while examining his drink, I prefer tea over cold drinks. They are simply too chilling. Taken aback, Chen Ziyu understood the implication of his words. He was comparing her to a cold drink. Did he truly believe she would fall for such a comparison? Do you think I'm just an ordinary girl? She retorted coldly, fixing her gaze on Guo Ming. However, remember this, my man must be a person of exceptional stature, and you do not meet that criterion. Therefore, take heed and refrain from making such jokes in the future. With that said, why do you seek me out? Guo Ming replied indifferently. His tone remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the disdain directed at him. And even Shui Mengyao furrowed her brow at Chen Ziyu's words. Yet, what she did not realize was that Guo Ming had recently experienced a profound epiphany, elevating his state of mind far beyond what Shui Mengyao could comprehend. His magical prowess had also significantly advanced, leaving him only a short distance from the second tier. You promised me something. How can you not keep your word? Chen Ziyu exclaimed anxiously. It dawned on her that her purpose for seeking Guo Ming today was to ask for his assistance. She desired to speak gently, but her upbringing as a member of a prestigious family made her intolerant of even the slightest indignity. Moreover, it seemed Guo Ming was also a concealed heir of a noble lineage. From any perspective, forging a connection with him was hardly advantageous. However, to apologize was out of the question. If Guo Ming truly were a hidden scion, she might consider it, but this was merely speculation. Only Guo Ming knew what had transpired. Perhaps another expert had intervened and rescued him. That was also a possibility. Shui Mengyao cast Guo Ming a surprised glance. She hadn't expected him to endure the situation. Although she was unaware of the nature of their transaction, it was undoubtedly not a matter of mere flirtation. Recalling Guo Ming's academic performance, she hastily inquired, "Guo Ming, how did you fare in the exam?" It was all right," Guo Ming chuckled lightly. Shui Mengyao, however, was unconvinced and pressed, "Stop putting on a brave face. Tomorrow, I will invite Tang Feng. You should accompany me. If you utter a few soft words, perhaps Tang Feng will relent." "What is going on?" Chen Ziyu looked at Shui Mengyao, who was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, and inquired with curiosity. Shui Mengyao recounted the situation, casting a resentful glance at Guo Ming afterward. Naturally, Chen Ziyu found it hard to believe that Guo Ming could perform well. By her estimation, merely scoring 700 points would be a challenge for him. Observing the distrust etched on their faces, Guo Ming felt no inclination to explain himself. He waved over a nearby waiter and requested, "2 cold drinks, please." "Certainly." "Just a moment," the waiter replied with a smile. Witnessing Guo Ming's nonchalant demeanor, Shui Mengyao felt at a loss for words and abandoned her attempts to persuade him. In her mind, she was already resolved to seek out Tang Feng tomorrow, hoping Guo Ming would grant her a favor. An awkward silence enveloped the trio, with none daring to break it. Fortunately, this discomfort did not linger long, as the waiters soon arrived with their drinks. As Chen Ziyu sipped her cold beverage, anxiety brewed within her. Ultimately, reason triumphed over pride, and she murmured, "I'm sorry." Shui Mengyao looked at Chen Ziyu in surprise. She could hardly fathom the proud Chen Ziyu uttering an apology, which piqued her curiosity about their arrangement once more. Guo Ming was not one to disregard kindness, and he had indeed intended to assist Chen Ziyu. Now that she had apologized, his objective was achieved, and he chuckled, saying, "Oh, there is no need for apologies. It was my fault." Chen Ziyu shot him a disdainful glare, her eyes nearly ablaze with anger at his flippant remarks. But soon her expression shifted as she noticed a vehicle outside with a license plate comprising entirely of 6s. She knew precisely who it belonged to. Zhang Wenfeng stepped out of the car and made a beeline for their table. This illustrated the formidable influence of the Zhang family. It had taken them little time to locate Guo Ming. Although Linzi County was not vast, it was certainly not insignificant. Shui Mengyao sensed something amiss as well. Soon, no fewer than dozens of luxury cars gathered outside, and out stepped numerous young men clad in suits, their faces stern, all directing their gazes toward Guo Ming's table. Among them was a middle-aged man exuding an inexplicable pressure, accompanied by 4 imposing figures wearing sunglasses, their stature indicating that they were undoubtedly individuals accustomed to conflict. Could this be the influence of organized crime? The mere thought turned Shui Mengyao's face pallid. Zhang Wenfeng approached Guo Ming, smiling. "So, you must be the young friend Guo Ming?" Guo Ming was equally unsettled, trembling slightly, and upon hearing this, he felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly rose to his feet, fear evident in his demeanor as he stammered, "Why yes, who are you?" Zhang Wenfeng furrowed his brow upon hearing Guo Ming's response. Initially, he had thought Guo Ming was a hidden heir, but the latter's reaction plunged him into dismay, leading him to realize he was mistaken. It was evident to him that Guo Ming was not feigning ignorance. To disguise oneself under his scrutiny would require surpassing his own level of cultivation. Thus, the truth became apparent. His assumptions had been erroneous. However, he had misjudged one aspect. Guo Ming was far from an ordinary individual in his estimation. Recognizing that Guo Ming was not a scion of a noble family, Zhang Wenfeng's tone shifted to one of less amiability. The realization that he had conducted himself so formally now filled him with embarrassment. His voice tinged with irritation, he inquired, "I am Zihan's uncle. Please explain what transpired today." "Oh, while Ziyu went to fetch her phone, I stayed with Zihan, but then a classmate called for me, and I stepped away. By the time I returned, Zihan had already been taken away by a helicopter. I assure you, I had no involvement in this matter." Guo Ming recounted the events in a fragmented manner, his face drained of color and his legs trembling. Zhang Wenfeng responded with a contemplative "oh," finally grasping that someone else had rescued Zihan. It appeared likely that this individual was a student from the school, and he needed to investigate this immediately. As this realization dawned on him, anxiety flickered across his face as he turned to Chen Ziyu and said, "Ziyu, you're here as well. I have matters to attend to. I must depart. You all continue your conversation." Chen Ziyu replied softly, "Take care, uncle." Once he had left, her expression darkened. "What matters?" He was clearly off to investigate that mysterious student. What a cunning old fox. Guo Ming slumped back into his seat, looking to Chen Ziyu as he anxiously asked, "Won't he face any trouble, will I?" "Not at all," Chen Ziyu scoffed. Observing Guo Ming's demeanor, she had completely lost interest in him. She began to contemplate whether she should seek out a new faux boyfriend. Although Guo Ming's reaction was predictable, witnessing it unfold before her was unsettling. Humph. Could someone like him truly be worthy of being my man? Such a notion was nothing but a delusion. Shui Mengyao also felt disillusioned, her gaze toward Guo Ming losing its earlier fervor. Guo Ming perceived all of this. Just moments ago, he had resolved to continue concealing his abilities. But upon Zhang Wenfeng's arrival, he realized he had underestimated the martial world. The depth of Zhang Wenfeng's cultivation was such that even at his best, Guo Ming could not compare. Moreover, Zhang Wenfeng was not even a core expert of his family, suggesting that the Zhang family boasted many formidable practitioners surpassing Guo Ming. What then must the strength of even more powerful families be? Guo Ming felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. The more formidable his powers became, the more Guo Ming realized that the world was far more intricate than he had imagined. Initially believing his current strength was sufficient to navigate through Huaxia, he now understood that he was merely a grain of sand in the vast universe, striving to contend with the boundless cosmos. How arduous that endeavor was. The path ahead was vast and unfathomable. Chen Ziyu rose and said coolly, "I will await you here tomorrow. Dress well. I shall take my leave now." Guo Ming seemed not to hear her words, lost in contemplation. Chen Ziyu cast one last meaningful glance at Shui Mengyao before departing, confident that Shui Mengyao would understand the significance of her gaze. Shui Mengyao cleared her throat, casting an annoyed glance at Guo Ming, and softly remarked, "Just now, Ziyu was speaking to you." Guo Ming nodded, acknowledging her words. Shui Mengyao fell silent, but still felt compelled to remind him, "Do not forget your promise to Ziyu. I shall take my leave now." Without waiting for Guo Ming's response, she stood up and departed. Every girl harbors a desire for her beloved to be strong enough to protect her, yet Guo Ming's demeanor shattered her illusions entirely. His cowardice and timidity were laid bare today. It turned out he was merely someone who bullied the weak while fearing the strong. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Shui Mengyao left without hesitation, oblivious to the presence of several ill-intentioned individuals behind her. As she bent to unlock the door, a hand clapped on her shoulder. Irritated, she turned around only to find a sponge cloth pressed against her nose. A terrifying notion of kidnapping flashed through her mind just before she succumbed to unconsciousness. In her last fleeting moment of awareness, she cast a glance at Guo Ming, hoping he would notice, but alas, the outcome remained unseen. A powerful wave of dizziness engulfed her, and she collapsed into the arms of a middle-aged man. A vehicle swiftly approached, and the man urged her into the car, whispering, "Drive quickly." A Dao, a professional assassin, had been tasked with abducting the daughter of the county's deputy secretary. Without a hint of hesitation, he executed his mission. With numerous lives taken, he viewed status as inconsequential, believing only in strength that determined everything. Just before the car sped away, he glanced back at Guo Ming, feeling a jolt of fear as he met a gaze filled with cruelty. An ominous premonition washed over him, and in the next instant, a shattering sound of glass filled the air. Through the rearview mirror of the speeding car, he saw Guo Ming standing amidst shards of glass, staring in his direction. "Accelerate! Hurry!" a Dao barked. The street descended into chaos. No one anticipated Guo Ming and Appo's seemingly frenzied act of breaking through fortified tempered glass, standing effortlessly amidst the street. The owner of the drink shop wisely refrained from questioning and promptly dialed for assistance. Ignoring the shock of his actions, Guo Ming sprinted forward, and as he reached an intersection, his body inexplicably vanished, transforming into an invisible water arrow shooting ahead. Gu Xiao lounged comfortably on a sofa, his legs draped over the lap of a stunning young woman who tenderly catered to him, anxious not to provoke the notorious gang leader. Gu Xiao's origins were shrouded in mystery, yet upon arriving in Linzi County, he stirred a tempest, swiftly overpowering several minor factions to establish himself as a dominant force. Ever since he laid eyes on Shui Mengyao, he had been captivated, but he was never one to act rashly. Understanding the complexities of society, he realized that a girl like Shui Mengyao could not have emerged from an ordinary household. Thus, he meticulously plotted before making his move. Lost in thoughts of the pure and enchanting Shui Mengyao, his heart raced with desire. At that moment, Zhou Hao, with a grave expression, knocked on the door. Gu Xiao quickly composed himself, sitting up and calling, "Come in." He held Zhou Hao in high regard, despite his youth. He was brave and tenacious, someone who could become a valuable asset with proper guidance. However, Zhou Hao was gripped by trepidation. Upon receiving Adao's report, a profound sense of crisis engulfed his mind. What sort of individual could shatter tempered glass and sprint unscathed? He certainly did not possess such prowess. "Boss, I fear we have provoked someone we ought not to have," Zhou Hao stated directly. Gu Xiao's expression shifted, and he stood abruptly. It wasn't that he lacked composure. He simply understood that Zhou Hao would not voice such serious concerns lightly. If Zhou Hao spoke, then the situation was indeed grave. Zhou Hao recounted the events, and Gu Xiao fell into deep contemplation, pacing back and forth. After a moment, he addressed Zhou Hao solemnly. "Enhance our defenses and recall the 4 elite assassins." "I, Gu Xiao, have never truly feared anyone. I refuse to believe that he would dare to invade my domain." Zhou Hao trembled, his gaze toward Gu Xiao no longer unwavering. He had not anticipated that Gu Xiao would wager the entirety of his gang's power for a woman, a move unbefitting a true leader. Disappointment flickered within him, and a desire to withdraw began to take root. This was not to say Zhou Hao was fickle. It was merely that if one could not trust their leader, what value was there in feudal loyalty? With a sigh, he resigned himself to this being his final act of service and turned to leave. Shui Mengyao sat quietly in his office, poring over documents, when an unsettling sensation suddenly gripped him. He looked around in confusion, but upon realizing everything was as it should be, he walked to the window, gazing at the bustling traffic below. He then recalled his journey, from the humblest of government clerk to the executive deputy county head, and soon to become the county party secretary. Was this truly the path he desired? He understood that all his achievements stemmed from his wife, a high-ranking official in the province, whose father held a ministerial position in the central government. Even without personal merit, he would climb the ranks. He feared that after a few years as county secretary, he would be promoted to the city. Living as a puppet was not the life he wished for. It had been several days since he last saw Mengyao, and once he finished his investment project, he promised to return home. Imagining her tearful face brought a fleeting smile to his lips. His phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, his expression changed. When his daughter informed him that she was being targeted by a gang, he dispatched a close friend to discreetly watch over Shui Mengyao. Under normal circumstances, she would never call him so easily. Recalling the unease he felt earlier, he hastily answered the call. "Zhou Ming, Mengyao is in trouble." His mind spiraled into confusion. Taking deep breaths to steady himself, he asked calmly, "What exactly has happened?" "Mengyao was abducted by gangsters while preparing to drive home from a cold drink shop. By the time I attempted to intervene, it was too late. However, I discovered something unusual that I believe you should know," his friend replied earnestly. "Xiaohong Yu. Sigh, it was my fault back then. You need not be so formal with me. We are." Shui Zhongming seemed to recall something and fell silent. The woman on the other end also lapsed into silence, her heart heavy at the memory. Once, she had believed in the strength of love and eternal vows, yet under the weight of interests and familial pressures, she chose to yield and to depart. Her convictions crumbled in an instant, compelling her to enlist, becoming a brave special forces soldier. After her service, having endured trials of blood and fire, she became indifferent to everything, marrying someone at random. She had thought her life would unfold in this manner until a car accident left her husband a vegetable. She exhausted her savings for his care, yet ultimately, he departed, leaving her with heavy debts. In her most desperate hour, he appeared, voluntarily repaying all her dues, and in her gratitude, she silently cared for his cherished daughter. Unbeknownst to Shui Mengyao, the nanny preparing her meals was once a heroic special forces soldier. "All right, Xiaohong, tell me, what could possibly astonish you?" Shui Zhongming inquired softly, having calmed his emotions. The immediate priority was to rescue his daughter. Matters of the heart could wait for another day. Sun Hong recounted her discoveries, leaving Shui Zhongming utterly astonished. Memories of Guo Ming, the once petty street fighter with a cigarette dangling from his lips, surged within him. Could such a seemingly insignificant person possess such remarkable skills? With a bitter smile, he recalled the adage, "Great heroes conceal themselves in the court, while lesser ones hide in the market." Who would have anticipated that Guo Ming, once perceived as worthless, could unleash a force capable of shocking everyone? "What do we do now?" Shui Zhongming asked, feeling utterly helpless regarding this situation. "What do you suggest we do?" The kidnappers have boldly taken Shui Mengyao, clearly indicating they have planned their escape thoroughly. Shui Zhongming felt lost, placing all his hopes on his first love, Sun Hong, believing that only she, a former soldier who had once instilled fear in the hearts of adversaries, could truly save his daughter. I am currently trailing them from a distance. Rest assured, I will bring Mengyao back. I have equipped her with a GPS tracker. They cannot escape. But Zhongming, what if they resist? Sun Hong replied. Then they shall be eliminated. Do not worry. I will bear the consequences, Shui Zhongming said, a flicker of anger crossing his otherwise composed countenance. Regarding the ruthless criminals, no one would mourn the loss of their lives. Rather, society would celebrate the eradication of a menace, viewing it as a personal victory. At that moment, Sun Hong was driving a car, her face lighting up with excitement upon hearing his words. After ending the call, she murmured, "Who still remembers the legendary Vietnam War matchmaker, Sun Hong?" Beauty fades swiftly. She glanced at her reflection in the rearview mirror, noticing the faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and shook her head in bitterness. The four elite assassins stood behind Gu Xiao, all in their late 20s. At first glance, one would be struck with a chilling sense of fear, for their eyes radiated a brutal ferocity devoid of pity or conscience, embodying endless violence. Following them were 12 silver-ranked assassins, including Zhou Hao, all donned in dark sunglasses and suits. Each bore a grave expression, fully aware that Gu Xiao had summoned them for a matter of life and death. Yet, they displayed no fear. Having lived amidst bloodshed, they had long since come to terms with mortality. Outside, hundreds of gang members gathered like an impending storm, representing Gu Xiao's entire force. Today, he was wagering everything on a woman, risking all he had painstakingly amassed, including his very life. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door, causing the expressions of the dozen inside to shift. Gu Xiao tensed and cleared his throat, commanding, "Come in." Upon seeing the visitor, Gu Xiao exhaled in relief. It was Adeo, cradling a girl with skin as pale as snow and delicate arms resembling lotus roots. As her flowing hair partially revealed her exquisite face, Gu Xiao's heart inexplicably trembled. He hurriedly stood to take Shui Mengyao from Adeo's arms, noticing the faint traces of tears on her cheeks, which evoked a deep sense of compassion within him. Gently brushing aside the strands of hair that clung to her lips, Gu Xiao held Shui Mengyao delicately, fearing to exert too much pressure lest he disturb this precious work of art. Previously, he had scoffed at the term flower vase, but now he understood its truth. Such a girl deserved tender care, to be made happy and joyful. If she would accept him, he would willingly forsake everything for her. Love is often so simple. One may spend decades with a partner without truly feeling love, while some might find themselves willing to devote a lifetime to someone at first sight. Even the mightiest warriors can be rendered gentle when love comes calling. He gently sprinkled a few drops of water on Shui Mengyao's forehead and patiently awaited her awakening, having resolved to win her over rather than force her. Shui Mengyao felt disoriented, her last memory being that of a kidnapping. The final image etched in her mind was of Guo Ming. Could he perceive her gaze? Even if he did, what could he do? He was no ordinary thug, but a member of the mafia. Could Guo Ming truly save her? Suddenly, clarity began to break through her haze. As she opened her beautiful eyes to the brightness, she was met with the sight of a handsome young man whose gaze was filled with an unusual intensity. What is happening? Shui Mengyao thought, still trying to comprehend her recent unconsciousness. However, upon noticing the throng of men in black behind him, realization dawned, prompting her to leap to her feet and retreat a few steps, exclaiming, "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" With a slight smile, Gu Xiao replied softly, "Mengyao, I am Gu Xiao. I apologize for using such methods to bring you here, but I must confess that I have feelings for you." "Humph. I do not share your feelings. I want to leave this place," Shui Mengyao retorted, skeptical of his words, knowing all too well that kidnapping was not the way to express affection. Though intelligent, she found herself bewildered, while anyone could see the absurdity in this situation. A truly cunning person would not outright reject it. Gu Xiao's expression darkened as he regarded Shui Mengyao, struggling to suppress his rising fury. Why not? Simply put, I will never like you. Shui Mengyao sensed the underlying tension and replied softly, "Very well, then I shall keep you here until you learn to like me." Gu Xiao chuckled coldly. You. Shui Mengyao pointed an accusatory finger at him, her voice filled with anger. "My father will not let you off. Just a deputy county head. What power does he hold?" Gu Xiao scoffed. "If you believe he can rescue you, then you may wait here patiently. Rest assured, I will provide for you for a lifetime." "Who do you think you are? By what right do you imprison me?" Shui Mengyao exclaimed. her heart racing at the thought of being confined indefinitely. Before she could flee, Gu Shao seized her, pinning her to the sofa. "You cannot escape. I want you as my wife," he declared with a sinister grin. "Never." Shui Mengyao felt the iron grip of his hands, the pain igniting her rebellious spirit. With tear-filled eyes, she declared defiantly, "You will face retribution for this." Her words sent Gu Shao into a rage. While he might dismiss such comments from others, hearing it from the woman he desired struck a painful chord within him. Overcome by fury, he lashed out. Shui Mengyao did not flinch, instead locking her gaze with his, which caused Gu Shao's resolve to waver slightly. Yet, even with reduced intensity, it was still too much for her to bear. Just then, a calm voice interjected. "This is not right for a girl." Shui Mengyao's eyes brightened with hope. He had come for her. She sensed his disbelief and profound fear reflected in his gaze. But before she could react further, he was abruptly thrown aside. Guo Ming gazed at the tearful Shui Mengyao and spoke softly. "Miss Mengyao, may I take you away?" Shui Mengyao extended her delicate arm, resembling a lotus stem, and replied with a chuckle, "It would be my utmost honor." Upon speaking, her face lit up with two charming dimples. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable trust in Guo Ming, as if their destinies had been intertwined across lifetimes. And simply being by his side brought her immense comfort. In that moment, as she looked at Guo Ming, whose appearance was not particularly striking, she made a silent resolution. Many years later, Shui Mengyao would still recall this scene, remembering who stood up for her during her most perilous moments, and who silently bore the brunt of it all. Guo Ming grasped Shui Mengyao's delicate hand and lightly squeezed it, exclaiming, "It's incredibly smooth." Shui Mengyao nearly fainted. What a wonderful atmosphere it had been, now shattered by Guo Ming's remark. It was only then that she remembered there were still dozens of skilled individuals around them. She hurriedly glanced around, only to find that those people were lying on the ground, devoid of any blood, their faces serene as if they had not even reacted to the attack. Shui Mengyao's expression shifted once more as she regarded Guo Ming. These individuals were clearly formidable, yet they had been subdued by him in an instant. Whether they were too weak or Guo Ming too strong remained a mystery to her. The only thing she knew was that she had been saved. Guo Ming opened the window and, with a playful laugh, urged Shui Mengyao, "Do you dare to jump? If you dare, I shall as well." Shui Mengyao looked down from the towering building, clearly situated in the suburbs. The ground was not concrete, yet she knew that should she leap, she would either perish or be maimed. Thus, she dared not respond, and instead returned the challenge to Guo Ming. Guo Ming chuckled lightly, leaping gracefully onto the balcony. He gazed into the distance, where the sound of sirens echoed, then turned to Shui Mengyao, saying with a smile, "This is what you suggested." Before she could react, he made to jump, prompting Shui Mengyao to urgently call out, "Don't." But Guo Ming had already leaped off the several-meter-high platform. Shui Mengyao's face drained of color as she leaned out to see him waving nonchalantly from the ground, before he disappeared in a series of agile jumps. Before she could process her shock, her pupils suddenly constricted as a middle-aged woman in black appeared beside her, exclaiming, "Mengyao, are you all right?" Staring blankly at the woman, Shui Mengyao struggled to comprehend the situation. Wasn't this her nanny? How could she leap and scale walls? Her life felt as though it had flipped upside down in an instant. Good heavens, her caretaker was also a master of such skills. Why was everything so bewildering? After listening to her father's account, Shui Mengyao nodded quietly, realizing that the woman before her was her father's first love. She had no desire to delve into the tumultuous past of her parents. Her focus lay on the chaos that had engulfed her life. After telling her father she was tired, she numbly returned to her dormitory. Today had been nothing short of tumultuous. First, she had faced the legendary threat of kidnapping, followed by Guo Ming's arrival. Although she remained uncertain about the fate of those men, Guo Ming's swift response indicated he was no ordinary individual. Was he, perhaps, one of those so-called extraordinary beings? How else could he have subdued those men in the blink of an eye? Shui Mengyao recalled the indescribable terror she had witnessed in Gu Shao's eyes. The meticulous arrangements of their captors had seemed impenetrable. Yet Guo Ming had come to her rescue with remarkable composure. Who exactly was he? While she could understand that her nanny was skilled, having once been a special forces elite, what about Guo Ming? Though they had not spent an extensive amount of time together, his extraordinary abilities had emerged in such a short span. What was happening in this society? And the apparitions she had encountered were indeed real. Until now, she had managed to remain oblivious, but now she was not only aware, but had nearly lost her life in their presence. How could her mind possibly settle in the wake of such revelations? She pushed open the window, observing the boy across the way, seated under a lamp, quietly engrossed in his book. It seemed as if today's events had not affected him at all. Was it mere indifference or a fade of depth? Shui Mengyao pondered. What she did know was that Zhang Wenfeng, a notorious figure, had been outmaneuvered by Guo Ming. Given Guo Ming's prowess, he had no reason to fear Zhang Wenfeng. Even if he could not confront him directly, such theatrics seemed unnecessary. Before today, she might have believed otherwise, but now, could she still uphold that belief? A sudden surge of curiosity overwhelmed her. She yearned to uncover the depths of Guo Ming's being. As she gazed at his sharply defined features, a gentle smile graced Shui Mengyao's lips. Unbeknownst to her, the door to her room had been slightly ajar, but the gap soon vanished. Outside, Shui Zhoming expressed his concern. Xiaohong, Mengyao, are you all right? Rest assured, women possess an innate curiosity. Mengyao's thoughts have undoubtedly shifted to Guo Ming. Sun Hong replied nonchalantly. Guo Ming? Shui Zhoming furrowed his brow, hoping that Mengyao would not become too entangled. At his words, Sun Hong's demeanor shifted, her smile vanishing as she retorted coldly. What do you mean by that? Let me tell you, had it not been for Guo Ming today, Mengyao would have faced dire straits. Although the opposing gang's strength was not formidable, my actions were somewhat restrained due to Mengyao's situation. The potential for harm was ever present. While Sun Hong's tone leaned in favor of Guo Ming, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction herself, believing that her own capabilities could have rescued Shui Mengyao. After all, members of the Special Operations Forces were seasoned warriors, particularly during the Vietnam War when their prowess was formidable. Sun Hong was among the elite. Though she had not witnessed Guo Ming in action, the scene had been left in disarray, and she could not help but admire him in secret. Yet, a part of her remained obstinate, allowing the conversation to spiral. Shui Zhoming, understanding the situation, chuckled. Xiaohong, you've misunderstood. Guo Ming is a good child, but I have always believed that with great strength comes great responsibility. My hope is for Mengyao to find an ordinary person to love and live a stable life. That is why I have kept her away from high society. I wish for her to lead a simple existence. Do you understand my intentions? Sun Hong paused, looking at the middle-aged man whose hair had begun to gray. Slowly, she nodded, recognizing the profound love of a father for his daughter in his eyes. High society is fraught with complications, and she was surprised to find that Shui Zhoming had not fallen into that trap himself. Perhaps he had suffered greatly in the past, and didn't he wish the same fate for his offspring? Regardless, what mattered was that Mengyao was happy. Why complicate matters further? By the way, the police chief mentioned that the unconscious individuals displayed some peculiarities, as if they had been struck down by a single, sudden attack. But there were nearly 20 of them. How could that be possible? Shui Zhoming inquired. This touches upon speed. I can only say that Guo Ming, at such a young age, has managed to achieve this level, rivaling some of the most distinguished scions of noble families. Sun Hong praised sincerely. Scions of noble families? Upon hearing those words, Shui Zhoming's brow furrowed deeply. In fact, his wife belonged to one of those families, and he was well aware of their vast influence, an entity not to be trifled with. Yet, due to his concealed identity, no one knew he was the son-in-law of the Eastern family. I fail to understand why you wouldn't allow Mengyao to learn martial arts from the Eastern family. Their influence is quite significant, Sun Hong pressed, voicing her long-held question. I have visited the Eastern family and felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Once, I was a campus heartthrob and a gymnastics prince at Peking University, but what does that matter? In the realm of noble families, everything is determined by strength, and my achievements pale in comparison to even a second-rate martial artist. Thus, I vowed never to associate with noble families again. I have not returned to the Eastern family in many years, as I do not wish for my daughter to follow in my footsteps, Shui Zhoming sighed. However, your concerns are unfounded. After all these years, have you not noticed Shui Mengyao's exceptional talent? I believe that with diligent training, she will carve out her own path. Sun Hong replied with a smile. Precisely because of that, I am even more adamant about not letting Mengyao go. If she cannot meet the standards of the most exceptional disciples of the Eastern family, her beauty might lead her to become a mere pawn in some lesser family. Even if she were fortunate enough to become the top disciple, what if the Eastern family's fortunes wane? I cannot bear the thought of Mengyao becoming a victim of their power struggles, Shui Zhoming declared solemnly. I will not allow such a fate to befall her. In truth, there was something else Shui Zhoming refrained from expressing. Shui Mengyao bore a striking resemblance to Sun Hong in her youth. He could not allow the shadow of Sun Hong's past to lead his daughter down a similar path of misfortune. Rest assured, I will protect Mengyao with my life. Ensuring she suffers no harm whatsoever, Sun Hong vowed resolutely. At a nearby cold drink shop, Chen Ziyu, with a touch of makeup enhancing her already stunning beauty, appeared even more breathtaking. Seemingly nonchalant as she sipped her cold drink, she was inwardly growing increasingly anxious. Damn it, where are they? She cursed silently. Unbeknownst to her, her mere presence had significantly boosted the shop's business, and her position by the window rendered her a striking focal point in the establishment. On the bustling street, a multitude of hormonally charged individuals, both lecherous and gentlemanly, unconsciously flocked to a cool drink shop, filling its every corner. In the sweltering heat of summer, sipping a refreshing beverage while catching a glimpse of a stunning maiden is undoubtedly one of life's greatest pleasures. While typically, a mere beauty might attract a few flirtatious remarks, Chen Ziyu was not your average enchantress. Faced with such ethereal beauty, the surrounding men were gripped by a sense of self-deprecation, fearing they might tarnish her purity. Just as the lotus rises unsullied from the mud, she was often referred to as the sacred lotus. The maiden's every movement seemed flawlessly natural, devoid of any artifice. A true feast for the eyes, and exuding an air of freshness and elegance. However, in society, there are always those who can mar the scene. A few brash youths, swaggering with an air of arrogance, approached without hesitation. One young man, his hair dyed a striking green, leered at Chen Ziyu and mockingly inquired, "Why is little sister sitting here all alone? Would you like your older brother to keep you company?" The onlookers felt a surge of anger, contemplating intervening, but the sight of 4 or 5 unruly individuals rendered them hesitant. In these times, those who lead a reckless life tend to fear the truly dangerous. These fellows appeared to be lacking in proper upbringing, their nonconformist attire and bizarre hairstyles betraying their character. Such individuals could either be easily intimidated by someone stronger or be utterly reckless, and encountering such madness could spell doom for oneself. As thoughts swirled in their minds, none dared to step forward. Chen Ziyu, feeling her ire rise, coldly commanded, "Get away from me." The group of ruffians momentarily froze, as did the spectators. Taken aback by the sight of the serene, fairy-like Chen Ziyu displaying anger, her face revealing a fierce determination. However, their brief moment of astonishment did not deter their pursuit of beauty. Exchanging glances, they found delight in each other's eyes, sensing a shared thrill. Their preference for the unconventional drew them towards unique beauties, yet they understood that a paragon like Chen Ziyu, a true lady of refinement, would never indulge in their foolish antics. Yet, her bold retort ignited a sense of camaraderie among them, as if they were drawn together by a strange impulse. Without reservation, they seated themselves, as if they were at home. The leader of the group extended his hand, poised to pinch Chen Ziyu's cheek. She did not flinch, her captivating eyes locking onto his. The onlookers held their breath, their emotions a tumultuous mix of hope for her to evade the advance and chastise him, alongside an inexplicable desire for him to touch her satin-like skin. They found this thought utterly bewildering, revealing the darker inclinations of human nature. At that moment, Guo Ming entered. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Chen Ziyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a brilliant spark ignited in her eyes, mixed with an unspoken anticipation. What she anticipated, Guo Ming could not discern, but he keenly sensed the meaning behind her gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Ziyu was formidable, yet what could she do? She was not the master of her own marriage. Today marked her first act of rebellion against her family. Her life had always been dictated by their arrangements, and she had endured it all. However, to meddle in her marital affairs was a step too far. Finding a counterfeit boyfriend today would only delay the inevitable. Every girl harbors a fantasy of a Prince Charming. Chen Ziyu was no exception, dreaming that one day a gallant knight would rescue her in her hour of need. But could such a dream truly materialize? After witnessing the decadent lives of the scions of wealthy families, her faith in them had been utterly shattered. She longed to marry a hidden hero, but did such a person even exist? Guo Ming refrained from intervening, knowing well that Chen Ziyu would not allow herself to be trifled with. True to his expectations, just as the intruder's hand was about to graze her cheek, a fleeting look of confusion crossed her face before she deftly retreated, her delicate hand swiftly grasping his. Initially, he reveled in the smoothness of her touch, but that joy quickly dissipated. A sharp crack resonated throughout the silent drink shop. Staring in disbelief at his now twisted fingers, he shook his head, as if to dismiss the reality of his situation. Yet, the agonizing pain served as a stark reminder that this was no illusion. His fingers had been broken. A cry of anguish escaped his lips as he stumbled into a table, knocking over drinks and sending a chair crashing to the floor, the sound echoing the chaos that had erupted. Clutching his injured hand, he wailed in despair. The crowd stood in stunned silence, scarcely able to comprehend that this delicate beauty was also a martial arts expert, capable of instilling fear in those who dared provoke her. Guo Ming felt a twinge of regret. He recognized that Chen Ziyu's decisive action had irrevocably damaged the man's hand, likely ensuring he would never fully recover. With a soft sigh, he regarded the fierce expression on Chen Ziyu's face and mused, "Is this the resolve of the elite? I have ultimately been too soft-hearted." Reflecting on the events of the previous day, he realized that his own gentle approach had merely incapacitated those ruffians without truly harming them. Would they face the consequences of the law? He doubted it. He could sense their violent tendencies, and it was evident that some had blood on their hands. His mercy towards them yesterday could very well lead to further misfortune down the line. Yet, the thought of taking their lives was something Guo Ming could not bring himself to do. They were not mere beasts, but living beings. He simply couldn't bear to do it. While others might view Chen Ziyu's reaction as justified and gratifying, Guo Ming felt it was an excessive response, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Ultimately, he could only conclude that he was too kind-hearted. The remaining ruffians, witnessing the sudden turn of events, all sprang to their feet, encircling Chen Ziyu. One of them, with a fierce glare, declared, "Dare to harm our leader? You're asking for death. Brothers, attack." Regardless of who they were dealing with, their leader was in agony, and to show mercy would be unthinkable. Yet, their eyes betrayed a lascivious intent. They believed that Chen Ziyu had some skill, but that was the extent of their assumption. As the saying goes, a chaotic fight can take down even the master. They were convinced that a few of them could easily overpower a single girl. With that resolve, they felt emboldened to launch an all-out assault, eager to seize any advantage. After all, having attacked their leader, they believed it would be easy to make her pay in more ways than one. Holding on to such sordid thoughts, they surged forward like cockroaches, itching for a fight. The shop owner, unable to bear the sight of the impending chaos, rushed to intervene. "If you wish to cause trouble, take it outside. This is my establishment, and you are not welcome here. Please leave." The proprietor, a plump middle-aged man in his 50s, supported Chen Ziyu's actions wholeheartedly. With her about to be cornered by the aggressors, he could no longer stand idly by and stepped forward decisively. A tall young man with a head of fiery red hair, towering at approximately 1.90 meters, looked down upon the portly proprietor and chuckled. "Why the lack of welcome? My friend, let me tell you, my visit to your establishment today is a mark of your good fortune. Should I be displeased, I could easily reduce your establishment to rubble. Do you believe that?" The rotund owner's countenance shifted, a flicker of trepidation surfacing within him as he recalled instances where other establishments had crossed paths with local ruffians, resulting in dire consequences that nearly obliterated their businesses. The outcomes invariably entailed capitulation or closure. "You can report me to the authorities, fine. But rest assured, after a few days in custody, I would be back, and your business would still falter. Their tactics are simple. They merely loiter in your premises, and who among your patrons would dare to enter?" Observing the surrounding customers, none of whom dared to voice their concerns, he felt a profound sense of sorrow. Is this the society we inhabit now? An attitude of indifference reigns, as people remain detached from matters that do not directly concern them. Indeed, while the quality of life may have improved, it has come at the expense of much else. The righteous spirit within people seems to have been entirely eroded. "This cannot stand," Old Guan resolved. "I must take action today. I cannot allow such a beautiful young lady to come to harm. If you do not depart, I shall call the police," he declared, retrieving his phone as if to make the call. The assailant's expression changed, and with a swift motion, he knocked the phone from Guan's grasp, cursing, "How dare you stand up to me?" With that, he delivered a harsh kick to Old Guan, who cried out in pain, crashing into several tables before collapsing to the floor. "Boss, are you all right? Boss, are you okay?" Several frightened waitresses rushed forward to assist Old Guan. At this moment, a palpable sense of unease settled over the majority of patrons who scrambled towards the exit, including the tall student and some so-called elites of society. Naturally, they left without settling their bills, some even deliberately joining the chaos as they fled. A cold drink costs but a few coins. Yet there are those who are absurdly parsimonious. What a lamentable state of affairs. Old Guan opened his mouth to protest, a flash of realization crossing his face, overshadowed by profound sadness. Truly, misfortune does not come alone. He had assumed that enduring a beating in the name of justice would suffice. Yet could they not at least settle their accounts before departing? Hey, smash it! The assailant bellowed. Guo Ming witnessed all of this unfold, sorrow washing over him as he pondered. Is this the reality of society? Beneath the veneer of opulence lies a multitude of issues. This society is plagued by too many parasites. It is high time for a thorough cleansing. Guo Ming stepped forward with a cold smirk, remarking, "What a display of bravado. Is this what one refers to as a petty thug?" His words momentarily stunned the group of ruffians, halting their immediate intentions to strike. Among them, a flamboyantly dressed girl's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The leader gazed intently at Guo Ming, a flicker of recognition crossing his face, as he forced a smile and asked, "Who are you with, buddy?" "My brothers are handling business here. It wouldn't hurt to show some courtesy." He was no fool. Anyone bold enough to stand up at this moment was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Offending the wrong person could spell disaster, even with allies at his back. You need not concern yourself with that. You have two choices. Crawl out of here, Guo Ming retorted, stepping disdainfully over the still groaning thug on the ground. The others bristled with anger. It was an outright humiliation. It was clear that Guo Ming was not merely a bystander, but someone in charge, leaving no room for retreat. The thug on the ground, momentarily taken aback, gritted his teeth against the pain and staggered to his feet, a cruel glint in his eyes. He coldly challenged, "Then why not enlighten me about the second option?" The shame of being bested by a delicate girl had already stung him deeply. Now, faced with another man who seemed intent on further humiliating him, he could not bear the thought. He resolved that, regardless of Guo Ming's background, he would teach him a lesson today. The surrounding onlookers held their breath, acutely aware that this was but the calm before the storm. Once Guo Ming revealed the second option, chaos would ensue. Guo Ming did not disappoint. He swiftly acted instead of answering, his hand lightning fast grasping the thug's other wrist. "Now do you understand the answer?" He sneered. The remaining thugs were immediately terrified. Guo Ming's speed was astonishing. They barely registered the motion before their companion was in his grasp. Though they had witnessed their fair share of fights, none could compare to Guo Ming's prowess. It was a qualitative difference. They watched as the thug's fury turned to panic, exchanging glances, none daring to intervene. The thug felt the vice-like grip threatening to crush his fingers, and the last vestiges of his defiance crumbled. His face blanched as he pleaded, "Please, don't. I only have this one hand left." Observing Guo Ming's nonchalant demeanor, his complexion grew even paler. "I beg you, I won't do this again." Fear gripped him. The memory of his fingers breaking was fresh, and he had no desire to endure that pain again. Guo Ming, witnessing the thug's desperate pleas, felt his heart soften slightly. He gradually released his grip, and the thug joyfully snatched back his hand, as if fearing Guo Ming would change his mind. Thank you, he stammered. "Now leave," Guo Ming said dismissively, uninterested in further interactions. "All right, we're leaving," the thug quickly replied. Guo Ming turned to approach Chen Ziyu. Having lost all interest in chastising these cowardly bullies, such scum were far too common. Chen Ziyu, however, regarded Guo Ming with disdain, deliberately turning away from him. Suddenly, a glint of alarm crossed her face. "Watch your back," she warned. Although she was indeed a martial artist, she had yet to reach a level where blades were inconsequential. If she were in better shape, perhaps it would not concern her, but Guo Ming had merely dabbled in martial arts, and if he were truly stabbed, he might not survive the encounter. In a flash, she raced towards him, attempting to avert the impending danger. However, the distance between them was considerable, and no matter how swift her movements, it would not suffice. In her mind's eye, she envisioned Guo Ming bleeding profusely, propelling her to accelerate her pace. Though it was futile against the swiftly approaching blade. "I want you dead," the thug hissed, his eyes alight with sadistic pleasure, his heart consumed by hatred. It was as if his enemy was destined to fall at his hands, and a maniacal grin spread across his face. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear. While they often engaged in brawls, the thought of taking a life was beyond their courage. In China, as long as no one was harmed, matters could be resolved. But once a murder was involved, it escalated into a grave situation. The other patrons in the restaurant were equally stunned, with old Guan watching in a daze. Sensing that his establishment's reputation was on the brink of ruin, a death in his restaurant would spell disaster for his business. As the thug lunged at Guo Ming's back with the knife, Guo Ming sensed the imminent threat. A strange anger surged within him. He had not anticipated that his repeated acts of mercy would lead to such a dire outcome. Had it been anyone else, blood would have undoubtedly spilled. Was this what they called repentance? With a bitter smile, he sidestepped to the left just in time. The spectators barely saw the movement before witnessing a shocking scene. Guo Ming's right hand clutched the thug's left wrist, the spring knife clattering to the ground. The thug seemed momentarily stunned, his expression a blend of regret, rage, and fear. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and the crowd's faces paled. They then heard a scream that surpassed even the earlier cries of despair. Their gazes shifted to Guo Ming, whose cold demeanor now bore an icy edge. While Chen Ziyu had merely suffered a broken hand, Guo Ming had fractured the thug's wrist, blood gushing forth, revealing a gruesome sight of torn sinew and shredded flesh. Guo Ming turned his icy glare upon the remaining thugs. "Leave now?" Startled, they hastily hoisted their injured companion and fled, casting one last fearful glance at Guo Ming. Chen Ziyu regarded Guo Ming softly. "You were rather heavy-handed. Isn't it because of you?" Guo Ming chuckled. "After all, they provoked you." Chen Ziyu did not respond, but regarded him with a look of approval. She had observed his swift reactions, indicating that he had developed commendable martial arts skills, comparable to some noble science. Old Guan approached unsteadily, scrutinizing Chen Ziyu. "You two should leave. They might return." "Right? Sorry for the interruption, boss," Chen Ziyu replied, gathering her belongings to exit with Guo Ming. She was not afraid of the thugs. Time was of the essence, and she needed to prepare Guo Ming for the next phase. "Wait," Guo Ming called out, observing Chen Ziyu's nonchalance with exasperation. "What is it?" "We're short on time," she replied, puzzled. "Boss, here's some money to cover the damages," Guo Ming said, producing 1,000 yuan, having specifically withdrawn it for this occasion. He felt it was necessary to contribute something after their encounter. He knew the restaurant's losses were only around 500 or 600 yuan, and he appreciated Old Guan's efforts. So he insisted on giving 1,000. "No, I can't accept that," Old Guan protested, waving his hands. Guo Ming pressed the money into Old Guan's palm, firmly grasping his hand. "Boss, please let me explain. You must accept this. We are responsible for the trouble caused, and running a small business is no easy feat. My parents built their livelihood from scratch, so I understand the hardships involved. Please, just take it." The matter has reached this point, and Old Guan, no longer pretentious, chuckled and remarked, "I didn't expect you to be so young yet so knowledgeable. Very well, I shall accept your words. The next time you visit my shop, I will offer you a 20% discount." "Agreed," Guo Ming replied with a smile. "By the way, here is my phone number. If you need anything in the future, just call this number." "What is this?" Old Guan inquired, somewhat puzzled. He was slightly bewildered. He had just mentioned the discount, and Guo Ming's assurance of frequent visits was understood as mere pleasantries, a customary practice among the Chinese, who value politeness. After this incident, it was likely that Guo Ming would seldom return, so what purpose did leaving his phone number serve? Seeing his confusion, Chen Ziyu, her large eyes sparkling, gazed at him expectantly. Guo Ming had no choice but to clarify, looking outside as he said, "Whether those individuals will repent remains uncertain. Should they choose not to, they may seek to unleash their frustration on your small shop. Although the likelihood is slim, it is prudent to consider all possibilities. I do not wish for my troubles to bring you any inconvenience. Perhaps I lack the ability to resolve this entirely, but my parents will ensure everything is taken care of." After hearing this, the boss silently praised Guo Ming, recognizing him as a man of meticulous thought. From Guo Ming's few words, he gleaned several insights. First, Guo Ming was considerate of others, the antithesis of Cao Cao's saying from the Three Kingdoms, "I would rather betray the world than be betrayed by it." Guo Ming refused to owe anyone a debt of gratitude, making him a person worth knowing. Furthermore, it was evident that his parents were prominent figures in the county, for Guo Ming's confidence was unmistakable. Understanding this, Old Guan accepted the phone number with a nod. As the two exited the cold drink shop, Chen Ziyu lagged a few steps behind, observing Guo Ming's figure while her expression darkened. She called out to him softly, "Am I being too selfish?" Guo Ming, noticing her slight guilt, stepped forward and gently sighed. "The destroyed items may seem trivial to you, worth only a few $100s. But to those in small businesses, it represents days of hard-earned labor. You live without worry, while your family may bind you. You also enjoy privileges that many can only dream of. Look at your clothing. Every piece is an international brand, and your meals are exquisite delicacies. Each time you feel a hint of discomfort, you lament your family's shortcomings. If given the choice, few would refrain from living the life of a wealthy heiress. What appears to you as a dull existence is, in fact, a life many aspire to. Nevertheless, Ziyu, you have done remarkably well. You surpass many in your social standing. Chen Ziyu felt a heaviness in her heart. What did it mean to be superior to the offspring of noble families, if it only served to silently blame herself? Yet, she could not harbor resentment. Guo Ming was right. She glanced at him, a myriad of thoughts swirling within her. Guo Ming was not much older than she. So why did he perceive matters with such nuance? Was she truly the so-called rich second generation in the eyes of others? Seeing her contemplative expression, Guo Ming wiped the blood from his palm and said calmly, "Let us proceed." With the objectives accomplished, Guo Ming knew when to withdraw, understanding the principle of moderation. His only wish was for Chen Ziyu to embody the conscience of a noble offspring, balancing her family's interests with those of ordinary citizens. The Chen family possessed a grand villa in Linzi County, situated in the southeastern suburbs. At that moment, the expansive estate was surrounded by no less than 100 luxury cars, with a continuous influx of guests. High-ranking officials, including the county secretary and mayor, were present. After all, even the city's leaders had arrived. How could they miss it? Chen Baichuan warmly greeted the incoming guests, his genial demeanor suggesting he was a generous middle-aged man. However, to misjudge him as merely that would be a grave error. He was a renowned figure in the military, a major general of the Republic. A fleeting glimmer in his eyes revealed his extraordinary nature. Guo Ming had not accompanied Chen Ziyu, and upon seeing Chen Baichuan at the entrance, astonishment washed over him. He had not expected such a formidable figure to be present. In his estimation, this man was a match for him, exuding the distinct aura of a soldier. However, Guo Ming had no intention of fearing him. Should he unleash his full capabilities, it would be enough to challenge the general. Chuckling softly, Guo Ming strolled toward the entrance. Chen Baichuan sensed a gaze upon him and quickly scanned his surroundings, only to see a 16 or 17-year-old approaching. "Is that you?" he chuckled, not considering that someone so young could be a peer. The etiquette of noble families was still fresh in his mind, and he greeted Guo Ming with a smile that felt as warm as a spring breeze, though tinged with a hint of aloofness. "Are you a friend of my daughter?" Guo Ming understood the implication. Having seen the luxury cars outside, he realized that everyone present was a person of great stature. He alone could not possibly be admitted if he were merely an insignificant figure. This was a truth he grasped. One's status dictates the caliber of one's acquaintances. Even the kindest lion would not befriend a sheep. They belong to different realms. Guo Ming perceptibly caught a flicker of disdain in Chen Baichuan's eyes. He glanced at his own attire, simple casual wear, and smiled nonchalantly. Guo Ming could have afforded luxury brands. He simply chose not to squander his resources on trivialities. Though his clothing was not designer, it fit him well, which sufficed. With unwavering confidence, he looked directly at Chen Baichuan and introduced himself. "I am Guo Ming, Ziyu's classmate. I came to congratulate her on her birthday." Chen Baichuan paused, casting a perplexed look at Guo Ming, a hint of annoyance brewing within him. He thought to himself, Ziyu has truly lost her senses. Does she not know what day it is to invite a mundane friend? However, he quickly recalled that his daughter had not spoken to him in days, and with a resigned sigh, he decided to indulge her this once. Nodding, he gestured to one of the guests, saying, "Take him inside." A girl in formal attire, around 17 or 18, nodded and gently beckoned, "Follow me." Guo Ming smiled at Chen Baichuan before following the girl inside. Just then, Chen Baichuan's hearty laughter rang out. "Brother Han, it has been too long." Baichuan. The newcomer is robust, dressed in military garb, and sporting the insignia of a major general. Beside him stood a tall, youthful figure with a gentle demeanor, who stepped forward respectfully and said, "Uncle Baichuan, this must be Ruer. You have truly grown into an adult in the years since we last met." Chen Baichuan exclaimed with genuine delight. Han Rue did not respond, stepping back to stand behind his father. "Ruer, please go inside. I wish to have a good chat with your uncle," Han's father instructed. "Very well, you," Chen Baichuan called to the girl, "bring him along." As Han Rue entered, the two men began an animated conversation about various matters. Han Rue glanced at Guo Ming and initiated, "I am Han Rue, and you are?" "Guo Ming, a classmate of Ziyu," Guo Ming replied with a smile. "Let us go." Han Rue nodded in agreement. He is unlike others, having lived in a military camp since childhood, devoid of the influence typically associated with aristocratic lineage. He delights in forging friendships, and today, accompanied by his father, he hopes to find a few like-minded companions. However, his primary objective is to win the affection of Chen Ziyu, a unique gem. You are Ziyu's classmate. Do you know what she cherishes most? Han Rui inquired casually after taking a few steps. Guo Ming paused momentarily and, after a brief silence, replied softly, "What she desires, do you truly not know?" Han Rui was taken aback, pondering the question, yet remained perplexed. If he had known what Chen Ziyu favored, he would have already presented his offerings, rather than seeking Guo Ming's insight. Nevertheless, he did not dismiss Guo Ming's assertion. If the latter believed he was aware, it could only indicate a misunderstanding on Han Rui's part, an unexpected realization. Shaking his head, he awkwardly confessed, "I genuinely do not know. I would appreciate your guidance." "What she seeks is akin to your own desires," Guo Ming replied with a subtle smile. Han Rui's entire being jolted, instantly comprehending Guo Ming's implication. Wasn't what he yearned for precisely freedom? Due to his father's influence, he had entered the military environment at a tender age. Observing from the cracks of the door as other children played with marbles and spinning tops, his existence was consumed by relentless training, day in and day out. Year after year, though he had cultivated formidable strength, he had sacrificed far too much in return. Was this truly his aspiration? If fate offered him a chance to choose anew, would he still make the same decisions? Guo Ming's words had poignantly illuminated the most vulnerable and reluctant thoughts within Han Rui's heart. Casting a bitter glance at Guo Ming, he remarked, "My friend, must you so bluntly expose one's wounds? The inquiry I made is entirely unrelated to this matter." Guo Ming smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with a teasing mirth, and said, "Chen Ziyu already has someone she favors. If you now set your sights on her, I shall naturally ensure you face the consequences." "Who?" Han Rui's expression shifted, urgency lacing his voice. Suddenly recalling something, he stared at Guo Ming in astonishment. "Could it be you?" Guo Ming remained non-committal, merely stating, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" Han Rui pondered for a moment. He certainly understood the underlying implication, yet, unsure of Guo Ming's intention, he wisely chose to remain silent. Observing Han Rui's lack of response, Guo Ming continued, "I can tell at a glance that you are a man of steel, forged in the crucible of military life, imbued with a sense of righteousness. Hence, I felt compelled to offer you a word of caution. While the phenomenon of love at first sight does exist, its occurrence is exceedingly rare. Do you truly believe that one can determine a woman's lifelong happiness through such a so-called matchmaking endeavor? A man, if weary, can indulge in a life of hedonism. But can a woman afford such liberties? You are well aware of the kind of girl Ziyu is. Do you truly wish for such a spirited and ethereal being to endure a life of solitude?" The moment he recalled the girl's charming smile, Han Rui responded without hesitation, "Of course, I do not wish that." Guo Ming smiled softly and replied, "Ziyu is only 16. She deserves the autonomy to choose her own path. She has already enlisted me to masquerade as her suitor. Yet I find myself in a predicament that compels me to relinquish this role. Thus, I offer this opportunity to you. Of course, we shall treat the aftermath as though it never transpired. Perhaps, should the stars align, you two may find mutual affection." With that, Guo Ming departed, leaving Han Rui in a state of astonishment. This was not mere folly. Upon arriving at the villa, Guo Ming realized how previously he had been a frog at the bottom of a well. Setting aside other matters, he had already encountered at least 4 or 5 individuals who could rival his own prowess. He was not oblivious. Those present were not the pinnacle of martial strength. Though he was a cultivator with a commendable starting point, it mattered little. Until he reached significant mastery, he had to remain concealed. He could easily depart. But what of his parents? How would they fare? The attendees were not merely local dignitaries. Among them were high-ranking officials from both provincial and municipal levels. To witness such a gathering for a celebration of a scion from a prominent family was staggering. The influence of such families was beyond his imagination. As he observed the comings and goings of the guests, Guo Ming felt a profound sense of loss regarding his own identity. Like attracts like. One's status dictates the kind of friendships one can forge. Here, among the offspring of illustrious families, none approached him for conversation. What did this signify? Previously, he deemed such concerns trivial, believing he could disregard them. However, in this unprecedented setting, his heart began to shift. Isolation is daunting. Guo Ming, despite his extensive reading and diverse interests, could not escape the vulnerabilities of youth. The grand ballroom was adorned with an array of desserts and fine wines. With clusters of people engaged in hushed conversation, Guo Ming sat alone in a corner, observing the elegantly attired young men and women around him. His brow gradually relaxed. While these individuals were undoubtedly exceptional, the chasm between them and himself remained substantial. Regardless, he would one day attain immortality, traversing the cosmos. What bliss awaited him then? To command the stars, to traverse the seas, and to become the pinnacle of mastery in this world. Should he truly envy their current existence? No, it was unnecessary. Guo Ming came to this realization, a smile returning to his lips. In Chen Ziyu's chamber, Chen Baichuan gazed at his daughter and gently said, "Ziyu, many talented individuals from esteemed families have arrived today. Make sure to observe them closely." Dressed in a pink gown adorned with vivid lotus flowers, her attire echoed the rosy hue of her cheeks, a perfect harmony. Her face was meticulously made up, with crystal earrings dangling from her ears and a stunning blue diamond gracing her neck. Startled, she stammered, "Must it truly be so? This is your destiny." Chen Baichuan replied, unable to soften the truth. The hope in Chen Ziyu's eyes quickly dimmed. Chen Baichuan felt a pang in his heart as he continued, "Do not blame your father. I too am compelled by circumstance. This is our family's rule. Every daughter of the Chen family must either choose a scion from an esteemed family or select an outstanding man from the common folk." "What? There is a second option?" Chen Ziyu gasped. Seeing the rekindled hope in his daughter's gaze, Chen Baichuan sighed deeply. Yet, this second option is exceedingly rare. It requires the approval of several family elders. The approval of the elders? What does that mean? Chen Ziyu pressed on, seemingly oblivious to her father's lament. Chen Baichuan explained, "The elders are the foundation of our family, possessing formidable strength. Anyone wishing to marry a daughter of the Chen family must meet their standards of character and martial skill. You know, aside from the scions of noble families, how many genuine masters exist among the common folk? Of course, I do not deny their existence, but even if they pass the tests, they must comply with the stipulations set forth by the Chen family." "What stipulation?" Chen Ziyu's tone grew somber. Upon hearing her father's account, she grasped the challenges ahead. The elders were not merely any ordinary individuals. Their selections would surely not be typical scions, but rather the elite. How many such masters could possibly exist? Yet, she instinctively asked one last question. The next 4 words sent a chill through Chen Ziyu's heart, joining the Chen family. Those 4 words shattered her hopes entirely. For a man to join a family was an absolute disgrace in ancient times. Even in today's more progressive society, who would willingly embrace such a fate? Especially for someone as exceptional as him, the likelihood was nearly non-existent. Seeing his daughter's spirit wane, Chen Baichuan gritted his teeth and continued, "At least, in the past century, no one has joined the Chen family." He felt compelled to assert this, hoping to extinguish any lingering thoughts of Chen Ziyu's romantic aspirations. After much reflection, he finally grasped the reason behind her desire for Guo Ming's presence. While he found amusement in her predicament, he felt pity for Guo Ming. The power of these noble families was immense. Had Chen Ziyu publicly declared Guo Ming as her boyfriend, and had he accepted, he would certainly have faced dire consequences. Some scions, though lacking in skill, excelled at orchestrating others' downfalls. Ah, the folly of ignorance. A moment later, Chen Ziyu wiped away her tears, glanced into the mirror, forced a smile, and said softly, "Father, I understand." Wishing to caress his daughter's cheek, Chen Baichuan found himself unable. When her mother entrusted Ziyu to his care, she had implored him to protect her well. But had he truly succeeded? What does a woman desire most in her life? It is not wealth or power, but rather a person worthy of her trust. Yet, he could not allow her to make that genuine choice. Withdrawn, he turned to her and said, "Ziyu, among the scions present, regardless of their family's stature, should you find someone to your liking, I shall ensure your wishes are fulfilled." With that, he briskly departed, watching her father's hurried retreat. Chen Ziyu's tears fell anew. He was escaping. Guo Ming was right. She had indeed been oblivious to her own fortune. She had overlooked her father's love, and his earlier words had transcended his authority. Chen Ziyu understood that today's main players were few. The other minor scions were mere supporting characters. Among them were only a select few worthy of her consideration. Dongfang Jian from the Dongfang family, Han Rui from the Han family, and Sun Ru from the Sun family. These 3 were the true protagonists of the day. Her thoughts drifted back to Guo Ming, and she murmured, "No matter how remarkable they may be, I would still prefer to choose Guo Ming, that little rascal." But is that even possible? A sense of desolation and bittersweet sorrow crept across her exquisite features, akin to the mournful cry of parting lovers, the remnants of blood on a snowy night, or the tearful farewell of clasped hands, each evoking an ache in the heart, provoking deep sympathy. But what could she do? The world's cage confines itself. But can a frail woman escape? Perhaps only the heavens know. In the grand hall of the Chen family, seated in a corner was not only Guo Ming, but also a sinister-looking young man, his cold gaze scanning the surroundings. His pallor was akin to a morbid hue, evoking an unsettling feeling. He casually sipped the liquor in his hand, his eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty glint, which deterred any servant from approaching him. Humph! How dare they not invite me to such an occasion? They truly underestimate my demonic sect. Today, I shall attend uninvited. If Chen Ziyu is beautiful, then it shall be acceptable. Otherwise, I will ensure they face embarrassment. With a cold snort, the temperature around him seemed to drop significantly. Guo Ming sensed something and glanced over, startled by the explosive energy concealed beneath the young man's exterior. Who is he, and how does he possess such formidable power? With this thought, Guo Ming furrowed his brow. It appeared that Chen Ziyu's coming-of-age ceremony would not unfold quietly. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "Ziyu has emerged." Dressed in a lotus flower gown, Chen Ziyu descended gracefully from the second floor, radiating an aura akin to a pure lotus drifting through the air. A gentle smile adorned her face as she greeted those around her. However, upon spotting Guo Ming, her gaze momentarily faltered before she continued her salutations. Although her expression only wavered briefly, the observant noted the subtle change, including Dongfang Jian, Han Rui, Sun Ru, and the cold-hearted cultivator in the corner. Dongfang Jian's expression remained unchanged as he walked toward Guo Ming with a glass of wine. Chen Ziyu, noticing the situation from above, quickened her pace, leaving the young cultivators below perplexed. What event could warrant such behavior? It was her coming-of-age ceremony, and every action she took was significant to her family, making this unusual behavior quite alarming. The young talents present were all exceptional. A discerning eye would quickly identify the source of the commotion, and soon all gazes converged on Guo Ming. His demeanor remained unperturbed, showing no inclination to rise, as if the attention of those around him was inconsequential. Before long, some began to recognize Guo Ming's extraordinary nature. Chen Baichuan and Han Mingli exchanged astonished glances, each perceiving surprise in the other's eyes. Han Mingli sighed softly. I never expected to misjudge someone. Chen Baichuan, equally stunned, lamented, I must be getting old. I just viewed him as an ordinary person, even looking down on him. To stand among such distinguished heirs is no small feat, something even we could not achieve in our youth. Indeed, Han Mingli mused, Dongfang Jian is exceptional. Yet his narrow-mindedness may hinder his potential. I wonder if his recent display will surprise us. As Chen Ziyu approached midway, she too realized the peculiar atmosphere. Her mouth agape in disbelief, followed by a surge of anger. He had been hiding his true self, and I fell for it. However, a daring thought emerged. If he were willing to be part of our family, it would be preferable to an arbitrary choice, regardless of her inner musings. Dongfang Jian had already reached Guo Ming's side, inquiring gently, May I sit here? Guo Ming looked up, his eyes betraying no emotion. Initially, Dongfang Jian assumed his own charisma had captivated Guo Ming, preparing to belittle him, but in an instant, his expression shifted. Guo Ming's calm eyes transformed into a tempestuous sea, exuding an overwhelming, destructive aura that struck at Dongfang Jian's very core. The wine glass slipped silently from Dongfang Jian's grasp, his limbs turning icy as terror filled his gaze. He had no doubt. With a mere thought, Guo Ming could obliterate him, standing like an insurmountable peak he could never hope to scale. Suddenly, the torrent ceased abruptly, settling into a serene, lifeless pool as Guo Ming caught the glass before it hit the ground, chuckling softly, Of course, you may. Guo Ming sought to avoid trouble. Yet he never shied away from it. Now that he had been noticed, not resisting would betray his character. Dongfang Jian regained his composure, looking at Guo Ming. The superiority he once felt evaporating. He had often heard elders speak of true masters not being the scions of noble families, but rather the reclusive sages amidst the bustling world. Once skeptical, he now believed. Forcing a smile, he accepted the glass from Guo Ming and took a seat opposite him. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Astonished that the usually arrogant Dongfang Jian would be so amiable, even attempting to befriend Guo Ming. Perhaps he was a hidden heir of a noble lineage. They reasoned to quell their doubts. Positioned in the corner, the rapid sequence of events had gone unnoticed by most. A middle-aged man in a black suit stared in astonishment at Guo Ming, then shook his head with a bitter smile, murmuring, I never imagined that after being neighbors with Guo Ming for over a decade, I would discover such a side to him. If Mengyao truly intends to return to the Dongfang family, being with Guo Ming might not be a bad thing. But why is Guo Ming here today? This man was none other than Shui Mengyao, the father of Shui Mengyao. He knew Dongfang Jian all too well. By familial ties, he was his uncle. Yet this young man had never regarded him with any respect, once publicly dismissing him as a pretty face lacking substance. Seeing Dongfang Jian so subdued now suggested Guo Ming had indeed made an impression. Old Han, what just transpired? Chen Baichuan asked solemnly. I sensed a terrifying mental force, rivaling ours. Who was this exceptional disciple? Han Mingli's face was etched with shock. Guo Ming had just intimidated Dongfang Jian with his mental prowess, perhaps cloaking his true nature from Dongfang, but not from seasoned experts like them. Such skill at this age indicates formidable backing. Baichuan, tread carefully. That young man, should he unleash his potential, could instill genuine fear, Han Mingli warned gravely. Do you think I'm a fool? Chen Baichuan scoffed. Guo Ming is still too young, unaware of the consequences of revealing his strength. In this world, an individual may not be powerful, but their backing can instill terror. Everyone fears the repercussions of angering those of higher status. With Guo Ming's prowess at such a young age, who would believe he lacks a formidable force or a master behind him? The revenge from noble heirs he fears may never materialize. Indeed, if Guo Ming had acted ordinary, he would have truly faced backlash. This world is a relentless cycle of the strong preying on the weak. Today is my daughter's coming-of-age ceremony, and we are honored by your presence, Chen Baichuan announced loudly. Without further ado, I declare that Ziyu is now of age. In ancient times, this ceremony held great significance, though in modern days, it has faded from public consciousness, even among noble families, serving mainly as a symbolic gesture. Political marriages remained the ultimate goal pursued by these families. Subsequently, the atmosphere lightened as music filled the air and young men and women began to dance. Chen Ziyu declined the invitations of several young men and directly approached Guo Ming, standing silently beside him. Guo Ming remained oblivious. Yet Dongfang Jian could not turn a blind eye. With a cheerful smile, he stood up and gently asked, Ziyu, may I invite you to dance? Chen Ziyu shook her head, politely refusing. I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired and would like to rest here. Dongfang Jian was taken aback. He was no fool and understood her intentions. Letting out a soft sigh, he nodded. Very well, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As he turned to depart, he noticed that she did not utter a single word to retain him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Was she still planning to remain silent? Suddenly, Chen Ziyu's tense face blossomed into a smile more beautiful than flowers, a breathtaking expression that could make 100 blossoms shy. Guo Ming was momentarily stunned, then turned his gaze away, softly stating, Do you think I have something to say to you? Really nothing at all. Chen Ziyu teased. Just then, a cold voice cut through the air. Ziyu, may I invite you to dance? Chen Ziyu felt a surge of anger. She could hardly believe someone was so oblivious as to approach her now. She was prepared to give this newcomer a piece of her mind, but upon meeting his eyes, she felt her heart chill, her mind clearing. What a pair of eyes they were, devoid of human emotion, filled only with an unfathomable coldness and undeniable passion. As if to refuse him would invoke his wrath. A wave of trepidation washed over Chen Ziyu as she glanced at Guo Ming, her eyes pleading. Guo Ming had furrowed his brow upon seeing the cold-hearted figure approaching. It seemed some matters were inescapable. At that moment, Han Rui came from the distance, declaring, I'm sorry, but he is my girlfriend, so she will not dance with you. Han Rui's words silenced the entire ballroom. In the distance, Han Mingli's expression changed as he attempted to move toward his son, only to be swiftly restrained by Chen Baichuan, who whispered urgently, What are you doing? I cannot allow Rui'er to take risks. Lingxin's power is not something Rui'er can contend with, Han Mingli replied. Do not forget he is our junior. We cannot intervene in such matters. Besides, there are many talented youths present, and Lingxin would not dare act recklessly. Chen Baichuan responded with a stern voice. Han Mingli struggled against Chen Baichuan's grip, but could not break free. Observing the latter's unwavering demeanor, he sighed deeply. Old Chen, let me go. I know my limits. Chen Ziyu was momentarily taken aback by Han Rui's intervention, preparing to retort, when she noticed him wink at her, and suddenly understood. She cast a lingering glance at Guo Ming, filled with both longing and expectation, yet ultimately, Guo Ming remained silent beside her. The crowd began to gather around Chen Ziyu, sensing that a conflict was inevitable. Indeed, Lingxin laughed heartily, pointing at Han Rui and loudly exclaiming, Just based on you? Han Rui's face paled, and as he prepared to retort, Lingxin stepped forward, his overwhelming aura rising dramatically. The onlookers felt as if their hearts had been struck hard, particularly those nearer to Lingxin. Furthermore, the attendees were not ordinary folk. Most were scions of noble families, who, in terror, began to retreat. A flush swept over Han Rui's face, and he tasted blood in his throat as he uncontrollably spat it out, subsequently staggering backward. Dongfang Jian, standing closest, leaped forward to catch Han Rui. Lingxin disregarded the crowd, his cold voice echoing. As the ancient saying goes, beauty and heroism are mine to claim. Ziyu, I must have you. Anyone who dares to oppose may step forward to challenge me. As he spoke, he spun his hands, conjuring two orbs of energy that crackled with traces of lightning. Chen Baichuan approached from a distance, ignoring Lingxin's imposing presence, and coldly stated, Lingxin, this is my Chun family territory. Your actions are rather presumptuous. Lingxin smirked, his face displaying a hint of amusement. Uncle, your reprimand is noted, but I simply cannot help my affection for your daughter. It is regrettable that I must resort to such measures. I hope you do not take offense. Chen Baichuan scoffed, his voice frigid. I care not for your other actions. But since you have harmed my kin on my territory, you are in the wrong. I now ask you to leave. Lingxin's smile faded swiftly. He disdainfully regarded Chen Baichuan, coolly retorting, I address you as uncle out of respect for Ziyu. Do you truly believe you can compare to my strength? As his words fell, the entire venue fell into a stunned silence. None expected the demon warrior, Lingxin, to openly challenge Chen Baichuan's authority. Indeed, even Chen Baichuan, known for his composure, could no longer contain himself. His formidable aura exploded forth, his eyes gleaming with a steely resolve as he stepped forward, the marble floor cracking silently beneath him, transforming into a miniature whirlwind aimed at Lingxin. Han Mingli shook his head, sighing, this fellow, while urging me to remain calm, now finds himself unable to stay composed. Guo Ming observed the unfolding conflict with a detached demeanor, showing no inclination to intervene. Chen Ziyu's face was etched with anxiety. She felt she could rely on no one. She believed that even if Guo Ming were skilled, he was merely on par with Dongfang Jian and Han Rui, far inferior to Lingxin. Lingxin's otherworldly expression remained unperturbed as he slowly pushed forward the two orbs of lightning energy, as if facing not an elder, but a peer. On the second floor stood a strikingly handsome young man, his fair complexion sharp and refined, his deep, dark eyes glimmered with allure. With thick brows, a prominent nose, and perfectly shaped lips, he exuded an air of nobility and elegance. A glint of intrigue flashed in his eyes as he chuckled, the foremost figure of the demon path. Who would have thought you so audacious? While others may not have noticed him, Guo Ming had been discreetly observing. Guo Ming practiced the waterway of cultivation, placing him several tiers above this individual. It was impossible for the man to conceal his aura completely. What intrigued Guo Ming was that this person was also adept at feigning weakness, remaining unervingly composed. One would think he was aware that taking action now would garner the Chun family's favor. Yet, he chose to remain passive, quietly witnessing the confrontation unfold, a thought-provoking decision. The clash of their attacks soon met, not erupting in the anticipated explosive chaos, but rather, both forces suspended mid-air, engaging in a fierce contest. The ordinary officials and business representatives were rendered speechless, unable to fathom the surreal scene before them. Guo Ming was profoundly shaken. He had previously held biases against ancient martial arts, doubting that such prowess could truly defy the laws of nature. Today's events enlightened him. If these individuals wished to wreak havoc upon the world, it would indeed spell disaster. No wonder some powerful figures would rather incur debts than clash with the noble families. Typically, the scions of such families would not act rashly. However, should their interests be threatened, could the law genuinely restrain them? Who could say? His steadfast conservatism had deprived Ziyu of the opportunity to pursue martial arts, which may not have been in her best interest. What if one day someone sought to harm her? As the energies of both sides began to dissipate, it was evident that Lingxin's energy waned at a faster rate. Though Chen Baichuan's expression remained stern, observant eyes could detect a hint of relief mingled with his demeanor. If he were to falter against Lingxin today, he would likely never regain his standing among the noble families again. Hence, this trial was one he must win. The idea is commendable, yet can the outcome truly be as one desires? A fleeting smirk suddenly crossed the otherwise solemn face of Long Xian, causing Chen Baichuan to feel a jolt in his heart. Although confused, he instinctively fortified his aura. Chen Ziyu, observing her father enveloped in energy, was struck by an ominous premonition and anxiously turned to Guo Ming, exclaiming, "What on earth has happened?" Guo Ming glanced at Sun Ru on the second floor, who appeared relaxed and unfazed, and, with a sense of helplessness, reached for Chen Ziyu's delicate hand, speaking softly, "Do not worry." Taken aback, Chen Ziyu stared blankly at the warmth radiating from his fingertips. Having never allowed any male to touch her in her 16 years, she instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand. However, Guo Ming's urgent voice reached her ears, urging her to intervene between the two combatants quickly, lest it be too late. Chen Ziyu was taken aback by the gravity of the situation. How could she possibly intervene between such formidable opponents? Such an act would be tantamount to courting death, as it would mean facing the wrath of both sides simultaneously. Yet, the urgency in Guo Ming's tone deepened her sense of foreboding. Just as she was about to inquire further, a brilliant light flashed before her eyes, and an enigmatic mark resonated deep within her soul, flooding her body with boundless energy. Within mere seconds, she felt as though she had been reborn, her power multiplying several times over. With no time to ponder the cause of this transformation, Chen Ziyu gracefully ascended into the air with each step, her right foot landing upon a radiant, multicolored lotus that vanished upon her departure, only for another to appear beneath her other foot. This astonishing display left the warriors present in awe. In their view, only those of at least 4-star strength could traverse the void. When had Chen Ziyu concealed such formidable prowess? Sun Ru on the second floor stood in disbelief, murmuring, "Impossible. How could this be?" Chen Ziyu spoke softly. "Today marks my coming-of-age ceremony. Lung Exine, your actions here show a lack of respect." As she approached the source of the energy clash, her eyes sparkled with a strange hue, and her jade-like hand delicately reached towards the swirling energies. "No, Ziyu." Chen Baichuan, after recovering from his shock, shouted in alarm at her actions. Although the energies appeared diminished, what remained was a concentrated essence that had long been dormant. "Flee, Cold Moon, pale-faced," echoed in dismay. Yet, it was too late for Chen Ziyu to withdraw. Her hand was already upon the two pulsating energies. Contrary to the calm demeanor others perceived, her heart raced with excitement. The vast, ethereal energy coursing through Guo Ming propelled her to the 4-star realm. The transition from 3-star to 4-star was a pivotal milestone for warriors. She had only just reached the mid-level of 3-star and expected to take years to achieve 4-star status. Yet here she was, shattering barriers with Guo Ming's immense energy. The martial world categorized power into 9 stars, each with 3 smaller realms. To this day, the strongest publicly acknowledged warriors reached only 7 stars, while 8 and 9 stars remained beyond their comprehension. It was rumored that her ancestors had attained 7 stars. Yet she had never witnessed such a being. When she had inquired with her father, he had merely sighed and shaken his head, having never seen them either. This indicated that 7-star warriors often secluded themselves, akin to ancient beings, only revealing their might when absolutely necessary. Thus, the highest acknowledged strength in the world was 6 stars. A level one could only admire from afar. In the martial realm, the most gifted youths typically hovered around the 3-star level, and achieving 4 stars without over a decade of cultivation was nearly impossible. Yet, there had been exceptions, such as a prodigy who reached 4 stars at the tender age of 12, rising like a comet until he vanished from the martial world after battling 9-star warriors at the pinnacle of Kunlun. He became a legend, revered as the martial sage, an insurmountable monument in history. If Guo Ming could elevate his strength to 4 stars, could it be inferred that he had already attained 5 stars or more? The very thought sent shivers through her soul. Just then, with no time to dwell on her revelations, her jade hand traced the air, conjuring a talisman inscribed with myriad intricate symbols. With a gentle press, it melted away like snow meeting fire, disappearing before the astonished onlookers. Chen Ziyu turned to Lung Xin, a serene smile gracing her features as she asked, "Do you truly believe you possess the strength to pursue me?" Lung Xion's countenance shifted between pale and flushed, rendered speechless by her response. He had not anticipated the swift reversal of their positions, leaving him bewildered. Even with his keen perception, he could not fathom how Chen Ziyu had dismantled their assault. He recognized the technique she employed was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Though he struggled to accept the prospect of defeat at her hands, he lacked the confidence to overcome her. With a dismissive snort, he retreated. The onlookers, young scions of martial families, gazed upon the girl suspended in midair like a celestial being, their eyes filled with adoration. In that moment, Chen Ziyu radiated an allure unmatched. Previously aloof, she now exuded an ethereal quality that made her seem almost unattainable. It was this very sensation that intensified their infatuation. To win the affection of such a girl would bring a lifetime of glory. Sun Ru on the second floor observed with a glint of intrigue, murmuring to herself, "It seems circumstances have shifted. Could another force be intervening?" Yet, acquiring Ziyu would indeed be a fortunate outcome. With this thought, a confident smile graced her handsome face. Chen Baituan stood in a state of complete bewilderment until Han Mingli's hand upon his shoulder jolted him back to reality, eliciting an awkward smile. It was no surprise. The day's events had profoundly shaken him. "Brother Baichuan, you have concealed this well," Han Mingli remarked with a grin. "I had no idea. If this girl had confided in me sooner, she need not have undertaken this action she so despised," Chen Baichuan replied, initially with a rueful shake of his head. But soon his tone brimmed with joy. Indeed, with the power Chen Ziyu now exhibited, she could stand proud among her peers. Who among their family would dare impose restrictions upon her? To stifle her future would be an unbearable burden. If this news were to reach the elders, it would surely cause quite a stir. As her daughter's worth soared, Chen Baichuan felt his own stature rise accordingly. Yet, Chen Ziyu herself did not share in the astonishment evident in the eyes of those around her. Her gaze drifted towards a corner where a figure had unknowingly slipped away, a wave of melancholy washing over her. Moments later, she abruptly awakened, the tidal wave of energy within her gradually dissipating, and the profound imprint in her mind began to fade as well. Indeed, Chen Ziyu sighed, realizing that if such advancements were easily attained, the elders of her clan would have long since intervened to enhance their descendants' powers. Her recent boost was but a fleeting surge, and she remained unaware of the method Guo Ming had employed to amplify her energy so drastically. Such a feat would be met with disbelief if divulged. Yet, what vexed her most was the fact that the talisman bearing the profound technique had been taken back by Guo Ming. He could have easily passed it on to her, yet he chose to reclaim it, indicating her insignificance in his eyes. As she felt the reverent gazes of those around her, Chen Ziyu mused quietly. Is this the essence of being a true powerhouse? The gaze swiftly shifted towards the horizon, perhaps towards the direction in which Guo Ming had departed. "Guo Ming, thank you. If it weren't for you today, my father's reputation would likely have suffered greatly, and my fate would have been sealed in a life of solitude. For this kindness, I shall remember you for eternity." In Chen Ziyu's chamber, Chen Baichuan gazed in astonishment at his daughter seated upon the bed, his excitement rendering him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he stammered, "Ziyu, when did you achieve the 4-star rank?" Chen Ziyu observed her father's massive frame trembling with excitement and could only shake her head with a bitter smile. "I fear I may disappoint you." "Disappoint?" Chen Baichuan was momentarily taken aback, misinterpreting her words as a jab at his matchmaking attempts. Yet, at that moment, he had no inclination to dwell on such trivialities. With a chuckle, he remarked, "If you had told me earlier that you attained 4 stars, this matchmaking business would never have occurred." Realizing her father had misunderstood, Chen Ziyu felt an unusual spark of interest in what he had just said and eagerly inquired, "Why? Why?" Chen Baichuan laughed heartily. Martial arts rely on solid foundations, progressing step by step. Generally, one achieves the 4-star realm around the age of 30, and such individuals possess considerable talent within noble families. I, too, reached the 4-star realm at 31. For you to attain it before 16, and at an intermediate or even higher level, is truly exceptional. Therefore, our entire clan will not hinder you. Instead, they will provide all the resources for your training. If fortune favors you, you may even receive direct guidance from our ancestors. Chen Ziyu's eyes sparkled. The prospect of her family fostering her development was enticing. This implied she could freely consume the family's precious elixirs. Perhaps, with this opportunity, she might truly break through to the 4-star level. Yet, how could she conceal this? The moment anyone checked, her secret would be exposed. However, the temptation was overwhelming, especially since it meant she could soar to great heights in the future. After resolving her thoughts, Chen Ziyu nodded and softly replied, "I understand. When did you achieve the 4-star realm?" Chen Baichuan asked cautiously. This matter directly influenced Ziyu's future accomplishments. According to the martial world's principles, the earlier one reaches a level, the greater their potential. He needed clarity on this. Yet, Chen Ziyu could not respond, rubbing her forehead wearily and murmuring, "I am a bit tired." "Ah, then please rest well. Chen Baichuan stood, glancing at his daughter with concern before exiting the room and gently closing the door behind him. Chen Ziyu lay on her bed, still clothed, her mind drifting back to Guo Ming. Their first encounter had been marked by him eavesdropping on her conversation, only to receive a sound thrashing from her. The second time, he had exhibited remarkable judgment, diverting her to treat Zhang Zihan. Now, in this third meeting, he had shown himself to be entirely different. Perhaps, in their first encounter, he was merely playing the role of a fool to deceive the wise. Her thoughts then turned to Shui Mengyao, a girl whose talents rivaled her own. It seemed there was a hint of ambiguity in the relationship between Guo Ming and her. In the bustling city, amidst the vibrant lights and sounds, Guo Ming walked alone, gazing up at the towering buildings, suddenly struck by an unusual thought. In a flash, he ascended to a high-rise, standing 70 meters above the ground, quietly surveying the vast expanse below. There, throngs of pedestrians and vehicles passed by. At one intersection, a group of individuals gathered, arms draped over each other, laughing boisterously, oblivious to the source of their mirth. In a dim alley, a bicycle rolled slowly along a monotonous path, a boy in a white t-shirt pedaling with a serene girl resting her head against his back, her arms comfortably wrapped around him as she whispered softly. Guo Ming smiled faintly, then turned his gaze elsewhere, where two groups of ruffians were easily identifiable, their appearances suggesting frequent brawls. With dyed hair and wielding sticks, some even brandished switchblades. Initially, they exchanged words, but it quickly escalated into a full-blown melee. Guo Ming had no interest in witnessing the chaos. The violence between the two groups was of no concern to him. Nor did he harbor delusions of being a savior of the world. It was far better to lead a tranquil life. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he murmured, "Since I have arrived, why not reveal yourself? Ha, little brother, your keen perception is commendable. It seems you have made significant progress in my absence." A melodious laughter echoed, causing Guo Ming's brow to furrow. Although she had not yet made her appearance, he already sensed a subtle pressure, indicating she was a formidable opponent, even stronger than himself. As she emerged, his expression shifted from surprise to bemusement. The visitor was none other than Wang Jinfeng, who had previously attacked him. Her flowing black hair shimmered with a lustrous sheen, her eyes round and dark, adorned with long, mist-like lashes that accentuated her delicate features. Her petite visage resembled that of a young and noble princess. While Guo Ming was not surprised by her beauty, having already recognized her as a rare gem, he was taken aback by her attire. She was wearing a bikini. The sight of her ample bosom made him gulp, and as she playfully tossed her hair, he couldn't help but recall the idiom's surging waves, worrying whether she might lose her balance. Of course, such concerns were unnecessary. Wang Jinfeng smiled at Guo Ming and teased, "Little brother, you certainly made me suffer last time." Upon hearing her tone, Guo Ming felt a slight relaxation. Her failure to attack immediately indicated her intention was not malicious. Otherwise, she would have simply confronted him without any preamble. Moreover, who would don a bikini to engage in a duel? With a chuckle, Guo Ming replied, "The key was that I had no other choice. I had to resort to desperate measures, and it was truly regrettable that you were injured. For days, I have been unable to eat or sleep, tormented by the thought of such a beautiful person like you suffering. Now that I see you unharmed, I can finally breathe easy." Guo Ming took advantage of the situation, as she had referred to him as little brother, and he felt no need for further formality. After all, if she called him brother, it would be rather awkward to continue their previous tensions. Wang Jinfeng's expression shifted. Today, she had come to challenge Guo Ming, intending to make things difficult for him. Yet, she dared not endanger his life. Guo Ming had managed to thwart her intentions with his words. Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she replied, "Do you truly believe that? In fact, I suffered serious internal injuries that only healed yesterday. Alas, could it be that you are truly so formidable? Since we are alone here, how about we spar once more?" Guo Ming was unwilling, hastily shaking his head. No. You have only just recovered from your illness. How could you possibly fight?" Wang Jinfeng paused momentarily, then gritted her teeth. "Then I shall speak plainly. The last time we fought, you left me with a psychological scar. If I do not battle with you again, it may adversely affect my future cultivation. Therefore, I must implore you to oblige me." With her words laid bare, Guo Ming could not simply refuse without appearing as though he sought to impede her progress. He clenched his teeth, ready to acquiesce, but a glint of cunning in Wang Jinfeng's eyes made him realize her true intentions. She could not harm him for reasons unknown, yet she was unwilling to let bygones be bygones, and thus sought to exact some form of playful retribution. Guo Ming straightened his posture and declared, "I apologize. It was my fault on that day. If you wish to spar, I assure you, I will not retaliate. Come, unleash your frustrations upon me." Furious, Wang Jinfang felt an overwhelming urge to strike, yet she restrained herself, for her opponent wore an expression of defiance, seemingly prepared to face any consequence. How could she retaliate under such circumstances? What infuriated her further was the way he brazenly took advantage of her with his words. How could she vent her frustrations? If she acted on her anger, it would betray the principles of loyalty, and the psychological discomfort would only amplify. The more she contemplated, the greater her desire to deliver a blow became. Ultimately, she could only cast a resentful glance at his infuriating visage, which soon transformed into a smile as she softly remarked, "Well, I have come to discuss something of great importance today." Upon hearing this, Guo Ming's eyes sparkled with interest, silently acknowledging that the main topic had arrived. Observing Guo Ming's calm demeanor, Wang Jinfang fixed her gaze upon him and gently stated, "We are not ordinary individuals. Our actions must be taken with caution. Today, I am here on behalf of our leader, who has invited you to the headquarters. Can I refuse?" Guo Ming's expression shifted slightly. "Why would you want to refuse? Joining that organization will grant you everything you desire: power, wealth, and the opportunity to learn profound techniques from seasoned mentors," Wang Jinfang replied, perplexed. In gaining some, one inevitably loses others, no matter how enticing the organization's offers may be. "I will not join," Guo Ming declared without hesitation. "Are you certain?" The smile on Wang Jinfang's face faltered, her tone turning frosty. A jolt of unease coursed through Guo Ming as he discreetly summoned his inner strength, grappling with profound apprehension. He lacked the confidence to confront an organization of such magnitude. Voicing such thoughts felt akin to courting disaster. Moreover, in his current encounter with Wang Jinfang, he no longer held the conviction of assured victory. It had only been a few days, yet it seemed her power had surged once more. Clearly, her claims about the formidable presence within that organization were not mere fabrications. Taking a step back, Guo Ming spoke earnestly. "Surely your organization would not impose unreasonable demands on us. What do you think?" Wang Jinfang retorted with a cold scoff. Guo Ming's heart gradually sank. The worst had finally come to pass. Realizing that the situation was unavoidable, a flash of determination crossed his face. With a deft leap, he soared into the air, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Jinfei as he softly declared, "Come forth. I shall not surrender easily." Wang Jinfei remained unfazed, pointing at Guo Ming and stating, "Last time, I was careless and fell into your trap. This time, I shall show you what a true master is capable of." As she spoke, a sudden smile broke through her icy demeanor, and Guo Ming felt a stirring within him, as if the world had narrowed down to her alone. Her bright eyes and radiant smile seemed to ripple through the very fabric of reality. Her slender waist swayed like a delicate willow, appearing as if it could snap with the slightest provocation. Most striking were her alluring lips, which sent a jolt through Guo Ming, causing him to descend from the air, moving towards Wang Jinfei in a daze. With a confident smile gracing her face, Wang Jinfei reveled in her mastery of the alluring art she had practiced for years. Convinced that Guo Ming, being young and impetuous, would succumb to her charms, especially given his inexperience. Sensing the fervent desire in his gaze, she chuckled triumphantly. "I must remain cautious," she mused, "for last time, I was deceived by that boy's dragon aura. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been defeated in a single strike." Wang Jinfei stood tall at approximately 1.72 meters, comparable to Guo Ming's stature. With a triumphant tilt of her chin, she teased him by gently grasping his jaw, mocking, "Well now, boy, have you learned to behave?" The intensity in Guo Ming's eyes intensified, his throat quivering as he swallowed hard. Yet, without her permission, he dared not make a move. The allure she exuded was overwhelming, making even Wang Jinfei feel a hint of trepidation. "I hope I do not ruin him," she thought. "If the leader finds out, I might face punishment. But surely, this boy cannot be so weak." Unbeknownst to Wang Jinfei, after uttering that line, the murderous intent concealed in Guo Ming's eyes dissipated, and the energy that had been coiling behind his back quietly unraveled. Though she was undoubtedly a beast of enchantment, her martial prowess paled in comparison to Guo Ming, the cultivator. Despite her remarkable talent and innate charm, under Guo Ming's vigilant guard, she could not ensnare him. He remained steadfast, allowing her to lead him in a dazed manner towards her. Had she displayed even a hint of malice, Guo Ming would have acted without hesitation, retreating swiftly. He did not believe that the organization would dare to target his family, as they were an institution of the state and would not harm innocents. Brother, do you wish to embrace your sister? Wang Jinfei teased lightly. Although Guo Ming yearned for that closeness, reason prevailed, warning him that yielding to such temptation would shatter his resolve. He fought to suppress his impulses, refraining from any actions. This left Wang Jinfei bewildered. She leaned closer, seeking to discern what was amiss. The intoxicating fragrance of her presence enveloped him, making it increasingly difficult for Guo Ming to maintain his composure. As he felt his resolve wavering, Wang Jinfei too noticed, her forward motion transforming into a sharp blade of intent, her formidable energy slicing through the air, grazing Guo Ming's cheek. No matter the circumstances, Guo Ming reacted faster, his gaze radiating brilliance as the energies of the cosmos coalesced into a thunderous roar akin to a tiger's might. With a resounding crash, Wang Jinfei's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily retreated. Yet, the powerful sonic wave struck her heart, leaving her disoriented. Wang Jinfei's complexion turned pale, her body teetering on the brink of collapse. The explosive sound nearly shattered her eardrums, and her vision was filled with dazzling stars, plunging her into a state of utter confusion. I sincerely apologize. My condition today is not optimal, and I have only managed to write this much. Tomorrow, I shall make amends with 3 updates. As the moment of revelation is upon us, Guo Ming refrained from seizing the opportunity. After all, there was no profound enmity between the two. He cast one last glance at Wang Jinfei, particularly at her ample bosom, swallowed hard, and drifted away like a wisp of breeze. Wang Jinfei soon regained her composure, scanning the surroundings for any trace of Guo Ming. In a fit of rage, she stamped her delicate foot and scolded, "You little rascal, don't let me catch you again." Guo Ming transformed into a gentle zephyr, meandering aimlessly through the bustling streets. In the midst of worldly pursuits, where everyone sought profit, Guo Ming was no exception. As a practitioner of the mystical arts, he was still human, harboring his own aspirations. Presently, his ambitions were simple, to cultivate in tranquility. After his parents' passing, he would wander the seas, unencumbered and free. This was a duty he felt compelled to fulfill as a son. His path in cultivation was laid by the formidable strength of his master, who had painstakingly established his foundation. Only after embarking on this journey did Guo Ming truly comprehend the arduous nature of cultivation, which required the accumulation of time for significant achievements. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The path of cultivation was fraught with challenges, as evidenced by the near extinction of practitioners in contemporary times. He had yet to experience the terror of inner demons. But from his master's teachings, he learned that 5 or 6 out of 10 fell victim to them. Every step forward was immensely challenging, compounded by the ominous threat of heavenly tribulations. Therefore, Guo Ming had no intention of involving his parents in the arduous journey of cultivation. His sole desire was to ensure their peaceful twilight years. Given their high expectations of him, he believed it was within his power to bring honor to his family name. As for a wife, that seemed a distant notion. He was not yet 16, and contemplating marriage at such a tender age felt premature. Nevertheless, he embraced the philosophy of letting fate decide. Unlike the solitary cultivators of antiquity, he was not inclined to pursue a romantic relationship with fervor. Ideally, he would find a fellow practitioner, but was that a realistic aspiration? Guo Ming shook his head. A piercing scream broke through the air, stirring Guo Ming's senses. Instantly, he materialized and rushed towards the source of the cry, only to witness an unexpected scene. 3 or 4 ruffians, brandishing spring knives, leered as they approached a pair of young lovers. To Guo Ming's astonishment, it was the very couple he had seen earlier on bicycles. A fleeting moment of envy having crossed his mind. Unfortunately, they had stumbled into this dire situation. A somewhat worn bicycle lay abandoned at the roadside, seemingly heralding the couple's grim fate. The girl's face was etched with terror as she clutched her boyfriend, whose knuckles trembled with anxiety. For her, he was her last bastion of hope, akin to a waterlogged reed. If she let go, it could spell disaster. The girl, serene and gentle, with cascading hair and a delicate dress, wore a classic oval face and intelligent almond-shaped eyes. Yet, in her moment of vulnerability, a portion of her dress had slipped from her shoulder, exposing her undergarment, oblivious to her plight. This provocative scene only served to embolden the ruffians, who had never encountered such a refined and charming girl. From the moment they heard her melodious laughter and noticed her charming dimples, They had resolved to take bold risks to possess her. Xiao Jun, rest assured, I will protect you, the boy declared, clenching his fists with determination. Upon hearing her name, the girl's fear diminished slightly, and she replied softly, I believe in you. Hey guys, did you see that? They're getting all cozy in front of us. What should we do? One young man, adorned with large earrings, chuckled. For those lacking strength yet attempting to act tough, the solution was simple: teach them a lesson. A more flamboyantly dressed youth retorted coldly. With that, a spring knife flicked open, glinting ominously in the light. The youth's expression shifted dramatically as he surveyed the surroundings. Quickly realizing they had been cornered into an alley, regret washed over him. He had heard tales of this area being dangerous, yet he had chosen the shortcut. There was no hope for outside assistance, and given his own physique, he doubted he could withstand even one of their blows, let alone 4 armed adversaries. The thought of a knife plunging into him was too horrific to fathom. With a desperate tone, he warned, don't do anything reckless. If something goes wrong, the police won't let you off easily. For a moment, the ruffians were taken aback, then erupted in laughter. One of them pointed and jeered, you should know. My dad is the deputy director of the police station. As long as no one dies, who would dare touch me? If you're scared, just get lost and stop being a nuisance. You guys, the youth stammered, feeling utterly powerless. A top student from a prestigious school, he excelled academically, but was no match for fighting. As the ruffians closed in, panic gripped him. Glancing back at his girlfriend's expectant eyes, he ultimately could not bring himself to flee alone. He understood all too well what they desired. If he abandoned her, Xiao Jun would undoubtedly suffer at their hands. Their bond, forged over years of companionship, was not to be easily dismissed. The ruffians had cornered them against the wall. Xiao Jun bit her lip. Watching her boyfriend tremble with fear, and despair washed over her. She realized he was merely putting on a brave front. Had he not cared, he would have fled long ago. If he could not protect himself, why should she allow him to take risks for her sake? Xiao Jun gazed intently at her boyfriend and whispered, Zaheo, you should go. Don't resist futilely. Get outside and call the police. A flicker of turmoil crossed the boy's eyes as he looked back at the advancing ruffians. Finally, he steeled himself, convinced that if he could just escape and alert the authorities, perhaps Xiao Jun would be spared from their grasp. With this thought, he embraced Xiao Jun tightly and murmured, Wait for me. In the midst of the ruffians' astonishment, the youth sprang into action, unleashing a speed he himself could scarcely believe, crashing through their encirclement and dashing away. Xiao Jun's beautiful gaze shattered like a snowflake upon impact, as if the very air around her had been sucked away. The unspoken weight of despair pierced her heart, leaving it in agonizing turmoil. The once fervent promises of love could not withstand the starkness of reality. The sweet words exchanged now felt like a chasm separating them. The girl's heart bled as she wished for his safety, yet deep down, she understood what she truly longed for. The boy knew it too, but he ultimately chose a path that favored his own survival. Wait for me. But when he returned, would she still be the same? Perhaps, but never wholly so. For both physically and emotionally, something would be irrevocably altered. First love is pure and beautiful, devoid of any blemish. The boy's departure, in a sense, was a betrayal, and he had indeed betrayed himself. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks, and though the boy sensed something amiss, he lacked the courage to turn back and meet her sorrowful gaze. Perhaps he could not bear to face her anguish or his own conscience. But what difference did it make? The crux of the matter was that he had willingly betrayed his own love. Guo Ming quietly observed the unfolding scene. Initially, he intended to intervene, but a report from the past suddenly crossed his mind. It recounted the tale of a defenseless young man who bravely fought 4 armed assailants to protect his girlfriend. Though he sustained injuries, the outcome was remarkably triumphant. As a man, he fulfilled his promise and duty, and after his recovery, he and his beloved entered the sacred bond of marriage, witnessed by many citizens. Guo Ming felt little inclination to act. He merely wished to gauge the depth of this man's feelings for his girlfriend. The gentle girl evoked a profound sense of admiration in him, as such innocent souls are rare in today's society. Yet, he harbored an inexplicable jealousy, for the sweet smile and subtle happiness on her face stirred something within him. Had this man mustered the courage to resist, Guo Ming would have surely intervened. However, the man's cowardly retreat left him astonished. Indeed, fear had gripped him, yet he abandoned his beloved, leaving her, a fragile woman, to face the impending danger alone. A surge of uncontainable anger welled up within Guo Ming. Xiao Jun, having transcended her initial terror, suddenly released all inhibitions. She gazed intently at the approaching four men, a melancholic smile gracing her lips as she mournfully declared, "You shall face retribution." The betrayal of her boyfriend had pierced her heart deeply, the searing pain eclipsing her fear. It is in moments of extreme dread that one can summon unforeseen courage, an essence of fearlessness. The intensity of her gaze, filled with profound sorrow and unwavering determination, struck the four men with an uncanny sensation. They sensed that if they advanced another step, extraordinary events would surely unfold. Exchanging glances, they recognized a shared thought among themselves. Yet to abandon their pursuit seemed akin to folly. After a brief hesitation, the four men leered and lunged towards Xiao Jun. She cast one last, profound look in the direction her boyfriend had departed, and in a sudden motion, drew forth a glimmering blade from behind her, swiftly aiming it at one of them. The expressions of the four men shifted dramatically. Having underestimated her as a mere girl, they had already sheathed their knives. As they witnessed her strike, instinctively, they recoiled. Yet, they were perilously close, and Xiao Jun, prepared while they were not, could not evade completely. One man felt the blade slice through his arm, a gasp escaping his lips as he realized a chunk of flesh had been severed. What manner of blade is this? So swift? He pondered, only to be startled by the terrified shouts of his companions, urging him to retreat. A sense of dread surged through him, causing his hair to stand on end and his forehead to chill as an uncharted sense of peril enveloped him. As he turned to flee, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and he beheld a pair of exquisitely haunting eyes, tinged with a hint of bloodlust. He felt something vital within him drain away rapidly, an indescribable sensation threatening to overwhelm his consciousness, and his body weakened. He fell, incredulously gazing at the girl before him. The other three men were genuinely terrified, their eyes wide with fear as they stared at Xiao Jun. One of them pointed at her, exclaiming, "You have killed someone?" The very words "killed someone" struck Xiao Jun like a thunderbolt, causing her previously unwavering courage to ebb away like a receding tide. She stared blankly at the young man lying on the ground, drenched in blood, his body convulsing in agony while his face contorted in a grotesque grimace of pain. With a clatter, the military dagger slipped from her fingers, a gift from her elder brother for self-defense. She had never envisioned a day when she would wield it to take a life. Girls are inherently emotional beings, and Xiao Jun was no exception. With a piercing scream, her spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. She had never contemplated the act of killing. Such criminality felt worlds away from her existence. Even if it was self-defense, she thought, it could be construed as excessive. Regardless, her life felt irrevocably shattered. She could hardly fathom how her parents would react upon learning of her actions, nor how her classmates would perceive her as a murderer, nor what the world would think of her. After decades, would any semblance of happiness remain upon her release? Her life, it seemed, was irrevocably over. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed, unleashing the sorrow and despair that consumed her. She understood that this cathartic release would not change her fate, yet in that moment, what other recourse did she have? Perhaps this was simply a manifestation of her helplessness. Guo Ming regretted not intervening the instant Xiao Jun acted, and by the time he processed the situation, she was already in tears. He realized that if he did not step in soon, she might very well spiral into madness. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing beside Xiao Jun. Observing her desolate expression, he spoke softly, "You will be all right." Unaware of his presence, she continued to wail. Guo Ming executed a calming technique, and she quickly settled, gazing at him with a hint of surprise. He offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Sister, do not worry. You acted in justifiable self-defense and will bear no legal consequences. I witnessed everything, and should they attempt to accuse you falsely, I will testify on your behalf." Really? Xiao Jun looked at the younger Guo Ming with an inexplicable sense of trust, her eyes wide with surprise. "I am well versed in the law," he assured her. "You need not fret. Should this incident come to light, you may even earn the title of a heroine." Guo Ming's jest elicited a smile from Xiao Jun, yet her gaze drifted back to the three men, dread still lingering in her heart. "But they wield significant power. I remain anxious." Guo Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Her words rang true. Furrowing his brow, he quickly donned a confident smile, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I have a plan to ensure they forget today's events." "What? How will you do that?" Xiao Jun inquired, astonished. "You cannot be jesting." "Of course not," Guo Ming replied, brimming with confidence. "Have you ever heard of hypnosis?" "Hypnosis? I know of it, but can it truly have such an effect? And do you possess the skill?" Xiao Jun regarded him with skepticism. What a girl truly desires is not wealth or power, but rather a sense of security, a haven. Their greatest wish is to awaken each morning beside the one they love most. A girl's needs are simple, yet how many men can genuinely offer unwavering devotion? In Xiao Jun's moment of despair and peril, Guo Ming's arrival provided her with a pillar of strength, a source of reliance. Despite the absurdity of his claims, she chose to believe him. The three men stood frozen upon Guo Ming's emergence, having failed to perceive his swift arrival. More importantly, they felt as though an enigmatic force bound their bodies, rendering them immobile, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at him. Guo Ming approached one of them, producing a necklace from his pocket that he had procured from a roadside vendor, gently swaying it before the man, murmuring, "Focus intently on it, watch closely." As he spoke, he continued to sway the necklace. The man, ensnared by Guo Ming's mysterious influence, was unwilling to comply, having already conjured images of Guo Ming as a devil in his mind. Yet, his eyes betrayed him, irresistibly drawn to the swaying necklace. In that moment, a subtle glimmer of light flickered in Guo Ming's eyes, and the man swiftly succumbed to a state of bewilderment. Guo Ming was utilizing the tattered book borrowed from an elderly Taoist, which contained several complete Taoist techniques, one of which was a method of mental force attack. Having cultivated the way of water, Guo Ming possessed an immensely powerful mental force, rendering him a force that a mere petty thug could not hope to resist. In an instant, he invaded the thug's mind, a strand of his consciousness effortlessly slipping into the thug's sea of consciousness, swiftly extracting all memories of the day before retreating with ease. Guo Ming gave no thought to the repercussions of his actions on the thug. After all, the sea of consciousness is second only to the soul in importance. With Guo Ming's invasive act, the thug would inevitably suffer significant consequences, potentially even descending into a state of idiocy. Little June observed curiously from the side, her heart surging with tumultuous waves, astonished to discover that the legendary art of hypnosis truly existed. "What did you see today?" Guo Ming inquired calmly. "This morning, I had breakfast with a few buddies at Dog Bewley Bowsy, and we were taken by the beauty of the proprietress, so we approached to flirt," the thug replied, his eyes vacant and devoid of light, resembling a marionette. "I mean this evening," Guo Ming interrupted. This evening we saw a pair of mating dogs, and we followed them here," the thug continued. Guo Ming cleared his throat. "Stop, I meant people," glancing at little June, whose face had flushed red. Hastily cutting off the thug's impending words, fearing he would recount an inappropriate detail. "We encountered a young couple. The girl was stunningly beautiful, and my buddies and I planned to approach her. But that vile woman suddenly unleashed her wrath and killed my friend." The thug initially grinned lewdly. Then his expression twisted with rage. "All right, now I command you to forget everything that just transpired. Do you understand?" Guo Ming's voice turned cold. At that moment, his consciousness had already erased all memories of the day from the thug's mind. Unless a being of profound magical power reversed the yin and yang, there would be no chance of uncovering what had truly occurred that day. "Yes," the thug nodded numbly. Guo Ming glanced at little June and smiled gently, pointing at her. "Who is she? Do you recognize her?" The thug stared blankly for a moment, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth, and grinned. "I don't know her, but I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. Are you at ease now?" Guo Ming chuckled at little June. "Do you truly understand hypnosis?" Little June still seemed skeptical. "There are many things in this world that elude our understanding, including hypnosis, which is a science. It harnesses the fluctuations of human brainwaves to influence decisions and deep memories. As long as one can master the fluctuations of another's brainwaves, theoretically, they can hypnotize them," Guo Ming fabricated, employing this explanation to alleviate the girl's fears and anxieties. Surely, he could not directly confess to being a practitioner of the mystical arts, as such a revelation would likely lead her to perceive him as a monster. "Is there such knowledge?" Little June exclaimed. "Then you should hypnotize those three as well," she urged. Only then did her heart begin to settle. Guo Ming proceeded to hypnotize the remaining three, extracting their memories as well. Fortunately, the young man lying on the ground had not suffered a fatal wound. Guo Ming discerned that he merely fainted from excessive blood loss and panic. The unconventional life is not one that the impoverished can afford. How many truly capable individuals can engage in it? They lived in luxury, particularly the individuals before him, who had squandered their vitality on indulgence. Though little June possessed little strength, her determination was sufficient to compel Guo Ming to take action. "How do you know?" Little June questioned, her eyes wide with curiosity. Guo Ming rolled his eyes, not wishing to disclose that he had discerned it with his consciousness. Instead, vaguely replied, I have perused numerous medical texts. Just trust me. This fellow will certainly survive. We should leave. Your boyfriend is likely on his way. Upon hearing this, little June's countenance darkened, gazing at the distant, hazy streetlights and the bicycle fallen by the roadside. Memories flooded her mind. Recollections of their childhood acquaintance, the camaraderie of middle school, and the romantic entanglement of high school. She had once believed they would fall in love and eventually unite in marriage, but now, all of that had been ruthlessly shattered. Pouting, she mustered all her strength to whisper, I don't have a boyfriend. After uttering those words, she seemed to drain every ounce of energy from her body, collapsing to the ground, her gaze vacant as tears streamed down her cheeks. Why? The girl murmured, whether questioning her own abandonment or lamenting another's betrayal, remained a mystery. The night was cool and serene, with soft whispers echoing through the darkness. Who was it that clung to the promises once made? Who frequently glanced back at the passage of time? Who wandered with a heart adrift, nursing their solitude? Guo Ming removed his outer garment and gently draped it over little June's shoulders, expressing concern. Sister, shall I escort you home? Little June lifted her gaze to meet Guo Ming's earnest eyes and nodded slightly. The refreshing breeze caressed the night air, and as the chill set in, she tightened the garment around her, stealing a glance at the boy beside her, warmth bubbling within her heart as if the cold had begun to dissipate. In Linza County, there lay a well-known district named Corruption Village, a moniker derived from the fact that the majority of its residents were high-ranking officials or wealthy businessmen. The tranquil path was flanked by well-lit street lamps casting their luminous glow upon the ground. These colossal lamps emitted an exceptionally bright light, with each lamp reportedly consuming thousands of yuan. The ground was adorned with exquisite tiles, and lush greenery and blooming flowers flourished on either side. No towering buildings graced the vicinity. Instead, there stood uniform three-story villas, embodying a European-American architectural style. Though Guo Ming harbored a degree of disdain, he couldn't deny that residing there was indeed aesthetically pleasing. Guo Ming gazed at little June in astonishment, chuckling, I never imagined you lived in Corruption Village. Corruption Village? Little June echoed, perplexed as she looked at Guo Ming, her eyes brimming with confusion. This is the Dawn District, not Corruption Village. Guo Ming discerned that her expression was genuine. Yet inwardly he smirked. Indeed, this was the Dawn District, but it was merely a residence for the offspring of the powerful. How many ordinary people could possibly inhabit such a place? He refrained from expressing his irritation toward the girl. Recognizing her gentle and serene demeanor suggested she seldom concerned herself with such matters. Moreover, her kind heart compelled him to let the matter lie, as he casually remarked, Perhaps I misremembered. Little June halted, softly indicating a nearby small villa. I have arrived. Guo Ming acknowledged her with a hum and glanced at little June before turning to leave. Little June was taken aback and hastily called out, Don't go. Guo Ming paused and turned back. Is there something you need? You haven't given me your contact information yet. How will I find you later? The gentle light illuminated the girl's cheeks as she spoke, a faint blush rising, enhancing her beauty. Guo Ming averted his gaze from her expectant eyes, contemplatively reflecting, had he not encountered such circumstances, how could he have offered her assistance? He would still be perceived as a mere petty thug, held in contempt by his peers, let alone garnering the affection of Chen Ziyu. All of this felt like a dream, invoking a sense of profound contemplation. With these thoughts, Guo Ming felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. The enchanting visage of the girl no longer captivated him, and he shook his head, stating coolly, If fate permits, we shall meet again. Little June gazed blankly at Guo Ming's retreating figure beneath the streetlight as he walked further away, until he vanished from her sight, an inexplicable sadness flickering in her eyes. Auntie, is Guo Ming not back yet? Shui Mengyao donned a pair of crystal sandals, and the gentle swirl of a small whirlwind danced softly in the air as she inquired softly. Mengyao, come inside and sit down, urged Guo Ming's mother, Yuxia, cheerfully. She had already noticed Mengyao twirling outside the door with an expression of inexplicable anticipation. As a woman who had already married, Yuxia understood well that this was a sign of a young girl's budding feelings. Deliberately teasing, she refrained from opening the door until it seemed Mengyao was about to leave. It was only then that Yuxia feigned opening the door to take out the trash and coincidentally spotted Mengyao, gently pulling Mengyao's hand. She guided her to the sofa and chuckled. Mengyao, how did you fare this time? Surely you will be recommended, right? Fortunately, upon hearing this, A hint of a smile graced Mingyao's face. Setting aside everything else, her academic achievements were her greatest shield against her peers. This was Yuxia's cleverness. Mengyao rarely visited Guo Ming's home and had only exchanged simple greetings with Yuxia in the past. Now, seated in their home, Mengyao felt a bit out of place and anxious. Yuxia was aware that girls often harbor a sense of competition, especially those who excel, though Mengyao appeared delicate. Her inner strength surpassed that of many. Yuxia had heard that Mengyao had sacrificed sleep, resting less than 4 hours a night in an effort to surpass Chen Ziyu. Yuxia successfully steered the conversation, causing Mingyao's demeanor to relax. Although Yuxia was a homemaker, her interests lay beyond household chores. She was an avid reader, well-versed in various cultures and anecdotes from around the world. Mengyao, a studious girl, found herself captivated by Yuxia's tales. Her bright eyes wide with excitement as she occasionally interjected with a few comments. Since realizing Mengyao's feelings for her son, Yuxia had begun to nurture the idea of her as a potential daughter-in-law. As their conversation unfolded, Yuxia recognized a long-held regret. She had never had a daughter. Mengyao's serene demeanor and charming appearance ignited a yearning within her, as if Mengyao were a daughter bestowed upon her by fate. Mengyao's mother held a high-ranking position in the provincial government, while her father often stayed out late in pursuit of success, leaving her to navigate a solitary existence. Yuxia provided a comforting warmth and a sense of familial affection that Mengyao had longed for, and as she gazed at Yuxia, a sense of attachment blossomed. Gradually, both women felt as though they had known each other for ages, sharing a sentiment of a fateful encounter long overdue. As time slipped away, 2 hours passed unnoticed. Yuxia glanced at her watch in astonishment. Has it really flown by? It's already 10 o'clock. Yes, Mengyao nodded obediently, her voice soft. Auntie, your knowledge is so profound. I could listen to your stories all night. I never realized our country had so many ethnic festivals. The Manchus' Golden Festival, the Mongolian White Moon Festival, the Uyghurs' Eid al-Adha. I've never even heard of these names before. If you don't mind, Auntie would be delighted to converse with you all night. Your father won't be home tonight, and that boy of mine likely won't return either. I would be lonely here by myself. Your company would be perfect, Yuxia said softly, holding Mengyao's hand. Mengyao blushed and hesitated. She was reluctant to agree, as a young girl must consider the implications of staying overnight at someone else's home. What would others think if they saw her? How would she explain it to those who knew her? Noticing her reluctance, Yuxia chuckled. Ah, it seems I have not considered this properly. Let me escort you home. No, it's very close. I can manage on my own, Mengyao insisted, quickly refusing. Yuxia did not argue further, smiling as she accompanied her to the door. As soon as the door opened, Mengyao's protest was cut short by an unexpected figure. The newcomer was not particularly handsome and was of similar height to her, yet his presence was unforgettable. He had come to her aid during her darkest moments, an experience that lingered in her memory. However, he now appeared troubled, his usual defiance replaced by sadness and a hint of melancholy. With several bloodstains on his pristine long-sleeved shirt, Yuxia immediately sensed something was amiss with her son and grasped Guo Ming's hand anxiously. Ming, what on earth happened? Nothing. Guo Ming forced a smile. Nothing? Then what are those bloodstains on you? Yuxia's concern deepened. Her son had never appeared so despondent even after a fight. It was evident that something serious had transpired. Mengyao, too, gazed at Guo Ming anxiously, knowing his capabilities. Typically, no one could harm him. After scrutinizing him closely, she whispered, Auntie, this isn't Guo Ming's blood, it's someone else's. Yuxia paused, releasing a sigh of relief, though her expression remained grave. Come inside and explain what happened. Guo Ming chuckled. Mom, there's no need to worry. I've long since abandoned fighting. Today, some ruffians attempted to harass a girl, and I intervened. Which is how I ended up like this. Then why are you home so late? What were you doing? Yuxia pressed further. Of course, I was escorting that girl home, Guo Ming replied with a wry smile. Right now, he felt a tumult of emotions within him, understanding that this turmoil could be a manifestation of his inner demons. As long as they lingered, his progress would be hindered. After questioning her son, Yuxia felt a pang of regret and exchanged glances with him, but Guo Ming was too preoccupied to notice. What he craved most was solitude to confront his inner turmoil. Indeed, Mengyao shuddered slightly, her gaze towards Guo Ming filled with a faint sense of loss and sorrow. Auntie, I should take my leave now. Yuxia opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately pinched her son and shot him a reproachful look. Guo Ming, confused, gazed at his mother, who felt utterly speechless and stormed away in frustration. Suddenly, Guo Ming recalled something and called out to Mengyao. Mengyao, wait. Mengyao paused. Turning to look at Guo Ming, her lips parted as if to speak, but ultimately, the words failed to escape. Perhaps she, too, was uncertain of what to say. Be careful when you head home alone after school in the evenings, Guo Ming advised softly. Mingyao's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes brightening with joy as she nodded. I understand. But I don't have classmates who live along the way. Guo Ming's gentle concern melted away the barriers in her heart. He was not oblivious to her implication, yet he lacked the time to delve into it, nodding in agreement. Then try not to stay out too late, it's getting late. I should head home now. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Mengyao in a state of shock. Meanwhile, Sun Hong observed Mengyao from the second floor, sighing softly. Perhaps Mengyao's affection for Guo Ming was a mistake. She sensed that one day, Guo Ming would surpass all the scions of noble families, standing atop the world. Such a person would never lack admirers. Mengyao's gentle disposition, however, was ill-suited for someone like Guo Ming. Yet feelings cannot be suppressed. The wisdom of elders holds no sway when love arrives. Who can truly remain unaffected when love strikes? Even the toughest hearts can soften, let alone someone as delicate as Mengyao. Mengyao stared blankly at Guo Ming's retreating figure, her nose twitching slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Guo Ming, I never imagined you would put on airs with me. Very well, I shall not believe you can completely ignore me. Hee, I will make you come to me willingly. Far from the despair Sun Hong envisioned, Mengyao felt invigorated, her spirit brimming with energy. The classroom was enveloped in an eerie silence, with each student's heart racing in anticipation as they frequently glanced towards the door, still devoid of their teacher's presence. Never before had they so fervently wished to see their instructor. Previously, they would have preferred to avoid her entirely. Yet now, an overwhelming sense of expectation filled the air. After what felt like an eternity, however, Mr. Li had yet to make an appearance. In a corner, Shui Mengyao sat composed, her demeanor contrasting sharply with the anxious excitement of her peers. Regardless of the circumstances, her position as the top student in the class remained unassailable, a source of unwavering confidence. Glancing at the empty seat beside her, she murmured, Guo Ming, I can't believe you're so unfazed by such a significant event today. No sooner had she spoken than her eyes brightened, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as Guo Ming finally emerged at the classroom door. A slight bitterness tugged at his heart. He hadn't intended to come today, battling his inner demons that loomed large on a day like this. The atmosphere surrounding the announcement of results was particularly distasteful to him. However, Yu Xia was insistent. Today marked the graduation examination, a pivotal moment where the scores would determine their futures, forecasting their prospects for the next month. The importance of this day was not lost on her, as she fixated on whether Shui Mengyao would secure a spot among the top students. Though the probability of Shui Mengyao advancing to high school seemed almost certain, the possibility of surprises still lingered. Under the weight of his mother's threats, Guo Ming felt compelled to attend. Shui Mengyao's lips curved into a perfect arc as she softly remarked, I had thought that someone of your caliber could transcend such trivial matters and not show up. As if, Guo Ming replied with a wry smile. But why are you still sitting next to me? Well, this will be my throne from now on. Are you not welcome here? Shui Mengyao responded with a playful grin. Fine, sit as you wish. I'm not here to attend class anyway. Guo Ming conceded, lowering his voice as he added, the teacher is coming. Shui Mengyao listened intently, but the corridor remained silent, devoid of any approaching footsteps. Just as she was about to question Guo Ming, Mr. Li cheerfully pushed the door open. A wave of tension washed over the students as they turned their anxious gazes towards Mr. Li. For them, this day was tantamount to a verdict on their future. The high school entrance examination represented a crucial turning point in their lives. Gaining admission to the prestigious First High would mean one foot firmly planted in the realm of higher education. Thus, no one could truly remain calm in the face of such a significant event, save for a select few. Mr. Li surveyed the classroom, noting the attendance of every student, including the often absent Guo Ming. His gaze lingered on Guo Ming for a moment before he addressed the class. Students, I imagine you have been waiting with bated breath. The results are in. Instantly, the atmosphere became charged with nervous energy, breaths becoming shallow and rapid. Mr. Li wasted no time in revealing the results. Shaking the report card as he announced, I want to keep you in suspense. I know what you're all eager to hear. Let us begin. The first place goes to Shui Mengyao, with a score of 703. Mr. Li cast a proud glance at Shui Mengyao, acknowledging her consistent excellence. Despite the difficulty of the exam, Her ability to surpass the 700 mark was truly commendable. However, Shui Mengyao remained focused, her eyes fixed on Mr. Li, not allowing herself to relax. Her primary concern was her overall ranking in the school. With a slight smile, Mr. Li continued, I understand your concerns. This time, Mengyao, you have performed exceptionally well, claiming the top spot in the entire school. A collective gasp resonated around the room, as astonishment and admiration mingled among the students. After 4 long months, Shui Mengyao had once again ascended to the pinnacle of academic achievement. Various expressions, envy, admiration, and bitterness, were cast towards the girl who had become the pride of the class. Shui Mengyao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. She glanced at Guo Ming, only to find him seemingly indifferent, his eyelids not even fluttering. A twinge of displeasure coursed through her. After all, her most significant attribute was her academic prowess, and she had expected at least some acknowledgement from him. Did he truly feel nothing towards her accomplishments? Or had she been merely deluding herself all along? According to school policy, Mengyao, you are entitled to one of the coveted spots for first high. Of course, the decision is entirely yours, Mr. Li remarked with a chuckle. Shui Mengyao nodded in acknowledgement, though the majority of students understood that she would likely decline the offer. Accepting it would mean forfeiting her chance to shine in the upcoming entrance examination, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that far outweighed the allure of a single school's recognition. The girl renowned for her brilliance would not confine herself to one institution. She aspired to compete against all the students in the county. Mr. Li continued to read. The second place goes to, his clear voice echoed through the classroom, causing nearly everyone to instinctively glance at Tang Feng and Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai had scored 680 points in the previous exam, making him the second in the class, while Tang Feng had secured 679 points, placing third. Most importantly, Zhang Kai had underperformed this time, while Tang Feng had been boasting about his own excellent performance, clearly intending to belittle Guo Ming. Yet, some eyes were still drawn to Guo Ming. Should Tang Feng emerge as the second-place winner, Guo Ming would face the disgrace of losing their previous wager, making it impossible for him to hold his head high in front of Tang Feng ever again. Shui Mengyao anxiously turned her gaze to Mr. Li, her eyes burning with intensity as she looked at Guo Ming, who remained utterly unfazed, as if the outcome were of no consequence to him. Mr. Li relished the suspense, pausing momentarily before finally declaring, the second place goes to Guo Ming, with a score of 700, ranking fourth in the school. The classroom fell into a stunned silence, which was soon shattered by a cacophony of cheers. All eyes turned towards Guo Ming, the boy who had once seemed aimless and unruly, now standing tall in admiration. When Guo Ming had initially entered the top 15, they could dismiss it as mere talent and hard work. But now, just over 2 months later, he had achieved the same height as Shui Mengyao, defying all logical explanations. Knowledge is accumulated over time, and such rapid advancement seemed impossible. The only plausible explanation was that he had concealed his true abilities, viewing his peers as mere jesters in comparison to his potential. Mr. Li felt an immense sense of relief, having found Guo Ming's previous demeanor perplexing. Fortunately, his gentle nature had allowed him to maintain patience. And now it was evident that Guo Ming had merely chosen not to exert himself academically. Regardless, Guo Ming's achievements were sure to propel him into the top 10 in the county, solidifying Mr. Li's position as the head of his grade. Tang Feng cast a complicated glance at Guo Ming before returning to his seat, his heart heavy with disappointment. Today was supposed to be his moment of glory, a chance to humiliate Guo Ming publicly. He had imagined surpassing Guo Ming by a wide margin, winning Shui Mengyao's admiration in the process. Yet now, all those dreams lay in ruins. Shui Mengyao, too, stared blankly at Guo Ming, realizing that the psychological advantage she once held over him had vanished. It became abundantly clear that he had never taken the examination seriously. It was almost absurd. She had compared her scores to his, unaware that it had stemmed from a sense of superiority. Could one truly transform so drastically in merely a month? The profound changes felt almost surreal, leaving her struggling to comprehend. As their eyes met, Guo Ming offered her a gentle smile. Shui Mengyao felt an inexplicable urge to retreat, forcing a bitter smile. Deep down, she wished for Guo Ming to surpass Tang Feng, yet her selfishness lingered. She feared that Guo Ming might threaten her own standing. Given Guo Ming's rapid progress, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he would surpass her in the upcoming high school entrance examination. He seemed like an endless abyss, with no clear limit to his potential. Teacher Li remarked appreciatively, Guo Ming, it has just dawned on me that I have never truly seen through you. I must tell you, at your age, the desire for modesty is indeed commendable. However, excessive restraint is not advisable. You are merely 15 or 16, a time to express your thoughts and ambitions. Especially for a young man like you, it is essential to shine brightly. Time is fleeting, and by the time you truly wish to exhibit your zest, you may find yourself lacking the energy to do so. Teacher Li's heartfelt words resonated with Guo Ming, who understood the teacher's good intentions. He stood up, nodded, and said, I understand. Thank you, teacher. Seeing Guo Ming's humility, Teacher Li was even more pleased. Sit down, sit down. It is good that you can listen, he continued. Guo Ming, congratulations. You have also secured a spot as a recommended student for the school. The phrase recommended student held significant weight, symbolizing the recognition of 3 years of academic achievement and validating the student's efforts. Teacher Li then announced, third place, Tang Feng, with a score of 675. Tang Feng felt a bitter taste in his mouth. This examination had been challenging. Ordinarily, he would feel fortunate to achieve such a score, yet in comparison to Guo Ming, he felt utterly overshadowed. He had already envisioned how Guo Ming would humiliate him in front of their classmates, and the thought made him uneasy as he glanced back at Guo Ming in the corner. Guo Ming's expression was as calm as still water, showing no signs of disturbance. Sensing Tang Feng's gaze, he looked up, causing Tang Feng to quickly avert his eyes. Shui Mengyao, sensing the tension, chuckled. How do you plan to deal with Tang Feng? Deal with him? That sounds a bit severe, doesn't it? It's merely youthful rivalry. Why take it so seriously? Guo Ming replied with a blink and a lowered voice. Shui Mengyao tilted her head, teasingly saying, You are quite magnanimous. If he had outperformed you, he surely would not have spared you. Nonetheless, that was precisely the outcome she desired. May I ask you a few questions, esteemed expert? Best not to, for I refuse to answer, Guo Ming quickly replied. Shui Mengyao remained silent, her gaze fixed on Guo Ming, her eyes shimmering with a mix of longing and reproach, as if she would continue to stare until he responded. Ultimately, Guo Ming succumbed, exclaiming, Miss, feel free to ask whatever you wish. A victorious smile graced Shui Mengyao's lips, and just as she was about to speak, their principal, Principal Han, appeared, panting. Mengyao, your grandfather has come to find you. Hurry and come with me. Mengyao was taken aback. Her grandfather had passed away 3 years prior. How could he suddenly reappear? What was going on? The classroom fell into an eerie silence, questioning the principal's unusual announcement. While it was not uncommon for parents to visit during class, few could command the principal's personal attention. Teacher Li frowned, but he understood that the principal must have his reasons. Moments earlier, Old Wang was on duty, his trembling hands perusing a newspaper when his attention was suddenly captured by the arrival of dozens of luxury cars, from which nearly 100 individuals emerged, all clad in formal attire. At the forefront stood a robust elderly man in a Zhongshan suit. Old Wang, having manned the gates for years, could confidently say he had never seen anyone of such stature. His sharp gaze revealed the man was either a political heavyweight or a business tycoon, neither of whom he could afford to offend. He promptly called the academic office. Upon hearing the news, the academic director dashed to the principal's office. Dongfang he surveyed the school building, which barely reached 6 stories, and frowned. Zhongming, you allow Mengyao to attend such a subpar school? Deputy County Head Shui Zhongming, hesitant to directly oppose, replied tactfully, those so-called elite schools are not suitable for Mengyao. She thrives in a tranquil environment, and this one is conveniently close to home. Oh, dear uncle, you speak incorrectly. Elite schools are meant for the elite. Though Mengyao may not be of pure lineage, she is at least half an aristocrat, is she not? Such institutions are essential. A handsome youth beside Dongfang he chimed in. Shui Zhongming's expression darkened momentarily. Dongfang Jin was indeed overly presumptuous to mock him in such a public setting. However, observing the youth's arrogant demeanor, he took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He was no fool. He knew Dongfang he would not be oblivious to the veiled insult. Yet, instead of intervening, he seemed to condone it. Leading Shui Zhongming to comprehend the underlying message, Dongfang he was using Dongfang Jin to voice his discontent. Having avoided the Dongfang family for over a decade was a choice of his own. He simply had no desire to associate with such an arrogant clan. Yet, to Dongfang it appeared as if he had disrespected his elders. Upon hearing of Shui Mengyao's impressive academic performance, Dongfang he had brought his entourage to scrutinize whether she was worthy of cultivation. Although Dongfang he did not recognize the principal, He was aware of Deputy County Head Shui Mengyao. Seeing even the Deputy County Head being so cautious, he understood that the visitor was indeed a high-ranking official. Thus, his hospitality was extensive, fearful of any discontent from his guest. "All right, Principal, I am here simply to see my granddaughter. Please bring her to me," Dongfang he stated coolly. Shui Mengyao exchanged a glance with Guo Ming, who was equally aware of her family situation, and she felt a surge of curiosity. Mengyao, for reasons unknown, suddenly felt an intense anxiety, her face paling. "Guo Ming, I'm feeling very frightened. My grandfather passed away years ago. Who is that outside?" It was rare to see a principal personally summon someone, and Guo Ming coldly replied, "Regardless of who it is, if they wish to see their granddaughter, they can wait until after class. What sort of nonsense is it to have a 60-year-old principal running around? Power truly does seem to have its advantages. But I'm scared." Shui Mengyao murmured anxiously, gripping Guo Ming's hand, as if only his presence would bring her solace. "I'll accompany you," Guo Ming assured softly, locking his gaze with hers. "You are safe with me." Mengyao's fragile and helpless demeanor ignited a fierce protective instinct within Guo Ming. He grasped her hand gently, and she felt a warmth and strength in his touch, as if his presence alone could shield her from any harm. Their actions were harmonious and natural, devoid of pretense. It felt as though they had been walking hand in hand for centuries. They gazed into each other's eyes, recognizing that their feelings were mutual, not one-sided. It was as if destiny had intertwined their fates. The entire class was stunned, as were Teacher Li and Principal Han, while Tang Feng's disappointment reached its peak. Teacher Li quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat. The abrupt sound echoed in the silent classroom, disturbing the palpable tension between the two. Guo Ming gently released Shui Mengyao's delicate hand and softly said, "Let us go." Shui Mengyao nodded and exited the classroom under the watchful eyes of her classmates. Principal Han glanced at Teacher Li, who wore an expression of uncertainty, helplessly waving his hand. Dongfang he sat in the principal's office, sipping a cup of fragrant tea, casually surveying his surroundings, his brows furrowed in deep contemplation. The others, noticing his unyielding demeanor, dared not utter a word. Under the guidance of the principal, Shui Mengyao was met with a cadre of individuals clad in black suits surrounding the principal's office, evoking a sense of unease within her. Guo Ming, wearing a contemplative expression, softly advised, "Mengyao, you should enter alone. I will wait for you outside." "No, I cannot," Shui Mengyao exclaimed, urgently grasping Guo Ming's hand, her face awash with anxiety. "Rest assured, do these individuals not appear akin to members of the underworld?" Guo Ming reassured her calmly. "Yes," Shui Mengyao nodded. "Huh. They are far more formidable than any underworld gang. I attended the birthday celebration of Ziyu, and from the aura these individuals exude, I can ascertain they belong to prominent families in China. Thus, you shall not face any danger. They would not trouble someone of your stature without cause," Guo Ming gently explained. After a moment of contemplation, Shui Mengyao understood Guo Ming's underlying intentions. She cast a tender glance at him and softly said, "You wait for me here." As she turned to leave, an indescribable sensation surged within Guo Ming, as though this moment signified their ultimate separation. He reached out to grasp Shui Mengyao's arm, his gaze piercing into hers, yearning to speak, but finding himself choked with emotion. Shui Mengyao chuckled lightly. "What is it? Do not force yourself into uncomfortable situations." Guo Ming finally released her hand, his resolve unwavering. Shui Mengyao nodded and turned to depart. As she gently pushed open the door, a dozen pairs of eyes turned toward the girl rumored to be extraordinary. Among them were skilled individuals, their piercing gazes intimidating enough to make Shui Mengyao lower her head in haste after a brief glance. Zhang Ming stepped forward, taking Shui Mengyao's hand, and whispered, "Mengyao, do not be afraid. This is your grandfather." "Grandfather?" Shui Mengyao froze, the term evoking no memories in her mind, as she gazed blankly at the vigorous elder seated at the principal's desk. Upon her entrance, the crowd felt a sudden brilliance, particularly Dongfang Jian, who regarded Shui Mengyao with an intensity akin to a hunting dog, convinced that no girl besides Chen Ziyu could captivate him so profoundly. However, Shui Mengyao's presence shattered that belief. Although he recognized her as his cousin, it only added an element of forbidden allure. As Shui Mengyao entered, Dongfang he released a strand of true energy into her body. Moments later, shock washed over his face as he exclaimed, "A pure Yin body." The surrounding individuals paled at his words. The pure Yin physique was a rarity spoken of only in legends. In the waning days of the Yuan dynasty, Zhang Wuji, A pure yang body, achieved mastery of the 9 yang divine skill, reaching the pinnacle of power. For centuries thereafter, no one possessed either pure yin or pure yang bodies. To witness such a phenomenon today stirred excitement beyond comprehension. After regaining his composure, Dongfang he shot an intense glare at Zhang Ming, stating sternly, "Mengyao, I must take her away. She cannot be delayed any further. I will train her to become a master in the mortal realm." Dongfang he's voice resonated with unyielding authority, an undeniable tone that brooked no dissent. Zhang Ming sighed bitterly, acutely aware that his previous decision to keep Shui Mengyao away from the Dongfang family had already drawn Dongfang he's ire. Now that Shui Mengyao was revealed to be a pure yin body, the Dongfang family would undoubtedly pursue her relentlessly, regardless of their familial ties, for should she be trained, she would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force. As her father, Zhang Ming felt the bitter pang of helplessness, unable to dictate her fate. He gazed at Dongfang he, remaining silent. Shui Mengyao sensed an unsettling anxiety within her, realizing that if her father spoke, she would be taken far from here, away from Guo Ming, forever bidding farewell to all she knew. Dongfang he slowly raised his right hand, the teacup trembling slightly, the lingering steam of the fragrant tea dissipating, soon revealing fine cracks in the porcelain. He remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon Zhang Ming. Shui Mengyao felt an inexplicable pressure, her face paling as she hid behind her father. Zhang Ming forced a bitter smile, lamenting, "The greatest mistake of my life was marrying into your Dongfang family. After all these years, you still come to oppress me, and now your target is my daughter. Truly, your Dongfang family is remarkable." With a resounding crash, the teacup in Dongfang he's hand shattered into fine dust. A flash of rage crossed his face as he stepped forward, voice icy, "Zhang Ming, do not provoke me. You know my principles. I will take Mengyao today, and you cannot prevent it." "How absurd. She is my daughter, and as her primary guardian. When did it become your place to dictate her fate?" Zhang Ming retorted, stepping forward with fury in his eyes. "By what authority? By my influence. You should know how you attained your position as deputy county chief. I could easily topple you. Believe me, I could have you removed by tomorrow," Dongfang he sneered. Contrary to Dongfang he's expectations, Zhang Ming did not appear taken aback. Instead, a mocking smile emerged on his face. Holding his daughter's hand, feeling her rapid heartbeat, he looked at Shui Mengyao with concern, gently assuring, "Mengyao, as long as your father is here, no one can force you into doing anything against your will." Zhang Ming's assertion signified not just an unwillingness but an inability, embodying his resolute stance. The Dongfang family members surrounding them darkened their expressions in response. "Hold!" Dongfang he bellowed, the aura of a powerful figure erupting from his not-so-imposing stature, targeting Zhang Ming directly. Shui Mengyao felt as if her grandfather had transformed into an ancient deity, radiating an overwhelming presence that rendered her and the others mere worshippers, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. The sheer force of his aura nearly caused her heart to leap from her chest. Positioned behind Zhang Ming, she felt this intensity all the more acutely, not to mention the effect on her father standing before her. Zhang Ming's complexion flushed crimson in an instant, a mouthful of blood surging forth from his throat, some inadvertently spilling from his lips. Yet, being the defiant man he was, he swallowed the blood, only exacerbating his injuries. Stumbling slightly, he nearly fell, prompting Shui Mengyao to rush forward to support him, exclaiming, "Dad, what is wrong?" Zhang Ming struggled to open his eyes, clouded by dizziness. Managing a bitter smile as he replied, "I am fine, my dear." "No, father, I will take you to the hospital," Shui Mengyao cried out, alarmed by the blood continuously spilling from her father's mouth and the vacant look in his eyes, indicators of his dire condition. Dongfang he remained impassive, slowly raising his right hand, stating calmly, "Zhang Ming, I will ask you one last time. I hope you consider it carefully." Zhang Ming, gazing at the cold visage of Dongfang he and the indifferent stares surrounding him, forced another bitter smile, murmuring, "Is this not a form of retribution? In those days, I forsook my beloved confidant in pursuit of wealth and grandeur. I attained the riches I sought. Yet what is there to cherish in all of this? I would rather reside beneath a humble earthen wall, savoring sweet potatoes, for at least then I would be free of regrets. Xiaohong, I am truly sorry. Humph. I never expected you to be entangled with Meng Yao's mother in such a way. This time, you shall not escape," Dongfang he declared coldly, as his right hand pressed down toward Shui Zhongming. Shui Zhongming gazed around, feeling the air grow dense, an overwhelming force descending upon him like the apocalypse, rendering ordinary people utterly insignificant and powerless to evade or resist. Mengyao, move quickly, he urged. No, I will not. Shui Mengyao firmly grasped her father's hand. Despite his attempts to push her away, Shui Zhongming's frail body could not comply. Just then, that terrifying force enveloped them. What is most fearsome? The unknown is the most terrifying. Shui Mengyao watched in horror as her familiar surroundings transformed. The normally intangible air solidified into a barrier. Oxygen within her body dissipated in an instant, and when she tried to breathe, she found herself gasping for air. The world around her blurred, and an intense dizziness overcame her. Is this how it ends? No, I cannot die. Shui Mengyao cried out, only to realize her father was bleeding profusely. Struggling for breath while clutching his throat, trembling and curled on the ground, utterly devoid of the aura of a county magistrate. Guo Ming, save me. Shui Mengyao suddenly recalled something and shouted with all her might. After uttering those words, her oxygen was depleted, and she succumbed to dizziness, collapsing to the ground. Outside, Guo Ming, who had been idle, suddenly heard a sound that ignited a fierce light in his eyes, drawing the attention of dozens of disciples from the Dongfang family, who instantly became vigilant. Guo Ming pressed his fingertips to his forehead, and a flash of azure light illuminated his mind, replaying the scene that had just transpired with Shui Mengyao. Damn it, he cursed, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he surged forward. The disciples guarding the entrance exchanged glances and instinctively pushed their hands outward. While these individuals might wield considerable power in the secular world, they paled in comparison to Guo Ming. Lacking patience for their games, he barreled through, sending several disciples flying. By the time they regained their composure, Guo Ming was already inside the room. The remaining disciples exchanged alarmed looks, their hearts sinking as they beheld the injured members of their group. The force of their combined attacks could rival that of a 4-star expert, yet this newcomer charged in recklessly. If he unleashed his inner strength and skill, how many among them could survive? As Guo Ming entered, he held nothing back, transforming into a water dragon, his roar resonating throughout the principal's office, shattering everything within. Dongfang He's barrier was forcibly obliterated, shocking all members of the Dongfang family, including Dongfang He himself. Guo Ming, in human form, caught the nearly unconscious Shui Mengyao and urged, Mengyao, wake up. Shui Mengyao opened her vacant eyes, and upon seeing Guo Ming, joy surged within her. You saved me. Guo Ming nodded, his gaze hardening as he looked towards the grim Dongfang He. Did he harm you? Yes, he sought to kill me and my father. She replied, panic rising as she remembered her father. Quickly, she knelt beside her unconscious parent. Guo Ming felt a pang of compassion seeing Shui Zhongming's distressing state. Shui Mengyao shook her father vigorously, but when he remained unresponsive, she turned to Guo Ming, pleading, Guo Ming, please save my father. Guo Ming knelt beside Shui Zhongming, placing his right hand on the man's pulse. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and sighed, meeting Shui Mengyao's hopeful gaze. Your father's organs have been utterly shattered. He has no chance of survival. What? Shui Mengyao felt the world spin, nearly collapsing as Guo Ming caught her. Taking a deep breath, she glared at Dongfang He, fury igniting in her eyes. You killed my father. One day, I shall take your head in vengeance. Ha, on what grounds? Dongfang He scoffed. Having weathered decades of political strife and not fearing a mere girl as threats. And I must inform you, you will accompany me today. What audacity! Guo Ming interjected. Rising to confront Dongfang He, a mere family dares to make such claims? Do you believe the world belongs to the Dongfang family? Dongfang He did not immediately retort, having sensed Guo Ming's formidable prowess. His chi had been unleashed several times, each wave devoured without mercy by this young man. Who are you? He demanded. I am but a wanderer of this world, yet I cannot ignore the injustices I witness, Guo Ming replied with a chuckle. Humph, such beings seldom thrive long. I advise you to mind your own business, Dongfang He warned, though he had already begun to show signs of weakness. He never expected this young man to be so audacious. As the head of the Dongfang family, he should not fear a mere junior, even one of considerable lineage. If necessary, he could always apologize later. Are you threatening me? Guo Ming laughed coldly. Do you believe I cannot bring everyone here to ruin, including you? Arrogance. It seems your elders have failed to teach you the virtue of restraint. Jinner, educate him on the ways of the world, Dongfang He ordered with a chilling smile. Dongfang Jin's expression shifted, realizing he had been summoned despite his attempts to retreat since Guo Ming's arrival. He felt a pang of despair. Glancing at Guo Ming with trepidation before reluctantly declaring, "Grandfather, that man is too powerful. I am not his match." "What?" Dongfang, he bellowed, pointing at his grandson in fury. "In the Dongfang family, we have heroes who die in battle, not cowards who perish in fear. You dare to yield before the fight even begins? Do not show your face before me again." Dongfang Jian's expression darkened as he cast a resentful glance at Guo Ming, silently retreating, seemingly accepting his grandfather's decree. Dongfang, he felt a deep disappointment. Dongfang Jian was his most cherished grandson, and he had never expected him to behave so cowardly, leaving him disheartened. Before he could speak again, a young man exclaimed, "Grandfather, I am willing to teach that arrogant boy a lesson." "Ah, Lei are splendid." Dongfang, he responded, pleased. Dongfang Lei was also his grandson, though he had primarily focused on cultivating Dongfang Jian. Now that this grandson had stepped forward, he was mentally earmarking Dongfang Lei for special training, recognizing his awareness of the situation and his ability to seize fleeting opportunities for personal gain. However, Dongfang Jian secretly scoffed. While Dongfang Lei had clever intentions, he had overlooked one crucial detail. If he succeeded, he would rise in stature, but should he fail, what then? To act recklessly is folly. He could easily foresee the consequences when Guo Ming, with a swift and decisive strike, injured Dongfang Lei, likely diminishing his status even further. Dongfang Lei observed the envious glances from the other disciples, sneering inwardly at their foolishness. Now they wished to seize the moment, but it was far too late. With a casual wave of his hand, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and leisurely approached Guo Ming, standing a mere 3 feet away. He chuckled lightly. It's not too late to concede now. He feigned nonchalance, deliberately showcasing that he regarded this conflict with indifference. Gaining an ounce of face for the Dongfang family was, in his understanding, a means to fortify his own future prospects. Guo Ming was equally aware. Once the tumult subsided, he began to ponder the subsequent issues at hand. Engaging in a confrontation with an influential family was exceedingly unwise. He would not be foolish enough to challenge a powerful clan unless he possessed equivalent backing. His initial bravado aimed to instill trepidation in the Dongfang family, leading them to believe that he had substantial support. Otherwise, Dongfang he would never allow his grandchildren to oppose him. The relationship between both parties should not be overly strained. Should the elder lose his temper and capture him, compelling his elders to intervene, it would spell disaster. Guo Ming's arrogance had not yet reached the point of believing he could contend with a patriarch of the family. Currently, Guo Ming's strength was at 4 stars. If he exerted his full prowess, he could contend with 5-star scions of noble families. But this elder clearly possessed 6-star strength. He could flee if necessary, yet to confront him would only lead to inevitable defeat. Guo Ming shook his head. The issue at hand is not this. Your concerns are misplaced. What are you talking about? Dongfang Lei bellowed, infuriated by Guo Ming's irrelevant response. Fool. He.s. referring to the life and death of Shui Mengyao. Dongfang Jian couldn't help but mock. Humiliated publicly, Dongfang Lei felt his pride wounded and shot a fierce glare at Dongfang Jian before retorting. If we're to fight, then let us do so. What purpose does this idle chatter serve? This lad was evidently blinded by his eagerness to display his prowess. Did he not even consider the patriarch's gaze? Guo Ming could only smile wryly at having such a dim-witted opponent. It was a lamentable circumstance indeed. As Dongfang Jian ridiculed Dongfang Lei, a flicker of disappointment crossed Dongfang He's face. Upon hearing such words again, he spoke in a low tone. Layer, step back. Dongfang Lei, detecting the hint of dissatisfaction in his patriarch's voice, immediately snapped to attention and respectfully retreated behind Dongfang He. Dongfang He regarded Guo Ming with a glint of malice in his eyes, though his expression remained composed. He inquired, what suggestions do you have? Great figures do not speak in riddles. Your sights are set on Mengyao. I cannot believe you would truly harm her father. Time is running short. Do you intend to prolong this any further? Guo Ming retorted with a cold snort. A flicker of surprise flashed in Dongfang Lei's eyes as he glanced back at Dongfang He. Shaking his head slightly, he murmured, You are correct. But all of this has been thrown into disarray by your presence. If you withdraw now, I will immediately proceed to offer assistance. Dongfang He's plan was straightforward, to leverage Shui Zhongming's life to coerce Shui Mengyao into submission. Those untrained in martial arts could not fathom the obsession that martial cultivators had with the art. Once Shui Mengyao learned the techniques, she would inevitably be ensnared. And with familial ties, they could gradually manipulate her into serving the family. However, Everything had veered off course due to Guo Ming's unexpected arrival. Shui Mengyao caught a glimmer of hope in Dongfang's words and quickly stood up, filled with fervor. "You can save my father. Mind your words. I am your grandfather." Dongfang he admonished sharply. It was a source of indignation for the proud Dongfang he that his granddaughter addressed him informally rather than with the proper respect. Shui Mengyao's expression faltered, and suddenly, she erupted in fury, pointing at Dongfang he. "Do you deserve to be my grandfather? I, Shui Mengyao, will never acknowledge your identity. Perhaps you believe you wield great power. But that is a matter for the Dongfang family, not mine. If you wish to save my father, do so. Do not use this as leverage against me." With a temperament as fierce as her father's, the unexpected tragedy had left her mind in disarray. Had it not been for Guo Ming's arrival, who could say what she might have done? Now, with Dongfang he wielding this issue as a threat against her, she could no longer maintain her composure. In a fit of rage, Dongfang he raised his hand to strike, but Dongfang Jian hurriedly interjected, "Grandfather, please, show mercy. Mengyao is a rare body." Regardless of the circumstances, he could not bear the thought of such a gifted girl perishing before him. Guo Ming's expression turned icy. He swiftly moved to stand in front of Shui Mengyao, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination, his formidable fighting spirit locked onto Dongfang he. Should the elder's hand descend, Guo Ming would unleash his boundless strength in retaliation. Shui Mengyao was his first love. He would not tolerate even the slightest harm befalling her. Had it not been for his own limitations, he would have acted decisively upon arriving, disregarding notions of decorum and righteousness. All of this was predicated upon the foundation of strength. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense, a sense of impending storm weighing heavily upon everyone present. The offspring of the Dongfang family stared in shock at Guo Ming, who moments ago had seemed inconsequential, now standing resolute before the patriarch, unflinching and daring to openly defy him. Who was he? What astonishing power did he possess? Dongfang he felt a jolt of unease as he scrutinized Guo Ming. While he had previously regarded him with mild interest, he now found it necessary to reassess him. The boy's identity remained a mystery. Even with his own mid-6-star strength, he could not fully gauge Guo Ming's true capabilities. Naturally, he did not naively believe that Guo Ming was stronger than himself. Such a notion was unfathomable. Even the martial saint had not reached the 7-star level at this age. And who would dare to claim they surpassed such a legendary figure? Yet, this youth before him was not to be underestimated. He undoubtedly harbored some unknown peculiarity that allowed him to evade detection of his true strength. Faced with a 6-star powerhouse, Guo Ming maintained his composure, fully aware that if Dongfang he were to strike, he would surely face a furious counterattack. While Dongfang he himself was unafraid, the surrounding environment would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic destruction. The martial world had its own code. Despite his bravado and challenging authority, he would not lay bare his entire self in front of so many students. For the spread of misinformation could lead to dire consequences. As Dongfang he assessed him, Guo Ming remained tense, every fiber of his being alert. This was no ordinary battle. Should he engage, he must instill fear in his opponent, which would require him to reveal all his trump cards. After careful contemplation of his gains and losses, Dongfang he ultimately concluded that he could not afford to act. Casting a glance at the fallen Shui Zhongming, he sneered, "You speak the truth. I do have a means to save Zhongming, but what will you do if I choose not to? While Mengyao may harbor resentment toward me, she will surely direct some of it at you too. Had it not been for your interference, everything would have unfolded as planned. If I cannot gain Mengyao's forgiveness, what of you?" Guo Ming felt a chill run through him as he looked at Mengyao. Her eyes were wild, filled with despair and a hint of sorrow. With her father gone, who would shoulder her future? He did not perceive any blame directed at him from her gaze. Yet he discerned a flicker of something in her averted eyes. Sighing softly, Guo Ming acknowledged his outsider status. Though they shared a bond, it had not yet reached the depths of life and death. The notion of love at first sight was but a fable. In reality, only prolonged companionship could forge a genuine connection. Guo Ming pondered. If matters reached an irreparable state, would he risk life and limb to assist her without reservation? The answer is a resounding no. Human nature is inherently selfish, and cultivators are no exception. The essence of their practice lies in seizing the creations of heaven and earth. Everything is subject to the constraints of the cosmos, and the cycle of life and death is a fundamental truth. Cultivators break these taboos in pursuit of immortality. As their powers deepen, they ultimately transcend into the realm of the immortal. At that stage, They have surpassed the limitations of mortals, exhibiting a disregard for life akin to that of ants. It can be said that cultivators are more self-serving than anyone else. This mindset is easily comprehensible. Mortals may live a mere century, acutely aware of their finite lifespan, while cultivators, in contrast, possess what seems to be an endless existence. For them, most conflicts are approached with a desire for tranquility, and seldom do they engage in life-and-death vendettas. Mortals, however, are prone to impulsiveness, thinking that death is merely a resolution. After all, 18 years later, one can rise again, unperturbed by the trials of life. Guo Ming squatted down and quietly accepted the lifeless body of Shui Mengyao from Shui Mengyao's hands, softly assuring her, "Rest assured. I possess a characteristic. I shall never leave others with a trace of trouble. As I have in the past, so too shall I today." As his words fell, Guo Ming's slender form suddenly radiated an immense aura, startling not only Shui Mengyao, but also the members of the Dongfang family surrounding them. In the distant starry sky, the seven stars, Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, each, after eons of silence, released a glimmer of starlight, cascading down from the heavens. 7 colorful ribbons converged into a force that transcended time and space, descending upon Linzi County. This was the North Dipper life-extending technique, a miraculous skill Guo Ming had gleaned from an ancient tome. The technique is divided into 3 levels. The first can reverse the fate of gravely injured individuals. The second can genuinely extend a person's lifespan by harnessing the supreme star power of the 7 stars. As for the third level, it allows for the alteration of the very fabric of reality, transforming the world with but a thought. Guo Ming had never dared to hope for mastery of the third level. Achieving it would undoubtedly place him in competition with ancient cultivators. However, is such a feat even possible? The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is growing increasingly scarce, and he is still practicing the highest cultivation methods, albeit with slow progress. If it were not for the ancient tome that allows him to absorb purple energy, his advancement would be even more sluggish. Presently, he has mastered the first level, which requires little effort to save an ordinary mortal. In fact, had Shui Zhongming's organs not been shattered beyond repair, his unique essence would have sufficed to bring him back to life. However, to be cautious, Guo Ming opted to employ the North Dipper life-extending technique. Though the star power is slight, it remains a celestial method. The members of the Dongfang family suddenly felt a dramatic surge in the circulation of their inner energy. What could this be? All were taken aback, experiencing a phenomenon akin to encountering an extraordinary spiritual herb. They exchanged glances, astonished, and just then, a blinding azure light coalesced in Guo Ming's hand. Everyone turned their gaze towards the hazy spoon formed entirely of star power, sensing its grandeur and majesty. The source of the surge in their inner energy was undoubtedly this. This was their immediate intuition, all eyes fixated on the star power in Guo Ming's grasp. They did not comprehend its nature, but understood that it would undoubtedly aid in enhancing their inner energy. Dongfang he could no longer maintain his composure. A fleeting look of covetousness crossed his face. Meanwhile, in a certain location in the capital, an elderly man clad in an 8 trigrams Taoist robe suddenly opened his sharp eyes, which seemed to pierce through the vicissitudes of life, deep and unfathomable. Akin to the Milky Way, perpetually inscrutable. He calculated with his fingers and murmured, "Could it be him? I never anticipated this. It seems I underestimated him." One who can master the North Dipper life-extending technique is no ordinary cultivator. It appears I must compel Jin Fei. With that, he rose and gazed intently at the sky, where the powers of the 7 stars converged into a singular point in space. His focus extended beyond Guo Ming's powers to the technique itself. The North Dipper life-extending technique is an ancient ability, necessitating formidable spiritual mastery to wield. Now, he had to reassess Guo Ming. This youth harbored too many mysteries. Previously, he could dismiss him with a laugh, but now, as his plans neared fruition, he could not afford any unstable elements. Guo Ming alone posed little threat. No matter his innate talent, he could not compare to the elder. What he feared were the allies behind Guo Ming and any ancient figures who had evaded his scrutiny. Reflecting on this, he furrowed his brow, fingers calculating ceaselessly until he let out a long sigh, hoping that this individual was not his foe. He had prepared for this day for far too long. Should anyone dare to disrupt his plans, he would pursue them relentlessly, leaving no stone unturned. After pacing a few steps, Guo Ming's figure flashed through his mind. Why could he not decipher Guo Ming's past and present? This was indeed peculiar. Could it be that some ancient figure was covertly shielding him? Yet, that seemed too improbable. Was it worth obscuring the heavenly mechanism for a mere inconsequential character? Guo Ming cautiously controlled the energy, gently infusing it into Shui Zhongming's body. This was his first attempt, and to his surprise, it was successful. The moment he infused the energy, a soft azure glow emanated from Shui Zhongming, enveloping him in an ethereal aura reminiscent of a starry river. Guo Ming invoked the mystical powers of the Big Dipper, harnessing the strength of the 7 stars to defy fate. The 7 beams of starlight transformed into a gentle stream, flowing into Shui Zhongming's entire being. Within him, injuries began to heal at a terrifying pace. First, the blood in his mouth ceased to flow. Then the stagnant blood within him was purged, and his internal organs restored to their rightful place. This miraculous spectacle left the young scions present, along with Shui Mengyao, utterly speechless, their comprehension of reality shattered. It was akin to Shui Mengyao witnessing a legendary martial arts master for the first time, the overwhelming shock transcending their understanding, rendering them motionless. The young heirs of martial families were still human, having encountered elixirs and remedies before, yet none had ever witnessed such a scene of revival. As if snatching someone back from the clutches of death, Shui Mengyao, having previously witnessed Guo Ming's extraordinary abilities, was somewhat less astonished. She might even believe him to be a celestial being. Gradually, the ethereal starlight faded, revealing Shui Zhongming's form. Observing her father standing tall and majestic, Shui Mengyao felt a rush of excitement, eager to approach him, but Guo Ming stopped her. "What's wrong?" Shui Mengyao exclaimed with delight. It was then she noticed Guo Ming's pale complexion, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Guo Ming, what has happened to you?" "I am fine," Guo Ming replied, shaking his head, his gaze intensely fixed on Shui Zhongming. He murmured softly, "I never anticipated that the righteous spirit of Confucian scholars could still manifest. Hasn't it vanished since the Qing dynasty? How could it re-emerge today? In ancient times, great Confucian sages, with their compassionate hearts and governance wisdom, earned the favor of heaven, bestowing upon them the righteous spirit. Those possessing such spirit fear neither gods nor demons, which is why there are no recorded instances of a sage meeting a tragic end. Their path to immortality was simple. Through learning and self-cultivation, their power would gradually increase. However, since Zhu Yuanzhang implemented the rigid imperial examination system, scholars were unable to express their governance capabilities, leading to the decline of the righteous spirit. By the time of the Qing dynasty, the righteous scholars were reluctant to serve the court, resulting in the complete disappearance of this noble essence. Yet, Guo Ming was astounded to find that after several centuries, someone still embodied the lofty virtues of a great sage, achieving a rebirth of the righteous spirit. The true catalyst was Guo Ming's 7-star power, an ultimate manifestation of the vast energies of heaven and earth. Even a mere hint of this power was sufficient to transform Shui Zhongming. Memories of past events flooded Shui Zhongming's mind, as the legacy of the great scholars, spanning millennia, finally found its destined inheritor. In that moment, the righteous spirit of the Confucian scholar erupted, prompting everyone to shut their eyes. When they adjusted to the light, they found Shui Zhongming had returned to normal, yet there was something about him that evoked a sense of awe. Approaching Guo Ming, Shui Zhongming smiled faintly and said, "Thank you." His tone was calm and composed, neither overly familiar nor distant. Shui Mengyao stared in shock at her father, feeling a strange unfamiliarity that made her feel somewhat estranged. Normally, one would expect Shui Zhongming to speak with emotion and gratitude, yet his demeanor now seemed detached, which worried her for Guo Ming. Seeing the blood at the corner of Guo Ming's mouth filled her with guilt. Guo Ming gazed steadily at Shui Zhongming, offered a faint smile, and turned to leave. He felt his presence was no longer needed here. What significance remained for him? Scholars are often proud, which can also be interpreted as obstinacy. They firmly believe in their viewpoints and do not allow others to question them. Such theories may have thrived during the reign of a wise ruler, but otherwise, they could lead to demise and disgrace. In the past, Feng Xiaoru was a renowned scholar who, when the Yan King Zhu Di seized the city, stubbornly failed to seize the moment, ultimately becoming the only scholar in history to suffer the annihilation of his entire family. Shui Zhongming, as the inheritor of the great scholars, could not simply submit, especially after years of disappointment. Now, having received the righteous spirit, he felt a sense of indignation despite having been saved. This is a different time, he thought. As Shui Mengyao opened her mouth to speak, a firm hand grasped her, stating softly, "He is merely a youth skilled in martial arts. Why do you cling to him so desperately? You are my daughter, Shui Zhongming, and must embody the grace and dignity of a scholar." Shui Mengyao looked closely at her father, shaking her head and shedding tears. "Father, what has happened to you? Why have you changed so?" This was also the question the young heirs of the Dongfang family wished to understand. Although Dongfang, he did not comprehend the situation. He attributed Shui Zhongming's strange transformation entirely to Guo Ming. He calculated his moves well, planning to shatter Shui Zhongming's organs, then rescue him with a precious herb elixir. Albeit they possessed only 3 of such pills. Yet, if he could obtain Shui Mengyao in exchange, it would be worthwhile. However, with Guo Ming being driven mad by Shui Zhongming, Dongfang he felt unrestrained and stepped forward, declaring sternly, "Zhongming, that boy has left. I trust you will provide me with a satisfactory response." "Humph, I am a great scholar, imbued with the righteous spirit of heaven and earth. Why would I fear your threats?" Shui Zhongming scoffed. "What audacity! Do you truly believe you are an ancient sage?" Dongfang lay mocked. "Foolish child." Shui Zhongming waved his hand, causing the air around them to tremble violently. A fearsome roar of a tiger echoed, and a massive, fierce tiger appeared in midair, its powerful limbs and piercing gaze instilling fear. It stood behind Shui Zhongming, motionless yet exuding an overwhelming aura of benevolence that locked onto Dongfang Lei. The crowd appeared terrified, with Dongfang he retreating a few steps in panic, exclaiming, "Conjuring a physical manifestation? How can this be? Only a 5-star warrior possesses such powers. Shui Zhongming's true nature is beyond my comprehension. In mere minutes, he has transformed into a formidable expert, shattering my understanding of martial prowess." He had heard elders in the family speak of ancient clans that possessed bloodline abilities, which rarely activated, with some descendants never realizing their potential. Yet, once awakened, they could achieve feats unattainable by many in a lifetime. Such individuals were undoubtedly fearsome. These clans cared little for those whose bloodlines remained dormant, but focused on those who awakened theirs. Any harm to them could invite disastrous consequences. Initially, he thought such occurrences were impossible, yet he could only reconcile the situation through this lens. The thought sent cold sweat cascading down his back. If he were alone, he might not fear death. However, the implications stretched far beyond himself, potentially endangering his entire clan. Though he was mistaken, he was not too far off. Shui Zhongming was indeed an inheritor, a steadfast supporter of the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. Yet, he stood alone, without any support. Fear etched on his face. Dongfang Lei trembled before the imposing Shui Zhongming, stammering, "Uncle, please do not harm me. To bully others and cower in fear, what use do you serve?" Shui Zhongming coldly retorted. As soon as his words fell, the massive tiger let out a thunderous roar and lunged at Dongfang Lei like a bolt of lightning. Dongfang Lei's face turned ashen, his pupils constricting as he cried, "No." Yet it was too late. The tiger surged into his body. Staring blankly at himself, he felt a strange sensation, initially puzzled, then horrified, as his face contorted into a grotesque expression. His eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets, while his body began to fade, starting from his lower half until he vanished completely. In less than a minute, a vibrant life, that of Dongfang Lei, vanished before the eyes of all present. The descendants of the Dongfang family wore expressions of profound sorrow. Despite their usual rivalries, he was, after all, family. Witnessing his demise in such a manner stirred within them a sense of lament, akin to the grief of a rabbit for a fallen fox. Dongfang he, with a somber gaze, hissed, "How cruel." "Cruel?" Shui Zhongming replied calmly. He then gazed into the distance, stating, "In this world, human hearts are restless, kindness is elusive, and evil runs rampant. It is time for stringent measures." Shui Zhongming departed, leaving with his daughter in an air of arrogance, unimpeded by anyone, including Dongfang he, who dared not intervene. His complex expression followed Shui Zhongming's retreating figure, realizing that this potential pillar of their family had been cast aside by his own hand. Reflecting on the years of transgressions against Shui Zhongming, he suddenly acknowledged the severity of his actions. Dongfang Jian, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "Grandfather, will you truly allow him to leave unchecked? What of the Dongfang family's future dignity?" Dongfang he, suddenly disheartened, replied with a bitter smile, "What else can be done? Do you truly believe that the power of our family is the mightiest in the world? You are mistaken. There are many mysterious forces at play. The enigmatic disappearance of the Qi refiners of the Song dynasty and the obliteration of the Confucian scholars of the Qing dynasty laid the groundwork for the rise of families like ours. Though we appear to command the elements, it is the power of those who have vanished that is truly formidable. They possessed mysterious abilities. Had they not disappeared, the entire world would tremble beneath their feet. I suspect Shui Mengyao is a remnant of the great Confucian scholars of the Qing dynasty. Who would have thought? It is said that life ebbs and flows. No one remains perpetually unfortunate, nor does anyone enjoy unbroken fortune. Dongfang he became acutely aware that, should he one day lose everything, how would his descendants treat him? In this transient world, regardless of one's brilliance, all ultimately return to dust, unless one ascends to the realm of the nine-star Earth Immortal. Otherwise, fate's grindstone is inescapable. Time is the most fearsome force, for it erodes all. The grandeur of central officials seems resplendent, yet who can fathom the bloodshed and turmoil within? Politics is a perpetually sensitive subject. A single misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. Guo Ming strolled quietly along a secluded path, allowing the cool breeze to brush against his face. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply. As long as his inner demons remained unvanquished, his cultivation would stagnate, particularly after today's unsettling experiences, which left his heart tumultuous. The awakening of Shui Mengyao bloodline catapulted him into a realm where he could rival Guo Ming, who could hardly claim to feel at ease. Humans are inherently selfish. He once believed himself a rare practitioner of the mystical arts, favored by fortune, yet today that glory had unexpectedly manifested in Shui Mengyao. What Guo Ming had not anticipated was that, while Shui Mengyao was indeed formidable, the ancient teachings of Confucianism also bore significant flaws. The demise of the great scholars signified their limitations. Their stubborn adherence to tradition and incessant discourse on benevolence and morality rendered them unfit as warriors of cultivation. They relied on knowledge and the gradual accumulation of power, easily achieving minor accomplishments, much like Shui Mengyao at present. However, to reach the zenith of the ancient sages was no simple feat. The essence of the Tao encompasses all things. The ancient sages, through their unparalleled wisdom, elucidated myriad interpretations of the Tao, yet could their descendants ever attain such heights? The heavens are imperfect, the moon waxes and wanes. In the universe, there is no absolute perfection. Shui Mengyao, with alarming swiftness, had reached a minor accomplishment, and further advancement would be akin to ascending to the heavens, an endeavor Guo Ming could scarcely comprehend. The living room glowed with light. Glancing at his watch, Guo Ming noted it was already midnight. Were his parents still awake? He shook his head, fully aware of their concerns. Gently pushing the door, which was unlocked, he entered to find his parents conversing softly, their faces etched with worry. Upon seeing him, they hurried to greet him. "Minger, how did you fare on your exam?" Guo Jingze inquired urgently. With a sharp sound, Yu Xia reprimanded Guo Jingze with a glance, silently chiding him. Understanding the worry etched on his son's face, Guo Jingze's expression shifted to one of disappointment, quickly masking it with a forced laugh. Minger, why have you returned so late?" He realized the implications of his own question, a veiled inquiry into his son's academic performance. Before Guo Ming could respond, he continued, "You must not have eaten, right? Xiao, quickly heat up some dishes for Minger." Guo Ming smiled wryly and shook his head. His appetite had changed. He could go days without feeling hunger, and even a 10 or 15-day fast would not faze him. Of course, he had yet to reach the state of fasting, which would signify a significant level of mastery. Yu Xia looked at her son eagerly, and Guo Ming could only nod in acknowledgement. A deep sense of guilt washed over him. He had spent so little time with her, mostly attending classes, and during holidays, he would indulge with friends and frivolities. It was only after embarking on his path of cultivation that he realized how much he had overlooked. Every night at 2, his mother would gently open his door, ensuring he was tucked in, before quietly watching him for a moment before departing. As a homemaker, her greatest desire was to prepare meals for her son and husband, to care for them, which she regarded as both her duty and a source of joy. Thus, Guo Ming had no reason to refuse her offerings. Whenever he returned home, his parents would bustle about, and while he could lend a hand, he should refrain from halting their activities. For them, the arrival of their children was the greatest joy, their busy preparations a source of contentment. Yet, should he interrupt them, They would feel the weight of their aging, mistaking his intentions for concern when they were, in truth, merely practical. Standing in the kitchen, Guo Ming watched as his mother flitted about, his eyes growing misty. They could perceive even the slightest change in his demeanor, as evidenced by the extra dishes prepared for him. Previously, he would have a simple two-dish meal. Yet today, his mother had laid out 4 dishes and a soup, untouched, revealing her own lack of appetite and worry for him. In their large home, it was only his parents. Even with an abundance of conversation, it could become tiresome. If he were to dine with them, such a situation would be unlikely. His gaze shifted to his mother's temples, where he discerned a few strands of silver hair. She was still relatively young, yet she appeared aged. The concept of aging struck Guo Ming with a jolt. Such a notion felt distant to him. While he was growing, his parents were quietly aging. His mother no longer possessed the vivacity she had just a few years prior. He remembered when she would take him shopping for clothes. A scene now reserved for holidays, perhaps a result of her perceiving his previous impatience or her own heart growing weary. "Mom," Guo Ming called out, lost in thought. "HM." Yuxia set down the frying egg, her tone gentle. "What is it? May I accompany you shopping tomorrow?" Guo Ming stepped forward, looking at his mother with sincerity. Such moments were fleeting. He must cherish them. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, his future was destined to be extraordinary. Perhaps by the time he emerged from seclusion, 100 years would have passed. What then could he offer his parents? Everything else felt insubstantial. Only the bond of blood and kinship remained genuine. Yuxia paused, a flicker of understanding illuminating her eyes, and a tear glimmered as she nodded gently. "As the sun has grown." Yuxia gazed at the faint stubble on his chin with heartfelt sentiment. After Guo Ming finished his meal, the family settled on the sofa. Guozheng glanced at Guo Ming and softly sighed. "It is challenging to conduct business these days. I assent it? What's wrong? Has something happened?" Yuxia inquired promptly. "You are well aware of my company's situation. Years ago, I embarked on this venture with a few classmates, but now we live in an era of information overload, where their antiquated mindsets can no longer keep pace with the times. I have suggested several times that they recruit some university graduates, yet they remain reluctant." Guozheng lamented deeply. As the largest shareholder, he was ostensibly in a position to make decisions. However, his companions, who had been his friends since childhood, were unwilling to dismiss their relatives all at once. To them, the current circumstances seemed satisfactory. The passage of time had not only aged them, but had also diminished their ambitions. Yuxia, understanding the predicament, pondered for a moment before stating, "Since ancient times, it has been difficult to balance loyalty and filial piety. It is time for you to make a decision, and I trust your judgment." Guozheng's lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply a few times, and then exhaled slowly, turning to Guo Ming with a weighty expression. "Minger, the future belongs to the information age. Without talent, one is destined to be discarded by society. I see your efforts, but you must not let a single mistake lead you to despair. Zhong is also a commendable choice. After all, many students there have gained admission to prestigious universities. I believe in you." Guo Ming nodded, aware that his father had circled back to himself in the conversation. He understood his father's good intentions. "Minger, what dreams do you have?" Yuxia inquired softly. "Dreams?" Guo Ming murmured, gazing into his parents' expectant eyes. He chuckled softly. "Mom and Dad, what do you hope I will do in the future? Everyone says that sons should follow in their father's footsteps. Naturally, your father hopes you will study management and finance, as everything I have will eventually be yours. It would be best if you studied abroad," Guozhengzi replied thoughtfully. "Your mother hopes you will become a doctor," Yuxia countered immediately. "Of course, not the kind that profits financially. We have enough money at home. I support you in opening a small clinic where you can heal and save lives. That is what gives life true meaning. The business world is a battlefield, revealing society's dark side. I do not want my son to live in such an environment." "Well, hold on. Let us see what our son thinks," Guozhengzi interjected, noticing his wife's stern expression. "Actually, I prefer tranquility. What Mom said about being a doctor sounds good. I think opening a clinic at home would be nice. That way, I can spend time with you," Guo Ming replied, looking at his parents. In truth, his dreams were something he could not share with them. His parents were ordinary people, and he wished to keep his abilities hidden from them. A peaceful life was a blessing, and he hoped they could live out their days safely. "Minger, I do not know what happened to you 2 months ago, but I sense a heavy burden on your heart. You used to be so brash and rebellious, often getting into fights and needing my help. Yet now, you seem to have matured significantly. While that is certainly good, young people should express their individuality. Can you tell me what has happened? Guo Jingze asked, his brow furrowing. Having gained perspective, he found the reckless behavior of youth laughable in hindsight. Mom and Dad, if one day you find that I have suddenly left you, do not worry. I am merely pursuing a childhood dream that once seemed absurd but now feels so tangible. Guo Ming said calmly. Their expressions changed, and Yu Xia grasped Guo Ming's hand anxiously. Minger, what has happened? Please tell me. Really, it is nothing. I have just read a lot of books lately and have many reflections. I used to see things from a narrow perspective, but now I find myself, like Lin Daiyu, wallowing in self-pity. It is truly nothing. They say 2012 is the year of the apocalypse. I have read many materials, but I still have no clear thoughts. Just some vague worries, Guo Ming reassured. You scared me. I have read plenty about that too, but what will happen will only be known when the time comes. Worrying about it now is pointless. Ultimately, as long as we are together as a family, that is all that matters, Yu Xia said with a smile. Indeed, even if we know destruction is imminent, being together as a family is enough. Everything else is inconsequential. Our togetherness is what is real, Guo Jingze chuckled. If the sky truly were to fall, I would do everything in my power to ensure your safety, Guo Ming thought to himself. Yu Xia glanced at the time and yawned, fatigue evident in her voice. All right, let us discuss this matter tomorrow. I need to sleep. You should all go to bed as well. The night was cool, and the air filled with a chill. Suddenly, Guo Ming heard soft footsteps. Smirking, he leapt back to his bed, covered himself with a light summer blanket, and gently closed his eyes. Moments later, his mother, Yu Xia, tiptoed to his bedside, checking to see if he was tucked in properly. Satisfied, she whispered, I know Minger won't kick off the blanket anymore. But she kissed Guo Ming on the cheek and quietly left. Guo Ming opened his eyes and glanced at the clock. It read 2 o'clock. In a dilapidated alley, a drunken man staggered inside. He had enjoyed a hearty drink with friends he hadn't seen in years, reveling in the experience. However, the pressure on his bladder reminded him that he might soon have to find a corner to relieve himself. But where was the restroom in this place? After a few more steps, he could no longer hold it. He glanced around, unbuckled his belt, and immediately let loose. What a delightful feeling. He laughed as he swayed. Someone patted him on the shoulder. Assuming it was a friend, he turned and swung at the figure, but there was no one there. Rubbing his eyes, he looked closely and shook his head. It seems I am truly drunk. I'm seeing things. I was once able to drink 2 bottles of baijiu without feeling a thing, but now, just a little over a bottle, and I'm dizzy. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a shadow on the wall. With a sly grin, he thought, this kid thinks he can scare me? As the shadow lunged towards him, he shouted and kicked out, but there was nothing there. Almost losing his balance, he cursed, damn it. You guys are not playing fair. Come out. Do you think I am easily frightened? Only the eerie sound of the wind answered him. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his face turned pale. Just as he was about to run, a massive shadow appeared on the wall. He turned abruptly, and this time, it was not an illusion, but a figure. A scream pierced the stillness of the seemingly deserted alley. At 7 in the morning, a knock echoed through Guo Ming's home, where he and his family were having breakfast. Who is knocking so early? Guo Ming asked, puzzled. Yu Xia paused for a moment before smiling and saying, it must be my daughter. She left her husband and son exchanging wide-eyed glances. Before them stood a charming girl, petite with a fair, round face. Her short braids were tied with green thread. Her appearance exuded purity, reminiscent of sweet young girls from the late 70s or early 80s. A rarity in today's society where many girls have been corrupted by luxury. Her sparkling eyes and delicate smile, clad in a green and white checkered jacket and knee-length jeans, blended classical and modern styles, enhancing her allure. Hello, uncle. Her melodious voice chimed. Guo Jingze was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, standing up with a smile. I thought a fairy had descended. It's you, Mengyao. Have you eaten breakfast? I've had breakfast, Shui Mengyao replied with a gentle smile, her gaze quickly darting towards Guo Ming. Guo Ming stood up and smiled. It's not good for girls to skip breakfast. Come, have some more. Yes, try the sandwiches Annie made. They are even more authentic than those from abroad, Yu Xia said, guiding Shui Mengyao to sit beside her as she served her a portion. Shui Mengyao, not one to feign modesty, nodded and said, well, I won tea hold back then. Don't be polite. Just treat it like home, Guo Jingze said cheerfully. To be honest, I was quite surprised when Xia told me her daughter was coming. Our family lacks many things, but we certainly could use a daughter. Minger, don't you agree? Guo Ming nearly choked on his soy milk. And even though he managed to suppress a cough, He still struggled. Yu Xia hurriedly patted his back and expressed her concern. Why can't you be more careful while eating? Look at you. Annie, I've read books on physiology, and patting the back is not the right approach. It only worsens the situation, Shui Mengyao interjected, quickly standing to grasp Yu Xia's hand. Seeing the confusion on Yu Xia's face, she elaborated, what should we do then? This was the first time Yu Xia had heard of such a thing, and she was puzzled. The practice of patting one's back was an old tradition she had never questioned. Patting the back is quite dangerous. It could cause food to enter the lungs. You should compress the chest to allow him to cough it out himself, Shui Mengyao explained gently. But we don't know how to do that. Mengyao, could you demonstrate? This way, we can learn from your experience, Yu Xia blurted out without much thought, her expression revealing her urgency. Without hesitation, Shui Mengyao responded, sure. I've watched videos on this. Just as Guo Ming was about to cough out the food, he accidentally inhaled it again. Yu Xia shot a reproachful glance at her son. Her hand poised to act, but then she remembered Mingyao's instructions and sheepishly lowered her hand. Shui Mengyao realized the awkwardness of the situation and moved to press Guo Ming's chest. Was this something a young lady of her stature should do? They had not yet reached such a level of intimacy, and if it were not for the presence of their parents, she might have felt more comfortable. But with the parents watching, even Shui Mengyao, who was usually unreserved, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Auntie, what should I do now? She was oblivious to Yu Xia's intentionality in this scenario. How could a girl like her compete with such a seasoned individual? Guo Zheng and Yu Xia exchanged knowing glances, sharing a silent amusement. At that moment, Guo Ming finally managed to clear his throat. His face flushed as he said, Mom, hurry up and eat. We still have shopping to do. I don't have much time. Yu Xia chuckled, realizing her son was indeed shy, and perhaps there was a hint of him wanting to protect his girlfriend. Amused, she decided not to press Shui Mengyao for a demonstration any further. Suddenly, Guo Ming felt a kick at his feet and looked quizzically at his mother, who was engrossed in her soy milk. Then he turned his gaze to his father, who was seated upright, spreading fruit jam on a piece of bread. He truly had no idea who had kicked him. As he prepared to look at Shui Mengyao, he couldn't help but find it amusing that she was bold enough to come to his house for a meal and even pull some antics. Just as he turned, his expression froze. His father suddenly gave him a big thumbs up and gestured towards Shui Mengyao, subsequently making a charging motion. Guo Ming was left in a state of bemusement. He understood that his parents were not particularly liberal about early relationships. The source of all this was Shui Menyao's exceptional qualities. Since childhood, she had been the envy of many, with almost every boy considering her their goddess. Many parents in the neighborhood secretly regarded her as the ideal daughter-in-law. Beautiful, elegant, generous, and academically outstanding, she was destined for prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University. No one would oppose her becoming Guo Ming's wife. By the way, Guo Ming, do you have a quota for guaranteed admission? Shui Mengyao asked softly after finishing her last sip of soy milk and wiping her mouth. Yes, after studying hard for these 2 months, I deserve a good rest, Guo Ming nodded. What? Mengyao, what did you say? Yu Xia seemed to catch on to something and asked incredulously. Did Guo Ming not tell you? He scored 700 points. Second in his class and fourth in the entire school, earning a guaranteed admission to Yizhong. Shui Mengyao thought to herself in astonishment. Such good news was something Guo Ming could not possibly have kept from them, but she felt it inappropriate to voice that thought. The room fell silent as Yu Xia stared blankly at her son, momentarily at a loss for words. This revelation was overwhelming. She had assumed her son had not performed well based on his demeanor the previous day, but now Shui Mengyao was telling her he had scored such a high mark. Guo Zheng looked back and forth between Guo Ming and Shui Mengyao, his face filled with disbelief. Having experienced the world of business, he was all too familiar with the insincerity that often accompanied it. Few could remain unflappable in the face of great profits. He certainly could not. Guo Ming's ability to remain composed and not even mention his remarkable achievement indicated a profound mindset. He seemed to believe that until the very last moment, he would not reveal his accomplishments, not out of false modesty, but rather from a confidence that suggested he had everything under control. Is it true, Ming? Yu Xia's voice trembled. Guo Ming smiled and nodded, as if this was merely a trivial matter. At the city government square, the largest shopping center in Linzi County, one could find everything from international brands to inexpensive local products, catering to all price ranges. Although Guo Ming's family was not wealthy, they were comfortable, and thus, the three of them headed straight for the upscale clothing stores. Upon hearing that they were going shopping for clothes, Shui Mengyao's eyes sparkled. This was a natural inclination for women, as no one could ignore their appearance. She eagerly accompanied Guo Ming and Yu Xia, momentarily setting aside her studies, which seemed unimportant with the upcoming exams still over 20 days away. Yu Xia readily agreed, while Guo Ming had little knowledge of international brands, knowing only a few. "Auntie, what brands do you like?" Shui Mengyao asked, gazing at the dazzling array of shops. "Hey Jenny," Yu Xia pointed to a nearby store and added with a smile. "But don't worry about me. Let us buy for you first." I believe Eland is currently in vogue for student attire." Shui Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise, her eyelashes fluttering as she eagerly nodded. "I didn't expect Annie to know this." "Yes, Eland is quite popular right now." "Eland?" Guo Ming asked, puzzled. "I haven't heard of that brand." Eland is the flagship brand of the Korean company, Eland, and is beloved by middle school students for its color palette. Shui Mengyao explained softly. No, Guo Ming quickly interjected, "I'm not fond of foreign brands, especially those from Korea or Japan." Shui Mengyao's expression turned displeased as she shot him an irritated glare. Guo Ming realized he had made a blunder by interrupting a lady. Just as he was about to apologize, his attention was drawn to a beautiful girl of about 17 or 18 approaching them. Yu Xia felt a pang of discomfort. How could her son display such an expression in front of Mengyao? He should know better. Even if he wanted to admire her, he could do so discreetly rather than so brazenly. It seemed she needed to educate him more thoroughly. Although the girl was attractive, she could not compare to Shui Mengyao. What mattered more was a girl's character, and Yu Xia had watched Shui Mengyao grow up, knowing her virtues all too well. In today's society, driven by materialism, some girls would do anything for money. In the South, parents no longer prioritized just a girl's looks. Character had become equally, if not more, important. Character determines everything. A pretty face is nice, but one must also have the means to support her. Yu Xia harbored a deep-seated aversion towards overly delicate girls. Such roses, though resplendent, were fated to wither once removed from their greenhouse. In contrast, Shui Mengyao was vivacious and energetic, reputed for her culinary prowess, making her the epitome of Yu Xia's ideal. Soon, however, Yu Xia perceived a disquieting change in Guo Ming. His expression was not that of a carefree rogue, but rather one marked by solemnity and an unsettling chill. As a woman approached, seemingly sensing the atmosphere, she locked eyes with Guo Ming, closing the distance between them. She parted her alluring lips. Yet her words sent a shiver of dread through Yu Xia's heart. "Mind your own business, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." Upon uttering these words, an overwhelming, soul-chilling aura emanated from her, a sudden and penetrating cold that even Guo Ming, with his formidable abilities, could not escape unscathed. Ice crystals formed around him at a visibly rapid pace, giving him the appearance of being encased in delicate frost, beautiful yet perilous. In that moment, Guo Ming seemed suspended in time, caught in a curious state, as if frozen within the annals of history. Yu Xia and Shui Mengyao exchanged glances, sensing each other's confusion and unease. Just as they prepared to intervene, the icy veil around Guo Ming swiftly dissipated. He approached the woman, gazing intently at her, and with a tone of reluctant admission, stated, "I acknowledge that I am no match for you at this moment, but I urge you to refrain from harming the innocent. Each realm has its own laws of existence, and to disrupt them invites the wrath of the cosmos." The girl scoffed dismissively. "My affairs are not for you to meddle in." Guo Ming, taking one last deep look at the girl, as if to imprint her image upon his heart, sighed softly and stepped aside. She cast a haughty glance at Guo Ming before gracefully passing by him. Once she was a distance away, Guo Ming's tense demeanor relaxed. But he could not shake the lingering apprehension, his expression falling as he contemplated the encounter. "What just happened? Why did you suddenly envelop yourself in such exquisite frost?" Shui Mengyao inquired with urgency. "Exquisite? That thing nearly cost me my life," Guo Ming thought, though he did not voice this concern. Instead, he chuckled lightly and explained, "That girl is a sorceress. I once attempted to learn her magic in secret, but she caught me. As you might imagine, she has made it her mission to thwart me ever since." The two women listened to Guo Ming's explanation, skepticism lingering in their minds. Yet they soon found themselves captivated by the myriad styles of clothing around them, pushing the encounter to the back of their thoughts. With Guo Ming unharmed, their worries dissipated. He was acutely aware of the challenges that accompanied accompanying girls on shopping excursions, yet he possessed the patience to endure. Regardless of how long they lingered in the mall, Guo Ming remained unwaveringly supportive, eventually making the two girls feel somewhat embarrassed about the time spent. When noon arrived, the trio decided to dine at a restaurant. Throughout the meal, Guo Ming's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the girl. The Nining sorceress, a spirit of purine, was unlike other spirits in that she had attained a certain level of sentience, allowing her to exist within human society. This was undeniably alarming. If she possessed benevolence, it might be tolerable, yet how many spirits could be deemed kind-hearted, especially one as ominous as she? Her prior demeanor indicated that merely recognizing her identity had put his life at risk. Guo Ming did not believe for a moment that she was merciful. Her prior leniency was likely a result of her desire to avoid drawing attention in broad daylight. Had it been nighttime, he would certainly have met his demise. Now that he had cultivated his own powers, Guo Ming felt compelled to contribute to the protection of society. He pondered how to eliminate the Nining sorceress, realizing that as a spirit, he would need to employ certain Taoist artifacts. Power was not the sole determinant of success. History had shown that a Taoist wielding a 1,000-year-old peachwood staff could vanquish a zombie king, despite lacking significant strength. While the Taoist's abilities were indeed paramount, the significance of artifacts could not be overlooked. Guo Ming had focused primarily on honing his own powers, neglecting the study of artifacts. The encounter with the Nining sorceress had sparked a realization within him. If he could procure a 9-heaven soul refining banner, she would stand little chance, whether she was the Nining sorceress or a Nining demoness. Of course, he did not expect to acquire such a supreme artifact, but believed he could replicate a smaller version of the 9-heaven soul refining banner. While its power would be far inferior to the original, it would suffice against a Nining sorceress who had yet to fully mature. He realized he needed to gather materials such as black dog blood, cinnabar, and divine sand, Taoist tools essential for his endeavors. Even if these items could not subdue her, they would prove useful against lesser spirits and zombies, and he would need to stockpile talismans as well. As he contemplated various Taoist artifacts, Guo Ming felt like a fool. He had previously mistaken danger for kinship, failing to recognize that with the emergence of the Nining sorceress, a plethora of malevolent spirits could also manifest. It was time to prepare. Yet a new dilemma arose. Once adequately equipped, how would he lure her into a trap? After much deliberation, Guo Ming's gaze settled on Shui Mengyao. As a pure Yin body, if he could incite her essence, the sorceress would undoubtedly take the bait. The moment her pure Yin energy erupted would be irresistibly alluring to the Nining sorceress. Even if she were aware it was a trap, she would leap into it without hesitation, much like an addict drawn to their vice despite knowing the dangers. Quickly, he dismissed this notion. He had no absolute confidence in confronting the Nining sorceress. Caution was paramount. Without certainty, Guo Ming would never allow Shui Mengyao to take such risks, nor did he wish for her to witness the horrors that could ensue. As her boyfriend, he had to consider her well-being above all else. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, he thought. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Yu Xia inquired, noticing her son lost in thought, untouched food on his plate. No, just contemplating some matters, Guo Ming replied, shaking off the reverie with a light laugh. What are you thinking about? Shui Mengyao asked softly, setting down her chopsticks. I think I want to take a walk, Guo Ming stated. Where do you wish to go? Yu Xia asked curiously. Now that her son had been accepted into a prestigious school, she had no intention of hindering his desire to travel, provided his requests were reasonable. I wish to visit Ame, Guo Ming responded with determination. Ame? Are you going to see the monkeys? Shui Mengyao laughed, recalling her own enjoyable visit. Guo Ming, lost in thought, barely registered her words, his mind already soaring to Ame Mountain, a place steeped in legends of the righteous Shu Mountain Sword sect, home to the fabled purple and green twin swords that struck fear into both righteous and wicked alike. Given the existence of such tales, Guo Ming believed they were far from mere fabrications. It was quite possible that the legendary sword immortals truly resided there. Why do you suddenly want to go there? Yu Xia gently nudged him, breaking his reverie. I just want to experience the profound essence of one of China's 4 great Buddhist sanctuaries, Guo Ming replied softly, his eyes regaining their clarity. When do you plan to go? Yu Xia harbored no concerns about her son's departure. The title of fighting king was not bestowed without reason. Her son had once been reckless, engaging in fierce battles without restraint. Although he had seldom suffered losses, she could not help but feel an inexplicable worry. A strong character can easily become brittle, and being overly conspicuous is not always a virtue. A treasured sword should be kept in its scabbard. True wisdom lies in knowing when to endure and when to act. for such discretion enables one to journey further in life. In the past 2 months, her son had evidently mastered this art. He approached tasks with neither arrogance nor impatience, balancing diligence with moments of leisure and exploration. His academic achievements had reached a peak, yet he remained humble, refraining from boasting to others. She had learned from Shui Mengyao about the bet between Tang Feng and her son. Guo Ming had not sought trouble with his opponent, even going so far as to avoid confrontation to spare the other's feelings. He had attained a level of maturity that made him less vulnerable to the common threats of the world, leading Yuxia to believe there was little to worry about regarding his journey. Tomorrow, I will buy the tickets. The day after, I will leave, Guo Ming declared after a moment of contemplation. Day after tomorrow? So soon? Why not wait until after the high school entrance exam? Shui Mengyao exclaimed, surprised. Even knowing Guo Ming's decisive nature, she was taken aback. Indeed, after July, you and Mengyao could travel together. Why leave so early? Yuxia initially assumed her son intended to travel with Mengyao to cultivate their relationship, only to realize that was not the case. Oh, I have been there once and am somewhat familiar with it. I can act as a guide, Shui Mengyao interjected. Her interest in Guo Ming accompanied by a sense of guilt, momentarily disregarding Yuxia's presence and her own modesty. When a young girl feels guilt towards a boy, if they continue to interact, that sentiment can swiftly transform into love, especially in the case of a girl pursuing a boy, where the conversion rate is exponentially accelerated. Unlike Guo Ming, Shui Mengyao harbored a dream of becoming the top scholar in the county, preventing her from being as carefree as he was. She needed time to complete her exercises. Upon hearing Guo Ming's imminent departure, a sense of emptiness filled her heart. Guo Ming shook his head. Everyone must traverse unfamiliar paths. Such is life, from birth to departure. My journey to Amei is not solely for leisure. I also seek solitude. Yet, isn't going alone rather lonely? Isn't the essence of life to blossom in vibrant colors? Shui Mengyao clearly refused to concede so easily. Ah, you are still young, and thus do not comprehend, Guo Ming replied, opting not to delve into philosophical discourse, offering a seemingly impactful retort instead. Shui Mengyao was left speechless, indignantly responding, are you really older than me? When you ponder, do you rest your chin on your hand? Guo Ming deftly sidestepped the substantive question, fully aware that Shui Mengyao was merely 3 days his senior. And he promptly changed the subject. Do you enjoy watching anime? Guo Ming continued. Indeed, I adore Japanese Naruto. And Shui Mengyao's face lit up with excitement. Guo Ming quickly interrupted, fixing his gaze upon her. From a psychological perspective, this reflects your immaturity. In essence, you may be 16, but your mental age is less than that. What truly matters is not your chronological age, but your psychological one. Do you understand? Why are you staring? Everything I say can be substantiated by literature. Yuxia found their banter amusing and refrained from intervening, watching the exchange with a smile. However, noting Guo Ming's somewhat excessive lecturing tone, she quickly signaled him to tone it down. You bully me. Shui Mengyao glared at Guo Ming, yet his gaze was more intense than hers. The little girl felt discontent. She was accustomed to being indulged by others. So why did her usual tactics fail against Guo Ming? Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, ready to overflow at any moment if Guo Ming uttered even a mildly upsetting word. Guo Ming felt a headache coming on. Did he really have to relent? That seemed unthinkable. After all, he was a young man. No, I was wrong. How about this? We are strong children, and we shall not cry. Understand? Shui Mengyao found his attempt to console amusing. Was this how one reassured others? Tears were beginning to recede, but she still scrunched her nose, striving to maintain a facade of sorrow. Guo Ming noticed her ploy. Since she had begun practicing the way of water, her sensitivity to tears had become markedly pronounced, and he could see through her act. Yet, he refrained from calling her out on it. He glanced at his mother, who was watching with a knowing smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Dream now. Do you know why my studies have improved so rapidly? Guo Ming asked, prompting both girls to turn their attention to him, intrigued by the question that had long remained a mystery. With their expectations palpable, Guo Ming commenced a whimsical tale. Dream Yao, you must realize how exceptional you are. Do you remember 8 years ago when you found me and wanted to play together, only for me to be beaten by my brother? Since that day, I vowed to surpass him. My father forbade me from learning martial arts, so I became a little rascal in our neighborhood. My true motivation was to conquer my brother. Now that I have achieved that, it is time to focus on my studies. Yet, I noticed you have surpassed me, so I secretly studied. often seen out late at night. You may have thought I was skipping classes, but I was actually learning. I owe my current achievements to you, Miao. This unexpected confession left Shui Mengyao feeling bashful. She could not recall the childhood incident Guo Ming described, feeling a mix of embarrassment as her cheeks flushed. I'm not as exceptional as you say. It's mainly your intelligence that shines through. Guo Ming regarded her with a soft sigh. You truly do not remember. Some memories are etched in my mind, impossible to forget. You cannot fathom the despair of a small boy who is ruthlessly cast down, isolated, and helpless. The group continued their leisurely stroll, with Guo Ming refraining from mentioning the trip to Amei again, leading Shui Mengyao to subconsciously believe he had abandoned the idea. After purchasing a set of sportswear for Guo Ming, he, feeling a pang at the exorbitant price, glanced back at the store and complained, "We should avoid this shop in the future. It's far too expensive. Spending thousands on a single outfit is outrageous." Yu Xia chuckled, "While it may be costly, our family can afford it. Besides, your father earns a good income. Shouldn't we indulge a bit?" Shui Mengyao found this amusing and nodded. "Moreover, you look quite spirited in it. It suits your image as a wealthy young master. I doubt many of your classmates are aware that you're also from a well-off family. A wealthy second generation?" Guo Ming laughed. "Can someone like me even be considered that? Regardless, I will not return to such places. It's a waste of money. Saving is indeed prudent, but one must also indulge occasionally. Otherwise, it becomes an excess of austerity," Yu Xia remarked, feeling a twinge of conflict within. Parents from families like theirs typically taught their children to spend wisely, understanding the value of money. Yet here she was, encouraging her son to splurge a little. Guo Ming opted to change the topic, his gaze drifting to the 4 golden characters of Rui Yuga that caught his eye. His excitement surged as he exclaimed, "Let us go check that out." Upon seeing Rui Yuga, both girls exchanged puzzled glances. They had come to shop for clothing, so why was Guo Ming suddenly interested in jade? Rui Yuga was a renowned jade company in Hong Kong, with branches nationwide. Due to an impeccable reputation, they hold significant esteem in the jade industry. Upon entering the Rui Jade Pavilion, Guo Ming and his companions were greeted by a uniformed girl who sweetly welcomed them, inquiring if they required any assistance. "Not at the moment. We are just browsing," Guo Ming replied. The girl responded gently, "If you need anything, feel free to call me." Yu Xia and Shui Mengyao accompanied Guo Ming inside, with the girl following at a respectful distance. This distance was crucial. Being too close could make customers uncomfortable, while being too far could hinder their ability to assist with any questions or requests. The girl adeptly maintained the perfect balance. The display featured a dazzling array of agate, bright Hetian jade, and the ethereal blue Tian jade, among other exquisite jade ornaments. Guo Ming examined the pieces but shook his head slightly. Although genuine, they were not what he sought. He required jade imbued with spiritual essence. With the emergence of the Nineteen Sorceress, it was inevitable that malevolent spirits would manifest in the mortal realm. While martial artists were not afraid of such evil entities, and could even hunt them down, if these spirits chose to evade capture, they could prove formidable. In such cases, they might as well rely on a shaman. Sometimes, a simple talisman drawn by an adept could easily spell doom for a ghost. Creating a protective jade talisman for family and loved ones was essential. One could not be with them at all times, and should they encounter such spirits, it would be a regrettable oversight. The jade on display could indeed be fashioned into a protective talisman, albeit with diminished efficacy due to the significant loss of spiritual energy. Guo Ming, being a skilled practitioner, sought only the finest materials for his talisman. "Oh, this Hetian jade is beautiful," Shui Mengyao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she pointed to a piece on the table. Yu Xia paused, following Shui Mengyao's gaze, and was equally captivated by the jade pendant carved into a phoenix poised to take flight, its clarity accentuated by a vivid crimson flame at its center. Even she found it enchanting. However, upon glancing at the price tag, her heart sank. 80,000. "Wow, Mengyao, your taste is impressive," she thought. "But for the future daughter-in-law, it's worth it." Smiling at the salesperson, she requested, "Please take this pendant out for us to examine." Guo Ming was drawn to the 2 women, and upon seeing the phoenix, his expression brightened. He stepped forward to take the pendant, but someone else was quicker. A hand reached out and snatched it from him. Guo Ming's expression shifted as he was about to protest when a clear voice declared, "I'll take this piece. Name your price." Before him stood a young girl, around 17 or 18, tall and graceful with almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and cherry-red lips. Her athletic attire accentuated her slender figure, and she carried a limited-edition Chanel bag. one he had seen briefly on a television ad. While undeniably beautiful, especially up close, its exorbitant price of 66,000 would deter many. It was one thing to spend such a sum on a lavish item. Few could justify such extravagance. This is truly a daughter of privilege, as Shui Mengyao would put it, embodying the quintessential second-generation wealthy elite. Yu Xia frowned, asserting, I wanted this jade first. But it's in my possession now, the young girl retorted, flaunting the pendant in her hand. Why bother arguing? It's only 80,000, a trivial amount for me. Beside her stood a handsome young man, who scoffed at the situation. He casually pulled out a credit card from his wallet and handed it to the salesperson, who hesitated, acutely aware of the potential conflict arising from such affluent customers. Shui Mengyao had initially intended to argue her case, but upon hearing the price, she felt a wave of doubt. If it were in the thousands, she might have persisted, but 80,000 was excessive. She tugged at Yu Xia's sleeve and whispered, Aunt, let us not argue with them. I just think it's pretty. I don't actually want it. This is unacceptable. There must be some order, Yu Xia insisted. The young man took notice of Shui Mengyao, momentarily captivated by her figure, his gaze lingering with greedy interest. Shui Mengyao was at that golden age of youth. A girl of 15 or 16, caught between childhood and adulthood, and her purity made her all the more alluring. He could hardly fathom how stunning she would become in a few years, certain she would surpass her current beauty. Fortunately, he understood the wisdom of not being greedy, lest he end up with nothing. Yet, he refrained from reprimanding Shui Mengyao, choosing instead to remain silent. The young girl, accustomed to getting her way, impatiently declared, Humph. If I desire something, I will obtain it. The notion of first come, first served applies to you commoners, not to us. Such arrogance, Guo Ming scoffed, bemused. It was no wonder the average citizen harbored resentment towards the wealthy. Many affluent individuals were conservative and rarely contributed to charitable causes, while the privileged youth often flaunted their status, portraying themselves as aristocrats. Uninterested in Guo Ming, the young girl gestured to her companion, commanding, You tell him. The young man stepped forward with a smirk, saying, Listen, kid, there are some people you just can't provoke, understand? As he emphasized the last word, he struck Guo Ming's shoulder with considerable force, intending to intimidate. However, Guo Ming remained unruffled, a faint smile gracing his lips. The young man, now realizing Guo Ming was no ordinary individual, retreated his hand, a nervous laugh escaping his lips. Guo Ming's hand shot out, seizing the young man's wrist and responding. You are indeed correct. There are some individuals one should not cross. Suddenly, a sharp crack reverberated as their hands clashed. The others looked on in astonishment, observing the juxtaposition of Guo Ming's calm demeanor against the young man's pallor, sweat beading on his brow as he trembled, his lips quivering and blood trickling from his bitten lip. Even the dimmest of minds would grasp the unfolding situation. The young girl screamed, rushing to assist her companion, only to exacerbate the situation. The young man, in pain, finally begged, Please, let me go. Feigning surprise, Guo Ming quickly released his grip, exclaiming, What's wrong, my friend? The young man, glancing at his mangled hand, understood that although it appeared intact, the bones were shattered. He shot Guo Ming a venomous glare, pulling the young girl away and murmuring, Let us leave quickly. The girl hastily dropped the pendant, casting a terrified glance back at Guo Ming as they hurried away. Realizing he had likely made an enemy, Guo Ming pondered whether he should have acted differently. As he turned to face Yu Xia and Shui Mengyao, he found them staring at him with strange expressions, leaving him perplexed. Is there anything peculiar about myself? I glanced up and down, but I found nothing amiss. Hee. Why do you all gaze at me in such a manner? Guo Ming averted the eyes of the two and forced a laugh. I never would have guessed you possessed such ruthlessness, Yu Xia chuckled, subtly insinuating that he had incapacitated someone without a sound. Speak up. Have you often engaged in such deeds in the past? Guo Ming chuckled. I cannot abide anyone being more arrogant than myself. However, I do consider myself a paragon of virtue. You? Shui Mengyao laughed lightly. Though our interactions have been limited, I have long been aware of your notorious reputation. The title of the foremost fighter has gone unchallenged for 2 years. Being publicly called out, even Guo Ming, with a thicker skin than most, felt a flush of embarrassment. He cast a furtive glance at his mother, and, seeing no anger in her eyes, he secretly sighed in relief before shooting a fierce glare at Shui Mengyao. In response, Shui Mengyao let out a playful huff, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief. Guo Ming dared not linger on her gaze. diverting his attention to the phoenix jade pendant on the counter. As soon as his fingers brushed against the pendant, he sensed its profound spiritual energy, and a thrill of delight surged within him. "Please wrap this jade pendant," Guo Ming said softly. The attendant had observed everything and felt a jolt of panic at his request. Recalling the store's rules, her complexion paled. Such behavior could be seen as a grave disrespect to a customer, and should he cause a scene, she would undoubtedly be dismissed immediately. A high salary often comes with high risks, and the more one gains, the more elusive it feels. Guo Ming's expression darkened as he sensed that the attendant viewed him as a fearsome individual. Although he did not consider himself unattractive, he found it perplexing that even the local aunties had complimented his sweet and innocent smile, yet it seemed ineffective against this somewhat older girl. All right, just a moment," the attendant stammered, overcoming her trepidation as she gingerly took the pendant from Guo Ming's hand and swiftly wrapped it. "Look, you frightened this young lady," Shui Mengyao teased with a light laugh. Guo Ming forced a wry smile in her direction, realizing that his fearsome reputation would likely become a constant topic of conversation for Shui Mengyao. After Yu Xia paid, she retrieved the jade talisman from its exquisite box, examined it briefly, and handed it to Guo Ming, saying, "Put this on Mengyao." Guo Ming was momentarily dumbfounded. His mother's intentions were too overt. While he was indifferent to wearing it himself, would a girl truly appreciate it? Hesitating, he hesitated to step forward to accept the pendant. Shui Mengyao glanced at him, noticing his awkwardness, and found it amusing. Why was he suddenly bashful? The pendant was clearly meant for a young girl, and since Yu Xia insisted on gifting it, rejecting it would seem rather pretentious. Just wear it, what's the big deal? She thought, recalling how she had subtly hinted at her feelings during her visit to Guo Ming's home for dinner. Now, who was afraid of whom? Guo Ming, however, remained hesitant, aware of the curious gazes from those around them. Those who understood the situation recognized his shyness, while others might misinterpret it as reluctance. Whispers circulated, and Shui Mengyao, unable to contain herself any longer, glared at him, demanding, "What? You don't want to?" "No, yes," Guo Ming stammered, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the stunning girl at the entrance. His eyes were filled with confusion and unease. Moreover, he felt the presence of at least 4 mental energies locking onto him. Should he attempt to flee, he had no doubt they would act decisively, delivering a thunderous blow to him. Guo Ming's expression shifted. With his current abilities, he could handle 1 adversary, but 2 would be far more challenging. Not to mention the imposing figure of Wang Jinfang, clad in a black police uniform. To Guo Ming, Wang Jinfang had always been a formidable rival. He had managed to avoid defeat the first time they met, but it was essential to note that he had merely survived. Actual victory was out of the question. On their second encounter, her power had evidently escalated to a level far beyond his capacity to withstand. Now, faced with 5 experts, it was clear that he could not withhold a decisive response from them. At that moment, Shui Mengyao's words shattered his hard-won concentration, allowing his opponents to seize the opportunity to penetrate his mind. Following his gaze, Shui Mengyao beheld a girl who was equally captivating, dressed in a police uniform unlike any she had seen before. The young woman's long, silky hair danced gently, seeming to sweep away all earthly worries and troubles, presenting an eternal presence that overshadowed all else. Her eyes gradually became entranced. She recognized that this situation was amiss, yet she found herself willingly ensnared in the enchanting aura of the girl before her. In that fleeting moment of lucidity, her sole desire was to remain by the side of that girl forever, content to gaze upon her each day. Guo Ming remained motionless, or rather, he found himself incapable of action, resigned to this unfortunate fate. Wang Jinfang had employed a bewitching technique, captivating everyone within the Jade Pavilion. Guo Ming observed Shui Mengyao and his mother, realizing his initial impulse to break through their mental confinement to save his mother was unnecessary. Wang Jinfang and her associates belonged to a righteous organization, and they would never harm the innocent without cause. Each faction adhered to its own rules, and given their immense power, it was only natural they would follow certain guidelines. Otherwise, the mortal realm would have long since collapsed under their ceaseless conflicts. "Let us go?" Wang Jinfang smiled sweetly at Guo Ming, yet he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. She was a ruthless killer, and who could predict her next move? His suspicions were not unfounded. Wang Jinfang had been tasked by her superior to bring him in, regardless of the means, as it was a direct order. She sensed an unusual urgency in her superior's tone, It was clear that either Guo Ming had angered him or his patience had run thin. Either scenario worked in her favor, and while she was prepared to volunteer for the task, she was surprised when her superior assigned it to her instead. Well, this should be entertaining. Beneath the setting sun, on a desolate mountain, a solitary boy stood beneath a thundering waterfall. The torrents cascaded down with such force that the surrounding rocks reverberated with a resounding crash. Upon closer inspection, one could see that no fish dared approach within 10 feet of the waterfall, instinctively avoiding the terrifying force of nature. Yet here stood Guo Ming, a cultivator, undeterred by the chaos around him. His muscles taut with exertion, every fiber of his being was challenged by the relentless waves. On the shore, Wang Jifeng watched him with a bemused smile, flanked by 4 dashing young men, all clad in police uniforms, markedly different from the typical police attire, exuding an air of solemnity. Their badges gleamed with the words National Security Bureau. Indeed, all 5 were agents of the National Security Bureau. The 4 men glanced at Guo Ming, visibly uneasy as they observed his torment. After exchanging glances, they seemed to reach a silent consensus and approached Wang Jifeng. Before they could speak, she shot them a warning glance, saying with a light laugh, "Should anyone dare plead for him, I'll toss him over the edge." Their expressions changed instantly, and they hastily assured her they would not. "Humph, this brat has embarrassed me time and again. I'm merely giving him a little taste of discomfort. Rest assured, I know where to draw the line." Observing their hesitance, Wang Jifeng felt compelled to clarify. She did not wish to cement the image of a violent woman in their minds. The 4 individuals experienced a quiver in their eyelids as they furtively glanced at Guo Ming, who was suffering tragically beneath the cascading waterfall. Their bodies trembled at the sight. This was merely a slight torment, and they could scarcely fathom how they would cope should the affliction intensify. After all, cultivators are still human, and Guo Ming had yet to reach a perfected state where the physical form is no longer the sole essence. Bound by Wang Jifeng's mystical powers, Guo Ming found himself immobilized, unable to move his hands or utter a word. He struggled to open his eyes, only to realize that what was typically an effortless action was now an immense challenge. A flicker of fear crept into his heart. The sensation of being shackled, unable to wield his powers, was driving him to the brink of madness. He could hardly envision a day when he would lose everything. Even possessing extraordinary intellect would not alleviate his plight. The fervent desire to grow stronger echoed within him. Alas, many matters in the world do not bend to his will. Soon, it felt as though his eardrums had shattered, and as blood trickled from his ears, it was swiftly swept away by the rushing water. Blood stained the corners of his mouth, and an indescribable pressure surged from his chest, overwhelming him with rage. Wang Jifeng, oblivious to Guo Ming's torment, continued to boast to her younger disciples about her past experiences in vanquishing demons. "Senior sister, what became of the werewolf?" a youth inquired eagerly. "What do you think?" Wang Jifeng replied coyly, casting a flirtatious glance. The youth, well aware of her expectations, quickly responded, "Of course, senior sister displayed her prowess and vanquished the werewolf." "Very clever of you," Wang Jifeng replied with satisfaction. "However, that mission was exceedingly perilous. Were it not for my quick thinking, I might not have returned." Just as she began to recount her tale, her expression abruptly shifted as she turned to the direction where Guo Ming had stood, only to behold a hazy figure being hurled into the abyss by the crashing waterfall. The seasoned individuals immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and dashed towards the spot where Guo Ming had been, but alas, they were a moment too late. His figure had vanished from sight. The 4 exchanged grim glances, and Wang Jifeng rushed over, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Quickly save him. Senior sister, we are martial artists, not deities capable of traversing heaven and earth. The current is too fierce. How can we rescue him?" One youth retorted indignantly. Though Wang Jifeng was of the spirit fox lineage, she too was ill-equipped to navigate the treacherous waters. It would be folly to dive in and risk her own life. "What shall we do?" she asked in desperation, realizing she had once again botched a task. If Guo Ming were to perish, the repercussions she would face would be severe. "The leader possesses great powers. We must report the truth," one individual proposed. "Ah no, if that is the case, I will surely be punished," Wang Jifeng exclaimed in alarm. She recognized that this younger disciple sought to evade responsibility, wishing for her to shoulder the blame alone. "Indeed, we are an organization of the nation. How could we act out of personal vendetta? Out of respect for you, senior sister, we could turn a blind eye. But now that the individual has been harmed under your watch, We cannot bear the burden alone, another chimed in. Upon hearing this, the others' expressions shifted. And just as they were about to speak, the leader shot them a cold glance. Despite their confusion, they felt compelled to remain silent, recognizing he must have his reasons. Silence equated to acquiescence. Wang Jinfang stared at her once jovial younger disciples, feeling a disorienting sense of estrangement. How had they become so pragmatic? As a beast of the wild, she had encountered nefarious cultivators seeking to refine her essence from birth, only to be saved by the leader. Though she was mischievous and sometimes fierce, she had always been loyal to her friends. Yet today, the behavior of her 4 disciples struck her deeply. She recalled the leader's words. Humanity is the most complex of races, and absolute trust is a fallacy. In her youthful ignorance, she had not comprehended this truth. Now, it resonated within her. Tears of crystalline beauty trickled down Wang Jinfang's enchanting face as she pivoted and soared into the distance. Brother, have we gone too far? One youth lamented. Who can bear such a fault? Guo Ming is no ordinary individual. I believe you all understand his value. The leader will undoubtedly be furious upon learning of this. And if we are all held accountable, the consequences would be graver than usual, the youth remarked, watching Wang Jinfang's retreating figure with a heavy heart. But we cannot betray senior sister. She should not bear this burden alone. Is this not akin to being a scoundrel? Another youth protested angrily. Indeed, I cannot forsake the honor of this uniform, a third added, gesturing to his police attire with indignation. They had not anticipated that their squad leader would be such a person, prioritizing his own interests over the well-being of others. In the face of his comrades' inquiries, the leader remained unflinching, adjusting his uniform with a calm demeanor. I owe no one an explanation. Fine, Song, consider me, Li Ming, mistaken in my judgment of you. From this moment on, you shall no longer be my brother, declared one youth, casting a fierce glare at his former brother before turning away. Pain, a torment that pierced to the bone. Guo Ming's body sank slowly into the abyss, the descent gradual yet inexorable, for this chasm was a grave for the unwary. As he sank deeper, aquatic life dwindled, until even the tiniest creatures vanished entirely. Guo Ming struggled to open his eyes, but the blood streaming from them obscured his vision entirely. The depths seemed to possess a mysterious force, pulling him back from the brink of madness. Yet this did not bring him joy. Rather, it plunged him into a greater crisis. The pressure of the water intensified, and he was on the verge of suffocation. Upon reaching a critical point, the external water pressure crushed his chest, and blood gushed from his mouth, quickly dissipating in the depths. Water Mengyao, she cried out, bolting upright in bed. Hearing her distress, Sun Hong rushed in, startled to find Water Mengyao pale and drenched in sweat. Mengyao, what is wrong? She asked anxiously. Water Mengyao scanned her surroundings, the remnants of her harrowing dream still fresh in her mind. In terror, she exclaimed, Guo Ming is in danger. He has fallen into the abyss. Aunt Hong, you must save him. With that, she tossed aside her thin blanket, attempting to rise. Sun Hong quickly restrained her, speaking softly. Wake up. Mengyao, you are dreaming. Understand? It is just a dream. Water Mengyao gasped, her hands tangled in her hair as she lamented. But I could feel his despair and sorrow. This is no dream. She looked up at Sun Hong with unwavering determination. Aunt Hong, I must go save him. Alas, I shall accompany you. Sun Hong relented, unable to deny the young girl's fervent wish to rescue her beloved. Aunt Hong, I understand that you might still harbor doubts about me, yet I am determined to prove that everything I have dreamt is indeed real. Shui Mengyao gazed into the distance, where Guo Ming had vanished. He had been missing for a day and a night, and Guo Zheng was increasingly anxious. Yu Xia exclaimed urgently, Zheng, how did this become entangled with the National Security Bureau? How would I know? Why would such an organization come to our small county, let alone seek out Ming? What on earth has he done? Guo Zheng furrowed his brow and sighed heavily. If it were merely the local police, or even those from the city, he would possess the means to ascertain the situation. However, now it had escalated to a matter of national security. Even if they were aware, no one would dare to speak of it. Since that incident when Ming fell into the water, he has undergone a complete transformation. Others may not realize it, but I know that his grades have improved significantly in these past 2 months. 2 months. Do you think such progress is feasible, Zheng? Yu Xia pondered for a moment before voicing her concern. Guo Zheng was taken aback by her words and after a brief pause, responded, What are you implying? Ming is different now. I have an unsettling feeling that he has matured overnight, becoming more responsible. When I asked him about his dreams as a child, He would say he simply wanted a beautiful wife and to travel the world. Yet yesterday, when we inquired, he no longer spoke of himself but considered our well-being. From his tone, I sensed a hint of helplessness and concern for the future. They say that a woman's intuition is as sharp as a hair's breadth. And today Guo Zhang realized the truth in this. The matters he had overlooked were keenly observed by Yuxia. I didn't catch that. Guo Zhang reflected on their conversation from the previous day and replied. First, consider Ming's age. He is not yet 16. At this age, who doesn't yearn to explore the world? Yet now, he wishes to remain by our side, which in itself is telling. I sensed a twinge of guilt in his voice, as if he wants to make amends. However, there are countless uncertainties in this world, and he cannot foresee them. That's why he said, if one day I suddenly leave you, do not worry. I am simply pursuing the dreams of my childhood. After carefully contemplating Yuxia's analysis, Guo Zhang nodded. Even if your insights are accurate, they do not resolve our predicament. Do you comprehend the reason behind Ming's change? Yuxia looked intently at Guo Zhang, her voice soft yet resolute. I know, but revealing it will shock you. Guo Zhang quickly straightened up, gazing at his wife with urgency. Speak at once. Do you believe in deities? Yuxia suddenly inquired. Why do you ask that? Guo Zhang replied, perplexed. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something, staring at his wife in astonishment. Are you suggesting that Ming has been practicing alchemy and cultivating immortality? Congratulations, you are correct, Yuxia exhaled lightly. This is concerning. Guo Zhang thought about the implications of her response, rising to pace the room before sitting beside his wife. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Xiao'er, you must talk to Ming. He listens to you the most. He believes in these ethereal legends, which infuriates me. He is still a child of the 21st century. Yuxia found amusement in her husband's frustration. You find this amusing? The situation is dire, and you choose to laugh? Are you unaware of how cults have devastated countless lives? Guo Zhang implored. How did you leap to that conclusion? The Taoist path is a legitimate tradition of our culture. It bears no comparison to those nefarious cults. Moreover, do you truly believe there are no celestial beings in this world? Yuxia's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Guo Zhang was taken aback. He rarely witnessed such a demeanor from his wife. Whenever she exhibited this expression, it signified that she had significant news to impart. Yet he could not refrain from asking, have you encountered one? To his surprise, Yuxia nodded, raising her hand to silence his ensuing words. Gazing into the distance with an expression of indescribable nostalgia, she gently unveiled a secret that had been sealed within her heart for decades, known only to her parents. Initially, she had intended to carry this secret to her grave, but having discovered some Taoist texts on her son's desk, the impossible had occurred. When I was 7 or 8, one night at midnight, as everyone slept, I awoke to relieve myself. Upon exiting the courtyard, I saw a young girl in a white dress lying in our yard. I rushed over, calling, Sister, sister, please wake up. Yet she appeared to be in a deep coma and would not stir. Blood stained her clothes, which terrified me. I hurried back inside to awaken my parents, but for some reason, they could not be roused. My father snored, and my mother lay with her eyes tightly shut, breathing evenly. They simply would not awaken. At that moment, I did not ponder much and ran back to the girl. Guo Zhang's expression shifted. The sight of a bloodied girl appearing in the dead of night was already alarming. But the fact that his parents could not be awakened added an eerie layer to the situation. I beheld her visage, and to this day, it remains etched in my memory. She seemed not of this world. One could easily mistake her for a celestial being descended to earth. She was radiant yet not overwhelming, noble yet not ostentatious, gentle and soothing, evoking a sense of tranquility that made one forget all woes. My sole thought was to save her. I noticed a small purple gourd at her side. When I opened it, an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. I poured some into my hand, revealing several green candies. Though I was tempted to eat them, I felt they belonged to her and refrained from indulging. Instead, I fed one to her and quietly watched her. After about 10 minutes, she awoke from her slumber. When her eyes opened, I felt as though I had witnessed the most beautiful thing in the world within her gaze. I saw purity, kindness, and selfless love. Overjoyed, I exclaimed, Sister, you are awake. The girl gazed at me for a few moments, sighed softly, and patted my head, thanking me for saving her life. She promised that if I were ever in trouble, I could call her name 3 times, and she would come to my aid. Then, with a swish, she mounted her flying sword and vanished, reminiscent of the heroes from the films we had watched. Guo Zhang stood in stunned silence for a long while before finally speaking. I never would have imagined such wonders exist in this world. Celestial beings are indeed real. Given your youthful innocence, you must have tested this claim. Indeed, Yu Xiao lamented. After the sister departed, I rushed back inside, excitedly calling for my parents, who awakened immediately this time. I recounted the entire tale, yet they were incredulous. In the end, I called her name 3 times in front of them, and from afar. We heard the rumble of thunder, followed by a swift flash of lightning that illuminated our courtyard, where the sister appeared, standing upon her celestial sword. My parents were terrified, while I joyfully approached her to explain what had transpired. However, she appeared quite displeased and sternly warned me to refrain from calling her unless it was a matter of life and death, stating that she would only assist me one last time. Guozheng chuckled softly upon hearing this. If I were in her position, I would feel the same. If I were gravely injured, perhaps even in the midst of healing, and you summoned me from afar for a mere jest, who wouldn't be annoyed? Indeed, Yu Xiao agreed wistfully. More than 20 years have swiftly passed, and I have not called upon that celestial sister since. I wonder how she is faring now? I truly wish to summon her, sighed Yu Xiao. No, Guozheng exclaimed, startled. What a jest! This is a powerful talisman, should a life-threatening matter arise in the future. It will not be too late to call upon her then. You squandered a golden opportunity back then. You must not be so reckless now. Yu Xiao chuckled lightly. Do you take me for a fool? Guozheng nodded. Who knows if you are jesting? This is no trivial matter. By the way, does that mean your son is also a cultivator? Indeed, otherwise it wouldn't have caught the attention of the National Security Bureau, would it? Yu Xiao retorted. It seems this is the only reason that could draw the interest of the National Security Bureau. I can only hope that Guo Ming has not misused his powers. Otherwise, I would have to seek assistance from that so-called fairy sister. The doorbell rang, and the two exchanged glances before hurrying to see who it was. To their disappointment, it was not Guo Ming, but rather an unexpected visitor, Guozheng's second elder brother and his anxious son, Guo Kuan. Elder brother, what brings you here? Guozheng asked in surprise. It had been many days since his elder brother's last visit, and today he arrived with Guo Kuan. What could this mean? Noticing the unease on their faces, Guozheng invited Yu Xia to brew tea while he pulled his brother to sit down. Guozheng glanced around, cleared his throat, and said, Third brother, is Ming'er not at home? Ming'er? Oh, he is not here, Guozheng replied, puzzled by his brother's inquiry about Guo Ming. Is there something you need? It's nothing much, just came to check on Ming'er. I brought this brain supplement. The exams are approaching, and he should bolster his intellect. Guozheng said, placing the supplement on the table with a chuckle. Yu Xia entered with a pot of freshly brewed Longjing tea and set a cup beside Guozheng, saying, Elder brother, please enjoy some tea. Oh, thank you. Guozheng quickly replied. When Yu Xia returned to her seat, Guozheng slightly leaned back, glanced at his son, and sighed. Actually, my main purpose today is for Kuaner. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Guozheng felt a bit awkward and continued. You both know the exams are just over 20 days away. I want Ming'er to help tutor Kuaner. Guozheng and Yu Xia exchanged glances and sighed deeply. Life is indeed unpredictable. Who could have imagined that just 2 months ago, no one in the family thought highly of Guo Ming, and now they were coming to seek his assistance? Guo Ming and Guo Kuan attended the same school, and thanks to his teacher's encouragement, Guo Ming's achievements had become the talk of the institution. In a mere 2 months, he had risen from the 50th to the 4th position in his grade, a remarkable feat that astonished even the most gifted students. Naturally, Guo Kuan, being Guo Ming's cousin, had heard the news. Initially incredulous, he confirmed the information with a few acquaintances, and his expression transformed with a sense of brilliance. His once proud academic standing paled in comparison to Guo Ming's accomplishments. He felt like a jester flaunting his brilliance, oblivious to the fact that everyone was aware of his true standing. This stark psychological contrast stirred turmoil within him. Ultimately, he resolutely decided to have his father intervene. For the sake of his future, what was a little embarrassment? As a repeat student, he already had decent grades, but he was still a bit distant from the top school. However, Guo Ming and Appo's rapid improvement in just 2 months indicated he must possess exceptional study methods. If only he could learn Guo Ming's techniques, perhaps the top school would no longer be a distant dream. Yu Xia shook her head, saying, Ming'er is not at home. Not at home. Where has he gone? Guozheng asked anxiously. Ming'er has decided to forego the high school entrance examination, Yu Xia replied softly, her tone laced with disappointment. Being a recommended student is a recognition for junior high students, and many parents hope their children can attain this honor. Yet they also desire their sons to excel in the entrance exam and compete with all the students in the county. Why? Guo exclaimed in astonishment. Third brother's score is fourth in the entire school, just a few points shy of first place. They are practically on equal footing, and it is unlikely they will improve significantly. But third brother is different. I believe if he puts in another month of effort, he could definitely improve further and even contend for the top scholar of Linzi County. That is a tremendous honor. He must not give up. Is third brother really worried about getting into the top school? The weight of the title top scholar of Linzi County is well known to all. The top school is a national key high school, and each year, the top scholar earns a recommendation to prestigious universities like Peking University and Tsinghua University. It can be said that if one becomes the top scholar of Linzi County, they can choose between these eminent institutions. Such an honor is something no top student would refuse. They are all sharpening their skills, ready to showcase their abilities. Indeed. Yet, with Minger's decision, Guo Zhengzi felt a tinge of regret. However, what could he say now that events had unfolded this way? Third brother, you must earnestly persuade Minger. If he can attain the title of top scholar, it would be a collective honor for our Guo family. As for the recommendation slots you mentioned, they are inconsequential. Those slots are submitted only a week before the exams. Guo Zhenghe insisted urgently. Though Guo Zhenghe was somewhat self-serving, he was unwavering when it came to family honor. Let it be. We should not interfere too much, Yu Xia interjected gently. Sister-in-law, how can you say that? Guo Zhenghe exclaimed anxiously, rising from his seat. Compared to 2 months ago, we should consider ourselves fortunate. I still remember back then, he was unsure even of getting into the second school. Now that he has a recommendation, what more can he want? Yu Xia, though not angered, recognized Guo Zhenghe's stern tone was ultimately rooted in goodwill towards her son. Indeed, perhaps I have been too greedy, Guo Zhengzi conceded. With both spouses in agreement, what could a mere uncle like him say? Disappointment flickered on his face as he sat down in resignation, realizing that his previous influence seemed to carry no weight now. Where has third brother gone now? Guo inquired hesitantly. Guo Zhengzi and Yu Xia were momentarily taken aback and shook their heads. Yu Xia replied, we do not know. Perhaps he has gone on a solitary trip? What? Guo exclaimed in surprise. In a secluded forest, rarely visited by people, the occasional calls of birds echoed. Here, one could occasionally glimpse rare wild animals. Yet, behind the beauty lay hidden danger. Throughout their journey, the two had encountered countless perils. Shui Mengyao's delicate face was adorned with colorful face paint, and clad in camouflage, she, alongside her equally garbed companion Sun Hong, ventured deeper into the woods. I never imagined there would be such a place here. Nature is truly adept at disguise. Sun Hong, dressed in military camouflage, wielded a dagger and swiftly eliminated a venomous snake that threatened to attack. Shui Mengyao had grown accustomed to this. Throughout their journey, Sun Hong had vanquished numerous poisonous snakes and insects. They arrived at the primeval forest of Linzi County, where Shui Mengyao, following the trajectory of her dreams, moved aside a stone to reveal a realm untouched by the outside world, a veritable paradise. It is said that there exist immortal mountains beyond the mundane realms, such as Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou, renowned in the world. In truth, there are many wondrous places in this world, though they remain inaccessible to ordinary people. The secluded forest before them was one such place. Had it not been for Shui Mengyao's dream guidance, they would have found it nearly impossible to discover this hidden gem. Along the path of dreams, Shui Mengyao listened intently. Initially, there was an eerie silence, soon followed by the thunderous roar of cascading waterfalls, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping horses. A smile brightened Shui Mengyao's face as she grasped Sun Hong's hand, exclaiming, I found it, it is right there. Sun Hong's expression shifted dramatically. She stepped forward to grasp Shui Mengyao firmly and said earnestly, Mengyao, I am beginning to believe you, but do you truly think you can save him? I don and oppose, take care. Since heaven has led me here, I must save him, Shui Mengyao insisted stubbornly. Let us hope, Sun Hong replied, her heart heavy with concern. Soon, Shui Mengyao's expression faltered as she beheld the towering cliff, rising nearly vertically to a height of several hundred zhang, with scarcely a foothold for climbing. Even the most agile of monkeys would likely find it impossible. Tears swiftly filled her eyes. Everything before her mirrored her dreams. This indicated that Guo Ming had indeed fallen into this unfathomable abyss. The one she cherished lay before her, yet she was powerless to rescue him. What profound sorrow that was. Mengyao, I can ascend this mountain, but I cannot take you with me. Do you really believe you can save Guo Ming? This abyss is insurmountable. Who can venture into it? Sun Hong, unwilling to deceive Shui Mengyao, spoke patiently. Is there truly no way to salvage the situation? Shui Mengyao gazed vacantly at Sun Hong. Indeed, a resonant voice echoed. The two turned to see a middle-aged man descending from the sky. He approached Shui Mengyao, speaking softly. This place is extraordinary. I cannot predict what will transpire after Guo Ming enters, but the likelihood of his survival is slim. The visitor was none other than the Confucian heir, Shui Zhongming. Sun Hong's heart tightened. She realized that he had reached an extraordinary realm. Was this the distinction between martial artists and cultivators? Having grown accustomed to being the protector of the two, she felt an unsettling shift in roles. Father, you must save Guo Ming. Shui Mengyao wept, clinging to her father. Shui Zhongming patted her back and sighed. Do you think your father is heartless? I have explored the abyss. I could only descend 800 meters before being unable to go deeper, and I estimate the abyss to be at least several thousand meters. Alas, may he be blessed by fate, he added. Unbeknownst to them, the weather had begun to shift ominously. The once clear sky grew dark and oppressive. A storm looming on the horizon. The first to sense this change was Shui Zhongming, whose countenance altered as he extended his consciousness to the heavens. However, he uncovered nothing. Yet his expression grew more solemn, void of excitement. His awareness spread outward in a circular formation. When his consciousness reached the depths of the abyss, an unprecedented sense of peril surged forth. A terrifying energy struck him like lightning, causing him to spout blood. He gazed in trepidation towards the abyss, sensing the aura of death. What could it be? It felt as if an unparalleled beast was about to awaken, its violent, tumultuous, and resentful energy overwhelming his spirit. A great scholar is still human, and especially for Shui Zhongming, who understood how to protect himself. Yet, upon first contact, he realized this entity was beyond his capabilities. Grabbing both women, he urged, "We must flee." "Father, what is happening?" Shui Mengyao asked, bewildered by the rapidly changing scenery beneath her feet. "It seems the world is about to undergo a transformation," Shui Zhongming replied gravely. With that, he surged forward, moving like lightning. Sun Hong also felt the oppressive force, glancing back in horror as she witnessed a scene she would never forget. A colossal hand, blocking out the sun, emerged from the waterfall. It bore no resemblance to a human hand, covered in bluish-green scales, each scale strikingly vivid, fingers tightly interwoven, pressing toward them. The sheer magnitude of that hand was incomprehensible, and in that moment, Sun Hong fully grasped the meaning of catastrophe. The force descending upon them was not merely physical, it was accompanied by an overwhelming mental pressure. The landscape behind them began to crumble, immense trees shattered into countless splinters, hurtling toward the trio. Precious creatures, sensing the impending danger, began to flee toward them. Yet nothing could withstand the weight of celestial might. A ferocious tiger halted in its tracks, glancing back in terror, and in that moment of hesitation, it was obliterated in a burst of blood. Similar scenes unfolded in various locations, as the once idyllic paradise transformed into a hellish battlefield. "Be careful," Sun Hong screamed. Instinctively, she shielded Shui Zhongming, who felt her weight press against him as a few drops of liquid fell onto his face. "Xiao Hong, what happened to you?" Shui Zhongming's heart sank with dread, his voice trembling. He feared that if anything befell her, he would never forgive himself. Sun Hong clutched the man she loved dearly, willing to sacrifice her life for him. As the most exceptional special forces operative, she understood her own injuries well. Her once vibrant eyes now appeared shattered, heart-wrenchingly frail. Softly, she uttered, "Zhongming, I have no regrets loving you for a lifetime. Take Mengyao and escape." Shui Zhongming detected a resolute tone in her voice, but before he could react, Sun Hong forcefully pushed him forward, accelerating his escape, while she smiled and gazed back at him. The towering waves surged behind her, swiftly engulfing her figure. "Xiao Hong," Shui Zhongming bellowed. In the depths of slumber, Guo Ming felt a gentle hand caressing him. Yet, ensnared in a deep sleep, he could only perceive a fleeting consciousness. Nevertheless, one certainty remained. His body was gradually healing. While the change was subtle, it was undeniably real. After 7 days, Guo Ming finally opened his eyes, and 2 streams of blood tears cascaded down his cheeks, the scabs on his corneas ruptured by his awakening. He quickly shut his eyes, yet the motion intensified his agony. "Who caused this chaos?" A gentle voice inquired. "The girl and Apos." Words flowed through Guo Ming and Apos. heart like a soothing spring, alleviating the excruciating pain. By the time the girl reached his side, the pain in Guo Ming's eyes had completely vanished. He opened his eyes in astonishment to behold a veiled maiden. To his astonishment, her hair was not black or blonde, but a striking purple, an anomaly he had never seen on earth. Though a thin veil obscured her features, it felt as if a mountain separated them, rendering her beauty ethereal. Looking up, Guo Ming's heart raced. The maiden's eyes sparkled like stars, holding an irresistible allure. In that instant, he knew he would never forget her gaze. "I dare not look further. Thank you, my lady," he said softly. The maiden nodded. "Now that you are awake, you should leave." Leave? Guo Ming was taken aback. He had no immediate intention of departing, and her urgency surprised him. However, the other party had already issued a dismissal order. Guo Ming, not wishing to defy his host's wishes, nodded and said, "I will leave at once. But may I inquire as to where this place is? Where were you when you saved me? You need not concern yourself with such matters. You only need to follow me and leave," the girl replied indifferently. "That is unacceptable. One must repay the kindness received. I must know everything that is necessary." Guo Ming stated firmly, refusing to budge. The girl glanced at him in surprise, her tone remaining as apathetic as ever. "If you do not leave now, it is quite possible you may never escape from here. Are you certain you wish to linger for eternity?" "Eternity? What do you mean?" A sense of foreboding surged within Guo Ming. With a flick of her delicate hand, a dazzling array of colors appeared, and a table materialized beside them, adorned with fruits Guo Ming had never seen before. The rich spiritual energy emanating from these fruits made Guo Ming inhale sharply. He felt his internal energy surge to thrice its usual speed. Spiritual fruits. His heart raced almost to the point of bursting. 3 centuries ago, such fruits were nearly extinct on Earth, and they had become exceedingly rare in modern times. Yet, the girl had conjured so many with such ease. What truly astonished Guo Ming was not merely the fruits, but the girl's method. With a wave of her hand, she transformed the very fabric of reality, reversing the flow of yin and yang, creating something from nothing. What extraordinary power was this? Could it be that she was an ancient celestial being? The girl gestured and said, "If you wish to learn everything about this place, I can tell you in due course, but the price will be your eternal solitude here." Guo Ming smiled calmly and took a seat, replying, "You saved my life. I would bear no resentment even if you were to retract your kindness now. Regardless of your thoughts, I must repay this debt." The girl chuckled softly, saying, "I hope you can remain true to your words." Guo Ming remained silent, gazing at the girl, who seemed to be shrouded in mist. The anticipation of uncovering the truths he longed to know stirred excitement within him. The mystery surrounding this girl rivaled that of his own master, her power immeasurable. His aspiration was to transcend earthly bounds, and with his master having irresponsibly departed, if he could gain guidance from this girl, he could avoid many pitfalls along his path. "My name is Ziyu, and I am a practitioner of demonic arts." The girl's declaration was thunderous, leaving Guo Ming momentarily stunned. Cultivating immortality and demonic practices were fundamentally opposed, a basic tenet of their world. Guo Ming had never been naive enough to believe he could bridge the chasm between the two factions through mere persuasion. As soon as the girl spoke, he instinctively gathered his energy. Ziyu smiled lightly. "Do you intend to strike at me?" Guo Ming's entire being shuddered. He quickly dissipated his energy, too afraid to meet her gaze. What was wrong with him that he would consider attacking his savior? His cheeks burned with shame, and after a moment, he stammered, "I am sorry. How amusing. I did not expect a righteous cultivator like you to harbor such peculiar thoughts. I can see there is no malice in your eyes. Otherwise, you would have been a corpse by now," the girl remarked lightly. Though her voice was soft, Guo Ming sensed an undercurrent of bloodlust. He had no doubt that she spoke the truth. Someone of her caliber would not jest lightly. When Guo Ming looked up, he saw her eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger, a manifestation of long-suppressed murderous intent. It chilled him to the core. Even his current energy felt subdued in her presence. He knew that she needed only a single thought to sever his ties with this world. Fortunately, the murderous glint in her eyes faded swiftly, replaced by clarity. Guo Ming felt a shiver run down his spine, drenched in cold sweat, and he no longer dared to look at her. "Why do you avoid my gaze? Am I a demon in your mind?" Ziyu laughed, moving to sit beside him. Guo Ming felt every hair on his body stand on end, instinctively wanting to recoil. But then he remembered something, and his tense form relaxed. He met her gaze and smiled, saying, "How could I? I shall never forget the grace with which you saved me. Even if you were a demon, it is merely that others cannot see your brilliance." A fleeting shadow of malice crossed Ziyu's eyes. She was a complex individual, capable of taking lives based on a mere whim. Just days prior, she had acted out of a moment of compassion to save Guo Ming. After their brief acquaintance, she had developed some fondness for him, not wishing to kill him, hoping he would leave soon to avoid the day when her darker nature might emerge. Guo Ming's demeanor had unsettled her. Had he shown any sign of evasion earlier, she would have decisively acted to claim his soul. To her, the conflict between the righteous and the demonic was an inherent struggle, yet she found herself trapped within it, resigned to her fate. They often say that man can conquer heaven, but such notions are mere folly. Even those who have transcended the tribulations of heaven must ultimately confront the obliteration of countless calamities. To defy heaven is her understanding. Cultivators who oppose the natural order must eventually return their essence to the cosmos. Nothing is eternal, yet heaven remains the sole, everlasting truth. She considered herself a casualty of the celestial demonic conflict, and if given the chance, she would annihilate the hypocritical practitioners of the righteous path. Trapped here for millennia, whom could she blame? The practitioners of the righteous path. In her eyes, Guo Ming was too feeble, akin to an insignificant ant. Life and death hung on a mere thought. She saw Guo Ming not as an equal, and had he been her peer, she would have struck without hesitation. Her disinterest in him was palpable, yet should he falter, she would not hesitate to extinguish him. Much like one might be curious about an ant. One might not readily crush it, but if it were to bite, would one ignore it? Unbeknownst to Guo Ming, his change in attitude had unwittingly spared him from a dire fate. Brilliance? Huh. Pray tell, what brilliance do you perceive in me? Ziyu inquired, genuinely curious. Guo Ming dared not speak recklessly. Should he err, he could only imagine the consequences. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Regardless of whether one practices the righteous or demonic path, both ultimately seek the same destination. You possess an aura of countless slaughters. Yet I believe this is not your true intent. Do you have any idea how many lives I have taken?" Ziyu's expression shifted, a cold laugh escaping her lips. The change in her demeanor sent a jolt through Guo Ming, as if he were playing a game of chess where a single misstep could lead to his undoing. He could only muster the courage to respond, "I do not know." "Then allow me to enlighten you. It is at least in the thousands," Ziyu stated. Guo Ming exhaled in relief. He had expected the number to be far greater. Thousands felt manageable. However, her next statement left him standing in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide with unmasked horror. The temperature in the room plummeted. "Thousands refer to cultivators, but I have slain countless more, numbering in the hundreds of thousands," Ziyu remarked with a laugh, as if those lies were mere statistics devoid of significance. Guo Ming slammed his hand on the table, rising in fury. Despite his cultivated composure, he could no longer contain himself. His heart ached. Hundreds of thousands had perished at her whim. His master's teachings warned against the demonic practitioners, advocating for their eradication. Previously, he had dismissed such notions, but now he grasped the righteous practitioners' disdain for their demonic counterparts. Demonic practitioners undoubtedly cultivated at a pace far surpassing that of their righteous counterparts. Yet this was achieved at the expense of countless lives, resulting in a heart that became increasingly unrestrained and merciless. It cannot be said that all practitioners of the dark arts are the same. However, the vast majority indeed are. Ultimately, for the sake of all living beings, even the wrongful slaying of those who diligently cultivate the dark path is deemed necessary. The enchanting young woman before me exudes an irresistible allure with every subtle expression. Yet within Guo Ming's gaze lies a frenzied intent to kill. "You wish to strike against me?" The maiden chuckled. She had anticipated Guo Ming's fury, but did not expect him to restrain himself from attacking her. Confronted by his gaze, which seemed intent on devouring her, Ziyu smiled and remarked, "The most unforgettable lives I have taken were that of a mother and her child. On a snowy day, I encountered a shivering pair. The mother was emaciated, and her child was suckling from her withered breast. I could not fathom why she refused to relinquish her child. It was truly foolish. Thus I intervened, snatching the child from her arms and casting it into the abyss. To my astonishment, the mother, ungrateful, glared at me in fury, shaking her frail form and striking at me with her feeble fists. How laughable! I liberated her, yet instead of gratitude, she repaid kindness with malice. For such a person, I readily allowed her to reunite with her ill-fated child. Ha ha! Humanity is truly amusing." "Silence!" Guo Ming bellowed. How can a practitioner of the dark arts comprehend the preciousness of familial bonds? Starving to death, why should one care for others? It is absurd, Ziyu retorted defiantly. Mutual support through thick and thin, that is love everlasting, a lamb kneeling to suckle, a gesture of gratitude towards its mother. You are woefully ignorant. Practitioners like you are destined to perish amidst the heavens and earth, and it is only just that the souls of the departed are avenged, Guo Ming declared. His eyes reddened with anger. A flash of severity crossed the young woman's face as she glared at him, causing Guo Ming's heart to skip a beat. Yet undeterred, he sneered, "In any case, I am already a dead man. Should you save my life, I would rather not owe you a favor. If you wish to kill me, do so." Kill you? Ziyu gracefully stepped closer, a fragrant breeze enveloping her as she glided to Guo Ming's side. With her delicate, jade-like fingers pointed at him, she said, "It is not so easy to die. I shall take good care of you. I, Ziyu, have yet to encounter a challenge I could not overcome. Indeed, even the war god, in all his arrogance, ultimately fell to my hand." The war god. Guo Ming was unfamiliar with this title, but sensed the immense power emanating from the young woman. In some regard, she had reached the pinnacle of the cultivation world, her every action embodying the principles of the universe. Thus, the war god must have been a formidable figure in his time. And yet, what of it? You remain trapped here, unable to escape, Guo Ming mused, drawing connections from her words. Logically, a being with such high cultivation would not confine herself to this place. Suggesting that some limitation bound her here, he speculated boldly. Initially, he intended to remain silent and feign compliance, but the young woman's blatant cruelty rendered him unable to endure. Having resolved to speak freely, he unleashed all that he had kept inside. If it provoked her, so be it. Death would be the worst outcome. He anticipated her fury. Indeed, her starry, misty eyes flashed with a glimmer of murderous intent. Guo Ming felt a jolt as blood spurted from his mouth, his body swaying precariously before slipping into unconsciousness. The young woman swiftly retracted her murderous gaze, looking upon Guo Ming with a complex expression. She murmured softly, "How could you know of events from years past? Who can discern right from wrong in those days? Ah, it matters little. After being trapped here for so long, my desire for slaughter has diminished greatly. I shall not stoop to your level." With a gentle flick of her finger, a spirit fruit flew from the table, and as she cast a spell, it transformed into a stream of water, penetrating Guo Ming's body. An hour later, Guo Ming opened his eyes, two beams of golden light shooting forth. He quickly probed his body and discovered that his true essence flowed at an accelerated pace, with a pure green liquid suspended in his dantian, releasing threads of exceptionally refined true essence that replenished him. With a sigh of relief, Guo Ming gazed at Ziyu, seated upon a jade stool, momentarily at a loss for words. Gratitude lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he could only cast a complex look in her direction. "What? Are you still clinging to earthly conventions?" she questioned coldly. Cultivation is a continuous process of transcending, beyond societal norms, beyond all, ultimately surpassing oneself. Guo Ming shuddered, bowing deeply as he earnestly replied, "Thank you, fair maiden, for your wise counsel. Regardless of what lies ahead, I, Guo Ming, owe you a life debt, which I shall repay in the future." "Repay?" Ziyu chuckled lightly. "To be honest, you lack the strength for such notions. Your talent is merely above average. You can hardly imagine the extraordinary cultivators of the past, during the golden age of cultivation. Indeed, you were one of the finest among them," Guo Ming remarked with a serene smile. A faint smile graced Ziyu's lips as she closed her eyes in contemplation, as if reminiscing about glorious days gone by. After a moment, she opened her misty eyes and softly said, "Let us not dwell on past events, since you are here. Speak of the current state of the cultivation world." Clearly, she was unaware of the decline of the cultivation realm. Guo Ming pondered the time when cultivators were at their zenith, when no one dared to oppress the vast land of Xinzhou. However, in recent times, the land had succumbed to weakness, and regaining the pinnacle seemed a distant dream. "My master has also withdrawn from the world. What is the root of this predicament?" Guo Ming sighed softly. "What?" Ziyu's expression darkened, her fury transforming the spirit fruit and jade table before her into nothingness. Guo Ming barely managed to evade the devastation, fearing he might become a casualty of her wrath. He had not anticipated such a violent reaction and quickly retreated, wary of becoming an unintended victim. The disparity in their realms rendered him vulnerable. Even the slightest action from her could spell doom. This was the essence of their inherent power. Guo Ming's master maintained composure, but the dark sorceress, Ziyu, evidently lacked such restraint. Ziyu's countenance was grim as she demanded, "What has transpired? I have only recently embarked on my cultivation journey. How could I possibly know?" Guo Ming replied with a bitter smile. "You cannot be unaware." Ziyu's voice was sharp with accusation. Guo Ming felt a pang of dread as he froze, sorrowfully contemplating whether he was to be ensnared once more. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, resonating even within the domain of the sorceress. And Guo Ming sensed an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The deafening roar carried an air of supreme authority, and in its wake, Guo Ming's spirit was thrown into chaos. His body trembling uncontrollably. With a mere wave of her hand, Ziyu enveloped him in a purple light, and in an instant, she vanished from his sight. As he reached out to touch the gossamer protective barrier surrounding him, Guo Ming's eyes shone with envy. The barrier she had effortlessly conjured was something he could scarcely hope to attain, even after a century of cultivation. The qualitative difference between them was stark. Guo Ming did not fret for the young woman's safety. He believed that someone who had survived in this realm for so many years must possess formidable means. He extended his consciousness, quietly analyzing the distribution of her protective barrier. Through this narrow glimpse, even a fraction of her insights could yield unimaginable benefits for him. Moments later, the young woman returned, her aura somewhat disheveled. Upon spotting Guo Ming seated in meditation, she expressed her surprise. "This fellow seems quite at ease while I toil outside." With a gentle sweep of her fingers, a golden lotus materialized in the void. The young maiden stepped lightly onto the lotus. Glancing back at Guo Ming with a flicker of warmth in her eyes, she settled into a meditative posture, and in an instant, the lotus radiated a rich spiritual energy that surged into her being. In the Guo family, Guo Ming had been missing for 3 days, and Guo Jingze was growing increasingly anxious. He had exhausted all his connections, yet no news of Guo Ming had surfaced. Outside the door, Shui Mengyao, her face haggard, stared blankly at the door that she could easily open with a gentle push. However, she hesitated, knowing that Guo Ming's parents were in a state of frantic worry. Understanding Guo Ming's fate, she ultimately decided to reveal everything to the Guo family, believing it futile to allow them to continue their fruitless efforts. Taking a slow breath, she seemed to bolster her courage and touched the familiar door once more. Just then, a hand clasped over hers. Startled, Shui Mengyao turned to see the visitor was her grandfather, Dongfang He. Realizing he might force her away, her expression shifted, and she struggled to free her hand. Dongfang He spoke softly, "Mengyao, do not be afraid. I come with no ill intent this time." As he spoke, he released her hand. Shui Mengyao hurriedly knocked on the door. Inside, Yu Xia was consumed by sorrow until the sound of knocking jolted her into surprise. She sprang up, rushing to open the door while calling out Guo Ming's name. Upon seeing it was not Guo Ming, her excitement swiftly faded, replaced by a dull despair. Shui Mengyao quickly hid behind Yu Xia, clutching her hand in terror. "Auntie, he wants to take me." Yu Xia's expression flickered with concern as she furrowed her brow. "Who are you?" she demanded. Dongfang He, a significant political figure, was displeased to be treated like a foe by his granddaughter, especially in front of an outsider. His face darkened as he coldly replied, "This is a family matter. I advise you to refrain from meddling." "A family matter?" Yu Xia scoffed. "I have never seen you before. Mengyao has been my neighbor for over a decade. How could I have not seen you even once?" Given her already troubled mood and his icy demeanor, she retorted sharply. Dongfang He nearly lost his composure. It was rare for anyone, let alone a mere civilian, to speak to him in such a manner. At that moment, Guo Jingze arrived at the door, recognizing the elderly man. "You are Dongfang He from the Central Political Bureau?" he exclaimed. Finally, someone who recognized him. Dongfang He felt an unfamiliar surge of excitement and nodded. "Indeed, she is my granddaughter, and I am here to take her home." The revelation that Mengyao was his granddaughter left Guo Jingze astonished, turning his gaze to Shui Mengyao with confusion. She quickly shook her head, insisting, "I don't know him. He's lying." A flash of anger crossed Dongfang He's face, his pride wounded by her words, akin to a public slap. He restrained his fury and said, "Mengyao, do not be foolish. I have come to discuss important matters with you. Come home with me." "No, I won't go back with you." Shui Mengyao trembled. The events of that day had become a haunting nightmare for her, and subconsciously, she viewed her grandfather as a figure of malevolence. "You foolish girl. How can you be so ungrateful?" Dongfang He, unable to contain himself, bypassed Yuxia and swiftly grasped Shui Mengyao's hand, leaping back several meters. The entire exchange unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Yuxia stunned. Shui Mengyao's face turned pale as she looked in terror at her grandfather, her eyes pleading for Yuxia's help. "Auntie, save me." Yuxia, equally shocked by the bizarre scene, attempted to rush forward, but Guo Zhengzi held her back. "Why are you stopping me?" she urged, her anxiety palpable. The Dongfang family wields immense power, and Dongfang, he is a master in martial arts. "What can you do as a woman?" Guo Zhengzi said gravely. Yuxia paused, absorbing his words, then lowered her gaze, her mind racing. Just as Dongfang he was about to depart with the distraught Shui Mengyao, Yuxia lifted her head, a confident smile gracing her face. "Release Mengyao. Are you ordering me?" Dongfang he frowned, his voice low. "Do you think you are superior to me?" Yuxia chuckled lightly, as if facing not a powerful official but a mere commoner. Such words left Dongfang he momentarily speechless, for deep down, he recognized the truth in her assertion. "I shall say this once more. This is my family matter. You have neither the right nor the reason to interfere," Dongfang he warned, his eyes glinting menacingly. Seeing him on the verge of fury, Guo Zhengzi instinctively stepped forward. Yuxia pressed her hand against his, gazing intently at Dongfang he. "Let me clarify. Mengyao is destined to be my daughter-in-law, so this is indeed my family matter." "Humph. Do you even know what you are saying? Mengyao is the jewel of the Dongfang family. How could she ever marry into your clan?" Dongfang he scoffed. "I do not jest. Release Mengyao at once, or you will deeply regret it," Yuxia declared, her smile vanishing. This time, however, Dongfang he did not argue. He turned and began to leave with Shui Mengyao in tow. Yuxia watched intently, her demeanor focused, and softly murmured, "Qingyu." For reasons unknown, Dongfang he halted, turning to gaze at Yuxia, who appeared to be enveloped in an extraordinary aura, serene and graceful, as if fragrant essences wafted through the air. "Qingyu," Yuxia called again, her voice barely above a whisper. In an instant, the sky darkened ominously, as if foretelling an impending calamity. The strange phenomenon unfolded rapidly, sending ordinary people scurrying indoors in fear, none daring to appear. Dongfang he's face twisted with terror as he stammered, "What are you doing? I mean no harm to Mengyao. I am her grandfather. How could I ever wish her ill? Please stop." His fear was genuine. He understood the hidden truths that ordinary folk did not. The current situation suggested that Yuxia was either a powerful practitioner or calling upon one. Since the Great Cataclysm, practitioners had become nearly extinct, but that did not mean they had vanished entirely. Some formidable individuals still remained. The state housed an organization known as Yanhuang, which operated under its own principles, largely unconstrained except by the chairman. To provoke such a person could lead to dire consequences, and given the celestial signs, it was clear that Yuxia was no ordinary practitioner, possessing a strength that even elite members of Yanhuang might not match. Thus, Dongfang he, realizing the gravity of his miscalculation, relinquished his hold on Shui Mengyao. Meanwhile, Shui Zhongming had arrived, astonished by the spectacle before him. "How can practitioners still exist?" he gasped. "Indeed, they are practitioners," Dongfang he replied, his countenance darkening. Today had spiraled beyond his control. He had never anticipated encountering a practitioner. He had come with an agreement with Shui Zhongming to find Shui Mengyao, not to abduct her as she had feared. Guo Zhengzi, filled with excitement, felt that witnessing the grace of a celestial being was indeed the greatest honor of his life. As an atheist, he found himself utterly convinced today, realizing that society was far more complex than he had previously imagined. Moreover, his wife seemed to have acquired some kind of divine magic, which thrilled him even more. By all accounts, did this not mean he had married a fairy? Yuxia soon recovered from her transcendent state, gazing up at the sky with joy as she exclaimed, "Sister Qingyu." Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the heavens trembled, and a pristine white jade bridge floated down from the distant horizon, severing the void and connecting to Yuxia's feet. A voice, serene and ethereal like the music of the celestial realms, drifted through the air. A stunning woman stood at the far end of the jade bridge, looking at Yuxia, who had become a wife, and softly said, "It has been 30 years. How have you been?" Yuxia looked up at the girl who was so close, her eyes filled with deep envy and immense joy. 30 years had changed her drastically. From a little girl, she had transformed into a middle-aged woman who had given birth. Yet the girl before her remained unchanged, even more radiant than before. The girl wore a pink dress, with long white ribbons cascading from her arms. Adorned with a phoenix hairpin and golden boots, She stood upon a bed of colorful clouds, truly a fairy of the mortal realm. However, not everyone dared to gaze freely upon the girl's beauty. Those born with divine abilities exerted a natural pressure on those of lower realms. Mere mortals could only steal a glance before averting their eyes in fear. Thanks to my sister, all is well. However, today I was wronged, which is why I summoned you, Yu Xia said with a gentle smile. Humph. Who dares to trouble my sister? Qingyu's expression darkened slightly as her gaze shifted to the individuals below. Guo Zhengzi remained unperturbed, facing the situation calmly. Qingyu's eyes then fell upon Shui Mengyao, who, not wishing to be the scapegoat, quickly shook his head. Her gaze slid to Dongfang He, whose heart raced as he too hurriedly shook his head, though his pale countenance did not escape Qingyu's keen eyes. Are you the one causing trouble for my sister? Qingyu raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent. This very indifference sent a shiver through Dongfang He, causing his cultivated energy to falter momentarily before it erupted from his feet in a torrent. In an instant, a significant portion of his energy dissipated, and he realized that the other party intended to torment him in this manner. Otherwise, with their power, they could have easily obliterated him. Spare me, O fairy! Dongfang He cried in terror. At that moment, all pretenses of dignity and noble status were forsaken. The only thing that mattered was his life. He understood the gravity of losing his powers, which meant a fall from the pinnacle of authority, one that would be all the more brutal the higher he had climbed. He could not allow himself to endure such a defeat. If given the choice, he would rather die than lose everything. The aging visage of Dongfang He visibly deteriorated at an alarming rate. Though he had previously shown signs of age, he had once appeared spirited. Now, despair and lifelessness consumed him. He howled for mercy, and any onlooker would never have imagined that he was a prominent figure in the political arena. Yu Xia had initially sought to punish Dongfang He, primarily hoping that Qingyu could locate Guo Ming, her son. Qingyu, with her vast abilities, should be able to find him. She had resolved to take this significant step, but upon witnessing Dongfang He's wretched state, her heart softened, and she gently said, Sister Qingyu, please spare him. Why? He has offended you. After I punish him, I will naturally eradicate his influence, so you need not worry, Qingyu replied with a dismissive air. She sensed Yu Xia's concern about potential retaliation and sought to reassure her. Yet, this very statement silenced Dongfang He's cries, leaving him trembling. He realized that while he feared for himself, he was the head of his family, and the interests of his lineage were paramount. It was one thing to perish himself, but if his actions led to the downfall of his entire family, he would be left speechless. A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the air as Dongfang He unleashed an extraordinary potential within himself, breaking free from Qingyu's grip. 2 streams of blood tears flowed from his eyes as he suddenly knelt, repeatedly banging his head on the ground, his voice hoarse as he pleaded, I beg you. Spare the Dongfang family. Qingyu's expression remained impassive. Having cultivated to her level, it was difficult for her to manifest emotional fluctuations in response to external stimuli. She would remain unfazed even if subjected to extreme torture. Others, however, could not bear it. Yu Xia hurriedly implored, I beg you, sister, spare him. I summoned you today with another matter in mind. Only then did Qingyu slightly nod, casually gesturing for him to rise. Do not disturb my sister's life again, otherwise, I will not hesitate to wipe out your entire family. Thank you, O fairy, for your mercy. Dongfang He exclaimed, his face lighting up with relief. Yet, no one noticed the flicker of madness in his eyes. Dongfang He was a cunning man. He could endure what others could not. Although he understood that provoking a being of such celestial caliber was unwise, he would not relinquish today as humiliation. He would remember this disgrace and seize any future opportunity to avenge it. After all, heroes endure, as Han Xian did. What were his grievances in comparison? Qingyu, disinterested in further conversation, turned to Yu Xia and asked, What is the important matter? My son, Guo Ming, is missing, and I cannot find him. Please assist me, sister. Yu Xia implored urgently. You called me here for this? Qingyu responded with a wry smile. Years ago, she had promised to help Yu Xia in her time of need. Never expecting this to be the request. The reluctance of cultivators to involve themselves in mortal affairs stemmed from the fear of entangling karma. Since Yu Xia had once saved her life, she felt compelled to assist, hoping to resolve a lingering concern of her own. Bring me something that belongs to your son. Qingyu instructed as she floated down from the jade bridge, landing gracefully beside Yu Xia. I'll get it. Guo Zhengzi hastily replied. Moments later, he returned with a piece of clothing Guo Ming had worn. Qingyu did not reach out to take it. Instead, She pointed, and a copper basin appeared on the ground. With a swift motion, she summoned flames that blazed within the basin. "Throw the clothing in," Chen Ziyu commanded. Without hesitation, Guo Zhengze cast Guo Ming's garment into the inferno. Soon, it was reduced to ashes. Chen Ziyu stepped forward, a glimmer of light in her eyes, and began searching through the vast sea of humanity, guided by Guo Ming's scent. Various images flickered in the fiery basin, and after a brief interval, Chen Ziyu's brow furrowed deeply. With a gesture, the flames began to fade until they finally extinguished. And she waved her hand, making the basin vanish. "Sister, what did you find?" Yu Xia rushed forward, inquiring anxiously. With a sigh, Chen Ziyu replied, "I could not locate him in the mortal realm based on his essence." "What do you mean?" Yu Xia stumbled, her complexion turning pale. Chen Ziyu, feeling a pang of sympathy, answered honestly, "Unless something unexpected has occurred, he is likely in the underworld." What those unexpected circumstances were did not concern her. But the mention of the underworld struck Guo Zhengze and Yu Xia with chilling clarity. If he were in the underworld, it clearly meant that Guo Ming was dead. How could this be? Both were unable to accept such a fate. Yu Xia wept in Guo Zhengze's embrace. After a moment, she wiped her tears and hoarsely declared, "Who harmed my son? I will ensure they pay dearly. Rest assured, I can summon the spirit of my nephew. Would you care to meet him?" The expressions of the two changed dramatically. For them, seeing their son one last time was indeed the greatest dream of their lives. Lightly, she pointed her toes and floated onto the jade bridge. The jade bridge gently ascended, and upon reaching a certain height, it suddenly plunged downward. Lightly, her voice resonated throughout the universe, traversing the realms of yin and yang, calling forth souls for me. The heavens and earth trembled uneasily, as if Pangu were tearing apart the chaos of creation once more. The momentary turbulence sent an inexplicable chill through every person present. Then, a piercing scream echoed through the void, shaking the ground, and waves of sinister energy spilled forth from a certain void. Before it could wreak havoc, the jade bridge spanned across the void. A surge of Taoist righteousness erupted, hissing as it rapidly dissolved the malevolent energy. Immediately thereafter, countless terrifying specters seemed to pour out recklessly from the torn void, yet without exception, they were all obstructed by the jade bridge, none able to surpass it. Moments later, Lightly furrowed her brow and murmured, "How can this be? Not in the mortal realm, nor in the underworld. Where could he possibly be? Surely he has not been obliterated?" Just then, a terrifying aura emanated from the underworld, a consciousness traversing through space. Who dares be so audacious? Do they believe there are no masters in my domain? Lightly snorted coldly, "The world is vast. I come as I please. Why must you inquire?" Arrogant, the person sneered in response. Stubborn and unyielding, Lightly retorted sharply. With a thunderous crash, her jade bridge was hurled away, and a beam of black light shot forth from the gap, piercing the clouds. In an instant, the entire sky cleared, devoid of dark clouds or spectral beings. Everything seemed as if it had never occurred. In truth, when Lightly arrived, she had sealed this void with her extraordinary powers, severing the connections of yin, yang, and the five elements. The mortals remained blissfully unaware, as if caught in a dream. Dongfang he glanced at Yu Xia with a complex expression, a profound hatred concealed within his gaze. He cleverly masked it, forced a smile, and said, "I apologize for the disturbance today. I shall come and make amends another day. How could I trouble you?" "It was all a misunderstanding," Guo Zhengze hastily replied. Dongfang He's countenance softened slightly, and he clasped his hands, sighing to Shui Mengyao, "Your father is aware of my presence. I am your grandfather. How could I deceive you?" Shui Mengyao looked to her father, who nodded in affirmation. "The world is unsettled. I intend to pass down our family's martial arts and techniques." Shui Mengyao gasped. Shui Zhoming approached Guo Zhengze and shook his head. "There is something I must tell you. Your son Guo Ming may have arrived at a wondrous place. One that seems not to belong to the realms of yin or yang, yet his chances of survival are slim. A formidable beast has appeared there, its strength unparalleled. Even that woman just now pales in comparison. The mortal realm is growing increasingly tumultuous. I advise you to venture out as little as possible at night." "How do you know all this? Who are you?" Guo Zhengze regarded Shui Zhongming squarely, sensing a significant change in him. The previously gentle demeanor was now replaced by an air of dominance. Though he masked it well, Guo Zhengze, a veteran in the world of commerce, could still discern the difference. "Who I am is of little importance. What matters is the whereabouts of your son," Shui Zhongming stated. finishing his words and turning to leave with Shui Mengyao. Tears streamed down Shui Mengyao's exquisite face as she glanced back at the grieving Yuxia, wishing to offer words of comfort, but realizing that nothing could soothe the pain of a shattered spirit. Auntie's son has died. Her sole pillar of support has crumbled. What good would any consolation do? Xiaer, the situation is far from hopeless. You know your son's identity. Cultivators possess great powers, and perhaps he has encountered a significant opportunity. Guo Jingzi reassured her. Yu Xia's dimmed eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope as she asked uncertainly, "Are you sure?" "Of course," Guo Jingzi replied. 2 months ago, we held little hope for Ming'er, yet look at him now. He has secured a place as a recommended student at a prestigious academy. If he could bring us such a surprise once, I believe he can do so again. And most importantly, at this point, Guo Jingzi's tone grew somber, lost in contemplation. Ming'er is fortunate. He has not suffered in his youth. But what of my 3 brothers? After our mother left this world shortly after giving birth to me, our father fell into despair. When I married and had children, he once gathered my brothers and me to impart some final words before leaving with a divination banner. It has been over a decade without a word from him. Remembering how his father always wore a blue robe, Guo Jingzi reflected on how, even during the Cultural Revolution's darkest days, his father remained unwavering in his principles, devoted to his craft of fortune-telling. His father was a geomancer, claiming he would pursue the dragon vein, yet he disappeared without a trace. What is most important? Yu Xia inquired hastily. Though she understood her husband's intent to comfort her, she sought clarity, perhaps to find solace in his words. My father once read Ming'er's fortune. He said it was shrouded in mystery, beyond his foresight. Yet one thing is certain. He is not fated to perish young, Guo Jingzi said earnestly. Upon hearing about the enigmatic elder who always donned scholarly attire, Yu Xia's expression softened somewhat, and after a long pause, she murmured, I hope so. At the bottom of a deep chasm, Guo Ming exhaled deeply, a wisp of spiritual energy emanating from him. He gathered his energy and shook off the remnants, absorbing the excess back into his being. As he stood, a series of cracking sounds resonated, and he felt a surge of spiritual power, a joyous expression illuminating his face. His magical prowess had indeed advanced significantly. It was unexpected. Stepping out of the protective barrier, he cast his gaze and observed Ziyu, who was meditating peacefully. Guo Ming regarded her calmly. Every individual carries untold stories. Cultivators of the dark path are not all cold-blooded killers. The sweeping generalization is often misguided. From a certain perspective, their attitudes toward the world can be understood. No one is truly at fault. If someone harmed a loved one might pursue vengeance without regard for the casualties of others. He felt this mindset creeping into his own thoughts, and for someone like Ziyu, possessing such behavior could be comprehended. Sighing, he pondered, cultivation seeks detachment. I once thought to forge my own emotional path. Was that correct? Was it realistic? Guo Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. Our detachment does not equate to heartlessness. Rather, we contemplate more than the average person. If you were the lord of a city, your foremost concern would be the lives of your citizens. For that goal, you might sacrifice anyone else, which is precisely because of your compassion that you can act ruthlessly. We cultivate the heart, pursuing detachment. Who can truly understand us but ourselves? Sometimes, it suffices to remain true to one's heart. A consciousness echoed in Guo Ming's mind. He trembled. Indeed, he had long been trapped in a misconception, striving to carve a path untraveled by others. While such a pursuit might lead to greater heights, the path was fraught with thorns. Did he truly possess the ability to reach the end? Why do we not choose the ready-made paths before us? Instead, I find myself constantly mulling over decisions, ensnared in my own mental labyrinth. However, upon coming to this realization, Guo Ming erupted in a dazzling radiance, his entire being emanating a rich fragrance. His garments tore apart, and countless arcane symbols materialized in the void, swirling around him in a ceaseless dance. 8 layers in total formed a pair of opposing 8 trigrams, revolving around Guo Ming 49 times before joyfully adhering to his form. A tremor coursed through Guo Ming, a majestic aura slowly radiating from his slender frame, his eyes ablaze with intensity, shattering everything within their gaze. What kind of technique is this? How can it possess such power? Ziyu murmured as she awakened from her meditative state. It was truly perplexing that with her keen insight, she could not discern the nature of Guo Ming's cultivation technique. She understood only that he was practicing a supreme method, but its specifics eluded her grasp. Who could it be? Ziyu pondered, a surge of inexplicable disdain welling up within her at the sight of Guo Ming's pure Taoist essence. At that moment, her delicate fingers extended, a beam of dark energy ready to obliterate him. Yet suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and that dark light flashed, shattering a distant rock face instead. Gazing into the distance, Ziyu spoke coldly, "Whoever you are, I will not harm him. However, I will present you with a grand gift. I will shroud him in demonic energy and see how you handle that." It is well known that the dual cultivation of demonic and righteous paths is a grave taboo in the realm of cultivation. The two energies are inherently incompatible, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain both within oneself undetected. Few have ever accomplished such a feat. Moreover, as one's cultivation deepens, this difficulty only amplifies. To this day, she had not heard of anyone achieving a high level of dual cultivation. True to her nature, she commanded Guo Ming sharply, "Show yourself to me." The pressure of her realm compelled Guo Ming to obediently turn towards her, and soon he felt an overwhelming force of divine consciousness encroaching upon his mind. Instinctively, he prepared to retaliate, but the opponent's consciousness was on an entirely different level. By the time he organized his defenses, she had already withdrawn. "What are you doing inside me?" Guo Ming shouted in anger. How foolish of him to have felt pity for her moments ago, only to discover her malicious intent against him. Though he did not yet comprehend her actions, he knew they could not bode well. "Do I need to explain my actions to you? Do you possess the right to demand such?" Ziyu stepped lightly towards Guo Ming, raising his chin with her delicate fingers, smiling softly. Guo Ming found himself at a loss for words, his thoughts stifled by the sorceress's teasing. The poet Zhang Chao of the Ming dynasty once said, "A beauty is one whose visage resembles a flower, whose voice echoes like a bird, whose spirit is akin to the moon, whose demeanor resembles willow, whose bones are like jade, whose skin is as pure as ice and snow, whose grace mirrors autumn waters, and whose heart is composed of poetry." Yet, Guo Ming felt that the girl before him embodied all these descriptions, and despite her being a nefarious sorceress, he found it difficult to bring himself to eradicate her, especially with the unique aura of a demon cultivator emanating from Ziyu. She was a paradoxical embodiment of allure and danger. Although she was a practitioner of the demonic arts, her powers appeared serene and harmonious, akin to those of an immortal. Yet now, she resembled a temptress, her cherry-red tongue peeking out with a charming smile. She was on the same level as his ancestral grandmother. Guo Ming repeatedly reassured himself in an effort to resist her allure. He knew that any lapse in his composure could lead to dire consequences. Ziyu seemed somewhat surprised. With a gentle flick of her finger, she carved a delicate line across Guo Ming's flawless face, a sharp pain coursing through him as two glaring gashes appeared. Blood streamed down his cheek, quickly reaching his lips. "It tastes somewhat metallic," Guo Ming remarked softly. "You still feel pain?" Ziyu leaned closer. Her misty eyes locked onto his, her lips mere inches from his face. The warmth of her breath sent shivers down his spine. Despite the fragrant essence she exuded, Guo Ming felt unworthy to indulge in the presence of such an extraordinary woman. Damn, truly worthy of being a sorceress, he thought. Yes, Guo Ming trembled, not from fear, but from the struggle to resist her seductive charm. Before her, he felt like an innocent youth, his willpower waning. "Shall I soothe your wounds?" Ziyu offered sweetly. Her jade-like fingers caressed his face, wiping away the blood and bringing it to her lips to taste, then smiling enchantingly at Guo Ming. He felt as though his consciousness had dulled, the world around him fading until only Ziyu remained. In that instant, his gaze became fervently intense, his throat dry, hands rising and falling in turmoil. Ultimately, desire triumphed over reason as Guo Ming lunged forward. With a thud, the vision of Ziyu shattered before him, and he fell heavily to the ground. Looking up, he saw her perched upon a lotus platform, having not moved an inch. It dawned on him that everything he had experienced was merely an illusion. Guo Ming laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face after his laughter subsided. He felt a profound sense of humiliation. As a cultivator, he could not endure such disgrace at the hands of a sorceress. Kneeling on one knee, he slammed his right hand onto the ground without employing any magical force, staining the earth with his blood. Unperturbed, he looked up with icy resolve. Why such humiliation? In the past, Han Xian endured a moment of disgrace. Why can you not? Ziyu chuckled. Though she smiled, Guo Ming saw the coldness and mockery in her eyes. I do not condone Han Xian's actions. A true man should stand tall in the world. Indeed, your powers surpass mine, and I am not your match now. But that does not mean I cannot surpass you in the future. Will you grant me 100 years? Guo Ming spoke with bitterness. 100 years? What if I grant you 1,000? Ziyu scoffed. But since you have said so, I shall give you this opportunity. 100 years hence, I will await your arrival. If you fail, I shall annihilate everyone around you. Guo Ming nodded calmly. Then please send me away now. Are you begging me? Ziyu, having finally found amusement, was reluctant to squander the chance to torment Guo Ming. Yes, I plead for you to release me, Guo Ming replied. Ziyu did not expect his tone to be so nonchalant, and feeling disinterested, she waved her hand. Guo Ming felt his consciousness fade, and the next moment, he found himself above a deep abyss. In June, the weather changed swiftly. The bright morning skies suddenly darkened with thunder, and torrential rain poured down. Shui Mengyao anxiously gazed out at the weather, feeling a sense of foreboding as she realized she had forgotten her umbrella. What should I do? She remained seated in Guo Ming's former place, as school was now devoid of activity, merely filled with exams. Guo Ming had been missing for 10 days, and it seemed unlikely he had survived. From the initial sorrow to the occasional fond remembrance, Shui Mengyao had learned to control her emotions. Indeed, nothing is truly permanent. She once believed she would walk alongside Guo Ming until old age, inseparable in life and death. Though Guo Ming had never promised her anything, she had made such vows herself. Upon realizing the improbability of his survival, she mournfully thought her world would collapse, but after her grandfather imparted the family's secret arts, she redirected her grief into martial pursuits. Martial arts advanced rapidly, yet Guo Ming would never return. Lying quietly on the table, Shui Mengyao seemed to see the shadow of Guo Ming once again in her mind, the boy who immersed himself in books, oblivious to her gaze, the prince who appeared and rescued her in her most desperate moment. Alas, everything is irretrievable. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she recalled Chen Ziyu, the cherished daughter of the Chen family. Upon learning of Guo Ming's demise, her face paled instantly, as if she had lost something profoundly significant, leaving in a daze. It was apparent to Shui Mengyao that Chen Ziyu harbored feelings for Guo Ming, yet she could not fathom Chen Ziyu's true intentions. Chen Ziyu's sorrow stemmed not from love, but rather from the fact that Guo Ming's loss would expose her own hidden troubles. To claim she had deep feelings for him would be a gross exaggeration. It was merely a faint affection. Teacher Li strolled along a woodland path and spotted a figure in the distance. Suddenly, his vision brightened, and he shook his head, realizing how young he was to be experiencing such visual distortions. Guo Ming, that student, was undeniably dead. This was an undeniable fact. He held in his hand Guo Ming's academic credentials. According to school regulations, when a student suffers an unfortunate incident, all their records must be sealed. Sighing, he lamented the loss of such a promising student. He had failed to recognize his potential. Had he been more attentive, perhaps Guo Ming would have surpassed Shui Mengyao. But what good was it to dwell on the past? Time lost is irretrievable, and what use is regret? As he approached the figure from behind, Teacher Li could not help but softly call out, Guo Ming. To his astonishment, the person turned slowly, smiling gently. Teacher Li, did you call for me? How is this possible? Teacher Li's expression changed dramatically, stepping back in alarm, as if he had encountered a ghost. Do teachers really believe in the supernatural? Guo Ming chuckled. Taken aback, Teacher Li realized that indeed, ghosts fear not the light, and he had done nothing wrong to Guo Ming. Even if he were a spirit, there was no reason for him to seek out his former teacher. Steadying himself, he glanced toward Guo Ming, and a shadow became clear under the sunlight. Teacher Li, filled with excitement, rushed forward and grasped Guo Ming's hand, exclaiming, Guo Ming, it's you. You're alive. Ah, I haven't died. I merely encountered some matters that have now been resolved. Guo Ming replied with a light laugh. He could fully sense the teacher's genuine concern for his talent. That's wonderful. In that case, I won't need to seal your records. By the way, Guo Ming, are you still considering the recommendation for further studies? You should reconsider my suggestion. If you have the time, I can provide you with specialized training over the next 20 days. I believe with your aptitude, you could very well become the top student in the county. Noticing Guo Ming's silence, he continued, what do you think? Please consider it. Just as Guo Ming was about to decline, Teacher Li interjected, Guo Ming, you represent more than just yourself. While I don't understand why you hide your achievements, a treasure concealed in a box is not beneficial. Think about what one seeks in life, fame and fortune. Your recent high profile surely carries a desire for recognition. Otherwise, you could have easily excelled during the entrance exams. Since you have chosen to be prominent, don't give up now. Fight valiantly at this crucial juncture of your life, and let your brilliance shine." Guo Ming pondered teacher Li's words and reluctantly admitted that he had indeed harbored such thoughts initially. His reluctance to continue with exams stemmed from the limited time he had to refine his skills. However, having gained significant power in the depths of his training, further enhancement in a short span seemed impossible. Why not heed the teacher's advice and strive for excellence, for himself and to honor his parents? Just as he was about to agree, a sudden chill surged into his mind, causing him to shudder and his expression to shift dramatically. An aura of icy coldness emanating from him. Teacher Li stepped back in alarm, exclaiming, "Guo Ming, what's wrong?" "You have indeed tampered with me," Guo Ming replied, his face darkening. Turning apologetically towards the teacher, he said, "I'm sorry, but I have many pressing matters at hand and cannot dedicate time to studies right now." With that, he turned and walked away. As he reached the school gate, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and held it to his ear. Instantly, his mother's voice came through. "Minger, your father is hosting a gathering at the Jingli Hotel today. You should come." "Okay," Guo Ming replied, understanding that his parents had informed relatives about his supposed funeral, but his unexpected return had brought them immense joy. His father's banquet was also a way to celebrate his revival, and the entire family would attend. However, a wave of coldness again pierced his mind, and a flicker of malevolence crossed his eyes as he crushed his phone in his grip. Yu Xiao had only heard a faint beep that day and quickly changed her expression, asking Minger what's wrong. When she tried to call again, the line was dead. The joy of her son's return quickly turned to worry as she sensed something was amiss. Frantic, she rushed to Guo Jingze's side, disregarding those around them, and said anxiously, "Jingze, something has happened to Minger." "What do you mean?" Guo Jingze's face paled. "What happened?" Yu Xiao hurriedly recounted the events, and Guo Jingze, pulling out his phone, dialed twice, but still could not reach him. "What do we do? What do we do?" Yu Xiao was nearly beside herself. She could not bear to lose her son again. "I need to call Sister Qingyu," she said, lost in despair. Guo Jingze grasped her hand firmly, saying, "What are you talking about? No one knows what is happening right now. If you recklessly summon Qingyu, what if there's nothing wrong? She has her own life. She cannot be entangled in our troubles. What should we do then?" Yu Xiao asked, her eyes filled with hope. Just then, a beep from her phone interrupted her thoughts. She quickly fished it out of her pocket and answered, "Who is this?" "Mom, it's me, Minger." Yu Xiao felt as if she had heard the most beautiful sound in the world, her heart finally calming. "It's Minger," she mouthed to Guo Jingze. Guo Jingze inhaled deeply, shaking his head with a wry smile. "What happened just now? Why couldn't I reach you?" Yu Xiao gently inquired. "Oh, my phone fell in water," Guo Ming explained. "Mom, I have some matters to attend to, so I might be a bit late." "It's all right. Your uncle's family hasn't arrived yet," Yu Xiao replied with a smile. "Okay, then I'll hang up," Guo Ming said. "All right." As Guo Ming gently ended the call, he materialized from the void. Glancing at the high school student lying on the ground, he sighed, deleted the chat records, and tossed the phone aside before striding home. If anyone were to witness him now, they would be utterly astonished, for his appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. His short hair now cascaded to his shoulders, flowing elegantly. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and he exuded an air of dignity that made him far more handsome than before. Yet, there lingered a hint of mischief about him. Guo Ming inwardly lamented, never having anticipated that Ziyu would impart to him the secrets of the dark arts. This was indeed the consequence of the dark aura enveloping him. While the notion of cultivating both paths may sound appealing, how many foolish individuals throughout history have attempted such a feat? It was tantamount to courting death. Now, I find myself in a somewhat better situation, for the powers of both factions are not yet formidable enough. I can barely manage to keep them from influencing each other, but as their abilities grow, I will undoubtedly face significant troubles. Ah, Ziyu, I never anticipated you to be so ruthless. I once held hope for my cultivation. Yet now it seems I shall neither ascend to immortality nor delve into the demonic arts. Much like a half-blood, I am not acknowledged by either side. The pressing task at hand is to alter my appearance. I have no desire to present myself in this form to the world, for I certainly do not possess the qualities of a spectacle for others to gawk at. Upon returning home, I closed my eyes and turned inward, only to be astounded by what I discovered. The two forces of true energy within me were not merely indifferent to one another. Rather, they both sought to consume me. The demonic energy was overwhelmingly aggressive, clashing repeatedly with my Taoist energy, which was already outnumbered. However, my Taoist essence valued tranquility and non-action, embodying the essence of water. Water's greatest strength lies in its defense. Let the demonic force be strong. A gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. The profundity of the water path is not something the demonic energy can easily shake. Ultimately, realizing it could not overpower my Taoist energy, the demonic essence retreated. Yet, having engaged in battle, it could not simply withdraw. Even I, Guo Ming, would not allow such an easy escape, especially not when my Taoist energy was being encroached upon. The solution was simple: counterattack. While the water's surface may remain calm, when stirred, it can raise tumultuous waves. My water essence surged forward with indomitable force. The demonic energy, seeing my momentum, refused to yield and instantly retaliated. Who fears whom? This predicament placed Guo Ming in dire straits. The two formidable forces finally clashed within me. I could not suppress the blood that erupted from my mouth, feeling several of my meridians snap under the impact. With another violent collision, my face turned ashen, and I could not help but curse. The two energies seemed to have ignited a genuine battle, their clashes accelerating in frequency, inflicting unbearable agony upon me, forcing me to endure in silence. The entangled energies subjected me to the most harrowing torment I had ever experienced. I had never imagined the boundary between heaven and hell could be so thin. After a moment of exhaustion following their fierce struggle, the respite was the most beautiful paradise for me, despite it remaining intolerable. Yet, the moment of collision brought forth hellish suffering that was beyond my endurance. I had become a bloodied figure, initially able to withstand the pain, but eventually unable to endure any longer. I thrashed wildly in my room, shattering the bookshelf and sending numerous books tumbling down. The exquisite hanging plants were crushed underfoot, their vitality extinguished. My sandalwood bed was smashed to pieces by my frantic movements, and everything in the room lay in ruins. Save for myself, drenched in blood, nothing remained intact. My actions had become so chaotic that they disrupted the neighboring residents. Yu Xiao, feeling anxious about Guo Ming's absence, was startled to see that everyone else had arrived. Just then, her phone rang, and she heard the voice of her neighbor, Xiao Wang. "Sister Xiao, there's south trouble at your place. Someone has barged in and is wreaking havoc. It seemed many things had been destroyed. I didn't call the police. Please return quickly." Yu Xiao's expression changed, and she hurriedly informed Guo Jingze, "There has been an incident at home. Someone has broken in and is vandalizing our belongings." Upon hearing this, Guo Jingze quickly apologized to the guests. "I sincerely apologize. We've been robbed. I must return home. Please continue enjoying your meal. I'll cover the bill." The Guo family members, upon hearing this, had no intention of remaining. Guo Jinghui exclaimed angrily, "Damn it. Who is this little thief daring to invade my brother's home? We won't be eating anything. I will ensure they understand who they should not provoke." At his words, the company employees, who had initially planned to dine, felt embarrassed and clamored to accompany Guo Jingze home. Yu Xia, anxious, urged, "Let us return home to check. We can have this meal another time." Guo Jingze, though grateful for their intentions, insisted, "Everyone, I appreciate your concern. We can postpone this meal until tomorrow. A mere little thief does not warrant all of you coming along." The three vehicles of the Guo family sped towards home. What to do? What to do? Guo Ming shouted in despair. His meridians had nearly all ruptured. Recovery would take years, if it were even possible. As if that were not enough, the two forces of true energy continued to wreak havoc within him. Ziyu had not anticipated this outcome. She had believed that their conflict would last at least a year or two. Yet, she had underestimated the power of Guo Ming's Taoist essence, which had sensed impending danger and had launched a preemptive strike. Thus, an unavoidable battle ensued. Without a formidable consciousness, Guo Ming could not forcibly terminate their conflict. Unfortunately, his time in cultivation was still short, and he did not fully grasp the water path. As the water essence attacked freely, he was compelled to experience the ethereal, tumultuous, sharp, and gentle nature of water in its entirety. Had the two forces not engaged in an unending battle, Guo Ming would have welcomed it. However, heaven appeared indifferent to his plight. With yet another violent clash, Guo Ming coughed up blood, mixed with fragments of flesh, his own insides. His vision began to blur, and memories of the past unfolded before him. What was happening? Guo Ming understood all too well. This was the scene before death. It is said that before one dies, their past is replayed before their eyes. Guo Ming was unwilling to perish in such a manner. He had not died at the hands of the sorceress, having only recently come to this world. To be taken away so soon was intolerable. He must turn the tide, but how? His unscrupulous master had imparted the technique and then departed, leaving him to navigate everything alone. His identity was akin to that of a rogue cultivator, unrecognized during a time when sects flourished. It is said that among rogue cultivators, there are prodigies, yet compared to core disciples of sects, there remains a vast chasm. Consider this. Behind you stand only a few, while the opponent has an entire sect backing them. The disparity is evident. Guo Ming was even inferior to ordinary rogue cultivators. No one had ever instructed him on how to handle such a situation. Guo Zhengzi, relying on his modest martial skills, was the first to charge in, only to find the room in utter disarray. His expression shifted as he focused and heard the chaotic sounds. Grabbing a long stick, he kicked open Guo Ming's door. The wooden stick slipped from his grasp, and he gasped, "Minger, what has happened?" He rushed toward Guo Ming, unable to fathom that the so-called thief was, in fact, his own son. Before he could reach Guo Ming, an invisible force repelled him, sending him flying. Guo Zhengzi immediately spat blood and attempted to advance once more. But Guo Ming seemed to regain a modicum of clarity, struggling to say, "Do not approach me. I have gone mad." "Son, how can I help you?" Guo Zhengzi urgently inquired, pressing the most critical question. Guo Ming shook his head with great difficulty, the light in his eyes gradually fading. In a low voice, he uttered, "It's useless. No one can save me. I am finished, utterly finished." "No, father can find a way." Guo Zhengzi suddenly recalled something and hurriedly raced upstairs. Yu Xia followed closely, horrified at the sight of blood and flesh on the floor, nearly collapsing in shock. What had gone wrong? What sin had she committed to deserve such punishment for her son? Other relatives attempted to enter, but Yu Xia quickly shut the door, not wanting them to witness such a scene. Wiping away her tears, she choked out, "Everyone, it's just Minger making a ruckus. Please leave for now." Guo Zhenghui sensed something was amiss and desired to investigate further. Yu Xia, composed and unperturbed, intercepted him and replied in a deep voice, "Indeed. There are matters to attend to tomorrow, but these are family affairs." Implicitly, she suggested that what followed was an internal matter, implying they should take their leave. However, Guo Kuan suspected that a colossal secret lay beneath, perhaps even connected to Guo Ming's remarkable progress. Thus, he hastily implored, "Aunt, let me at least have a glance. After all, he is my younger brother. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last saw my brother. I find myself missing him," Guo Ming's elder sister, Guoya, chimed in with a sly smile. Yu Xia felt a surge of urgency, yet she understood that her son's cultivation journey must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, given their loquacious nature, it would undoubtedly cause a scandal throughout the town. Yet, these individuals were relentless, clearly intent on entering. Yu Xia's expression turned cold as she stated sternly, "What is this? Do you wish to provoke me? This is my home. If you do not leave, I shall have to force you out." Lu Xiu, who had never held Yu Xia in high regard, felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing of Guo Ming's advancements. Her desire to enter stemmed from a wish to witness the family's disgrace, but it was evident that entry today was unattainable. Thus, she mockingly remarked, "Oh, it has only been a few days, and my sister-in-law has become so arrogant. Is there truly something scandalous within?" Infuriated, Yu Xia struck her with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed, leaving Lu Xiu clutching her face in disbelief, while the others stood in shock. Soon, a piercing scream erupted from Lu Xiu. "You dare to hit me?" Yu Xia scoffed, gazing at her as if she were a fool. "Dare? I have already done so." Unwilling to accept the humiliation, Lu Xiu lunged, aiming to retaliate. Yet, just as her hand neared Yu Xia's face, the onlookers beheld a blur. Yu Xia had vanished, leaving Lu Xiu's hand to strike nothing but air, causing her to nearly collide with the wall. Although Yu Xia was not a cultivator, she had received enlightenment and was far from an ordinary individual. "I shall not repeat myself a third time. Vacate my home at once," Yu Xia declared coldly. The group, still reeling from her sudden disappearance, instinctively took a step back. Observing that her intimidation had little effect, Yu Xia's frustration manifested in an unintentional display of her aura. Leaving the others aghast, their hearts gripped by an overwhelming pressure and an indescribable agony. "Leave now," Yu Xia commanded imperiously. The group felt as if their hearts had been struck with great force, nearly choking on their own blood. They dared not utter another word and hastily fled. "What do you hold?" Yu Xia inquired, noticing her husband clutching an ancient round mat with intrigue. "This is our family heirloom, said to be a mat left by an enlightened monk, known for its ability to aid concentration," Guo Zheng explained. Guo Zhengzi trembled as he pushed open the wooden door once more, his gaze falling to the ground where Guo Ming lay, seemingly devoid of breath. He could only ascertain that his son was still alive from the slight rise and fall of his chest. Blood trickled down from the corner of Guo Ming's mouth, a stark and vivid crimson. This time, without the protective aura of true essence to shield him, Guo Zhengzi felt a pang of anguish as he lifted his son, whispering, "Minger, Minger." There was no response. Guo Ming remained with his eyes tightly shut, his long hair in disarray, matted with dust and bloodstains. It was only then that Guo Zhengzi noticed a change in his son. How could he have altered so drastically in just a day? Calling out again, still, Guo Ming offered no reply. Guo Zhengzi arranged a mat and gently placed Guo Ming upon it. "What shall we do next?" Yu Xia inquired. Guo Zhengzi was equally perplexed. He had never used such things before. How could he know how to proceed? He thought merely placing Guo Ming on the mat would suffice. Yet he had clearly overestimated its efficacy. The two forces of true essence within Guo Ming surged forth again, causing his body to convulse violently. Blood coughed out recklessly. Yu Xia and the others exchanged anxious glances, preparing to take action when suddenly, the ancient Buddhist mat erupted in a resplendent golden light. Countless Buddhist seals appeared around Guo Ming, swirling and dancing, interspersed with vibrant golden lotuses. The chanting of scriptures resonated through the cramped room. The grandeur, inclusiveness, and mystique of Buddhism enveloped the two, compelling them to momentarily set aside their anxiety and retreat. The tumultuous energies within Guo Ming gradually subsided, not out of fear of the Buddhist presence, but rather from the overwhelming pressure it exerted, forcing them to cease their conflict. The struggle had already drained too much energy and true essence. Now, the Buddhist energies dictated a temporary truce. Though reluctant to engage with the Buddhist essence, they were wary of provoking it further, for fear it would bolster their adversary, leading to dire consequences. The Buddhist teachings offered formidable defenses akin to the demonic sects. Yet the ancient mat quietly emanated a radiant aura, nourishing Guo Ming's injured form as if it were a life-giving rain. Gradually, Guo Ming regained a semblance of consciousness, managing to open his eyes just enough to hear the resounding Buddhist chants in his ears. Initially taken aback, he wondered why such a treasure resided in his home. Fortunately, this Buddhist artifact proved immensely beneficial. He chose to set aside his curiosity, closing his eyes once more to allow the powerful force to mend his ravaged body. As time flowed gently onward, Guo Ming's physique rapidly healed. His meridians were restored, astonishing him with their newfound robustness, now several times thicker than before. His internal organs realigned, and when he gazed inward, he was surprised to find his meridians shimmering with a faint golden hue, revealing the hidden essence of Buddhism within. A week later, Guo Ming sat cross-legged upon the Buddhist mat, fingers forming seals as he resumed his cultivation. Days later, the entire Linzi County prepared for the most significant examination of the year, the Zhongkao. The county magistrate issued directives for all departments to fully support the examination process. On the streets, police cars led the way, while countless parents personally escorted their children to the examination halls, understanding that their efforts might bear little fruit, yet hoping to contribute in any way they could to secure their offspring's success. All of this seemed a world away from Guo Zhengzi's home. Guo Ming and Appo's spot as a direct admit was already secured. All he needed to do was wait for the first day of September, relinquishing any concerns about other matters. Yu Xia gently opened the door, observing Guo Ming still in meditation, and after a few glances, she quietly withdrew. Her son had been in seclusion on the mat for over 10 days, enduring without food or sleep. Although she understood that cultivators could abstain from food upon reaching a certain level, a mother's worries never ceased. Each day, she prepared meals, hoping Guo Ming would awaken to eat. Yet, nearly half a month had passed without a sign of his awakening. Time flies. Minger must be 16 today, she mused, reflecting on how she remained in the days of his childhood. In a blink, he had transformed into an adult, fully aware of what being a cultivator entailed, belonging to a league of extraordinary beings destined for the extraordinary. Yu Xia had witnessed Guo Ming's recent transformation. He had become far more mature than before, and she felt immense pride in having such a son. She believed that he possessed the potential to achieve remarkable feats. But Guo Ming was fated not to be an ordinary person. He did not belong to the realm of humanity. He had his own path to tread, destined to walk alone into the future. She would age and fade, yet he would not. If fate allowed, he might even attain immortality. while eternal life seemed a blessing. Who could fathom the loneliness it brought? To watch loved ones depart, while feeling utterly powerless, was a profound sorrow. They could reshape the heavens and earth. Yet the laws governing existence remained immutable. Everything had its reason for being, and while they could extend life, they could not ensure companionship for a lifetime. The limitations of human nature and the constraints of cosmic law forbade such a bond. Loneliness was the greatest adversary of cultivators. They could withstand terrifying tribulations. Yet many powerful beings succumbed to solitude, ultimately fading into the annals of history. On the 15th of July, Linzhi County would forever remember the name Zhu Rui. A mere high school student, no one anticipated he would achieve a staggering score of 720, shattering the record for the county's top scorer. In comparison, Shui Mengyao's 712, once the second highest, was eclipsed by this unexpected brilliance. When Shui Mengyao beheld this score, she stood in shock, unable to comprehend how she had been surpassed by an unknown contender. Had it been Zhang Zihan or Chen Ziyu, she would have been less surprised. But the arrival of this dark horse stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Suddenly, an idea struck her. If Guo Ming had participated in the Zhongkao, perhaps he could have contended with Zhu Rui. Alas, he was no longer present. Teacher Li, perhaps forgetting, had not informed the classmates of Guo Ming's survival. And as he returned home late at night, few were aware of his return, leading to a misunderstanding. On September 1st, all students returned to school. Yu Xia and Guo Zhengzi exchanged glances at Guo Ming, still absorbed in his cultivation, before stepping outside. With a gentle sigh, Yu Xia spoke softly, "Zhangzi, what should we do? Who knows when Ming'er will awaken in this state?" Guo Zhengzi chuckled lightly, reassuring her, "Xiao, fret not. I will visit the school shortly to inform the principal and arrange for Guo Ming to take a leave of absence. Let an oppos say for a year. But what if he doesn't awaken in a year? They say time is irrelevant to cultivators, and indeed, it has been over 2 months. It's hard to believe Ming'er is still meditating." Guo Zhengzi responded with a carefree laugh. "Do you think our son needs to attend school? His desire to learn was merely to comfort us. Now that we understand his true nature, we must consider his path. Even without formal education, his abilities will open doors for him." Guo Zhengzi chuckled, reflecting on how he had long envied the pursuit of immortality, never imagining that his grandson would embody such a transcendent being. The first high school, established in the early republic, boasts over a century of history. Unlike other institutions, its entrance remains a grand door of sandalwood, enduring through the ages, a remarkable sight in itself. As you step onto the campus, it feels as though you have traversed into the annals of history. Unconsciously, you begin to sense the passage of time. The historical layers have left countless marks on this institution. Shui Mengyao lowers her head, quietly savoring the classical ambience of the school. This is the school of her dreams. A childhood aspiration finally realized, and as she sets foot on this campus, her heart swells with excitement. After 8 years of perseverance, she has blossomed, embodying the vitality of youth. Shui Mengyao raises her gaze. The sky here appears bluer and more beautiful than at home. Yet a faint twinge of regret lingers in her heart. Perhaps, had circumstances been different, he would have come here by her side. But that is merely an extravagant dream, one that is likely to remain unfulfilled. "Guo Ming, are you well over there?" Shui Mengyao whispers softly. Unfortunately, when she questions the heavens, there is silence. When she queries the earth, there is no response. And when she seeks out people, they are gone. As she gazes into the distance, memories of her time with Guo Ming flood her mind. The youth, though not conventionally handsome, always wore a gentle smile, as if he bore no burdens. In her youth, she looked down upon him, considering him self-destructive. Yet, with time, she realized he simply held no desire for fame. Perhaps she had never truly understood him. The slender boy, who appeared fragile, was in fact the champion fighter of their junior high, a FAAD that belied his true strength. For the past 2 months, she has diligently practiced her family's secret martial arts, her family sparing no effort or resources to cultivate her talents. She has gleaned some understanding of the martial arts classifications within the community. To her astonishment, Guo Ming has achieved a 4-star ranking, and due to his enigmatic nature, her grandfather has classified him as a 5-star master. A 5-star master? How could an ordinary individual like Guo Ming attain such a level? Alas, this question may forever remain unanswered. Shui Mengyao, no matter where she goes, is a striking presence. In the warmth of September, she dons a fitted tracksuit that accentuates her alluring figure. Beauty inevitably draws attention, and soon a student approaches her. "Hello, Are you a freshman? The senior inquires nervously, clearly taken aback by her beauty. In comparison, his own girlfriend seems like a mere crow next to a phoenix. If he could win her affection, he would easily discard his current girlfriend. His aspirations are grand, yet they hinge upon his ability to captivate her. Shui Mengyao offers a gentle smile, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face, and replies softly, yes. The young man feels as though the very air around him is infused with sweetness. Her smile tugs at his heartstrings. Hello, I am Li Jia, a sophomore. You must be new here. Would you allow me to show you around our esteemed high school? Shui Mengyao shakes her head slightly, saying, I'm just exploring on my own. You needn't trouble yourself. Nonsense. I have ample time, Li Jia insists, his handsome face beaming with enthusiasm. Given the circumstances, Shui Mengyao feels it would be impolite to refuse him further, so she nods in agreement. Suddenly, she catches sight of Guo Ming, who hurriedly enters a car and drives off. A flicker of doubt crosses her mind. What could he be doing here? Sensing her hesitation, Li Jia reaches out, saying, come on. Let me show you the charm of this provincial model high school. Shui Mengyao withdraws her gaze, momentarily setting aside her concerns, and follows suit. Had it not been for Li Jia's intervention, perhaps Shui Mengyao would have discovered Guo Ming's whereabouts today, had she arrived just a moment later. She might have crossed paths with Guo Ming, but life seldom accommodates our what-ifs. Time flies, and a hair's breadth can yield vastly different outcomes. A year later, a remarkably unassuming young man pushes open the long-sealed door. Upon closer inspection, he bears a striking resemblance to the Guo Ming of a year prior. However, the vibrant aura he once exuded has faded, leaving him as tranquil as the waters of West Lake, vast and serene. Yet, his eyes tell a different story. Once bright with a glimmer of determination, they now harbor profound depth, as if they belong to one who has witnessed the entirety of human experience. With a serene smile, Guo Ming softly proclaims, Ziyu, let us contend again in a century. With that, he steps forward into the living room, startling Yu Xia and the others, who are soon filled with joy. Minger, you have awakened. Guo Ming exclaims, rushing forward with excitement. Indeed, Guo Ming replies gently, observing the aging features of his parents with a hint of sorrow. He grasps their hands, a surge of his true essence flowing into them. They suddenly feel a wave of energy coursing through their bodies. And just as they are about to inquire, Guo Ming whispers, do not speak, focus, and remain still. The path of water embodies tranquility, making it the finest essence for healing. Unlike the domineering fire essence, the water essence offers remarkable benefits to the human body. After his seclusion, Guo Ming's abilities have significantly increased, allowing him to wield them freely. Moreover, the water path can greatly enhance the essence of ordinary individuals, potentially extending their lifespans by a decade or two, even if it cannot break through the fundamental limits of mortality. His only concern in his cultivation journey is his parents. He strives to do all he can for them while they are still in this world. Soon, Guo Ming notices something unusual. His mother's body contains wood essence, indicating she is a cultivator as well. When did his family come to possess such a practitioner? The wood element symbolizes vitality and is not inferior to the water element in terms of longevity. Furthermore, he perceives that her skills surpass his own, which puzzles him. Fortunately, the wood and water elements are not in conflict, allowing Guo Ming to close his eyes in reassurance. 3 hours later, Guo Ming emerges from the restroom, pale and leaning against the doorframe. I never anticipated there would be so many toxins within me. Although I feel refreshed now, I still feel somewhat weak. Yu Xia is in a slightly better condition since Ling Yu had discreetly assisted her earlier, thus sparing her much of the ordeal. She smiles and says, well, you know how many people are eagerly awaiting Minger to help them detoxify. You should be grateful, not complain. Guo Ming chuckles sheepishly, I was just speaking casually. He then eagerly sits beside his son, curiosity lighting up his face. Minger, have you achieved any remarkable powers in your cultivation? Yu Xia, catching on, quickly joins the conversation. Oh, what kind of powers are you referring to, Dad? Guo Ming responds with a laugh. He understands their curiosity well. He himself was once captivated by tales of cultivation. Can you turn stone into gold or create something out of nothing? Guo Ming amuses. Actually, I cannot do that, Guo Ming replies with a smile, shaking his head. As cultivators, we merely wield far greater power than ordinary people. Guo Ming's expression falls in disappointment. Is that merely a myth? Of course not. Just because I cannot do it does not mean it is impossible. Most of the mythical tales we hear are rooted in truth. Powers such as turning stone into gold or altering the tides do exist. I simply have not yet reached that level. Guo Ming reassures him with a carefree smile. However, I will attain it in the near future. His voice is soft yet resolute, imbued with a profound confidence. By the way, Minger, how are you faring? You are not still struggling with your cultivation, are you? Yuxia suddenly recalls something and quickly inquires. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Few can claim to have reached the end. I am well now, Guo Ming responds softly, but you need not worry. The previous issues were due to special circumstances, and I have since resolved them. That is good to hear. The meditation cushion has proven useful, I hope? Guo Jingze expresses with relief. His son has embarked on a path he never envisioned, and he finds solace in that reality. Father, who left this behind? Guo Ming casually opened a small space, and a mat floated gracefully to the ground. What kind of magical ability is this? Yuxia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Oh, this is a small space I created after achieving a certain level of cultivation. It allows me to store various items, Guo Ming explained with a smile. Yuxia examined the void intently, pondering for a moment before saying, according to scientific research, the world is composed of numerous interconnected spaces. Are you not employing a similar principle? Guo Ming was taken aback by his mother's theoretical musings. Upon reflection, it was indeed true that the world harbored numerous unknown realms, merely inaccessible to humanity due to their limitations. Guo Ming had not merely unlocked these spaces. Rather, he had independently created a realm that was entirely his own. As long as one's magical prowess did not significantly exceed his own, no one could hope to access the contents of this space. Guo Ming smiled and nodded in affirmation. Could you perhaps grant me one? Then I could casually toss my purchases inside, Yuxia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Guo Ming shook his head gently and explained. Mother, such a thing is not meant for those lacking sufficient power. Alternatives do exist. If I can find enough materials, I could forge storage rings for you. However, the rare materials on Earth are exceedingly scarce, making this a mere fantasy. Yuxia's demeanor shifted to one of disappointment, while Guo Zhang, ever the pragmatist, took Yuxia's hand and said, even if such abilities were to manifest tomorrow, I still wouldn't be able to craft one for you. Consider the adage, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure can lead to misfortune. Just think, if someone with ulterior motives discovered you possessed such a magical artifact, wouldn't that invite trouble? Yuxia raised her eyebrows, indignantly retorting, what do you mean by that? Guo Zhang quickly clarified, oh no, I was referring to myself. Yuxia then released her grip, playfully meeting his side, while Guo Zhang silently sighed with relief. Guo Ming glanced at his father, noticing a hint of worry etched on his face, and remarked, Father, is it the recent business troubles that weigh on you? Guo Zhang nodded, letting out a heavy sigh. Yuxia added, your father is reluctant to sever ties with his former friends, but now the company is in disarray due to their mismanagement. And with your focus on cultivation, the company has been reduced to a mere shell. Is it really that dire? Guo Ming asked, frowning. What are your plans, father? Guo Zhang replied solemnly. I've resolved to dismantle and rebuild the company, but I lack the necessary funding. Perhaps you could borrow some from uncle and second uncle. Guo Ming suggested. The construction industry is thriving. Investing a modest amount could yield great returns. But your uncles are also struggling with their food factory, Guo Zhang countered. Shaking his head, Guo Ming pondered for a moment before inquiring, how much funding do you require? Guo Zhang's head snapped up in surprise. Why do you ask, Ming? Though you possess extraordinary abilities, I cannot condone any illegal activities. On the contrary, as a cultivator, isn't it my duty to aid those in need? Tell me, would a wealthy individual hesitate to spend millions to save a life? Guo Ming replied with a light chuckle. Minger, you mean to say you wish to heal others, but you lack a business license? Yuxia expressed her astonishment. This society is rife with unspoken rules. Wouldn't you agree, father? I refuse to believe you cannot secure this for me. Leave the financial matters to me, Guo Ming declared with a confident smile. After a moment's contemplation, Guo Zhang asked, are you certain there won't be any problems? Guo Ming nodded resolutely, asserting, as long as a soul remains intact, I can save them, regardless of their affliction. Is it truly that remarkable? Guo Zhang was genuinely astonished. Can a cultivator truly rival the forces of nature? Guo Ming responded proudly. Very well. I will do my utmost to facilitate this for you. Where shall your clinic be established? Guo Zhang, feeling utterly cornered, reluctantly agreed to his son's request. Far from our home, please. I have no desire to be a public figure. I am still a student, Guo Ming replied with a playful smile. At this, Yu Xia quickly interjected, Minger, it has been over a month since the start of your second year. Your father just arranged for you to take a year off. Do you still intend to return to school? I have reached a bottleneck in my magical abilities and do not foresee any significant breakthroughs in the coming years. I wish to savor the mundane, so I shall attend classes. How about this? 3 days from now, father will take me directly into the second year. I will review the first year's materials in the meantime. Wonderful. I will buy you some books this afternoon, Yu Xia responded cheerfully. Deep down, she still hoped her son could lead a normal life. While the ability to soar and transcend the earthly realm was enticing, it distanced him from the realities of society, a situation she felt powerless to change. As a mother, she often pondered what she could do for her son, and the sight of him covered in blood had pierced her heart deeply. Cats are known for their extreme nature. When a mother cat feels incapable of protecting her offspring, she may resort to devouring them, believing that within her womb is the safest place. In a way, which mother does not indulge their child? They cannot bear to see them harmed. Yu Xia secretly wished for Guo Ming to revert to his previous self, a rebellious youth. At least then she could influence his future. Guo Ming, meeting his mother's gaze, nodded softly, saying, I am merely an ordinary person. I will not allow you to worry for me. As he strolled down the shaded path of the school, Guo Ming reflected on the earlier scene, when he had requested to skip directly to the second year. Several teachers had vehemently opposed him. However, when he achieved perfect scores in math and science on the midterm exam within half an hour, their objections fell silent, and they instead urged him to join their class. Choosing a middle-aged teacher who had remained silent, Guo Ming had no desire to enter an experimental class. His goal was simple, to lead as ordinary a life as possible. Gradually, he noticed a crowd of people moving in one direction, and soon the throng grew larger. Then, a young man stumbled over a stone and was about to fall. Guo Ming swiftly moved to catch him, preventing the imminent tumble. Oh, thank you, the young man exclaimed. Shaken. Not at all, Guo Ming replied with a smile. Why are you running so hastily? Don't you know? The basketball prince is going to confess his feelings to the sophomore, Shui Mengyao, in public today, the young man explained. Shui Mengyao. Those 3 syllables struck a chord in Guo Ming's heart, causing him to momentarily lose focus. He recalled the girl adorned in a large red heart, her innocent smile, rosy cheeks, and the way she playfully waved her tiny fists at him. Over the past year, she may have blossomed into a young woman. He found himself wondering how she had changed, but one thing was certain. She would undoubtedly be even more beautiful. Who is this basketball prince? Guo Ming inquired with a smile. After more than a year of life-and-death cultivation, his heart had grown significantly more resolute. He had nearly shut himself off from emotional entanglements. No girl could easily breach the barriers he had erected around his heart. The memories of Shui Mengyao, who had once stirred emotions within him, now only evoked a faint flutter. To speak of heartbreak would be a gross exaggeration. Regardless of his desire to live as an ordinary person, Guo Ming felt compelled to witness this event. At the basketball court, thousands gathered in anticipation, their curiosity piqued by the school's star-crossed lovers. Li Jia, a senior and the charismatic president of the basketball club, was the object of many girls' affections. Shui Mengyao, the school's recognized beauty, had captivated the entire institution since her freshman year and was celebrated as a once-in-a-decade beauty. For many, the pairing seemed destined. One was the son of the county's party secretary, while the other was the daughter of the deputy county chief, truly a match made in heaven. Regrettably, Li Jia pursued Shui Mengyao for an entire year with no success. Today, he resolved to make a grand declaration of love, transforming the center of the basketball court into a sea of 999 roses, each one vibrant and adorned with glistening dew, evidently freshly picked. The basketball club members, a dozen strong, dedicated 2 hours to creating a heart-shaped display, with 2 large red hearts etched with the names Shui Mengyao and Li Jia, a meaning so evident that even a fool could comprehend it. Shui Mengyao stood transfixed, gazing at the multitude of roses on the playground. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. It is often said that girls transform significantly as they mature, and indeed, Shui Mengyao had blossomed into an even more exquisite beauty than before, her delicate features resembling that of a porcelain doll. She wore a white long-sleeved shirt, adorned with a large Pikachu image on her chest, adding a playful and innocent touch to her youthful demeanor. At this moment, she nervously clutched the hem of her shirt, uncertain of how to respond. The atmosphere on the playground was electric, with everyone animatedly discussing the spectacle. Li Jia stood at the center of the crowd, radiating excitement. He had prepared for this moment for a long time, firmly believing that Shui Mengyao would not dare to reject him in such a romantic setting. Scientists had conducted studies to measure women's excitement levels when receiving various gifts, ultimately concluding that women possess an innate attraction to flowers, which captivates them more than anything else. Furthermore, girls often find it challenging to control their emotions. When overwhelmed, they are likely to succumb to love. How blissful! If I were her, I would agree immediately. One girl remarked enviously, "You dreamer," as if a Prince Charming would ever notice you, a nearby girl teased. "Don't throw stones at me. What about you? Weren't you calling out his name in your dreams last night?" "Jiagu, Jiagu, how unashamed," the girl retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "Humph, just seeking attention. If he didn't come from a wealthy family, where would he find the means for all this?" A bespectacled young man scoffed. "Don't act so superior. That's just capital. If you have the prowess, why not pursue Shui Mengyao yourself?" A girl shot back, offended. "Even if you insult my parents, you cannot belittle him," she exclaimed, her fury barely contained. If it weren't for her reluctance to resort to violence, she might have swung her fist at the bespectacled boy. "Can money buy love?" "It's vulgar," he argued. "But without money, who would even pay you any attention?" Another girl laughed. "Do you expect us to starve with you? I know your family isn't well off, but that doesn't justify looking down on others. What do you know? How many of them are sincere? They're all just pretending. You're all blinded by materialism," he insisted, his pride seemingly wounded by the girl's words. The laughter that followed was derisive, and before he could retort, a stranger gently tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he asked, puzzled, "Who are you?" "Everyone has their own way of living and their own choices. Neither you nor I have the right to interfere," Guo Ming sighed softly. Perhaps realizing his words held no weight, the boy, who had been seeking a way out of the argument, nodded in acknowledgement of Guo Ming's interjection, declaring loudly, "You're right. They're all so vulgar. Let us not waste our breath on them." Guo Ming's expression shifted. He never anticipated the boy's departure would drag him into a pit of trouble. "What did you say?" Several girls shrieked in unison. In his mind, Guo Ming branded the boy as a fool. He swiftly retreated to a corner, watching smugly from a distance. He was confident Guo Ming would not allow those girls to mock him without retaliation. After all, if he stood up, it would be the girls who would face embarrassment. Albeit Guo Ming would bear the greater shame, but that was of no concern to him. "I didn't say anything. I merely advised you all to stop arguing," Guo Ming replied with a calm smile. "Humph, you must publicly apologize to us today, or you shall not leave here," a girl with striking features declared angrily. "And how should I apologize?" Guo Ming smiled. "If it's simply to say I'm sorry in front of everyone, I can do that right now. Do you think it's that easy?" A slightly plump girl objected. The girls, known for their sharp tongues, were eager to make Guo Ming embarrass himself since he had taken the lead, but they were unprepared for his agreeable demeanor. After exchanging glances, the attractive girl softly suggested, "It's simple. We three want the largest rose among them. Surely, it would be your honor to pick flowers for beautiful girls, right?" Upon hearing this, Guo Ming remained silent, a cold smile gracing his lips. These girls truly knew how to manipulate. If he approached Li Jia to demand the 3 largest roses, it would be a direct challenge, inevitably leading to conflict. Under normal circumstances, he would be beaten to a pulp. In truth, even if Li Jia were in his shoes, he would feel the same. Having invested considerable effort, who wouldn't he be furious at such sabotage? Moreover, they perceived him as average-looking, believing it a great honor to pursue any of them. Thus they felt emboldened to make such demands. Onlookers regarded Guo Ming with pity. These 3 girls were quintessential delinquents. Despite being female, they were no strangers to brawling, and more importantly, they were rumored to have ties to local thugs. Thus, the studious types typically avoided provoking them. As the crowd grew bolder, the girls' confidence swelled, their eyes challenging Guo Ming. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Li Jia, if you're a man, declare your feelings loudly." Li Jia was unafraid, and the words resonated with him. Stepping forward, he proclaimed, "What is there to fear? Since everyone is here, let them bear witness." The tidal wave of sound swiftly subsided, and nearly every eye turned to focus on Li Jia, compelling Guo Ming to admit the young man possessed a certain charisma. Otherwise, he wouldn't command such attention. The ability to stir the crowd's passion with mere words and actions was a rare gift. Shui Mengyao lowered her head even further, her radiant face igniting Li Jia's hormones, prompting him to step closer and grasp her hand. His heart raced as he finally held her delicate hand in his palm. Sensing her slight resistance, he gently squeezed, coaxing her to relax. Every girl harbors dreams, and vows of eternal love exist, but such sentiments are often beyond the reach of ordinary affection. The tangible grip of his hand provided her with a sense of solace far superior to any illusion. Li Jia had tirelessly pursued her for a year. Shui Mengyao was not heartless. She had noted every small effort he made on her behalf, and now, before the gathered crowd, even if she hesitated to accept his offer to be his girlfriend, she could not outright refuse him, as doing so would inevitably doom their friendship and strip Li Jia of his dignity. Guo Ming watched the unfolding scene, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. His body trembling imperceptibly. "I, Li Jia, vow today to love Mengyao for all eternity," he declared boldly. Then, gazing sincerely into Shui Mengyao's eyes, he softly asked, "Mengyao, would you be my girlfriend?" Shui Mengyao lowered her head, too shy to respond. The court fell into silence, followed by a thunderous chorus of encouragement. "Say yes. Say yes." Amidst the crowd's eager anticipation, Shui Mengyao lifted her gaze to meet Li Jia's earnest expression, filled with sincerity and affection. As I was about to nod, a clear and resounding voice suddenly interrupted. "Mengyao, your agreement seems rather hasty, doesn't it?" Though the voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, plunging the crowd into a profound silence as all eyes turned towards the source. Li Jia's gaze burned with intensity. He believed that if Shui Mengyao nodded, he could undoubtedly capture her heart entirely. He was aware that Shui Mengyao was a traditional girl, but this interruption shattered all his hopes for the day. Shui Mengyao withdrew her delicate hand and gazed at the newcomer. The person had a fair complexion, a handsome visage, and light stubble on his chin, which only enhanced his masculinity. Clad in sports attire, he strolled towards them with an effortless grace. Few knew him, but that did not mean he was unknown. "It's Zhu Rui," someone murmured. Soon, the name spread throughout the crowd. Zhu Rui was a figure known across the entire Linzi County. His astonishing score of 720 in the high school entrance exam had left a lasting impression. However, after entering high school, he seemed to have concealed all his brilliance and returned to an ordinary existence. Nevertheless, no one dared to underestimate him. No one knew when he might unleash his full potential again. A subtle smile adorned his face as he disregarded the basketball players eyeing him with hostility and arrogantly declared, "Mengyao, he is unworthy of you." The audience gasped in shock, as no one had anticipated the usually low-key Zhu Rui to make such a bold entrance. Shui Mengyao was evidently taken aback by his domineering words, her beautiful eyes studying the stranger, recalling that they had never met before. What could possibly be the reason for his appearance today? Could it truly be due to her looks? Li Jia felt uncomfortable under Zhu Rui's gaze. It was unmistakably that of someone in a position of power looking down upon someone beneath him. He restrained his anger and asked, "Zhu Rui, what do you want?" "Nothing in particular. I merely wish to inform you that Shui Mengyao is mine, and no one can take her from me," Zhu Rui replied with a light chuckle. As he approached Shui Mengyao, even Li Jia, with his cultivated demeanor, could not withstand such an insult. He shouted in fury and launched a punch, triggering gasps from the crowd, as it seemed Zhu Rui's slender form would surely fall to the ground. Shui Mengyao remained still. Just as everyone expected Li Jia to emerge victorious, she caught a glimpse of movement from Zhu Rui. With her keen eyesight, she could barely register a fleeting shadow, followed by a soft laughter echoing through the air. "Today, I will demonstrate the essence of Chinese martial arts." What ensued left everyone stunned. Li Jia, with his formidable physique, knelt at Zhu Rui's feet, struggling to rise, but it appeared he had sustained a crippling blow. Large beads of sweat dripped from his face, his complexion turned ashen, and his teeth chattered, causing his lips to bleed. No one could fathom the severity of the attack he had just endured. His eyes were ablaze with fury, yet his legs had lost all sensation, rendering his formidable while utterly helpless. For a young man in the 21st century, kneeling was undoubtedly the most humiliating insult, especially in front of so many witnesses. Li Jia realized he was finished. He could never again hold his head high among his classmates. He could not comprehend when he had offended Zhu Rui. One could kill with a mere nod, so why was he subjected to such humiliation? Though his legs were immobile and his arms ineffective, he was not without means to retaliate. Suddenly, he lunged at Zhu Rui with all his might. Zhu Rui, taken aback, swiftly stepped back to evade the attack. One could easily imagine Li Jia's desperate state, his handsome face smeared with dirt and grass, not to mention blood. Tears welled in his eyes as several basketball players rushed to help him up, but Li Jia was in no condition to stand, letting out muffled groans. Seeing their captain downed, several young men charged at Zhu Rui. A fierce glint flashed in Zhu Rui's eyes as he dodged one fist and kicked another aside. Feeling a gust of wind approaching from behind, he remained unfazed, spinning around like a top and sending 4 others sprawling to the ground. The entire encounter lasted mere seconds. 4 young men fell with cries of despair, and the remaining ones halted in disbelief. They had not anticipated such prowess from Zhu Rui, who clearly had not even exerted himself fully. Their efforts would be in vain. Li Jia had expected to be left crippled, yet he soon realized the pain in his body had diminished significantly. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Rui had targeted only his pressure points, and as time passed, the effects would wear off. Guo Ming sneered. I never imagined that a mere school would house such hidden talents. With that, he began to stride toward the center of the field. 3 girls quickly blocked his path. The plump girl waved her small fist and asked, "Where do you think you're going? You wanted roses, didn't you?" Guo Ming replied coldly, "I'm going to fetch them for you now. However, we don't need them anymore. If you dare to push Zhu Rui in public, we will let you go," the beautiful girl said with a playful laugh. "As you wish," Guo Ming nodded. Contrary to their expectations, he exhibited no anger. Instead, a faint smile graced his face, as if he were about to perform a routine task. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around, Guo Ming strode confidently toward the center of the field. "Mengyao, this is a gift for you," Zhu Rui declared, retrieving a golden orb from his pocket. The crowd found it peculiar. It resembled an egg. Who presents an egg to a girl upon their first meeting? Before Shui Mengyao could respond, he placed the item before her, his gaze fixed intently upon her. She shook her head, finding the situation absurd. He was a stranger to her, yet he was offering her a gift in front of so many. Even if he were someone familiar, she would not easily accept such a gesture. "You have no choice." Zhu Rui's smile faded as he spoke in a low tone. "Who do you think you are?" Shui Mengyao retorted angrily. Having grown up with dignity, she had never encountered someone so overbearing. It seemed he understood nothing of basic decency, trampling on Li Jia's pride in front of everyone, and now he dared to impose on her as well. "I hope you will accept it, otherwise you will regret it." Zhu Rui suddenly smiled. A chill coursed through Shui Mengyao's body, making her shiver involuntarily. She sensed a cruel undertone in his laughter, a clear warning from a warrior. Yet, yielding would not come easily to her. She understood she was no match for him. But she did not believe he would dare act against her in front of so many witnesses, unless he wished to be met with public disdain. Zhu Rui's unwavering demeanor gradually cooled as he observed Shui Mengyao's indifference. His eyes flashed with a blood-red hue, and she felt a weighty pressure descend upon her heart. She wanted to question him, but sadly found herself rendered speechless and immobile, as if he had seized her very spirit. This was Shui Mengyao's initial impression. Satisfied with her reaction, Zhu Rui pushed the gift closer to her, chuckling, "I specifically chose this for you. I trust you will adore it." Shui Mengyao's stunning eyes reflected terror. She was uncertain of his intentions, but instinctively believed that accepting his gift would lead to her downfall. Suddenly, the image of a young man appeared in her mind. Simple, gentle, yet as refreshing as a spring breeze. Countless memories of him flooded her thoughts, leading her to believe she would never see him again, only to find herself in this moment. The lingering warmth on her hand reminded her of Li Jia's presence. A sudden, piercing pain surged within her heart. Perhaps he had seen everything moments ago, yet why did he not intervene, allowing events to unfold as they did? The departure of the leaf was not a pursuit by the wind, but rather the tree's unwillingness to retain it. Perhaps, she mused, she was indeed that fallen leaf. In an instant, her mind was flooded with thoughts, and 2 crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks, embodying her heartache and sorrowful love. With flowing hair, profound eyes, and a vigorous stride, Guo Ming remained as unremarkable as ever, approaching with a smile. Zhu Rui, oblivious to the unfolding drama, was merely puzzled by the sudden tears of the other. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as Shui Mengyao stirred, advancing step by step towards Guo Ming. How could this be? Under his formidable mental assault, how could she possibly evade it? This overwhelming blow was surely unbearable for her. Was it possible that Shui Mengyao had been concealing her true strength? Regardless of the circumstances, there was no doubt that the situation was entwined with Shui Mengyao. Watching her depart, Zhu Rui let out a furious roar, lunging wildly at her. In that fleeting moment, he transformed into a ferocious shadow of a tiger, ruthlessly charging towards Shui Mengyao's delicate back. "No, get away!" Li Jia shouted, his eyes ablaze. He had not anticipated that Zhu Rui would dare to strike at Shui Mengyao. Whether it was envy or genuine affection, he held a deep fondness for her. The distance between Guo Ming and Shui Mengyao was neither far nor close, and under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for him to intervene, unless he wished to reveal his true identity. In an instant, Shui Mengyao felt a sharp pain in her back, the overwhelming aura of her assailant locking onto her. Waves of powerful palm strikes crashing towards her. Realizing the futility of evasion, she pivoted swiftly, her jade palm emitting a faint blue glow as she thrust it toward Zhu Rui. Zhu Jia recognized the imminent disaster the moment she struck. Bewildered by the overwhelming blow that had clouded his senses, he hastily attempted to retract his hand, but given their proximity, it was too late. As their palms met, Shui Mengyao tasted blood in her throat, a crimson spray splattering onto Zhu Jia's face. His complexion paled further. He had never intended to harm her. Seeing Shui Mengyao injured, Guo Ming's gaze turned icy as he shot a glare at Zhu Jia. With a fierce kick, he uprooted a large patch of turf, sending it hurtling like an arrow towards Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia dismissed Guo Ming with a contemptuous glance, scoffing, "Your strength may be sufficient, but to think you could harm me is nothing short of a fool's dream." The chasm between a martial artist and an ordinary person was insurmountable. It lay in the distinction between external and internal energies. As his true energy enveloped him, he believed he could easily deflect Guo Ming's attack. However, terror soon etched itself across his face as the earth struck his chest with a thunderous impact, abruptly halting the flow of his energy. In that moment, his heart plummeted. Blood surged forth, yet the very soil forced its way into his mouth, and he fell backward, choking on the mixture of dirt and blood, feeling as though death was imminent. The physical assault drained him of strength, while the loss of his energy plunged him into an abyss of fear. That boy was a master. Even if he were a fool, he would recognize the identity of the approaching youth. And he was not a fool. On the contrary, he was a genius. It was precisely this brilliance that fostered his arrogance, dismissing everyone around him. Today, he finally comprehended his father's words. There are always greater forces beyond one's own. Unfortunately, this realization came too late. The moment he harmed Shui Mengyao, Guo Ming had no intention of letting him off easily. Though taking his life would be excessive, punishment was inevitable. "You pride yourself on your martial skills? Very well. I shall confine them." Wiping the blood from her lips, Shui Mengyao gazed at Guo Ming with hazy eyes. After over a year apart, he had grown even stronger, to the point that she could no longer sense any trace of his martial aura. While many could execute that kick, Shui Mengyao understood that without a certain level of martial prowess, breaching Zhu Jia's defenses was impossible. "Mengyao, it has been a year. How have you been?" Guo Ming spoke calmly, his voice devoid of any tremor. With a bittersweet smile, Shui Mengyao brushed a stray hair from her eye, softly responding, "I am well." "When did you return?" Despite her composed tone, those nearby noticed her trembling hands and the subtle quiver of her chest, leading them to conclude that a significant connection, perhaps an intimate one, existed between her and the man before her. Not long after, Guo Ming nodded with a smile. "I am also studying here now. I hope for your continued support." "Oh," Shui Mengyao's face brightened, and she nodded eagerly, "Of course." She stepped forward, wishing to close the distance. Guo Ming shook his head with a serene smile, glancing at Li Jia in the distance. "Isn't your boyfriend over there? Aren't you going to check on him?" Following Guo Ming's pointing finger, Shui Mengyao spotted Li Jia, his face beaming with a smile. In that instant, she felt as though her heart had been hollowed out. Was her judgment truly so flawed? Guo Ming had missed 2 opportunities. The first could be forgiven, but the second slip was unforgivable. Could the anxious Li Jia truly be her refuge? Regret filled her heart. What does a girl seek if not a pillar of support, a sheltering arm against the storm? She had already touched upon that arcane realm. Martial artists were the true rulers of this world. After mastering the family's secret art, her lifespan would significantly increase, potentially reaching 500 years if she achieved the 8th star. By then, Li Jia would likely be nothing but a pile of dust. What has become of me? How could I have made such a grave mistake? Guo Ming's figure receded into the distance. She longed to call out. Yet what would she say to persuade him to stay? She was uncertain, lost in her thoughts. Seeing Guo Ming depart, Li Jia hurried forward, anxious. Mengyao, are you all right? He reached out to grasp her delicate hand, but she quickly withdrew. I'm sorry, we are not on the same path, Shui Mengyao murmured, turning away. Why? Li Jia shouted in disbelief. He could not fathom that this was how it would end, losing his girlfriend and facing public humiliation, all for such a flimsy reason. We are not on the same path. Why didn't you say so sooner? If you had, none of this would have happened. Shui Mengyao did not respond, merely walking away. Li Jia, still nursing his wounds, could not keep pace with her. His gaze fell upon Zhu Rui lying on the ground, and with a cold glare, he delivered a fierce kick to Zhu Rui's abdomen. Zhu Rui recoiled sharply, gritting his teeth. How dare you strike me? Stripped of his true energy. He was no different from an ordinary person. Accepting Guo Ming's humiliation was one thing, but how could Li Jia dare to challenge him? A viscous liquid splattered across Zhu Rui's face. Li Jia spat angrily. I'll hit you if I want. Come at me. Zhu Rui quaked, attempting to rise. He had never anticipated being publicly humiliated in such a manner. Disgusted, he wiped his face and growled, You dare insult me? His eyes blazed with fury, resembling a feral beast poised to pounce. Li Jia felt a chill run down his spine, his hairs standing on end. Upon considering the audacity of the other party despite their current predicament, I swiftly overcame my psychological barriers and delivered a decisive kick aimed at his head. Guo Ming approached the three young women, his expression devoid of emotion, and inquired, Are you satisfied now? Two of the girls felt a twinge of insecurity and remained silent. However, the more striking young woman among them showed no fear. She lifted her chin defiantly and declared, Satisfied? You're dreaming. Let me tell you, having offended the three of us, you should prepare for the consequences. How can we continue our lives after this? Guo Ming adjusted his clothing and allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, replying with nonchalance, What do you propose we do? The young woman, emboldened, smirked at her companions, oblivious to the cold glint in Guo Ming's eyes. It's simple. Just loudly declare yourself a fool, and we shall overlook today's events. Chimed in another girl, Xiao Yan, with a playful laugh. Unfazed, Guo Ming strode toward Xiao Yan, asking, And what if I refuse? She retorted, Then I assure you, you will pay dearly for your actions today. Confident in her allure, she believed he would not dare to strike her. Guo Ming stood before her and cautioned softly, Consider this a final warning. Always leave room for compromise, or one day, misfortune will find you. Are you attempting to teach me? Xiaoyan scoffed. My parents can't control me, so who do you think you are? This reflects a flaw in the cultural shifts of contemporary China, where some young women have become enamored with foreign trends, casting aside the grace and refinement traditionally associated with Eastern femininity. Guo Ming noticed a scorpion tattoo inked on her chest, recognizing it as a permanent mark rather than a mere sticker. How tragic it is, he thought. Recalling the ancient wisdom, our bodies are gifts from our parents. While perhaps extreme, it is still unacceptable to defile oneself in such a manner. Does adorning oneself with a scorpion truly signify strength and invincibility? He found it laughable and remarked, Too much night may lead to encounters with spirits. Xiaoyan paused, then burst into laughter. Spirits? Do you really think they exist? Why don't you call one out? Guo Ming chose not to engage further, attempting to bypass her. Yet, she playfully blocked his path, her eyes gleaming with mischief. It seems you've forgotten something. Meeting her gaze, he saw no trace of fear. Guo Ming withdrew his gaze, seizing her delicate hand instead. Xiao Yan's expression shifted. She was taken aback by his audacity, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She kicked out, but he deftly evaded her, weaving through the crowd without a backward glance. You scoundrel! I won't let this go, you'll regret it, she shouted. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers, their eyes turning towards the young woman. Flushed with humiliation, she lowered her head, unsure of how to proceed. She never anticipated making such a spectacle in front of so many people today. Her companions hurried to her side, one whispering, What were you thinking? Did you eat something strange? I didn't eat anything, she mumbled. Let us just go. I can't face anyone right now. At that moment, a sudden and overwhelming urge struck her, and she emitted a loud sound, causing her to freeze in place. Her friends, despite their resilience, covered their noses and retreated hastily. Laughter erupted around them, tears of frustration welling in Xiao Yan's eyes before cascading down her cheeks as she fled the scene, her friends chasing after her. Shui Mengyao observed their retreating figures and sighed softly. Why was he so petty, unable to endure even a slight injury? Yet, wasn't this the very quality that drew her to him? He never initiated conflict. Yet he was unafraid when trouble came knocking. As they disappeared from view, she pondered, is this the end of our fate? No answers were offered. Guo Ming did not use his abilities to witness Xiao Yan's humiliation. He was there to experience life, believing it best to keep his powers in check. He sought tranquility and understood that to achieve this, one must maintain a low profile. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that his future would be anything but understated. With a chuckle, Guo Ming mused that such a life holds significance, for he feared no challenge. Should anyone dare to confront him, he would readily accept. He had not intended to attend class today. Rather, he wished to explore the school that had once been the object of his childhood dreams. 2 years prior, this school had seemed unattainable. Yet now he stood upon its grounds. The sign ahead pointed towards Donghu and Taiya Hall, and he strolled towards Donghu. He was somewhat familiar with the legends surrounding Donghu. It was said that during the nationalist government era, a general stationed there, after suffering defeat, threw himself into the lake, which is why it is also known as General's Lake. He wondered if the spirit of that general still lingered within its depths. With lore comes superstition. According to some locals, it is best to avoid this lake, as it is said to be haunted. On certain days, particularly during the new and full moons, an abundance of ominous energy arises, leading some to inexplicably take their own lives. Guo Ming, however, was indifferent to the veracity of such tales. He merely wished to investigate. And if spirits were present, he would collect them effortlessly. In the distance, he spotted a young woman standing by the lake, peering curiously yet apprehensively into its depths, retracting her head quickly as if frightened. Su Chun, a second-year student, had long held a belief in the existence of ghosts, having once witnessed a disembodied head soaring through the air. When she screamed, she felt someone tap her shoulder, and upon opening her eyes, she fainted at the sight of a pallid face grinning at her, exposing 2 loose teeth. That memory haunted her, and the chill of the moment returned. She tightened her coat, scanning her surroundings before muttering, "Damn it, there are no ghosts here." After that mysterious encounter, Su Qin felt a mix of terror and excitement. The fear of having seen a ghost nearly overwhelmed her, yet she relished the uniqueness of her experience. In today's society, where mainstream media espouses atheism, she wondered how to explain her encounter. Girls are notoriously poor at keeping secrets, and she recounted her story from middle school to high school, only to be met with disbelief. Frustrated, she even dared to enter a haunted house, only to flee at the sound of a cat's meow. Today, she faced another setback when her teacher introduced the topic of "Do ghosts exist?" Seizing the opportunity, Su Qin eagerly raised her hand to share her embellished tale. The curiosity in her classmates' eyes fed her vanity until a boy's laughter shattered the atmosphere, prompting the entire class to erupt into mirth. Even the teacher could barely contain himself, pointing at Su Chun and suggesting she submit her story to a magazine, as it surely merited publication. Being misunderstood is an immensely painful experience, particularly when one possesses the truth. Determined to demonstrate her point, she resolutely made her way to East Lake. In truth, this place was rather desolate, as students typically did not frequent it. While they might not truly believe in the presence of ghosts, the fact that some had perished here certainly instilled an unsettling feeling in one's heart. Su Chun was particularly brave. Had it been any other girl, she would never have dared to come alone. Su Chun continued to examine the terrain and softly addressed the lake's surface. "Mr. Ghost, could you assist me?" There was no reply. "I assure you, I will not ask for your help without compensation," she added hurriedly, pulling out a 10 yuan note from her pocket and waving it before her. "What do you say? If you help me with one thing, this money will be yours." Guo Ming was nearly rendered speechless. The very idea of negotiating with a ghost astonished him. Moreover, using yuan was absurd. How could the deceased accept currency from the living? Was this a joke? "How about this?" Su Chun countered, producing 2 more 10 yuan notes, waving them triumphantly. "This is all I have. What do you think? Will you consider it?" Only a fool would contemplate such a proposal, Guo Ming muttered as he strode toward the bridge, feeling compelled to educate the girl. If she wished to entice a ghost, she ought to employ some technique, at the very least. She should draw a circle on the ground and burn some joss paper in a basin to ensure the money was meant for him and not for wandering souls. The girl called out several times, but when she received no response, she leaned over the still water, pondering aloud, "Mr. Ghost, are you truly so timid? Do you know where I am right now? I am above you. Do you not feel a sense of suffocation? Are you not enraged?" To her surprise, as soon as the words escaped her lips, she noticed bubbles beginning to rise from the lake's surface. "Bubbles? You spoke. Huh. Yet I cannot comprehend your words. If you are a man, you should speak in a language I can understand. Su Chen exclaimed with delight. Guo Ming, now beside her, paused, peering into the water, and slapped his forehead in disbelief. Good heavens, that's just the earth's energy rising. Unfazed, the girl continued to disdainfully address the so-called Mr. Ghost, lowering her body as the bubbles emerged more rapidly. It seemed as though something was about to surface, and Su Chen laughed. Are you finally coming out? She felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a feeling. She believed herself to be quite clever, concluding that the ghost's intellect was lacking. Oh, right. I've heard that ghosts can be quite terrifying. If you are indeed a ghost, why not appear more handsome? Su Chen marveled at her own cleverness, noting the small details she had observed. After all, her school was reputed to be a cradle of exceptional talent, and she considered herself a product of that institution, believing it only fitting to be regarded as a prodigy in her own right. Soon enough, she beheld a ghastly pale face, and with a splash, she fell into the water. What a horrific visage it was, distended from prolonged exposure to the water. With eyes unnaturally large, staring directly at Su Chen, strands of algae floating from its head. Feeling her scalp prickle, she screamed, but the angle at which she leaned caused her to plunge fully into the lake. A piercing scream erupted from her lips, and panic seized her. She wished to faint. But the corpse was too close. All she could do was hope for someone to rescue her, although she knew it was unlikely. Yet, she clung to hope, vowing that whoever saved her, she would marry if they were male, or undergo a sex change to marry them if they were female. Do you need assistance? Guo Ming inquired softly, poking his head out. To Su Chen, that voice was like music from the heavens, and she instinctively ceased her thrashing, raising her gaze toward the sound. The sun slanted down, illuminating a pair of glimmering eyes, followed by an utterly ordinary face. Su Chen slapped her forehead, lamenting her misfortune. Had it been a handsome man, she might have actually considered fulfilling her vow. Seeing the girl touching the corpse's forehead, weariness etched upon her face. Guo Ming found it amusing. He wondered what she was thinking, but soon realized there was no need for him to remind her to keep her distance. Hey, young lady, why are you touching my forehead? A chilling voice suddenly asked. Who spoke? Su Chen momentarily failed to comprehend, but soon she felt a bone-chilling aura emanating from her hand. And upon closer inspection, she nearly lost her wits. Ah, ghost. Hey, weren't you just looking for me? The corpse, now partially revealed, grinned ominously. Su Chen paid no heed. She frantically swam away. Alas, ghostly existence is truly unexciting. Since you are frightened, I shall take my leave, the corpse said, shaking its head before sinking back into the depths, disappearing from sight. After a moment, Su Chen regained her composure and turned around, finding no trace of the corpse. She sighed in relief, her mind no longer on exploring with the so-called Mr. Ghost. Instead, she glared at Guo Ming, exasperated. Why aren't you rescuing me? Guo Ming shrugged. I can't adopos, swim. Besides, you seem to have the power to summon ghosts. Why not have them assist you? As soon as he spoke, Su Chen felt an icy chill envelop her, her legs trembling as she began to sink, swallowing mouthfuls of water. After all this time, her body could no longer endure. Guo Ming, no longer wishing to tease her, jumped from the bridge, swiftly swimming to her side. Hesitating for a moment, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, feeling an unexpected stir in his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, this was the first time he had engaged in such intimacy with a girl. He pulled the unconscious Su Chen toward the shore, easily dragging her to safety. Guo Ming shook off the water clinging to his clothes, which quickly dried. Resolving to remain an ordinary person, he refrained from using his powers. He had not anticipated the ghost's appearance. Otherwise, with his formidable mental fortitude, he would have sensed it beforehand. The ghost had piqued his interest, and thus he had no intention of intervening. After patting Su Chen, who remained unconscious, he pressed on her abdomen a few times. She coughed and expelled some water, her eyelashes fluttering as she felt a warm pressure. This was her first sensation. Gradually opening her eyes, she found herself staring into an ordinary face, alarmingly close. Su Chen gasped in shock, summoning unexpected strength to push Guo Ming away, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Guo Ming looked at her innocently, replying, "What do you think? I'm helping you expel the water from your stomach." Su Chen scrutinized him for a moment, then checked her clothing, reassured that he had not taken advantage of her vulnerability. Her expression softened slightly as she said, Thank you. No need, Guo Ming replied with a smile. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, causing Su Qing to tighten her clothing. October's weather was neither excessively cold nor warm, yet emerging from the water, she felt the chill as her damp attire clung to her delicate form, making her shiver involuntarily. Goosebumps rising on her skin. Guo Ming smiled faintly and walked away, prompting Su Qing to call out, only to notice him gathering branches from the ground. A hint of gratitude appearing on her face. Guo Ming constructed a small fire pit, and as Su Qing approached with her clothes in hand, she inquired, "How do we ignite the fire?" "It's quite simple," Guo Ming replied with a grin. "Our ancient ancestors had the technique of friction fire. If we can't produce fire today, it would be rather embarrassing." He took a stone from the riverbank and sharpened a branch's end, placing it upon a wooden base. He exhaled gently, noticing Su Qing's eager presence, and handed her the tools with a smile, saying, "You try first." "No, you do it," Su Qing replied, her curiosity battling her skepticism. Could such a rudimentary tool truly create fire? She hesitated, uncertain about her ability to succeed. After all, she had already faced enough embarrassment for one day. Seeing her reluctance, Guo Ming did not press the matter further. Instead, he began to rotate the stick rapidly, and soon it became warm, eventually sparking a flame. Su Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. "Fire! It's working." "Then hurry and use some leaves to catch the flame," Guo Ming urged. "Do you think my hands are not burning?" "Oh, I see." Su Qing carefully brought a dry leaf close to the whirling stick, just as a tiny flame leapt forth to ignite it. Guo Ming quickly grabbed another leaf from the ground, igniting it and placing it among a pile of dry grass. Moments later, a fire blazed to life, all accomplished without any modern equipment, relying solely on primitive methods. Su Qing marveled at the experience, never imagining she would find herself in such a wilderness survival scenario. Through the flickering firelight, she gazed at the ordinary man opposite her, curiosity piqued about his true nature. He had bravely jumped into the water to save her. Had he not seen the malevolent spirit lurking within? Anyone who dared to rescue someone under such dire circumstances could not be an ordinary person. "By the way, did you perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation?" She pondered, her heart racing at the thought. She wanted to ask but felt a sense of embarrassment. After all, it was her first kiss, and she couldn't bear the thought of it being taken from her without clarity. How did you manage to save me?" Su Qing inquired softly. Guo Ming's expression shifted upon seeing her flushed cheeks. He quickly moved beside her, gently touching her forehead before placing his hand back on his own in confusion. "Why is your face so red? You're not feverish, are you?" Su Qing froze at his touch, surprised by his boldness. Yet, she soon realized he was merely concerned for her health. Concerned? Did he truly steal her first kiss? This was not the image of a boyfriend she had in mind. Guo Ming was the type of person who would easily blend into a crowd, so mundane that one might forget him at a glance. Her expectations were not high, yet she felt tormented by fate. With this thought, her gaze turned fierce as she bit out, "Answer my question swiftly." "Why do you ask? You don't think I kissed you, do you?" Guo Ming chuckled, meeting her fiery gaze without fear. "Hurry and dry off your clothes. You might catch a cold if you keep them wet," he said gently. Su Qing felt a surge of anger rising within her, but his genuine concern softened her response to a mere huff. The warmth of the fire was comforting, gradually evaporating the moisture from her clothes. Yet, her undergarments remained damp, creating an uncomfortable sensation. She yearned to inch closer to the flames, but their intensity deterred her. Fidgeting with her clothing, she noticed Guo Ming was lost in thought, gazing into the fire. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "What is your name? What grade are you in?" "Second year," Guo Ming replied. "And you? You're in second year? How come I've never seen you before?" "I'm also in the second year. My name is Su Qing," she exclaimed, astonished. As the school's renowned beauty and a member of the student council, she had interacted with countless students. "I'm rather low-key," Guo Ming responded with a sheepish smile. "I'm just pondering whether your earlier words were sincere." "What words?" Su Qing stammered, momentarily taken aback. Her face reddened in realization, and she retorted angrily. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Guo Ming shook his head with a grin. "I never act without a motive. It seems I'll be making a loss this time." "Not necessarily, young man. If you assist me with a favor, I can ensure she agrees," a chilling voice interjected. Su Qing turned her gaze, her mind momentarily blank, before a shriek escaped her lips. Terrified, she collapsed to the ground and instinctively hid behind Guo Ming, pointing at the lifeless figure nearby and exclaiming, "A ghost! A ghost!" Guo Ming rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "I saw it long ago. The person emerged from the water, while you were oblivious until they were right beside you." A sharp pain shot through his arm, and he inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Please don't grip me so tightly. I'm bleeding." A ghost? What do we do? Su Qing was too frightened to heed his words. "Isn't that what you called for? Now that they have arrived, go and befriend them," Guo Ming joked lightly. Perhaps Guo Ming's nonchalance reassured her, or perhaps the lifeless figure's lack of aggression allowed her to relax. Slowly, she released her grip on Guo Ming's arm, but still clung tightly to his clothing. Guo Ming knew that if anything went awry, her grip would return with a vengeance. "Mr. Ghost, please have a seat," Guo Ming gestured invitingly, a gentle smile gracing his features. The corpse regarded Guo Ming with surprise before complying and sitting down. Yet, he couldn't resist asking, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Su Qing's eyes shifted to Guo Ming, curious about his response. "Why should I fear you?" Guo Ming retorted. "Because I am a ghost." "So what? I am still human," Guo Ming replied, rolling his eyes in irritation. This reasoning left Su Qing feeling embarrassed. Her gaze filled with admiration for Guo Ming. He was undeniably formidable, at least more so than she could ever be in such a situation. However, as Guo Ming prepared to express humility, he noticed a glimmer in her eyes that suggested she viewed him as an imbecile, causing his expression to sour. The ghost seemed momentarily taken aback before shaking his head and stating, "It seems I was right. You are indeed suited to be my vessel." "Vessel? What do you mean?" Guo Ming asked, puzzled. "Humph. Even if I consent, I doubt you would dare. It's quite simple. My soul would reside within your body." Seeing your unwilling expression, I hastily added, "Do not worry, it won't affect you in any way. I will merely be a temporary occupant, and in return, I shall assist you with tasks you have been unable to accomplish. For instance, the enchanting beauty before me. I could ensure she follows you devotedly," the ghost ominously stated. Su Qing was immediately startled, instinctively loosening her grip on Guo Ming's hand. After a moment's hesitation, she still clung to the sleeve of Guo Ming, ultimately choosing to place her faith in him. "Firstly, I do not believe your words. Ghosts are ethereal beings and have no impact on my corporeal form. Are you attempting to deceive a ghost? Furthermore, regarding the woman you mentioned, I scarcely know her, and it is devoid of any emotional connection. I will not compel her to act against her will. Mr. Ghost, since you lack sincerity, you may depart." Guo Ming extended his hand, signaling him to leave. The cadaver's expression flickered with rage as he retorted, "You insolent brat, do not overestimate yourself, or I shall not hesitate to end your life." "End my life? Come then." Guo Ming's demeanor turned icy as he rose from the ground, striding toward the apparition. Su Qing was bewildered by the madness of the world around her. It was already bizarre enough to encounter a ghost in broad daylight, yet here was a young man threatening it. Had he lost his mind? Suddenly, she heard a low voice urging, "You must hold on to me." What did that mean? Although confused, she exerted all her strength to restrain Guo Ming, but he bellowed, "Damn it! What is wrong with this society? A mere ghost dares to threaten me. Do you not know who I am? I am a descendant of Enhua, a scion of the Yin and Huang." Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt as though her years of existence had been in vain. Which Chinese person was not of Yin and Huang descent? Was the ghost not a ghost of Yin and Huang as well? The ghost, taken aback by Guo Ming's audacity, hastily sprang to his feet and pointed at him, warning, "Do not act rashly, or I shall kill you." As their distance diminished, Guo Ming implored, "You should at least exert some effort." Su Qing contemplated his words, glancing down at the ghost's trembling feet. Could it be that he was feigning fear? Goodness! Was he actually frightened by Guo Ming? This thought utterly astonished her. Grasping his intent, she dared not hold back. Wrapping her arms around Guo Ming's waist and pulling him away, the ghost, utterly bemused, thought to himself how the world had changed, that he was being intimidated by a mere mortal. With keen perception, he noted their subtle exchanges. "Since you dare to frighten me, I shall make you suffer the consequences," he declared, approaching them step by step. "Do not drag him. He is quite brave, is he not? Come, let us have a contest." Upon hearing this, Su Qing's expression shifted, and she redoubled her efforts to pull Guo Ming back. In truth, she need not have, for Guo Ming released her grip and shouted, "The wind is fierce. We must flee." He was the first to bolt. Su Qing, witnessing this, cursed internally. Was he not a man to abandon a girl and flee first? Complaining was futile. Without uttering another word, she joined the race. "Humph. You think you can escape so easily?" The cadaver cackled, hands clasped, as ghostly energy emanated from his fingertips, rapidly radiating outward. As Guo Ming ran, he suddenly realized he had returned to his original position, the cadaver standing not far off, coldly observing him. With a shout, he turned and fled again. Su Qing experienced a similar fate, but her misfortune struck as she collided with him, a wave of fetid odor overwhelming her senses, nearly causing her to faint. After regurgitating, she sprinted after Guo Ming, her soul aimed to catch him, even if it meant death for him first. Guo Ming, having made a strange turn, returned to face her. His expression despondent. What have you done? Oh, nothing much, just a minor spell. Arin and Apos. You capable? Keep running. The cadaver replied coldly. What now? Su Qing finally grasped Guo Ming's arm tightly, refusing to let go. He had become her only solace. How should I know? Guo Ming retorted with a grimace. I shall instruct you on what to do. The cadaver laughed heartily, advancing toward them. Su Qing attempted to move, only to discover she was utterly immobilized. Guo Ming swallowed hard and warned, Do not force my hand, or you shall regret it. Regret? I do not even know how to write the word. The cadaver chuckled sinisterly. With a sudden burst of energy, Guo Ming delivered a kick to the cadaver's chest, unnoticed by all. As a glimmer of golden light flickered at his foot's tip, the cadaver was taken aback, knocked to the ground, and just as he sought to wield ghostly powers, he realized all his ghostly essence had vanished, sealed by some mysterious force. It dawned on him what had transpired, trembling as he pointed at Guo Ming. Who are you? I am your worst nightmare, Guo Ming retorted, kicking him down once more, angrily exclaiming, You think I am made of clay? A sizable footprint marred the cadaver's face as he tumbled, leaping to his feet in indignation. You dare kick me? Why wouldn't I? Guo Ming stepped forward yet again, propelling him into the river. How impressive! Su Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Impressive? Hurry and run, Guo Ming replied exasperatedly. Since you've come, do not flee. A calm voice echoed as ominous clouds loomed overhead. Su Qing stared blankly at the darkening sky before collapsing. In that moment, Guo Ming's panic dissipated, and he calmly stated, Do not feign supernatural powers. Reveal yourself. A voice resounded from above, and a shadow descended. The figure appeared pale, with a square face. Clad in military attire from the Republic era, his eyes filled with suspicion as he gazed at Guo Ming, hesitant to approach, inquiring, Who exactly are you? I believe you are the general who took his own life here during the Republic era. After all these years, why have you not entered the cycle of hell? Guo Ming spoke placidly. What is so appealing about hell? It is merely an empty void. To re-enter the cycle of reincarnation is neither my desire nor intention. I have mastered a modicum of ghostly arts. Once I achieve greater mastery, the vast world will be mine to traverse, the general replied with disdain. Oh, you possess quite the confidence, Guo Ming scoffed. The ghostly path is not one that the heavens will tolerate. Do you truly believe you can escape the cosmic tribulations? Oh, I beseech you, esteemed Taoist, save me. The general, realizing the depth of Guo Ming's words, knelt in supplication. Guo Ming shook his head. I am but a wanderer of the cosmos, disinterested in meddling in such affairs. Seek assistance elsewhere. The general's expression darkened. Then, with determination, he declared, If you can save me, I shall present you with a gift. Initially, Guo Ming speculated he sought to extort a treasure. Very well, what is this gift? He inquired with interest. The general's face contorted with anguish as he retrieved an ancient mirror from his spatial pouch. Guo Ming's eyes brightened as he accepted the mirror. Inspecting it closely, the surface was smooth bronze, reflecting one and Apos' image, while the reverse bore 7 golden stars arranged in the Big Dipper formation, each connected by a golden thread. An aura of antiquity enveloped it, and a name surfaced in Guo Ming's mind, the 7 stars extinguishing God mirror, a relic of the ancient deities. Realizing its significance, he urgently asked, What is this object? I know not. I found it at the lake's bottom, but I sensed its power, the man replied. Guo Ming toyed with the mirror, adding, I must inform you that practitioners of cultivation on this planet have nearly vanished since the Great Cataclysm. Thus, we rarely intervene. Why didn't you say so earlier? The general seethed, though he dared not voice his thoughts. He understood that the other party intended to raise the price. Gritting his teeth, he reopened his spatial pouch and retrieved a bead. Guo Ming reached out to accept it, scanning it with his consciousness, only to find it devoid of any spiritual energy or aura of a cultivator. Puzzled, he looked at the general, who explained, This is no ordinary bead. It hails from the Eastern Sea and is said to be a 1,000-year-old night pearl, worth a fortune. Merely a decorative item, ostentatious yet devoid of substance. Guo Ming scoffed, tossing it back into the spatial pouch. He then spoke earnestly, We are both cultivators. We must remember that worldly possessions should be avoided, lest they interfere with our practice. The general's muscles twitched involuntarily. He was at a loss for words. The audacity of Guo Ming's shameless claims left him incredulous. Despite his irritation, he knew better than to provoke a confrontation, as it would lead to his own downfall. Yes, I have learned from you, the general conceded, nodding. He then cautiously inquired, "May I follow you in your cultivation?" Guo Ming stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding. "Since you are so earnest, I shall accept you as my named disciple. Discard your previous name. Let the past be bygone in this tumultuous world." "Thank you, master." The general understood Guo Ming's intention and hurriedly knelt, pleading, "I beg you to grant me a new name. Since you have attained your path here, you shall be called He Dao." Guo Ming decided, "This is my gift to you. Receive it with peace of mind." Guo Ming's expression turned serious as he pointed his finger in the air. Spirit sand materialized, and with a silent incantation, he swiftly inscribed a talisman in the air before pressing it onto the general's forehead. He Dao trembled as the spirit sand entered his body. In that instant, he felt a significant reduction in the ghostly energy that had enveloped him, and his soul was affected, merging with the spirit sand, generating a vast and mysterious force within him. "Master, what is happening?" He Dao queried, astonished. "Though I am unaware of how you have reached this state, do you think the path of the ghost realm is easily traversed? Without a distinguished mentor's guidance and abundant natural resources, it is akin to scaling the heavens." Guo Ming sighed, shaking his head. "Why?" He Dao asked, perplexed. "Indeed, the world operates under its own set of rules. Birth, aging, illness, and death are the laws of nature. Our ancestors defied these laws, establishing the cultivation system. Yet, how many have truly ascended to immortality? Ghosts are the remnants of the deceased, and from a certain perspective, attaining mastery in this realm is even more arduous, fraught with greater trials," Guo Ming explained. "Master, you must protect me." He Dao's face turned pale at the thought, and he hurriedly knelt again. "Naturally, focus on your cultivation here. I will seek out some spiritual herbs to help expel the ghostly energy from your body. I hope you can soon coexist peacefully among humanity," Guo Ming assured him, helping him to his feet. To live like an ordinary person is the dream of every ghost cultivator. They embark on the path as ghosts, yet they are indeed ghosts, suffused with densing energy. Even without malicious intent, their presence can significantly affect those around them. Thus, until they purge their ghostly aura, they dare not appear in human society, for the risk of being eliminated by cultivators would be too great a loss. Suddenly, Su Qing let out a scream, awakening from her slumber. Looking around, she found the same sky and the same bridge, lying on the grass with a familiar coat draped over her. Glancing into the distance, she spotted a young man blinking at her with a hint of concern in his eyes. The events of the previous moments felt hazy in her mind as Su Qing sat up. Guo Ming stood and approached her, softly saying, "Let's go. Do not come here alone again." She handed him the coat, which he accepted with a smile, and together they walked away. A cold wind swept by, causing Su Qing to tighten her grip on her clothing. The memories of what had just transpired replayed in her mind, leaving her uncertain about what exactly had happened. She wanted to ask, but he seemed unwilling to speak, and she understood he clearly preferred silence. As they reached a gusty area, the wind intensified, and the sky darkened ominously, signaling an impending downpour. Unable to hold back a sneeze, Su Qing shivered more violently. Suddenly, a gentle voice broke through, "You should head back." At that moment, a coat was draped over her shoulders. After uttering those words, Guo Ming departed alone. "What class are you in?" Su Qing called out loudly. "I don't know either," Guo Ming chuckled, pointing at the dark clouds above. "Rain is imminent. Otherwise, you'll find yourself drenched again. Tomorrow, everything will be ready for you at school. Just report to class 2 of year 3, Guo Zhang said, accepting a cup of tea from Yuxia. Guo Ming nodded in acknowledgement, asking, "Dad, how are things at the hospital?" "We still need to wait a few days. Obtaining the business license isn't instantaneous," Guo Zhang replied with a chuckle. "But rest assured, I can manage it within days." "I need to discuss something with you," Guo Ming said softly. "I plan to go out for a while in the next couple of days." "What for?" Yuxia's tone turned anxious at his words. She wished her son would remain by her side 24 hours a day. She didn't want to endure the pain of losing him again. "I want to clear my mind. I've heard Hong Kong is a shopper's paradise, and I intend to explore it," Guo Ming smiled. "I've been cultivating for over a year. My bones feel rusty." "To Hong Kong? Fine. I and Appos. I'll give you a bank card shortly. Just enjoy yourself. Guo Zheng nodded, pressing down on Yuxia and Appo's hand. Once Guo Ming had left, Yuxia exclaimed in frustration, "Why did you stop him? Do you think our son is one to shy away from solitude? The greater one's cultivation, the heavier the responsibilities. We cannot hinder him. As parents, we must guide him toward success and pave the way for his future," Guo Zheng replied gravely. "I understand, but I'm worried about him misbehaving," Yuxia said, concern etched on her face. "We both know what kind of person he is. Otherwise, we wouldn't have cleaned up after him so many times over the years without ever punishing him. He needs our support. Do you understand?" Guo Zheng held her hand gently. As night fell, Guo Ming set up a protective array. He retrieved the 7 stars treasure mirror from his spatial pouch, scrutinizing it before closing his eyes and channeling his true essence to begin refining it. To wield any magical artifact, one must establish a connection with it. Generally, magical artifacts possess spirit beings. Under normal circumstances, they can cultivate as well, but the tribulations they must endure are far too numerous, leading them to prefer the protection of a powerful master. Regardless of whether it is the legendary 7 stars annihilation mirror, Guo Ming had no intention of letting it slip through his fingers. In this society, magical artifacts are exceedingly rare. While he was uncertain of the market among other cultivators, it was evident that the age of flourishing cultivation was long gone. Without the nourishment of spiritual energy, spiritual herbs were scarce. In summary, the current environment is not comparable to the prosperous era of ancient cultivators. Magical artifacts are undoubtedly a rare breed, and he could not afford to overlook any opportunity. An hour passed, and beads of sweat began to form on Guo Ming's brow as he thought. No wonder he Dao didn't refine it. That lad simply lacks the strength. The vast influx of true essence had yet to fill the void within the mirror, leaving Guo Ming speechless. Was this how all magical artifacts behaved? Alas, he lamented, blaming his late master for leaving him with nothing, not even much theory. The knowledge he possessed was gleaned from extensive reading of numerous cultivation texts. As for refining weapons and concocting potions, his mind was a blank slate. After losing track of time for half an hour, Guo Ming, intrigued by the lack of movement, pondered the situation. Even an imbecile would recognize that something was amiss. Reluctantly, he channeled a sliver of his consciousness within, only to behold a chubby little figure clad in a red belly band, munching away, most notably with an extraordinarily large belly that occasionally erupted in satiated burps. What on earth is this? Could this be the spirit of the artifact? Guo Ming mused with delight. Fortunately, he understood that the artifact's spirit needed to be subdued, and thus he attempted to infuse it with more of his vital essence. The energy transformed into a delicate stream, flowing into the doll's belly, which then patted itself, expressing dissatisfaction. Is that all the essence this kid possesses? Humph. If I were fully restored, I would have surely emerged and drained and dry. Guo Ming seethed with indignation. Not only was this doll consuming his vital essence, but it also had the audacity to boast. With a surge of anger, his consciousness materialized, taking on a human form, and he pointed furiously. "You, spirit of the artifact, are utterly unreasonable and deserve a good thrashing." Startled, the doll recoiled and stammered. "Who are you? Why are you bullying a child?" As it spoke, its large eyes brimmed with tears, suggesting that a single unsatisfactory word from Guo Ming could unleash a torrent of weeping. The doll was undeniably charming, exquisitely crafted, and quite endearing. Guo Ming chuckled softly, floating closer and affectionately patting its head. "Brother is not angry with you, all right? No way. You've bullied me, so it's not that easy to let it go. Otherwise, I'll cry right now," the doll retorted, sniffling in annoyance. "Then what do you want? I can apologize and make amends," Guo Ming sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Today truly was a day of misfortune, being extorted by a mere child, and yet he had to play along. "Very simple. Brother, squat down so I can tell you," the doll said, its face lighting up with a bright smile. Guo Ming complied, crouching down and pointing to his ear. "Go ahead, I'm listening." "Hee, you're so nice, brother." The doll giggled, but as it drew near, an icy, soulless glint flickered in its eyes. The doll playfully approached Guo Ming, who remained oblivious to the fleeting, eerie green light in its gaze. Simultaneously, its teeth elongated into sharp fangs, transforming its once adorable visage into that of a malevolent spirit. "Die!" the doll bellowed. Guo Ming's mind jolted, and in a frantic attempt to evade, he realized the proximity made escape impossible. The outcome was inevitable. The doll's fangs pierced his body, voraciously devouring his consciousness. With a satisfied smacking of its lips, the doll sneered, "Pathetic cultivator, how tragic." The consciousness was akin to the essence of the soul. And as one's power grew, so too did this essence, surpassing even vital energy, for it was the foundation of a cultivator. Typically, damage to the consciousness was arduous to mend without years of effort, and some even suffered irreparable harm to their foundational practices due to shattered consciousness. Thus, it felt no fear of immediate retribution from Guo Ming, nor did it fear attacks on its consciousness. After all, its own spiritual power had reached significant heights over the years. "Isn't the experience delightful?" A mocking voice echoed. The doll froze, then scanned its surroundings warily, retorting coldly, "How dare you still come?" Guo Ming sighed, realizing the spirit of the seven-star annihilation mirror had transformed into a demon. Haha, who said this is the seven-star annihilation mirror? How ignorant. This is the seven-star demon mirror, a counterpart to the seven-star annihilation mirror, where deities reside. And I am the demon spirit. Over the years, the annihilation mirror has long ceased to be my match. The demon spirit chuckled sinisterly. Do not be so arrogant. It is wise to remain low-key. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? One must understand the situation, Guo Ming scoffed. By the way, you are not human, but merely a somewhat intelligent fool. You humph. I shan't argue with you, but your consciousness has already been devoured by me. The demon spirit retorted angrily. You speak the truth. However, compared to fully subduing you, the loss of my consciousness is negligible, Guo Ming smirked. The time is ripe. Let the explosion commence. An ominous premonition coursed through the demon spirit's being, and in a panic, it sought to expel the consciousness it had consumed. Yet Guo Ming afforded it no such opportunity. With a resounding bang, the demon spirit erupted violently, its vast spiritual essence inundating the void as Guo Ming distanced himself. Listening to the demon's agonized cries, Guo Ming remained impassive, his heart unperturbed. From the moment he laid eyes on the doll, he sensed something was amiss. Who was he? He had practiced some of the most elite demonic techniques. Thus, he could discern the hidden demonic aura within the doll. Its bizarre behavior only reinforced his understanding that it was no ordinary being. A cultivator does not permit strangers to encroach upon them. Guo Ming would not make such a juvenile mistake. The entity soon employed a charm spell against him, further solidifying Guo Ming's belief in its ill intentions. So endearing, he thought, but many have sold false wares under the guise of innocence. Perhaps I have simply fallen into someone else's scheme. While he had no designs on deceiving others, he could not simply yield when others sought to ensnare him. Guo Ming resolved to turn the tables, inscribing a timed self-detonation spell upon his consciousness, which would trigger an explosion after a designated time. The demon spirit's wails seemed to rend the very fabric of reality, evoking sorrow in those who heard them. Yet Guo Ming remained unmoved, a year of trials having fortified his resolve against external influences. As time passed, the demon spirit's cries gradually diminished, its feeble voice echoing in the air. I am willing to submit. Since you are willing to submit, then you should offer your soul power. Guo Ming replied with a cold snort. No sooner had he spoken than a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, striking the concealed demon spirit. How can your soul power be so formidable? Impossible. The demon spirit exclaimed in disbelief. There is nothing impossible. Guo Ming stepped closer, forming seals with his hands as a deep azure imprint materialized and pressed against the demon's forehead. No one knew what Guo Ming had endured during that year. Daily battles with his inner demons had doubled his soul power compared to an ordinary person. A strand of crimson spiritual energy was extracted from the demon spirit and shot into Guo Ming's brow. The demon spirit was momentarily stunned, cursing within. But as the first word of its curse escaped its lips, it was met with excruciating pain in its mind, its soul power tearing at its very essence. It opened its mouth wide, feeling as if it were on the brink of death. What is happening? What kind of spell is this? For artifacts like it, the norm was to foster communication and mutual support between the master and spirit to unleash their full potential. Observing the demon's plight, Guo Ming sneered. You would do well to harbor no ill thoughts towards me. I'll let you in on a secret. This is the demonic path's life and death puppet technique. Henceforth, you must exhibit absolute loyalty to me. Should you entertain even the slightest rebellion, you will suffer the most grievous punishment, and if you dare to act against me, this puppet technique will obliterate you. What did you say? The demon spirit was rendered immobile, cursing. Who is the wretch that created such a technique? Guo Ming recalled the girl, with her dreamlike starry eyes and ruthless demeanor. Indeed, she was a prodigy, capable of devising such a puppet technique. Undoubtedly, this method was the most comprehensive and effective of its kind. There are generally two methods of puppet manipulation. One involves extinguishing the subject's consciousness and then employing a unique technique to temporarily harness half of their former power, or perhaps even more, although it cannot compare to their peak state. However, such puppets lack awareness, rendering them incapable of discerning fortune from misfortune and devoid of agility. The second method entails forcibly suppressing the opponent, yet one can hardly guarantee their loyalty. Such puppets inspire little confidence. The technique employed by Ziyu for puppet control is utterly flawless. There exists no room for doubt, as they must unconditionally serve their master, exerting every ounce of their potential. Do you still not grasp the gravity of your situation? Guo Ming scoffed. It seems that the method of life and death puppetry sensed Guo Ming's wrath, immediately activating within its host. The demonic spirit felt as if its very soul were ablaze, an excruciating sensation. The wails of the demonic spirit transcended mere cries of anguish. The promised fifth update has finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Nonetheless, it remains true to its commitment. The fervor shall continue to unfold tomorrow.